Chapter 281. All the mystic energy went to second peak. The sect master's brows involuntarily twitched. What was this troublesome second disciple up to again? No, she had to go take a look. Whoosh, whoosh. The sect master, Murong's son, Lu Yun of third peak, and several personal disciples of first and third peaks all appeared on second peak. Holy Water Sect was the only sect among the three sects that did not differentiate between inner and outer disciples. Compared to Heavenly Tao Sect and Daybreak Sect, which had over 10,000 outer disciples, Holy Water Sect only had a little over 800 disciples. It was truly pitifully few. All the disciples of the three peaks were the disciples of each peak master, so the pills, magnetite, and other cultivation resources they received were all treated equally. The only difference was that the three peak masters would accept several personal disciples. Compared to normal disciples, the master-disciple relationship was naturally more intimate, and they could also receive some personal gift from their masters in private. Compared to the lowly and dispensable outer disciples of the other two sects, all the disciples of Holy Water Sect lived in a honeypot. At this time, the little troublemaker, who was cultivating in seclusion on second peak, did not know that her commotion alarmed everyone in the sect. Yang Shirong had long anticipated that her master and senior sister would come, so she was already waiting at the front door of Second Peak's main hall to welcome everyone. When she saw them appear, she ran over with a beaming face. Sect Master, Senior Sister Murong, Junior Sister Lu, it's fine, it's fine. It's nothing major. If it's nothing major, why did you cause such a big commotion? The sect master glared at her second disciple and looked inside curiously. Aren't you going to bring master inside to take a look? Which grand disciple's cultivation aura is so great that it swept away all the mystic energy in the sect. So miraculous. She really wanted to see her obedient grand disciple. Yang Shirong hastily stopped everyone and chuckled. No, you shouldn't go over to avoid disturbing my youngest disciple's advancement. Oh, ha! She then winked at Murong's son. Senior Sister Murong, our second peak is going to win this year's competition between the three peaks again. Ha 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 ha. How smug. Even Lu Yun, the third peak master, could not stand it anymore. She truly was a petty person intoxicated by success. Murong's son threw Peak Master Yang a fierce look. In your dreams, once my little disciple returns to the sect, this peak lord will definitely blind your dog eyes. Seeing that his three disciples were about to quarrel again, the sect master hurriedly waved his cattail leaf fan and laughed. All right, since there's nothing else, let's go back to our respective peaks. As for the inner disciple competition of the three peaks, there were still 2 months to go. There was no need to rush. Wasn't he going to continue accepting disciples tomorrow? Maybe Asun will also receive a good one. There's no need. This peak master has already accepted a little disciple with exceptional aptitude. Counting the days, it's about time. She should be here in the next few days. Murong's son angrily flung her sleeves and left. The sect master laughed awkwardly and gave his third disciple a look. Lu Yun's face was taut as she stiffly threw down these words. Second senior sister. Then we'll be leaving now. Don't be too cocky. As the saying goes, cocky people will be struck by lightning. Let the green hills never change and the green waters flow forever. Goodbye. Sect Master was speechless. Each of his three disciples was more unreliable than the last. What kind of nonsense was that? They only saw each other for a short while and started quarreling. Where did the sisterly love between fellow disciples in the same boat go? Yang Shirong laughed and happily sent off her master and senior sisters. She then ran back to the child's cultivation room to take a look. She only left after seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, because of the child's tantrum, all the mystic energy rushed to second peak, so the disciples from the other peaks could only pause their cultivation. Chapter 282. 3 days later, the instant the child opened her eyes, a pitch-black vortex swirled in the depths of her eyes before returning to calmness. Now that she had roughly stabilized her cultivation at the phenomenal success stage of level 6 Mystic Cultivator, she was within reach of the peak stage. She didn't need to be on guard in the sect, so she naturally didn't need to hide her cultivation with the aura-concealing talisman. Looking up at the small ball of thick mystic energy gathered above her head, Arbor couldn't help but ask, "Chio, what's this ball for?" "Master, don't waste it. I left it for you." Burp. This fellow actually burped after absorbing mystic energy. How much mystic energy did it absorb? Arbor silently absorbed the small ball of mystic energy into her mystic meridians. After circulating it slightly, she was pleasantly surprised to find that after her mystic meridians widened, the speed at which she absorbed, stored, and digested mystic energy increased significantly. When this mystic energy entered her mystic meridians, it was like entering the ocean and was quickly digested by her body. Arbor sighed slightly. As expected, the mystic energy around her hadn't reached saturation. In other words, she could still continue to advance as long as there was enough mystic energy injected. But this way, her cultivation would advance too quickly. If she completed her advancement perfectly, she wouldn't be able to absorb mystic energy from the outside world for at least 24 hours when her mystic energy was at saturation. This was also a mystic cultivator's self-defense mechanism to prevent endless mystic energy from overloading their mystic meridians and causing their body to explode from being unable to withstand the external pressure. Suppressing the growth of one's cultivation realm was also an excellent embodiment of cultivating one's mind. Without firm willpower, normal people wouldn't bear to suppress it. Why suppress it? Cultivating was so hard and could only advance once every 3 to 5 years. So, of course, she had to complete her advancement in one go. Otherwise, who knew how long it would be before she could advance again? Moreover, a normal mystic cultivator's advancement process definitely wouldn't be as fierce as the child's. And 2 major stages in a row. Advancing 2 minor stages in a row was already pretty good, okay? Therefore, she didn't need to suppress her advancement. The child retracted her hands and stood up. Just as she opened the cultivation room's tightly shut door, she heard a scream from nearby. "Oh no, junior sister Qinghu fainted. Hurry and give junior sister some water." The child pattered over and saw several senior sisters carrying a girl in cyan clothes to a stone chair at the side to sit down. Although the girl in cyan clothes woke up, her complexion and lips were a bit pale. That was a level 3 mystic cultivator's body this week. Why does this girl look like she's on the verge of collapse? The toughness of a level 3 mystic cultivator's body was completely comparable to that of a level 3 body cultivator. It shouldn't be this weak. The little fellow took small steps and squeezed in front of the senior sisters. The senior sisters of the second peak all looked at the child and could not help but be stunned. You must be little junior sister. You've come out." The senior martial sister who spoke just happened to see Master carrying this little junior martial sister back that day. So, she recognized Arbor. When the others heard what she said, they finally understood. It turned out that the little junior sister who had always closed the door to her cultivation room and had drawn all the profound energy of the entire sect to her side for the past 3 days was this person in front of her. Little junior sister was squatting in front of Su Qinghu, holding her wrist and looking at her with a strange expression. Su Qinghu smiled at her and said weakly, "Junior sister, what's wrong? You fainted from hunger." Arbor couldn't believe it himself when he said this. A dignified level 3 mystic cultivator actually fainted from hunger. This was truly an oddity. Chapter 283. Why did you faint from hunger? Our dear Xiao, Mu couldn't believe it. The other senior sisters looked at each other in dismay. What other reason could there be for fainting from hunger? Of course it was because she was hungry, thinking about how they had already eaten a bowl of red bean porridge 4 days ago. They felt extremely bitter. Junior sister Qinghu wasn't the only one who fainted from hunger. They also felt like they were about to faint. "Are you very hungry?" The child looked at Su Qinghu curiously. Miss Su smiled shyly at her question. "I'm fine, little junior sister." "What do you mean you're fine?" An 11 or 12-year-old little girl, dressed in green, jumped out from the side. Her round face was filled with anger as she glared at the child and said, "Why did you faint from hunger? Ask yourself, what did Bao Bao do?" The child was dumbfounded. Junior's sister Fong. Su Qinghu looked at Fong Su disapprovingly, then smiled gently at the child. It's nothing, little junior sister. Your senior sister Fong is just this impatient. Don't take offense. Also, Master said to find her after you come out of seclusion. Senior sister, you're the only one with a good temper. Fong Su is like a little cannon. She aimed her cannon at darling Xiao and bombarded her. If it weren't for you occupying the cultivation room for 3 days for no reason and transferring all the mystic energy in the sect to yourself, refusing to share even a single piece of the pie with others, would Qinghu have fainted? Would senior sister Qinghu faint from hunger? Humph. Fong Su shouted angrily. It's all your fault. If senior sister Qinghu had entered seclusion cultivation early in the morning and absorbed mystic energy to replenish her body's energy, would anything have happened to her today? Not only senior sister Qinghu, several other senior sisters also fainted because of you. The situation of the other peaks probably isn't any better. Fong Su fired a barrage of words at the child. However, the child was bewildered. She looked at the little cannon senior sisters in confusion. You guys, just rely on absorbing mystic energy to eat? That's not very appropriate. Fong Su was truly angered by the child. Her mouth opened and closed as she said angrily, so what if it's not appropriate? Then what if you eat one meal every 5 days? What else can you do if you don't seize the time to cultivate? If you don't cultivate, you get even hungrier. Cultivating into a selfless state actually blocked all the negative side effects of the body. But after you're done cultivating, you'll be even hungrier. The child looked at the senior sisters in front of him, speechlessly. What did he feel that they were like? A group of retards? Cultivating profound energy could allow one to enter a state of selflessness and then block off the body's sense of hunger. But in reality, the body's sense of hunger did not disappear. It would only become hungrier as time went on. Okay. Ahem. Su Qinghu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the way the kid was looking at an idiot. Well, junior sister, why don't you go to Master's place first? Here, take it. The child took out a small brown cornbread from the small bag hanging on his waist and handed it directly to Su Qinghu. Before she left, her mother had prepared a lot of food for her. These small cornbread were personally made by her mother. She used corn powder and added minced meat stuffing inside, so it smelled fragrant. It took a lot of effort to do this, and he even asked second uncle to help. Just drying the corn and grinding it into powder with a stone grinder took second uncle a lot of effort. The little fellow stored a lot of minced meat cornbread in her storage talisman. There weren't many in this bag, but because it was more convenient to take them out, she kept them in there. The moment the cornbread was handed to Su Qinghu, many pairs of eyes landed on that minced meat cornbread. Little Cannon Fong Su even subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her eyes staring fixedly at that cornbread. Chapter 284. Do you guys have to be so exaggerated? Just a little cornbread is enough to make you guys drool. Xiao Mu dug around in her pocket and took out several pieces of rui cakes that had been squashed flat. These were sent over by the city lord's estate. So she casually grabbed a few pieces and put them in her pocket. However, from the looks of it now, they really did not look good. They had been squashed very ugly. If you don't mind them being ugly, you can have them. The little fellow handed over the rui cakes to senior sister Little Cannon. Little Cannon's face flushed red, and she swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva before angrily saying, "Take them back and eat them yourself. I won't bully you and steal your food." Arbor expressionlessly pulled her hands over and placed the cakes in her hands. "Take them and eat them. I still have a lot here. I really have to hand it to you guys. You're all mystic cultivators above level 3, so why are you like idiots, starving yourself to this extent?" Darling Xiao's section break. Holy Water Sect's first peak, unlike the Sect Master's simple bamboo forest. First Peak had continuous houses in picturesque disorder, and the winding paths of pavilions and terraces were deep and serene. When Murong Sun was constructing First Peak, she spent time and effort finding several famous craftsmen and tormented them for a long time. The beauty was in a bad mood despite the beautiful scenery before her. Murong Sun had been depressed for several days. If she had known earlier, she would have left someone behind and directly brought her little disciple here. It had been so many days, and the appointed date had long passed, but her little disciple was nowhere to be seen. Master! Su Shanshan's aloof voice rang outside the pavilion. Emichum. Murong Sun weakly responded and lightly jumped down for the pavilion, landing in front of Su Shanshan. What is it? The great king of Chio sent 5 carts of food, cloth, and other supplies. They're waiting outside the mountain gate right now. Su Shanshan's words caused Murong Sun to frown. The great king of Chio? What do they want to do? Let's go take a look. When Murong Sun led Su Shanshan and the other disciples to the mountain gate, the sect master and junior sister Lu from Third Peak were already there. The sect master chuckled as he sent someone to accept the gift from the great king of Chio. He kept saying, "How could I accept this? The great king of Chio must have spent a lot of money." Murong Sun's lips twitched, and she walked up to stop the disciples who were transporting the goods. She looked up at the Chio soldier captain who was escorting the goods. "What request do you have for our holy water sect to help you deliver so many goods?" The sect master's amiable face immediately changed. "What? You want our sect to do something for the purpose of sending supplies?" Lu Yun. "Master, don't say anything. Your disciple feels a headache when you speak." Murong Sun exasperatedly glanced at the sect master. She raised her hand and pulled the small ringleader to her face. She quietly ordered, "Hurry and speak. What is your objective?" The Chio Kingdom's minor leader shuddered and wailed as he knelt on the ground with a plop. "This lowly one is under the orders of the great king to deliver an apology gift to Miss Xiao of the Holy Water Sect's First Peak. This lowly subordinate wants to personally hand it over to Miss Xiao. Isn't that clear enough? It's Miss Xiao of the Holy Water Sect's First Peak." Everyone present looked at each other, especially the sect master. She curiously looked at her eldest disciple. "Sun, is there a Miss Xiao on your first peak?" She was so impressive that she could make the old king of Chio send so many apology gifts. Speaking of which, why was it an apology gift? Murong Sun's expression changed again and again. She felt like something in her head was gradually becoming clearer. Su Shanshan looked at the Chio Kingdom's minor leader in shock. "What do you mean? My little junior sister Xiao came? She's in our sect right now?" Chapter 285. It should be. Someone told us to deliver it to Miss Xiao. The soldier captain grew more and more afraid. Why did he feel gusts of cold wind blowing past him? Murong Sun's expression instantly turned unsightly. Her memories started to flow together. Starting from the light that shot into the sky during the test that night, Second Peak's junior sister Yang brought back a disciple with exceptional aptitude. Her disciple entered closed-door cultivation for 3 days and absorbed all of the mystic energy in the sect. Now, someone suddenly sent an apology gift to Miss Xiao of Holy Water Sect's First Peak. Could there be a second meaning to this? Her little disciple came early in the morning. How was she Second Peak's disciple? She was clearly Murong Sun's last disciple. Shit, Second Peak's Yang Shirong actually dared to snatch Murong Sun's precious disciple back. Murong Sun felt like she might explode on the spot. What kind of lousy matter was this? "Aunt Master Murong," the disciples called out, only to see Murong Sun flying into the air with a whoosh with a dark expression, swiftly flying towards Second Peak. Su Shanshan was startled before hastily following her master. When the sect master saw this, she abruptly slapped her thigh. "Shit, did you see Asun's expression just now? Oh my, something seems to have happened. Let's hurry over and take a look." The sect master turned around after saying that, but her third disciple was nowhere to be seen. Her mouth twitched as she turned her head back, only to see her third disciple following closely behind Murong Sun and running far away. "Evil disciple." The sect master angrily scolded and turned to the snickering disciples. "Children, you're responsible for transporting the supplies back to the sect. Leave them there first and wait for your little junior sister to receive them." After saying that, she quickly chased after Murong Sun and waved the fan in her hand back and forth. She hastily shouted, "Sun, let's talk nicely. We can't be impulsive. It would be even better if the sect master could rein in her amused expression. On the other side, Arbor was watching Su Qinghu eat the cornbread before nodding and asking, "How do I get to First Peak from here?" That day was a bit funny. Aunt Master Yang caught her and ran back, but she immediately went into closed-door cultivation afterward and did not even have a chance to explain. "Why are we going to First Peak?" Little Pao felt her empty stomach felt a bit better after chewing on a piece of pastry. "We can only fly to First Peak." She had to be at least a level 7 mystic cultivator before she could successfully cross it. As for the other disciples, we had to rely on big cranes to go up and down the snowy peaks. If he wanted to visit another peak, he had to report to the chief disciple of his peak. It was not every day that he could visit another peak. Big Crane basically comes once every 5 days. It came yesterday. It's still like this. Wouldn't that mean that she wouldn't be able to go to the first peak for a few days? Xiao Mu furrowed her brows, conflicted. She had originally planned to leave quietly, but now it seemed that she still had to find Marshal Uncle Yang to clarify this matter. Just as he was speaking, Yang Shirong's cheerful voice sounded, I heard that my little disciple has come out of seclusion. Quick, come over and let Master take a look." "Yang Shirong, shut up. Who is your little disciple?" A red figure moved like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the child's side before Yang Shirong and picking her up. The child turned her stoic face, and her eyes lit up as she said, "Master." Murong Sun grumpily flicked her forehead. "Silly." Su Shanshan did not understand the situation and speechlessly chuckled as she looked at the child. "Little junior sister, you're truly naughty. Master was waiting for you in First Peak, but you didn't show up. Who would have thought that you would sneak back to the sect and come to Marshal Uncle Yang's second peak?" Yang Shirong felt something was off the more she heard this. She anxiously ran over and angrily yelled, "Murong Sun, what are you doing? Let go of my disciple." "Your disciple?" Murong Sun turned around with the child in her arms and dangerously narrowed her eyes. Chapter 286. "You're saying this is your disciple?" Murong Sun looked at Yang Shirong, who was about to charge forward with her sleeves rolled up, and her voice was light as she enunciated each word with a sardonic smile. Oh shit, why did she feel like eldest senior sister wanted to beat her to death? Peak Master Yang, who had been afraid of this eldest senior sister since she was young, immediately cowered. However, her cowardice did not last for more than 2 seconds. When she thought about how her exceptionally talented little disciple was about to be snatched away, she immediately came back to life and leaped 3 feet into the air. "That's right. This is my disciple. Although you are my eldest senior sister, you still can't do something like snatching someone else's disciple, right? The obedient disciple that I personally picked in front of the mountain gate 3 days ago. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Humph. Hurry and let go of her. Why are you hugging her? Was her disciple that easy to hug?" As soon as Yang Shirong finished speaking, she inexplicably felt a chilly sensation slide past her neck. When she looked up again, shit, Murong Sun had soundlessly arrived in front of her. She was so close, yet she was still grinning. Shit. Peak Master Yang involuntarily took a step back and crossed her arms in front of her, assuming a defensive posture. She roared, "What are you doing?" The second Peak's disciples all covered their eyes. Their idiot master was clearly cowering, but she still forced herself to hold on. When facing eldest senior master, she freaking cracked her voice. "Junior sister Yang, we haven't sparred in a long time, right?" Murong Sun chuckled. Yang Shirong felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her from head to toe. "I'll spar with your sister." Peak Master Yang's pretty face turned green, and she hastily took 2 steps back. "Senior sister, I'm telling you. Sun, don't hit your second junior sister. It's between senior and junior sisters, so let's talk things out." The sect master's voice immediately cut in. She waved her fan and sat down on a stone stool that allowed her to watch from a close distance as she spoke with a chuckle. Lu Yin pursed her lips. If Master didn't act like a spectator, her acting would be more convincing. "Do you want tea, Master?" Lu Yin humphed. "Oh, give me some." The sect master accepted the tea from the second Peak's disciple and drank it as she watched. "Come, my disciple, wait for me here." Your second Aunt Master, ah. She's going to go overboard if she's not beaten for 3 days. Murong Sun placed the child on the ground and grabbed the dumbstruck Yang Shirong, dragging her up to the roof with a whoosh. Sect Master put down the teacup in his hand in shock, jumped up and shouted, "Ah, son, be careful. The second peak's house was built not long ago. Rascal, why did you run to the back and fight? How was she going to enjoy it when he pulled it to the back?" Lu Yin chuckled. She directly left her master and jumped onto the roof. Then she quickly jumped back down. She took out an umbrella from her inner world and opened it. The sect master couldn't wait to rush up to the roof to watch the show. However, instead, she was hit by the rolling waves of water, which drenched her whole body in an instant. The sect master was dumbfounded. She angrily roared, "Ah, son, are you trying to tear down the house? What a terrible disaster." Lu Yin held an umbrella and stood leisurely under the eaves. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled. What was this called? This was called watching a show without thinking too much, but in the end, being struck by lightning. Oh wait, she was flooded. Amidst the rolling waves, Yang Shirong's figure was faintly discernible. She repeatedly exclaimed, "Eldest senior sister, what are you doing? Damn, I just filled up all the ponds on the second peak 2 years ago. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even let go of the ice and snow on my second peak now. Stop it. My snow, it's about to melt away. How can this still be called a snow peak?" Ow, ow, ow. Chapter 287. Everyone looked up in unison and saw the fluttering snowflakes in the sky instantly transform into a curtain of rain that rustled down with the people. The scenery was even more beautiful. Peak Master Murong's control over the water spirit was simply breathtaking. The woman who walked over in the drizzle was dressed in plain clothes. Her eyes were as resplendent as pearls, and she had a wicked smile on her lips. Xiao Mu looked at her master in bewilderment and silently looked down to check her fingers. As Murong Sun floated to the ground, half of Second Peak's main hall's roof collapsed, and the tiles clattered to the ground. That unlucky second Ant Master had to find someone to fix the roof. Suddenly, an old lady waving a large fan hopped in front of her. She giggled with a benevolent expression. "Io, this must be the grand disciple of my family that even the old king of Chio Kingdom is rushing over to present as an apology gift. I'm your master's master." What apology gift from the old king of Chio Kingdom? The child had no idea what the sect master was talking about. Before the elderly lady could finish speaking, Murong Sun flashed to her disciple's side and scooped up the child's tiny body. "Let's go, disciple. Second peak isn't fun at all. Let's return to first peak." The sect master slapped her fan and glared helplessly. "Wicked disciple. Master hasn't finished chatting with my grand disciple yet." "Sect master, what kind of greeting gift are you preparing for your grand disciple? Look at your grand disciple. She's a darling who advanced to phenomenal success level 6 in one go. You can't give a normal greeting gift, right?" Murong Sun glanced at the sect master from the corner of her eyes. "Hand over Maple Pavilion's key." The sect master was shocked. Only now did she realize that the child in front of her was a phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator. The sect master immediately wanted to pounce over and grab the child for a closer look, but she was blocked by Murong Sun, who was eager to protect her disciple. "What? Let me see. What a wicked disciple. She forgot about her master after having a disciple. What's wrong with master taking a look? Could a look cause your disciple to lose a piece of flesh?" "What are you looking at? Just looking is enough." Murong Sun took a step back with the child in her arms and extended a hand to the sect master. "Give me the key. Tomorrow, I'll bring your grand disciple inside to pick out an item as a greeting gift from you." Elderly lady pouted and glared at Murong Sun. "Then what about you? What did you give your disciple as a meeting gift?" "Ah, that's right. Then let's just pick another piece and treat it as my greeting gift to my disciple." Murong Sun nodded logically and looked at the sect master, elderly madam, with a grin. "What?" At this moment, the old lady had the urge to slap herself in the face. Wouldn't it be fine if she didn't mention that? Bastard, unfilial disciple. All day long, he only knew how to anger her and refused to take over the position of sect master. letting her take off her burdens and enjoy her life. Unfilial, unfilial, unfilial. Little junior sister, you're amazing. Su Shanshan's eyes seemed to be shining, and a smile appeared on her aloof face. You broke through to phenomenal success as a level 6 mystic cultivator at such a young age. Truly, no one can compare to you. Arbor blinked and said to Su Shanshan, eldest senior sister, I'll give you and second senior sister a gift when we return. Murong Sun raised her eyebrows. Only your eldest senior sister and second senior sister have gifts? Master doesn't have any? The little stoic looked at her master seriously. This thing is useless to master. Giving it to her is also a waste. Murong Sun burst into laughter. Oh my. Her little disciple's expression was seriously, extremely serious when she said waste. Chapter 288. Grand Disciple, you broke through to phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator at such a young age. You are truly extraordinary. With the sect master's keen eyesight, she could tell with a glance that Arbor could continue advancing and directly break through to level 7 mystic cultivator realm with her current situation. However, the child did not do so, which meant that although she was young, her wisdom was outstanding, and her willpower was also incomparable to normal people. Faint admiration flashed through the sect master's eyes. She nodded and took out a round jade bracelet from her waist. A verdant pine and cypress tree was carved into it. Murong Sun accepted it without reservation and waved her fair wrist at the sect master. She said with a smile, Thank you, sect master. Disciples, let's go home. Wicked disciple. The sect master angrily cursed again and watched Murong Sun and her disciples leave. Although she was cursing, her eyes were full of smiles. Eldest senior sister, come out. A figure abruptly darted out from the ruins of the ruined eaves. She was covered in dust, and her hair was disheveled and askew. The sect master's lips involuntarily twitched when she saw her second disciple's wretched appearance. Lu Yun held a silk flower umbrella and covered her thin lips with her hand as she chuckled. Second senior sister, are you blind? Didn't you see that eldest senior sister brought her youngest disciple back to first peak? I already said that people shouldn't be too smug, or else they'll drown. Yang Shirong darted to the sect master with a whoosh. All the disciples silently counted in their minds. 1, 2, 3. Yang Shirong pounced over the moment she said 3. Master, eldest senior sister is bullying me. Yang Shirong hugged the sect master's thigh and kept tugging at the sect master's trousers. She wailed, Master, you must uphold justice for me, your disciple. Master, master, master. Don't pull, don't pull, don't pull. Don't pull, let go, let go. Let go. Our own, I order you to stand. Right? Let go. Hand. The sect master's face instantly turned green. She tugged at the waist of her trousers to prevent her idiotic disciple from pulling them down. The disciples of the second peak lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. Lu Yin covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably. Master, eldest senior sister robbed my disciple. You must uphold justice for your disciple. How could she do such a wicked thing? My disciple is a level 4 mystic cultivator at such a young age. The sect master was dumbfounded, and then she replied woodenly, What level 4 mystic cultivator? My precious grand disciple is now a level 6 mystic cultivator at phenomenal success and can advance to level 7 at any time. Haha, this wasn't bragging. If you could find a 7-year-old quasi-level 7 mystic cultivator in all of the 3 sects and 5 factions in the entire Seacombe planet, then you were awesome. The disciples of the second peak, including Lu Yun, could not help but twitch their lips. Sectmaster, you talk too much. You will soon know the consequences of talking too much. Yang Shirong's hand, which was tugging on Sectmaster's trousers, froze for a few seconds. Then, she let out an earth-shattering roar. Master, you have to uphold justice for your disciple. My little disciple, who's a phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator, was tricked away by eldest senior sister. You have to help me get her back. That's my treasure, my life, master, master. Rip. Following the sound of the sect master's trousers being ripped off, Yang Shirong's shouting came to an abrupt end. The sect master's complexion instantly turned the color of dirt, and she wrapped her head heavily on her second disciple's forehead. Fuck. Freaking hell. How many times have you ripped master's trousers this year? Chapter 289. Murong Sun naturally did not care about the chaos on Second Peak. When she carried her youngest disciple back to First Peak, she was immediately surrounded by all the disciples on First Peak. Everyone wanted to see what their little junior sister looked like after Master rushed to Second Peak and forcibly snatched her back. Apparently, she was Master's last personal disciple. Master had the fewest personal disciples among the 3 Peak Masters. Previously, there were only 3, so of course, including this little junior sister, there were 4. Everyone was quite curious and could not conceal the envy in their eyes. However, although they were a bit envious, their eyes were surprisingly clear and did not contain any jealousy. They were all well aware that compared to the outer sect disciples of the other 2 sects, their treatment was considered good. A portion of them had mediocre aptitudes, but in Holy Water Sect's First Peak, no matter how mediocre their aptitudes were, they received the same amount of cultivation resources as everyone else. So Master did not favor one over the other. Master treated them very well. So even though their days were very torturous, none of them had the thought of leaving Holy Water Sect. Holy Water Sect's First Peak had the fewest disciples, only 153 people. The oldest disciple was 21 years old. Her name was Yuqian. Although her aptitude was not good, she was very capable. Usually, she was highly valued by the master. Some of the secular affairs on the First Peak were basically handled by this senior sister Yu. The youngest was naturally our dear Xiaomu. Xiaomu, who was surrounded by a group of people, also curiously looked back at them. These were the senior sisters that she had to get along well with in the next few years. Murong Sun carried Xiaomu and said a few words to everyone. She did not need to instruct them too much. She was well aware of these disciples' personalities and conduct, so they definitely would not bully her youngest disciple. All right, your little junior sister just arrived at First Peak and still has many things to do. There will be plenty of time to chat with her in the future, so let's disperse for now, Murong Sun said dryly and was about to leave with Xiaomu. Yu Qian hastily walked out of the crowd and bowed to Murong Sun. She respectfully said, "Master, this disciple has something to report." Murong Sun paused and turned to look at Yu Qian. She asked kindly, "What is it?" Yu Qian lowered her head and said with a flushed face, "Sorry, Master. I didn't take good care of my junior sisters. 2 more junior sisters fainted today." Murong Sun, "Sect leader, your sister, come out." She really wanted to beat her up to vent her anger. "What do you mean by changing the 3-day meal to 5-day meal? Look at your grand disciples. They're fainting from hunger so easily. Doesn't your conscience hurt? They all fainted from hunger." Little child looked at the master and disciples as if she was looking at a weirdo. The look in his eyes was simply insane. Murong Sun suddenly had a feeling that her youngest disciple was looking at her like she was looking at an idiot. It made her feel so stifled that Yu Qian hurriedly raised her head and said, "Little junior sister, don't worry. Even if senior sisters eat less in the future, we won't starve you. Don't ever leave the sect. Master loves you very much. If you run away, Master will be sad." Murong Sun. She was actually speechless. The child, thank you. If you go hungry for 1 more meal, you will die. For the sake of this baby, are you going to endure the pain and change it to 1 meal every 10 days? You bunch of idiots, don't you know how to go out and pick up some missions? How about it? You're a group of level 3 and above mystic cultivators. Oh no, there are many level 5, level 6, and even level 7 mystic cultivators among you. It shouldn't be difficult for you to take on a few missions to support your families, right? Chapter 290. Master, what did Sect Master say about an apology gift? Arbor turned his head to look at Murong Sun. Murong Sun instantly understood. Let's go and take a look with me. That old king of the Chiu Kingdom sent people here to give you 5 carts of items as an apology gift. As he spoke, his voice paused, and he lowered his head to look at his disciple. Tell me, what happened? Why did he suddenly send an apology gift? He must have offended her disciple. Murong Sun wanted to hear the situation. On the way here, I had a small conflict with the Chiu Kingdom's guards in Pony Town. The child expressionlessly replied before furrowing her brows. Why would the great king of the Chiu Kingdom give her an apology gift? Could it be? The child thought of something, and her eyes brightened. Back then, she was carried away by that swindler Chingwan. So this apology gift must have been obtained by Aoe. This subordinate was pretty good. Knowing the situation, he tactfully grasped his little master's temperament. She loved to receive an apology gift the most. Small conflict? Murong Sun nodded with a smile. How could she know that the small conflict the child mentioned was the small conflict that alarmed the crown prince of the Mo kingdom and scared the shit out of the Chiu Kingdom's great king? He wanted nothing more than to kneel and beg for mercy. Murong Sun carried the child away from First Peak and earnestly said to the child, "My disciple, you did well. Don't let others bully you. Remember, if you can't beat them, come find me. I'll definitely beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. If you don't tell me when you're bullied, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Understand? Arbor, I've always endured if I can't beat them and waited for them to counterattack. I won't find an adult to stand up for me." Murong Sun lightly rapped her head and followed up with a question. "Do you understand?" "Okay," the little stoic helplessly replied. "Good girl." Murong Sun chuckled and carried her as fast as lightning. The Holy Water Sect storehouse was on another snowy peak. In fact, the depths of the Great Snow Mountain were somewhat mysterious. It was clearly a large stretch of mountain range, but it seemed as if someone had dug out a large hole in the middle, wrapping the 5 snowy peaks in the middle of the mountain range. These 5 snowy peaks were all independent of each other, which is why Little Pao had said that disciples below level 7 could only rely on the big cranes to travel. Other than the main peak and the 3rd peak, the Sky Peak they went to was actually a warehouse located in the center of the 5 peaks. The maple pavilion that his master had mentioned was also on this snowy peak. "Little fellow, after we accept your apology gift, we'll go to Maple Pavilion to help you find a decent mystic technique manual." Murong Sun's figure flashed, and she landed on Sky Peak with her disciple. "This is a greeting gift from your Grandmaster grandmother. It would be a waste not to accept it. Remember to pick the best one when the time comes. A person chooses a profound skill, and a profound skill will also choose a person. I'll tell you the details later. Go and accept your apology gift first." The little guy's eyes lit up. Mystical skill. Would she be able to obtain a profound skill manual? Mystical skill manuals were not those normal profound skill manuals circulating on the market. They were items that couldn't be bought with money. When the Holy Water Sect's warehouse manager led the master and disciple to a large pile of supplies, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The items that the old king of the Chiu Kingdom purchased were truly quite extravagant. "Master, I'll take half. Leave the other half for the sect. In the future, provide at least 2 meals a day. Let's think of a solution together." The little stoic turned around and solemnly looked at Murong Sun. It was already late, so they went to bed. They would return to normal tomorrow. Chapter 291. Before Murong Sun could speak, Auntie he pounced over and planned to hug the child and kiss her fiercely. "Child, the sect is truly too grateful to you. If you need anything in the future, just tell Grandma. Grandma will definitely help you." Murong Sun blocked Annie Yi's actions. "Enough, enough, enough. Go divide the things and create a small storeroom. Disciple, this is your Grandma. If you lack anything in the future, just ask Grandma." Auntie, Sun is going to spoil her disciple to the heavens. Auntie was over 50 years old and was the sect master's personal attendant. She had managed Sky Peak for several decades, so she was naturally loyal and devoted to the entire sect. Recently, she had been worrying about the sect's food resources, so when she heard the child donate 2.5 carts of supplies, it was truly a blessing from the heavens. She did not know how to express her joy. Auntie quickly gathered several subordinates to help divide half of the supplies in the storeroom and move the rest to another small storeroom. She turned to Murong Sun with a chuckle and said, You master and disciple can call a few more people over to move. Big crane is in the back garden, so help yourself. I'm going to organize and register the supplies now, so I won't entertain you too. After Auntie left, only Murong Sun and Xiao Mu were left in the storeroom. Murong Sun took out a sect messenger talisman and said, Master will have your eldest senior sister and the others come over and help move the things back to your court. Xiao Mu's inner world naturally could not contain so many supplies. This was the common thought of all normal people. No need, Master. Expressionlessly, the child stretched out his hand and took out 20 blank storage talismans. He roughly divided the batch of supplies and put the food, cloth, utensils, and so on into the talismans. In less than 30 minutes, he was done quickly. As soon as Xiao Mu turned around, she was met with Murong Sun's dumbfounded face. Xiao Mu thought for a moment and took out 20 storage talismans from her pocket. She pattered to Murong Sun and handed a stack of talismans to her. She magnanimously said, Gifts for eldest senior sister and second senior sister are useless to Master, so give this to Master. Take it, I still have a lot. Disregarding the gifted and used storage talismans, she still had 100 empty blue storage talismans and 1 purple storage talisman. Murong Sun, that what kind of rich disciple was this? Disciple, you are a talisman master. With so many storage talismans in hand, no one would believe that he was not a talisman master. Who was Murong Sun? She only needed to think for a moment to figure it out. The child didn't hide anything and nodded. Yes, Master. I'm a talisman master. Murong Sun swayed and hugged her little disciple in her arms. She lovingly patted her little head and said with a smile, You truly are a surprising child. I like your gift very much. The master and disciple left the storehouse and headed for Maple Pavilion. The 2 storehouse stewards who were guarding the door looked at each other, thinking that the master and disciple had gone back to call for someone. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone return, they inexplicably entered the storehouse to take a look and found that everything was gone. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. By this time, the master and disciple had arrived at the entrance of the Maple Pavilion. From the outside, this looked like a simple small pavilion without any fancy decorations. There wasn't even a single guard around it. Murong Sun said, There are 4 talisman matrices set up around Maple Pavilion. The first layer is an illusory matrix. The second layer is a trapping matrix. The third layer is a killing matrix. And the fourth layer is a killing matrix. If you try to force your way in without knowing the situation, you definitely won't be able to break in. Chapter 292. The child's eyes brightened. Talisman matrix. She had naturally heard of talisman matrices before, but there were very few talisman practitioners on Seacone Planet who knew how to set up talisman matrices. Many talisman matrices were passed down from 100 years ago. For example, according to her master, this talisman matrix on Sky Peak was set up by a powerful, great talisman practitioner 300 years ago. The 4-layer talisman matrix used jade talismans to inscribe runes, so its power was limitless. Moreover, the talisman matrix had been used 5 times in the past 300 years, but the talisman energy still hadn't been completely exhausted. It could be seen how profound the talisman energy that great talisman practitioner injected back then was. The child stretched out her hands and looked down, her heart filled with endless longing. If only the golden talisman jade tome could teach me how to inscribe talisman matrices. She could first set up a mystic energy gathering talisman matrix for her senior sisters in the sect and gather all the mystic energy around the sect. Cultivating inside the mystic energy gathering talisman matrix would definitely be more than twice as effective as cultivating normally. While she was lost in her thoughts, she saw Murong Sun toss out the jade bracelet engraved with a green pine tree. The instant the jade bracelet rose into the air, an oval-shaped, transparent barrier visible to the naked eye formed outside the pavilion. Light flickered faintly, and the several hundred gathered jade talismans abruptly dispersed. The child curiously looked up and saw the jade bracelet embedded in the front of the barrier. It turned out that this was the key to opening Maple Pavilion. That jade bracelet just happened to fit into the gap in the barrier, and the entire barrier was completed. The child immediately understood that this jade bracelet must also be engraved with a secret rune inscription. It was the key to closing the entire talisman matrix. The child's eyes glowed, and she admired this great talisman practitioner even more. What an amazing person! Morong Sun smiled faintly. This great talisman practitioner is your grandmaster grandmother's good friend. He's the previous patriarch of the talisman patrician family, Muchoyong. Currently, he's been traveling outside for who knows how many years, and the entire talisman patrician family has become increasingly deformed. Morong Sun shook her head and patted the child's head. Don't say too much about these matters. They don't have much to do with us. Now, you have to listen carefully to what Master is saying. You have to enter Maple Pavilion alone in a moment. Master can't accompany you inside. Maple Pavilion might look like an ordinary 2-story pavilion from the outside, but it actually has 7 levels. In fact, it had 7 floors, and each floor had different things. After you go in, don't worry about anything else. Just go upstairs. Go up as many floors as you can. The higher you go, the better. The child listened carefully and nodded his little head frequently. Until you encounter the resistance of the floor that prevents you from going up, don't try to force your way through. Stop immediately. In the center of this floor, there's a crystal platform. Inject your profound energy into it. From a 4th floor onwards, there are not only profound skills, but also profound weapons and even spirit weapons and spirit skills. Treasures choose people, and people choose treasures. When you choose, you have to rely on your own heart. Naturally, the thicker the profound energy covering a spiritual item, the better it was. Understand? The child nodded. Morong Sun knew that she was meticulous and extraordinarily intelligent, so she did not say anything else. She chuckled lightly and said, "Then go in now. Remember, the talisman matrix will transport you out once 4 hours are up. That's why you have to hurry." Got it, Master. The child was eager to try. Not only did she want to go in and pick a treasure, she also wanted to go in and observe this talisman formation. Even though she would definitely not be able to figure out the profundity of the talisman formation, at least she would be able to come into close contact with it. Chapter 293. The child walked briskly and safely entered the array. She closed her eyes to feel the subtleties of the array before quickly entering the Maple Pavilion. The first floor of the Maple Pavilion. The child looked left and right and discovered that other than the 4 walls, there was nothing else inside. Xiaomu pondered over her master's words and ran forward with small steps. On the left side of this empty room was a spiral staircase. The child climbed up the stairs in one breath and made several turns. She didn't encounter any obstructions, and her mystic energy flowed freely. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. So strange. The child stopped with a palpitating heart and looked around for a while. She even ran to the center of the room on this floor, wanting to sense the crystal platform that her master had mentioned. In the end, there was no reaction. She could only continue climbing up the stairs. She felt as if she had climbed more than 1,000 floors. She couldn't have any other thoughts and couldn't blame her master for tricking her. But why didn't you say earlier that there were hundreds of stairs on each floor? From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 2-story pavilion. But in reality, how tall was it? It felt as if he was climbing a tower that was as tall as the sky. She kept climbing without limit and felt like there was no end. The child had been counting the time in her heart ever since she entered. 2 hours should have passed by now. However, the path looked endless, and there was no reaction from the center of the room. It couldn't be that after 4 hours, he didn't get anything and was directly teleported out, right? Just thinking about it made her angry. The child, who had originally felt a little tired and wanted to rest to catch her breath, hurriedly climbed up the stairs again when she realized that there might not be enough time. The space in this pavilion must have been modified by that powerful talisman master. Under the influence of the array, the space in the entire pavilion was different from the outside world. Xiaomu wiped away her sweat and raised her head to look at the endless spiral staircase. She couldn't see the end of it, and her heart turned cold. Xiaomu gritted her teeth in a huff and took out a small bottle of water from her pocket, drinking 2 mouthfuls. He immediately slapped 2 speed talismans on himself, stacking them together to increase his speed. Within 20 minutes, his speed had increased by 3 times. The little fellow rushed up like a shooting star until the 2 speed talismans were completely exhausted and fell from her body. Xiao Mu's head crashed into a sturdy wall. Her head came into intimate contact with the thick wall, and with a bang, her little head almost fainted from the impact. Oh my God! Her smooth little forehead is probably bruised from knocking on the ground. There was nothing in front of him, but he had indeed been blocked by an invisible wall. Xiao Mu rubbed the pain on her forehead and reflexively took 2 more steps up. Suddenly, a vast and mighty pressure directly slapped her down the steps. Caught off guard, the child rolled down and landed on the platform. The small group of people fell quickly, but they got up even faster. Rubbing her small waist, the little fellow jumped up from the ground. She looked back and saw a crystal platform rising from the ground in the middle of the house. The child hurriedly ran over and saw a black ball placed on the crystal platform. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. He had to inject his profound energy into it. The child recalled Murong Sun's words and walked up the steps to the black ball. She slowly placed her small hand on the black ball. From the corner of her eye, she saw a number carved on the crystal platform. 6. Chapter 294. Could it be that she went up to the 6th floor? This thought flashed through Arbor's mind, but upon further thought, it was somewhat impossible. From what Master said, it seemed like being able to go up to the 4th floor was already considered pretty good. This pavilion's actual space had 7 floors. How could a little level 6 mystic cultivator like her reach the 6th floor in one go? How could those level 7 and level 8 senior sisters endure this? So, this number probably didn't represent the 6th floor. But why was this number engraved here? Arbor shook her head and temporarily cast aside some random thoughts before directly placing her hand on the round black ball. Soon, a faint radiance appeared on the surface of the round ball and circled around the child's small palm. Arbor hurriedly injected mystic energy into the round black ball. Ever since the little fellow advanced to the phenomenal success stage of level 6 mystic cultivator, she had never used mystic energy. Now that she used it, she immediately felt that the concentration of mystic energy was much deeper than before. An endless stream of mystic energy was injected into the round black ball. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the child's small hand, which was placed on the round ball, was somewhat stiff. What kind of scam was this? Why did it seem like it couldn't absorb enough of her mystic energy and endlessly let her inject mystic energy into it? After a mystic cultivator's mystic energy was completely depleted, it would be very troublesome and slow for them to recover on their own. Furthermore, it would have a negative effect on the body and could even directly cause the mystic cultivator to faint. The child attempted to move her small hand away from the black ball, but it ended in failure. Her hand was sucked onto it and couldn't move at all. Sensing that the mystic energy in her body was decreasing at a terrifying speed, the child couldn't remain calm. She hurriedly mentally communicated with the sapling and had it release the heart of paradise. Chirp, chirp, give me some mid-grade magnetite. The more, the better. Quickly. Chirp. The little white squirrel immediately hopped out of the paradise with a large mid-grade magnetite ore in its arms. It peeled off the outer shell at the fastest speed and placed it next to Arbor's hand. Arbor hurriedly placed her other hand on the mid-grade magnetite and took a deep breath, quickly absorbing the large amount of mystic energy in the magnetite. Chirp, chirp, continue taking. The little white squirrel hastily hopped back and forth. Its speed was extremely fast and could carry 1 to 2 mid-grade magnetite of different sizes at a time, until Arbor absorbed 17 or 18 mid-grade magnetite stones in one go. The black ball in front of her suddenly emitted a strong light that enveloped her entire body. At the same time, Arbor abruptly felt that the level 7 mystic cultivation barrier that he had been suppressing all this time had been broken through. She didn't have time to check her body's condition because a large wave of things appeared in front of her. She discovered that it was as if she was walking in a pitch-black void. Her small body floated in the air as profound skills that were wrapped in halos of light or profound armaments that were stored in iron boxes quickly floated past her eyes. His hands and feet would often touch some things that floated over, and those things would pause for a few seconds before quickly floating away. At this time, Morong Sun's slightly anxious voice was heard from outside the pavilion. "Disciple, where did you run off to? There's not much time left. There's still 15 minutes left. You could take two things. Choose quickly." Arbor was extremely anxious. She floated in the air, so her mobility was somewhat restricted. Her large eyes were eagerly looking at the treasures that floated back and forth, trying to discern which one had the thicker mystic energy covering it. At this moment, her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at a profound skill that was wrapped in a ball of congealed light and was flying towards her at an extremely fast speed. "It's you, our dear Xiao Mu," joyfully stretched out her small hand. Suddenly, a tattered book that looked like a hand-sewn, thread-bound book flew out from the side. It looked like a broken book that was about to fall apart. With a smack, it hit her dumbfounded little face. Chapter 295. Following that, the little fellow looked on helplessly as the profound skill that she had her eyes on, which was wrapped in profound energy, brushed past her little palm with a whoosh and shot out. Woo-woo. Her profound skill. Don't go. Her profound skill. Arbor waved her little hand and directly swept that lousy book away. While her body was upside down and her head was facing downwards, she used all her might to slide her four limbs as she anxiously chased after that profound skill. However, in the next second, with a crisp paw sound, that damned lousy book once again flew over and rashly smacked on her head. The little fellow's entire face turned green. What the hell was this lousy book doing? The other profound skills were all beautifully packaged, wrapped in profound energy as they wandered around in this space. Just looking at them was extremely pleasing to the eye. What about it? It didn't have the looks, it didn't have the profound energy, it was so tattered that it looked like it was about to fall apart. Once, twice, fuck, it smacked on her head for the third time. Scram! Seeing that the lousy book was about to smack her face again, our dear Xiao Mu angrily punched over and directly sent that lousy book flying. Little thing, not to mention that it was ugly and dirty. The most important thing was that this lousy book didn't even have a trace of profound energy on it. How could she endure this? She came here to search for treasures, not to plunder trash. The little fellow kicked her little legs and glanced at the profound skill that had flown away without a trace. She bitterly wrinkled her little brows. Woo-woo, her profound skill. The profound skill that she had set her eyes on, a piece of meat that was about to enter her mouth flew away just like that. Papa, Io, what the hell? She slanted her eyes to look back and couldn't help but faint from anger. The back of her head was smashed by that lousy book until she cried out in pain. The little fellow hugged her head and scurried away like a kangaroo. But there wasn't any force in this space, so where could she run to? She saw that lousy book chasing after her, and smacking the back of her head fiercely. Do you have to freaking have such a vengeful heart? Why was it that after being smacked so many times, that lousy book that looked like it was about to shatter didn't fall apart? Although it didn't fall apart, the dust that came out of it almost choked her to death. How long has this lousy book been in the Maple Pavilion? Damn it, every time he patted it, there would be a pile of dust. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a treasure at all. Instead, it looked more like a piece of junk. Xiao Mu clutched her head in confusion and yelled, "Stop taking pictures! Stop taking pictures! Take it! I'll just take it!" Xiao Mu stretched out her two little fingers and pinched the corner of the book with a look of disgust. The damned book calmed down. It really was quite miraculous. Xiao Mu tore a piece of clothing and wrapped the tattered book in it. She even wrapped it 2 more times to prevent it from being exposed. Then, she solemnly put it into her bosom. It was not that she cherished it so much that she wanted to wrap it with the corner of her clothes. It was because it was too dirty. Moreover, it didn't smell much from afar, but it smelled a little stinky up close. Xiao Mu really wanted to cry now. She didn't even know which cesspit this lousy book was fished up from. Grandmaster Grandma was too deceitful. Why'd she put this lousy book on this floor? If she had known, she would have gone to the third floor or even the second floor to look for treasures. It would have been better than this floor. She finally had the chance to go to the treasure pavilion to look for an excellent mystic technique, but she was actually deceived like this. The more Xiao Mu thought about it, the more her heart ached. She moved her limbs and looked around, thinking that it was fortunate that she could only take one. There wasn't much time left. She just had to hurry and find a more reliable mystic technique manual. Chapter 296. She saw it. The mystic technique book she took a fancy to earlier. The little fellow strove to move her limbs and strenuously chased after the mystic technique book covered in dense mystic energy. Just as her hands were about to hug the mystic technique book, Arbor's face finally revealed a bit of anticipation. Suddenly, a bone-chilling rectangular iron box fell from the sky and landed heavily in her outstretched hands. The weight of the unknown object caused her slender arms to sink a few inches. Our dear Xiao Mu's anticipation instantly froze on her face, and her stoic face was taut to the extreme. Oh heavens, what the heck was this? This cool iron box did not have any openings at all, and did not look like a box for storing mystic techniques at all. It was like a rectangular lump of iron that had been completely molded together. There was not a single gap between the two. Arbor's face turned green from anger. She hastily tossed it away as if she caught a hot potato. However, in the next second, she felt like she was being pulled out of the void. It was over. Time was up. Darling Xiao Mu instantly felt like she was possessed by the god of misfortune. She had been in there for 4 hours, but all she had brought out was a tattered book. The little fellow felt like her pitiful soul received 1,000,000 points of damage. She was swiftly transported out of Maple Pavilion and saw her master Murong Sun's grinning face as soon as she landed. All of her aggrieved emotions immediately surged up, and she pattered over and crashed into Murong Sun's arms. What is it? What is it? Murong Sun jolted in fright, but before she could say anything, the talisman matrix flickered and returned to normal. The bracelet and talisman key separated from the talisman matrix and bounced into Murong Sun's hand. At the same time, a strange iron box was tossed out of the matrix and was about to hit the back of the little fellow's head. Murong Sun hastily caught it. Our dear Xiao Mu drooped her head listlessly and glanced at the iron box listlessly. Master, let's go. Why would there be an iron box in Maple Pavilion? Judging from the little fellow's appearance, she probably did not have a bountiful harvest. She couldn't have picked up this iron box, right? As her master, she naturally could not discourage her anymore, so she carried her all the way out of Sky Peak. Murong Sun cautiously asked, Disciple, did you notice which level we reached? Do you see the numbers on the crystal platform? 6. Our dear Xiao Mu was not in high spirits, so she leaned on Murong Sun's shoulder and mumbled listlessly. No matter who entered the treasure house and ended up picking up a broken item for no reason, they would not be in a good mood. Who would care about which floor they entered? She was too embarrassed to tell Murong Sun that other than this metal box, she also picked up a lousy book. However, Murong Sun looked down at her disciple strangely and hastily smoothed her hair with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't matter if you didn't find anything good today. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After escorting the child back to First Peak, Murong Sun pulled her hand and escorted her back to her own courtyard. This was the advantage of being a personal disciple. Every personal disciple would be given their own independent courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it had a living room, study, cultivation room, and even an alchemy room. Murong Sun already knew that her youngest disciple was coming, so she had already prepared everything in the room 2 months ago, so she could directly move in now. After pacifying the little fellow, Murong Sun hurried to Main Peak to speak with the sect master and left Arbor's small courtyard. Chapter 297. Arbor lay on the soft bed, propping up her chin with both hands. She stared at the worn-out book and metal box placed at the head of the bed in a daze, as if she had nothing to live for. It wasn't until a rustling sound came from the window that Arbor looked up and saw a weak chick who had just come back from wandering around somewhere, crawling in through the window. Cool. The little fellow couldn't be bothered to argue with it. She lay on the bed motionlessly, not even bothering to lift a finger. Her little heart was hurting right now, so she didn't want to say anything. The furry little chick jumped onto the bed and snuggled next to Arbor before finding a place to lie down comfortably. One adult and one chick lay on the bed without communicating for a long time. The little fellow's eyes stared unblinkingly at the worn-out book and box at the head of the bed, as if she was glaring at an enemy. Only after a long time did she let out a long sigh. Congratulations, Master, for entering the ranks of Level 7 Mystic Cultivators. The little tree Chiochio's excited voice echoed in her mind. Only then did Arbor remember that in order to replenish the mystic energy in her body, she had continuously absorbed 17 to 18 pieces of mid-grade magnetite and successfully advanced to a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator at Maple Pavilion. Sigh. The little fellow lay on the bed and let out another long sigh. Even if she advanced to a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator, it couldn't stop her current depressed mood. Master, why are you unhappy? Chiochio's noisy voice continuously rippled in her mind. If this lousy tree was in front of her right now, she would definitely slap it to death. Master, you've advanced to a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator now. Although you're only at the entry stage, you're still a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator. Oh my ass. The child crawled up from the bed and grumpily said, Hurry up and say what you have to say. Master, Chiochio will help you integrate the heart of paradise into the star domain right now, okay? Chiochio's excited voice kept rising. Master, are you surprised? Are you happy? Although the other parts of the star domain still can't be opened, at least you'll have Paradise Planet in the future. The child pounded the bed and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it. After saying so much, she actually had no idea what the lousy tree was mumbling about. Then, Master will feel a little pain. Chiochio said softly, and Arbor felt a piercing pain spread through his body. It was as if her dantian had been cut open and something was embedded in it. That kind of bone-piercing pain was not something that could be described with words. How was this a little bit of pain? Before the child fainted from the pain, he cursed the 18 generations of Little Tree's ancestors in his heart. She knew that the little tree was too unreliable. Little junior sister. A soft murmur drilled into her ears, gradually waking her up. Goo. The little chick sensed that its master had woken up. It shook its green feathers and nudged her body. Arbor opened his eyes slightly and met Su Shanshan and Shui Zhao's worried gazes. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister. At first, the child didn't understand what was going on. After a while, he realized that he had fainted from the pain caused by the small tree. Little tree was pretending to be dead. He didn't say anything even though he knew she was awake. Mystic energy silently circulated through her meridians. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with her body, the child finally relaxed slightly. She struggled to sit up. Su Shanshan hurriedly reached out to support her and stuffed a soft cushion behind her back. Lie down for a while more. I'm fine, eldest senior sister. Little fellow, if you're tired, sleep a little more. Don't force yourself, Shui Xiao said. Chapter 298. I'm really fine. Arbor glanced at Shui Xiao helplessly. She couldn't tell her senior sisters that she had been tricked by the little tree. Xiaomu sat up straight and took out 2 blue storage talismans from her pocket. She handed them to Su Shanshan and Shui Xiao. For you. Gifts. She had put some mid-grade magnetite and 3 peaches in each storage talisman. She had wanted to give them to her 2 senior sisters, but hadn't found a chance to talk to them alone. Now was the perfect time. Su Shanshan was taken aback for a moment, and a faint smile flashed across her cold eyes. Shui Xiao was even more direct. She pounced on Xiaomu and gave her a big bear hug, smacking a kiss on her little face. Io, our little junior sister is really awesome. Arbor's little face was red. After sending her 2 senior sisters off, she wanted to lie down for a while more, but then she heard the little tree's weak voice in her mind. Little master. Arbor chuckled coldly. I thought you were going to play dead until tomorrow. Little tree Chio laughed dryly. Suddenly, it raised its voice and asked excitedly, Master, do you want to come in now? Come in, you'll definitely like the master here. Wait. Arbor hurriedly opened her inner vision and scanned her body. Then, to her surprise and understanding, she saw that her dantian, which was originally like a starry night, was completely dark. Only the little tree, supporting her dantian, was emitting a weak green fluorescence. Now, in the front left of the starry sky, a small star was lit up, flickering with a faint light. Could it be? This was the paradise that had been integrated into the star domain. Student Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Mu's breathing tightened. She retracted her inner vision and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She tried to maintain her composure and said in a calm voice, Chio, what you meant before was, you integrated the paradise into my dantian, right? Yes. Why didn't you freaking tell me that earlier? You didn't even get to the point after talking for so long. Xiao Mu unconsciously rolled her eyes. Then, she calmed herself down and asked softly, Chio, what you're saying is that I am me and my dantian is equivalent to a star domain, right? Yes. Chio gave another word. You said that there's a main star in my domain. Even if I fully open my inner world, all the assets I have will still be less than a drop in the ocean on the main planet. Master, you have a good memory. Chio hurriedly flattered him, feeling that his master's calm voice contained a hint of excitement. Then when can I open up my main star? Arbor quickly went straight to the point. She finally understood what it meant when Chio kept mentioning star domain and star domain all day long. This meant that whether it was the land of heritage or the grotto heaven immortal abode, Xiao Mu could refine them into her own star domain, just like this heart of paradise. It was refined from the paradise grounds, and it had already become a part of the region of stars now. Chio had already named it Paradise Star. Then, Master, do you want to come in and take a look? Chio's cheerful voice rang out in the depths of her mind. Arbor pursed his lips. Okay. In the next instant, the scenery in front of her suddenly changed, and the stars shifted. As far as the eye could see, large swaths of peach blossoms flew in succession and fell down like snowflakes, staining the hem of her dress. In the evening, there seemed to be a faint ray of sunlight spilling into the depths of the peach forest. In the distance, the magnetite mine rose and fell continuously. Nearby, a stream flowed gurgling, winding its way to a jade-green lake. Master, the little white squirrel jumped excitedly and pounced toward her. Chapter 299. Chirp! The white squirrel cheerfully jumped onto Arbor's shoulder and lightly rubbed against her porcelain white neck. Arbor reached out to stroke its soft white fur in a rare occasion. Recalling what she said before, she couldn't help but crease her small brows and ask again, Chio, you still haven't answered me. When can a main planet open? Master, I'm here. Chio's cheerful voice rang next to her legs. Arbor looked down in search of the sound and saw an adorable little tree ant waving its branches at her. The little tree ant only reached her waist in height. Its two branches formed two thin arms, and its two round, beady eyes were embedded in the tree trunk. For the 5 tender leaves grew on its small, pointy head, and the leaves on its head swayed back and forth as the branches swayed. Chio. This was Arbor's first time being able to physically approach the little tree ant Chio. Previously, she had always used her inner vision to look at Chio and her dantian, and at most used her apparition to approach it. MHM. Master, I am Chio. My main body can't move in the star domain, but I can break off a branch and use it as a doppelganger to help Master manage Paradise Planet. The little tree ant hopped up and down while pulling on her belt, easily jumping onto her arm and then onto her left shoulder. It kicked the little white squirrel's butt and domineeringly occupied our dear Xiao Mu's left shoulder. Master, Chio missed you so much. Master, long time no see. You're becoming more and more beautiful. There was no mistaken flattery, so Chio started by flattering her. The little stoic was unmoved and expressionlessly glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. I asked you a question, but you still haven't answered. Chio's beady eyes immediately drooped, and it drooped its head in indescribable guilt. You're a treant. Aren't your expressions a bit too rich? Speak, I can take it. Arbor was already accustomed to the little tree's unreliability, so she wasn't surprised by this. Chio immediately raised its tree head and said a long string of words at an extremely fast speed. Although Master has already advanced to a level 7 Mystic Cultivator, it's merely a small step on the great path of cultivation. Let alone activating the main planet. It's not even possible for us to activate Fish Orchid Planet right now. Wait, the Fish Orchid Planet? The little fellow was beginning to grasp the main point of the deceptive ball's words. Master, what did you say? You said Fish Orchid Planet. Fish Orchid Planet? Did I mention Fish Orchid Planet? Was the Fish Orchid Star? The small tree's beady eyes were filled with confusion. See, what's there to say to a brainless tree? The first 3 sentences were said, but the last 3 were immediately forgotten. Xiao Mu couldn't be bothered to retort, so she helplessly grabbed it and brought it to her face. Her fingertip poked the leaf on its head. Other than the main star, how many planets have I activated in this star domain? I mean before. Other than the main planet, there are other planets. The little tree Chio looked at its little master in bewilderment. Arbor took a deep breath and suppressed the lava that was about to erupt. With a stoic face, he deliberately forced a stiff smile at the little tree. Chio, Master's expression was a bit frightening. How old are you? Why is your memory so bad? Chio immediately said aggrievedly, I don't remember how old I am either. The little treant was flung out in a perfect arc in the air. However, it quickly ran back with tears in its eyes and hugged Arbor's little feet as it shouted, I remember, Master. Other than the main planet, we also activated this paradise planet. Arbor, haha. Chapter 300. Master, look, after this paradise merged with the star domain, it's more than 10 times bigger than before. The sapling Chio cheerfully hugged its little master's foot and ran forward with her. Although this paradise planet is pitifully small compared to any other planet, it's still pretty good. It's already as big as 5 or 6 Shiju cities, right? Previously, your supplies stuffed the paradise to the brim. Once it merged with the star domain, look, those supplies can only fill a tiny corner of Paradise Planet. The sapling Chio continued to clamor. Xiaomu lowered her head to glance at the sapling. This fellow would always say thought-provoking things inadvertently, and then completely forget what he said afterwards. What should she say about it? Also, the mystic energy here is really dense, isn't it, Master? Master, if you want to come in and cultivate in the future, just call Chio, and Chio will immediately carry you inside. The little stoic expressionlessly looked down at the sapling. This is my Dantian, my own star domain. I can't freely enter and leave by myself. You even have to carry me inside. I can't enter by myself. Chio looked down at its branches and shook its head, regret written all over its tree face. That won't do, Master. Your cultivation is too weak, so you can't enter and exit by yourself. You still need Chio to help you. PIU. This time, Chio was kicked too far into the sky by its little master, and it rolled for a long time before it could roll back. The little sapling hugged its little master's foot and immediately cried out to express its loyalty. Master, don't worry. In the future, whenever you want to enter or leave, I'll immediately fulfill your wish. How infuriating. She couldn't completely control her own Dantian's mystic domain and still had to rely on a tree that claimed a mountain as its king. Send me out immediately. Our dear Xiaomu huffed and threw down this sentence. As soon as she stepped out of Paradise Planet, she heard several people calling little junior sister, outside the court. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. It seemed her senior sisters had come to find her when she disappeared just now. Looking at the sky, it was already completely dark. She had been in Paradise Planet for quite a long time. The time in Paradise Planet corresponded to the time in the outside world. When she entered Paradise Planet just now, she had already noticed that it was evening in the outside world, and it was also evening in Paradise Planet. The child hurriedly jumped off the bed. Without even putting on his shoes, he opened the door and called out Senior Sister. Su Shanshan immediately turned her head around. Under the night sky, she was dressed in green, and her long hair was slightly scattered. Her cold face gradually relaxed a little when she turned back to meet Xiao Mu's gaze. Su Shanshan hurried over to her. Little junior sister, where did you go just now? You're not familiar with the first peak yet, so don't run around. I know, senior sister. Su Shanshan's slightly cold hand held her soft and cute little hand. Although his hands were cold, his heart was burning. The food distributed by the Sky Snow Peak was quickly transported to the 3 peaks. The disciples of the 3 peaks all had a sumptuous dinner tonight. It was as lively as a festival. Murong Sun finally succeeded in her persuasion, and the sect master ordered the next day. After discussion, the 3 peaks decided that each peak would be formed by mystic cultivators above level 5 who were at least 12 years old. Every month, the 3 peaks would take turns to send a group of people out to accept missions to cover their daily expenses. Although Murong Sun was burdened by mundane affairs, going out to experience the world was also one of her cultivation methods. It not only trained her vision and strength, but also her mental state. That night, our dear Xiao Mu closed the door and fiddled with that lousy book. She drew a basin of water and soaked it in. Chapter 301. Did you think that the child wanted to soak some treasure out of this broken book? Of course not. She just wanted to wash this dirty and smelly book. It would be best if it was washed rotten. If it was washed rotten, it could be thrown out along with the basin of water. She soaked the book in the basin and repeatedly soaked it. She pinched a corner of the book and took it out. She thought that the book would soften, but it didn't. It was still that hand-sewn book that looked like it would fall apart at any time. It looked like it was going to fall apart, but the pages didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of water stain. What was going on? The child squatted by the basin and used 2 fingers to poke at the broken book lying in the water. After a while, the child was at her wit's end. She glanced at the flickering candle flame on the table. She had an idea and ran to the table with the broken book. She lay on the table and used the candle flame to burn a corner of the book. She watched as the candle flame floated up and down through the thin pages of the book. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't burn it. What kind of book is this? The child was tired and threw the book on the table. She ran back to the bed angrily and jumped onto it. She covered her head and fell asleep. Broken book and broken iron box. She went to Maple Pavilion and took these 2 things. She would start her closed door training tomorrow. She didn't want to see anyone that after the child fell asleep on the bed. The broken book that was thrown on the cold table suddenly emitted a red light in the middle of the night. The whole book turned into a ball of red mist and burrowed into the child's bedding. The child was sleeping soundly. Her small body was curled up in the bedding. The moment the red mist burrowed into her forehead, she felt a faint stinging pain. She suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly for about half a minute. Then, she lifted her long eyelashes and closed her eyes tiredly. The next day, the child slept until the sun was high in the sky before he woke up. She sat on the bed and looked at the bright sunlight outside the window. She was still in a daze. So strange. Ever since she was reborn, she had never slept so late in her life. She walked around the room and patted the back of her head. She felt that the room was missing something. After washing up, the child sat at the table and poured himself a cup of herbal tea. His hand that was holding the teacup suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the corner of the table as he tried to recall yesterday's events. She clearly remembered that she had thrown that lousy book on the table. Where did the book go? She tilted her head and looked under the table, but she didn't see anything. He frowned and scanned his surroundings, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't any strange scent left in the room, so it shouldn't be that someone deliberately came in to take her lousy book. Master. Chocho's slightly excited voice rang in her ears. Why did you come out? She glanced and saw a little trant tugging at the corner of her dress. Master, are you surprised? Are you happy? Chocho can come out for a short while now. The little trant shook Xiao Mu's skirt and chuckled. Master, it's fine as long as you have me by your side. You? Where's the coolest place? The nimble little golem suddenly jumped to the ground and lifted its foot to kick the small tree. Xiao was caught off guard and was really kicked out by the golem. How preposterous! Xiao rolled quickly and rolled back even faster. It pounced over and hung upside down on Arbor's clothes. Master, 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 who is this weird-looking fellow? Chapter 302. Big Treasure had been by her side for so long, so Arbor didn't believe that Xiao didn't recognize it. Xiao Mu grabbed one with each hand and pulled both of them down. She threw them on the table and left the room after saying, "You two get along well." "Wait, master." The little treant waved its two thin branches and jumped up from the table. "Why, you should take a look at your conscience first." Xiao Mu turned around in confusion. She was about to find senior sister Sue to take her on a tour of the first peak. What was there to see about her conscience? Every time she saw that lazy apparition, a certain JoJo would get angry. The apparition was so diligent in her previous life, but became lazy in this life. This wasn't good. Master, master, there was something in your conscience in the latter half of last night. I saw that it didn't cause any damage to your conscience at all. It even seemed to be very beneficial to you, so I didn't chase it out. What? Xiao Mu lowered her head and looked at herself in confusion. There was actually an extra ball in her conscience, and it went in the middle of the night. Why didn't she notice it at all? Wait. Arbor's little face instantly darkened. When the golden talisman jade tome forcefully entered her conscience, didn't it open a small paragraph of explanation? Something about being able to stabilize the consciousness, automatically activate the power to protect the soul, and so on. If she didn't understand, then to put it simply, it should be able to protect her conscience. That was how the child understood it. But now, an unknown object had entered her conscience in the middle of the night. Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome warn her? Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome take precautions? Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome chase it away? This meant that it was just bragging before, that other than teaching her how to draw talismans. What else could it do? If you want to draw talismans, then draw talismans. Why are you blindly bragging about something so profound? Are you bullying me for being uncultured? The child chuckled and returned to the room in a bad mood. She sat down on a chair. After condensing a strand of mystic conscience from mystic energy and seeping in her conscience, Xiao Mu's eyes still saw that empty conscience. Her apparition was sprawled out on her back on the ground that was crisscrossed with ravines. Her lazy appearance made the little fellow want to drag her out and give her a good beating. 12 jade slips floated quietly in midair. Sure enough, there was a ball of red mist beside the jade slip. Moreover, there was a circle around it that wrapped around quite a few milky white mystic senses. To be honest, her previous mystic conscience was pitifully meager, but ever since she advanced to become a level 7 mystic cultivator, her mystic conscience was definitely stronger than before. However, he didn't know what the red mist was for. The red mist seemed to sense that she was looking at it. It suddenly floated up and swallowed the outer layer of mystic sense into the mist ball. Arbor was shocked and hurriedly cried out, little ball, is it eating my mystic sense? Hurry up and chase it out. What is this thing? Master, don't be nervous. Look carefully." Arbor calmed his little heart and looked again with rapt attention. He saw that the red mist had spat out the few strands of mystic consciousness that it had sucked in earlier. Compared to the previous few strands, there were clearly a few more strands of profound sense that were spat out. What is it? It actually knew how to nurture mystic consciousness. Master, you don't know? The sapling's voice was a bit strange. How would I know? You already said that it came in the middle of the night. I've never seen it before. Isn't it the lousy book that Master picked up, soaked in water, and roasted in fire? Chapter 303. Our dear Xiao Mu was dumbstruck for a moment before regaining her senses. Lousy book? That lousy book had run into her conscience? No wonder she hadn't seen that lousy book even after walking 2 rounds around the room. Master, this should be an inherited secret technique. Like your golden talisman jade tome, it can already change its form at will, so it must have existed in this world for a long time. As for why it was placed in your sex treasury, I don't know. Chocho paused for a moment before continuing. But based on my conjecture, this secret technique's original form was probably forged from the netherworld jade, which is why it can nourish your mystic conscious. Our dear Xiao Mu's expression became increasingly sluggish. After a while, she finally found her weak voice. You mean this lousy book originally didn't look like that? Of course. Chocho nodded. The netherworld jade is dark red and lusterless, warm to the touch, and shaped like scarlet jade. It's rare that the jade's aura can nourish mystic conscious, but the process is relatively slow. This secret technique was most likely carved out of a piece of netherworld jade. In reality, it should have been enveloped by that red mist, which is why it looks like this now. Then why did it turn into that tattered and stinking ghost from before? Our dear Xiao Mu was stupefied. I don't know. Maybe it's a hobby. Look at the golden talisman jade tome. Doesn't it also like to turn into 12 jade slips? Master, the golden talisman jade tome you originally saw was a book entirely made of pure gold. That's made from the pinnacle material of refined gold jade. So it's definitely different from those mediocre and high-grade mystic technique manuals that can be found everywhere. Our dear Xiao Mu was actually speechless. Hobby, who could erase someone else's hobby, right? This lousy book wasn't like that, but this inherited secret technique loved to turn into a lousy book. What could she do? She couldn't stop it. This fellow's original form was some netherworld jade. No wonder it was impervious to fire and water. Was it really good for a book to be so strange? She blinked. How do I make it turn back into a normal book? It was very difficult for her to read its contents with its red mist enveloping mode. Simple, master. Actually, you just need to get it to remove the outer layer of red mist. The inherited secret technique is now in your conscious, so you can make it normal as you wish. Io. The little treant was hit by a fist-sized jade that flew out of the red mist and hit its head. It was immediately driven out of its conscious. Arbor, what an unreliable fellow. At the most crucial moment, he would drop the ball for her. She had to rely on herself for everything. However, in the next second, darling Xiao's consciousness that had entered her conscious was also brought out. She sat at the table with a strange expression on her face. She looked down and saw that there was a piece of dark red jade in her hand. Oh my, this arrogant secret skill. Little Tree muttered and hurriedly said, Master, why don't you try injecting some mystic energy into it? Arbor nodded and glanced at the small tree. Take Da Qing and Debeo back to the paradise. The two of them were too noisy, and they were interfering with her ability to read the secret technique. Little Tree had a constipated look on his face. Under the calm gaze of Arbor, he dragged Little Chick and the golem back, feeling aggrieved. Arbor placed the jade on the table and touched it with his tentacles. A thick wave of mystic energy flowed into the jade. In an instant, a line of words appeared on the jade. Spirit Division Record. The fated one will obtain it. This cultivation technique is divided into two parts, the soul chapter and the technique chapter. Before practicing this cultivation technique, you must first form a branch, otherwise you cannot practice it. Chapter 304. Branch Meridians? Xiao Mu reflexively looked inside herself and saw a fork in her mystic meridians before pensively retracting her gaze. Could it be that this hair-thin branch that was different from the mystic meridians was the branch meridians mentioned in the book? The reason the book chased after her relentlessly was because it sensed the branch meridians in her body, what she thought was most likely close to the truth. This inherited secret technique already knew how to hide itself, so it might not be unable to sense her branch meridians. Arbor reached out and brushed the crimson jade on the table. As her mind moved, a faint red light flitted across the jade and leapt into her eyes. Lines of small vertical characters suspended in midair and rapidly trembled as they appeared. How to forge and strengthen the branch meridians in the body. How to control the apparition of profound consciousness. Arbor's gaze flitted past the small characters at an extremely fast speed. The more she read, the more surprised her expression became. This inherited secret skill, called the Spirit Division Record, was really a little unexpected. After reading it, Arbor suddenly realized that the apparition of profound consciousness also needed the support of the main body to control and train it. Her apparition of profound consciousness was lazy every day. It was also because she didn't control it and allowed it to laze around all day. Don't blame her for not knowing the reason. Although she cultivated an apparition of profound consciousness in her previous life, it took her almost 10 years of effort. Moreover, it was under the condition of her body being crippled, but her mind not being crippled. It could even be said that compared to people of the same generation, she could be considered quite outstanding. Because some people may not be able to cultivate an apparition of profound consciousness even when they die. At that time, her environment was completely different from now. Under that harsh and vile environment, her heart was always filled with layers of murderous intent. She wanted to escape the treatment of a small animal. She wanted to escape the shackles of fate. She had always been constantly striving for it, living with hope amidst despair. Therefore, the state of her apparition of profound consciousness at that time was completely different from the comfortable state she was in now. Her apparition of profound consciousness, under the urging of her instincts, was desperately striving to become strong in her conscience. And now, she was comfortable. Even if she was filled with anxiety about the future, in reality, her days were still much more comfortable than in her previous life. The abundance of resources allowed her to be filled with absolute confidence and composure in the face of a world filled with zombies. The appearance of her sect allowed her to obtain a living environment that was completely different from her previous life. Arbor took a deep breath and closed his eyes, going through all the floating words in his mind. The first basic level of the Spirit Division Record Soul Chapter was to train the first branch meridian and condense all the profound energy in the branch meridian into profound sense, using it to skillfully control one's own manifestation of profound sense. As for the skills section, the content was also very extensive. There are descriptions of all kinds of weapons in the book. Naturally, Arbor couldn't brag until he was fat. He read through all the skill books in one day. So she chose a type of archery profound skill. Because zombies were too ugly, she didn't want to be entangled with them in close combat. So it was better to shoot them from afar. He still remembered that day when the Crown Prince had attached his mystic energy to an ordinary bow, an arrow, and killed a level 3 mutated zombie in one shot. This kind of usage of mystic energy and control of the bow and arrow had probably reached the point of perfection. After all, the slightest difference could lead to a huge loss. An ordinary bow and arrow couldn't be compared to a profound weapon which could allow one to attach mystic energy to it. Once there was a slight error, the ordinary bow and arrow would be the first to be unable to withstand the Crown Prince's surrounding mystic energy and would be destroyed. Chapter 305. Although she didn't want to admit it, that guy was truly super strong that Arbor pursed her lips and brushed the Spirit Division record on the table, storing it into her conscious. Why the hell did she think of the Crown Prince for no reason? It must be because she was too idle recently and had to seize the time to enter closed-door cultivation. She naturally couldn't completely grasp the Spirit Division record with such little effort. Thankfully, this inherited secret technique was stored in her conscious, so she could read it at any time. Arbor lowered her eyes and entered inner sight. She tried her best to condense the mystic energy in her branch meridian into mystic conscious, but this process was extremely slow and painful. Compared to the first branch meridian that was as thin as a strand of hair, the mystic energy in her main meridian was extremely abundant. If she wasn't careful, she would misuse it and condense the mystic energy in her main meridian into mystic conscious. The little fellow practiced until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, but she still hadn't successfully condensed the mystic energy in her branch meridian. She knew that she couldn't be too hasty. The more hasty she was, the worse it would be, so she opened her eyes. She saw Murong Sun sitting across the table with her chin propped up on her hand. Murong Sun was looking at her with a smile under the flickering candlelight. "Little fellow, Master doesn't know whether to be gratified or heartbroken that you're so hard-working." Murong Sun sighed softly and stood up to support her hand. Let's go, my disciple. Master will take you to First Peak for a stroll. At your age, ordinary children are all playful. Master doesn't know what to say about you being so serious and hardworking. Murong Sun nonchalantly picked up the child and swayed out the door with her in her arms. The entire snowy peak was shrouded in darkness, and the stars in the sky reflected the whiteness of the snow. Arbor felt that the scenery on First Peak was extremely beautiful. The pavilions and terraces were hidden under the thick white snow, occasionally revealing a bit of sharp eaves. The winding corridors were smooth, and the winding paths were deep and serene. The second and third peaks opposite First Peak were lofty and majestic, with sharp cliffs and handsome peaks. Under the night sky, the entire sect was like an unfurled painting, peaceful, tranquil, and filled with poetry. The child's gaze landed in the distance, and she was nearly mesmerized. She had never known that there was such a peaceful place in this chaotic world. Murong Sun carried the child to the summit platform. The scenery here was even more delightful, and she felt like she had melded into the embrace of the snowy peak. Stars swayed in front of her eyes, and below her was a bottomless cliff with a deep ravine. Arbor clenched his small fists and said, Master, can I go to the mystical treasured land to practice from tomorrow onwards? Murong Sun couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was a moment before she said, Child, if a bowstring is stretched too tight, it will snap. People are similar. You're still young, so you don't have to push yourself so hard. You have to work hard. The little stoic was expressionless as she said solemnly, If you don't work hard, how will you protect Master in the future? Murong Sun was dumbstruck for a moment before bursting into laughter. Io, Master's heart is about to melt because of you, little stoic. Good. My disciple is so hardworking. Of course, Master will fully support her. Murong Sun lowered her head to glance at the child with a grin and pointed at the bottomless abyss below the summit platform. Little fellow, go down from here. It's the mystical treasured land I told you about before. Murong Sun pinched the child's face. This is our holy water sect's secret land. Jump down. Are you scared? Arbor shook his head. What could you expect a little stoic who could calmly face death to be scared of? Murong Sun leaped up with the child in her arms. Then Master will bring you down right now. Chapter 306. The speed of their descent was extremely fast, and Arbor could barely open her eyes from the gust of wind that buffeted her. She forced her eyes open to take a look and saw that the bottom of the snowy peak was covered in sharp icicles. Everything within several miles was covered in sharp icicles. If she accidentally fell on them, there was an 80% chance that she would become an ornament strung up on the icicles. Murong Sun's landing was extremely precise and landed on a small, oval-shaped platform. This was the only place that was surrounded by icicles. Arbor could finally open her eyes and look around before involuntarily exclaiming in surprise. In reality, the master and disciple did not land at the bottom of the snowy peak at all because the bottom of the peak was also covered in icicles. If they fell, they would still die. However, this small platform that emerged horizontally from the icicles extended from the side of the snowy peak. When they walked closer, they could clearly see that a two-person tall hole had been dug into the snowy mountain wall. It looked like it was naturally formed. This place enshrines the holy water. It will be extremely cold inside, so you must pay attention to using your mystic energy to protect your body. Don't let the cold air invade your body. It's not good for our mystic meridians. Murong Sun reminded her before holding the child's hand and pulling her into this natural cave. Indeed, the moment they took their first step inside, they felt an eerie chill assaulting their faces. Arbor reflexively opened the eggshell and covered her body with it. Murong Sun immediately laughed out loud when she saw it. Disciple, your eggshell is amazing. It can resist the cold, heat, wind, and rain. TSK. This is a very powerful defensive mystic weapon. It can even block a powerful attack from a level 12 mystic cultivator. Murong Sun deeply suspected that she had taken in a nouveau riche child as her disciple. The little fellow grumpily followed Murong Sun with a dark face. Master, No one will think you're mute if you don't speak right now. There are 3 levels below this mystical treasured land. Murong Sun explained with a smile. The lowest level enshrines the holy water and is the coldest. Before you become a great level 10 mystic cultivator, don't rashly step inside. I'm afraid the cold air will harm your mystic meridians. You can cultivate on the first level for now. However, the cold air here is very dense, so you can't cultivate for more than 10 days at a time. Remember what Master said. Otherwise, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If the foundation of the profound veins is damaged, it will not be good. Arbor looked at the icicles hanging upside down on the walls. The spikes on the ground should have been smoothed out by the people of his sect. When he stepped on them, it didn't affect his feet. He just felt a chill. Fortunately, she had a defensive profound artifact on her, and the profound energy here was extremely dense. Cultivating in seclusion here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Arbor nodded. Murong Sun glanced at her worriedly. Do you want Master to stay here with you? No need. Arbor shook his head. Master, just come and pick me up in 10 days. Murong Sun helplessly glanced at the child and nodded. All right then. You must be careful here by yourself. If you need anything, use the messaging talisman to call Master. All right. From the second day onwards, everyone in the sect knew that their youngest junior sister had gone to the mystical treasured land to cultivate diligently. Since little junior sister was already so hardworking, how could they, as her senior sisters, fall behind? From then on, the entire Holy Water sect entered a state of making the best use of their time to cultivate. In the beginning, Arbor was brought out by Murong Sun every 10 days. 3 months later, she only came out every month. During this time, she really learned how to draw talisman matrices through the Golden Talisman Jade Tome. The first talisman matrix she drew was the Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix. Chapter 307. The Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix required 60 Mystic Energy Gathering Talismans. Right now, she only had 120 blank talismans left. As a result, she used up half of the blank talismans to draw 60 Mystic Energy Gathering Talismans. This was the simplest beginner-level talisman matrix, but it took her about 2 days in Arbor to set it up. She placed the Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix on the first floor of the Mystic Treasured Land. This way, every senior sister who came to the Mystic Treasured Land to cultivate could experience a flying surge of mystic energy. The beginner-level Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix gathered all of the rich mystic energy in this place into the matrix. In the future, everyone's cultivation speed would be 1 to 2 times faster if they cultivated inside the matrix compared to the outside world. Our dear Xiao Mu wholeheartedly immersed herself in arduous cultivation. Aside from closed-door cultivation, she consulted her master about martial arts. Every time Xiao Mu came out of the mystic treasured land, she would be carried back by Murong Sun, and the master and disciples would joyfully enjoy a sumptuous feast. Afterwards, Murong Sun would keep Xiao Mu by her side for a few days to test her and guide her attentively. Xiao Mu's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds with each passing day, stimulating all of the senior sisters in the sect to work harder. Only the heavens knew how large the shadow in the senior sisters' hearts was when they had such a terrifyingly talented cultivation maniac by their side. They felt like they couldn't stop. If they stopped for even a moment, they would be left behind by little junior sister, who was running ahead of them. The gap couldn't be too wide, right? Otherwise, where would the senior sisters put their faces? Over the years, the little fellow's figure grew quite a bit. Now that darling Xiao had reached the age of a golden hairpin, she didn't allow anyone to carry her anymore. Because of this, Murong Sun was both regretful and gratified. Her heart as a teacher was melancholy for a very, very long time. The sect master's peak was filled with verdant green bamboos. In the past few years, the sect's disciples frequently went out on missions, so even if they weren't very wealthy, they had no problems with basic food and clothing. Sky Peak even accumulated quite a bit of surplus food. The sect master's days were also quite good. She had just renovated a row of bamboo buildings 2 days ago. At this moment, the sect master was leaning on her brocade couch, waving the cattail leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself from time to time while calling out, "Yo yo, yo yo hey." The disciple guarding the door hurriedly ran in and hurriedly said, Sect Master, Senior Uncle Morong is here. Please speak louder." Hurry up." The sect master hurriedly lay down and asked the little disciple to carry the bedding to her body. She kept moaning and groaning. Morong Sun's indifferent voice came from outside the door. The little disciple said worriedly, "Peak Master, sect master has been sick for several days. He doesn't have any appetite for food or drink. He looks like he has lost a lot of weight." Morong Sun, "Master, your disciple is here." Morong Sun stepped through the door, and her lips involuntarily twitched when she saw the dying sect master being pressed down on the bed by 2 sheets. Sun, the sect master sighed. Morong Sun hummed in acknowledgement and went to the table to pour herself a cup of tea. She calmly looked at her child like master. "I'm afraid master really won't make it this time," the sect master stuttered. She raised her trembling hand and took out a token from her chest. "From today onwards, you are the 17th generation sect master of my holy water sect. Master, the date for the 3 sects competition has been set." Morong Sun looked at the sect master with a grin. "Did you know? The 5 factions initiated a provocation this time and have already sent out a competition invitation. They plan to join the 3 sects competition and compete with us." Chapter 308. When the sect master heard this, she hastily lifted the bedding and jumped up. "What? The 5 factions sent out a competition invitation? Where's the invitation? Where is it?" The sect master asked in displeasure. "I didn't receive it, so I won't compete with them." Morong Sun, "The other 2 factions have already received the 5 factions competition invitation." Morong Sun said, "Based on the time, the 5 factions representatives should be coming to the foot of our great snow mountain for the competition invitation in the next 2 days. Sect Master, you just have to remember to get up and accept it." The sect master's outstretched hand suddenly froze. She looked down at herself and saw that she was wearing a white undergarment and hopping barefoot on the ground. How did she forget to pretend to be sick in her excitement? When she looked up again, Morong Sun threw her aback in capital letters. It angered her so much that she slapped the table and cursed, "Wicked disciple." On First Peak's summit platform, a figure in light-colored clothes stood upright like a jade sculpture and looked up at the distant horizon. A wisp of drifting cloud illuminated the snowy peak in a fragrant white. Shriek! A cyan dot in the distance gradually stretched into a long cyan shadow and swiftly flew over. As it got closer, the beautiful cyan wings folded away, and a fluffy little chick flapped its wings and jumped onto the little girl's shoulder. It cooed twice and rubbed itself against the little girl's face. The little fellow turned her frosty face away and expressionlessly refused to let the chick rub itself against her. "Caw!" The little chick flapped its wings. Was Little Master in a bad mood? Arbor did not look at it. Her gaze was fixed in a certain direction for a long time, and her eyes that were as dark as deep pools dangerously narrowed bit by bit. 3 crow-gold arrows were already in place on the pure black crow, repeating crossbow in her hand. She raised her arm and aimed the crow, repeating crossbow, at a certain direction in the sky. Miss Chow's voice was bone-chilling and emotionless, as if it had been fished out of ice and snow. "Who dares to trespass on Holy Water Sect's First Peak without notifying us? Get down here immediately," Miss Chow icily said. "Otherwise, I'll shoot you to death immediately. Bear the consequences." In the distant horizon, a green-headed eagle was advancing at full speed toward First Peak. The 3 people, led by Quan Daodong, were standing on the eagle's back in high spirits, preparing to enjoy the admiration of the Holy Water Sect's female disciples. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the trio's unrealistic fantasy. Quan Daodong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stood on the green-headed eagle's back and shouted loudly. Myriad Faction's eldest disciple, Quan Daodong, has come to the Holy Water Sect on behalf of the 5 factions under my master's orders to submit a competition invitation. This fellow thought that by saying this, the other party would definitely give face to the 5 sections. However, if you don't get down here within 3 breaths, die. An icy cold, machine-like voice instantly rang out. It was neither loud nor soft, neither light nor heavy, but alarmed the entire Holy Water Sect's first peak. Eldest senior brother, we should go down quickly. Among the 2 young disciples standing behind Quan Daodong, one of the female disciples said in a trembling voice. Quan Daodong was also a little flustered. He wasn't sure if the girl with the icy voice would really disregard the reputation of the 5 gates and attack him. He didn't dare to take this risk. Compared to his life, his own life was still more important. Quan Daodong didn't care about acting mighty anymore and quickly pressed the green-headed eagle down. Less than a second after the green-headed eagle landed, Su Shanshan and the other female disciples, who had heard the news, swiftly rushed over. At the same time, the crow-gold arrow in Arbor's hand was released with a whoosh and flew toward the bloodless Quan Daodong. Chapter 309. Quan Daodong promptly unsheathed the long saber at his waist and used it to block the rapidly approaching black-gold arrow. After a crisp ding sound, the profound energy that exploded from the collision of the 2 weapons sent Quan Daodong flying backwards on the spot. Quan Daodong's feet dragged on the ground, and due to inertia, he kept retreating backward. His complexion changed from pale to astonishment, and then to ashen from shock. On the summit platform, a little girl dressed in a plain robe as cold as an icy pond suddenly flew down. Her toes lightly tapped on the ground, and she slowly drifted forward a few steps. When she stood in front of Quan Daodong and the other 2, they were shocked to realize that the little girl in front of them was only 12 or 13 years old, but she was the reincarnation of a celestial being with an icy disposition. A pair of eyes that resembled ice and snow pearls emotionlessly stared at them. They could only see a desolate coldness in her eyes that mercilessly spread. Quan Daodong examined himself. He was already a level 8 mystic cultivator and could be considered one of the best of the younger generation in the sect. But now, he couldn't even withstand a single attack from a nameless girl from the Holy Water Sect. When did the younger generation of the Holy Water Sect become so valiant? This information was truly too overwhelming. Quan Daodong couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes, and he forcefully swallowed the blood that was about to spurt out. He desperately suppressed the mystic energy turbulence in his body to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the Holy Water Sect. Swish! The black gold arrow, which was slightly deflected by the collision, spun in a small circle before shooting towards Quan Daodong at an extremely fast speed. What? Quan Daodong's small eyes widened slightly. At this moment, although he was still able to stand firm, it was impossible for him to take another arrow in his current weak state. At the critical moment, he kicked the green-headed eagle beside him over and used it to block in front of him. Gee! A light sound was heard. A pitch-black arrow pierced through one of the green-headed eagle's wings, eliciting a mournful wail. You guys are too. Quan Daodong opened his mouth, but how could he hold back the blood he was suppressing with all his might? He spat it out. The young man and woman behind Quan Daodong hastily walked up. The woman's face was flushed red as she reprimanded angrily. Is this how the Holy Water Sect receives the disciples of the 5 factions? What you're doing is too overbearing. Anyone who doesn't pay respect to the mountain gate and doesn't go through the normal procedures and trespasses will be killed, Su Shanshan said coldly. It's you who didn't follow the rules. Go back to where you came from. The young man hurriedly said, Misunderstanding. We are disciples of the Myriad faction. We are here on Master's orders as representatives of the 5 factions to deliver the competition invitation to the Holy Water Sect. The man scrambled forward and handed a gilded invitation to Su Shanshan, who had a cold expression on her face. Su Shanshan threw the invitation card at the young man's face. Then you've come to the wrong place. You have to pay a visit to the sect leader's peak. This is the first peak. Scram! Shui Xiao crossed her arms and stood lazily behind Su Shanshan. Hearing this, she smiled faintly. The man's face hurt from the slap, and he looked like he was about to cry. When his senior brothers from the sect found out that he and eldest senior brother were coming to pay a visit to the Holy Water sect, they were secretly envious. They said that the Holy Water sect had a group of noble and elegant goddesses. When they made a flashy entrance, they would definitely be surrounded and worshipped by the goddesses. They really should also come and experience the feeling of being slapped in the face. Chapter 310. Quan Daodong gritted his teeth and stooped down to pick up the invitation that had been flung to the ground while enduring the humiliation. His gaze shifted to Su Shanshan's side, and he cupped his hands at the expressionless young girl. "May I know this little senior sister's name? I've never seen you before." Quan Daodong really wanted to confirm Arbor's identity so that he could immediately report to his master when he returned. Even as a level 8 mystic cultivator, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the little girl. It could be imagined that within the 5 factions, it would be difficult for this girl to find a match. Unexpectedly, the little girl only glanced at him coldly, then turned around and left without saying anything. Quan Daodong felt that he had been deeply insulted. This girl was completely looking down on him. Her meaning was, "You mortals aren't worthy of knowing my name, right?" How could he have known that Miss Qiao just couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on him? What could a little stoic, who had always been taciturn in front of strangers, say to him? Wasn't this forcing her against her will? Quan Daodong wanted to head to the sect master's peak, but he discovered that his green-headed eagle had collapsed in a pool of blood and was completely unable to crawl. He reluctantly picked up the green-headed eagle and held his breath as he hurried to the sect master's peak with his junior brother and sister. Miss Qiao's section break, Central Palace's North Garden, Brocade Pavilion. Queen Zhao was smiling as she looked at the 3 young ladies sitting in front of her. Each of them looked to be around 15 or 16 years old and looked extremely dignified and virtuous. The queen was currently chatting with the 3 young ladies when her personal elderly nanny quickly walked over and curtsied outside the Brocade Pavilion. Hua Xian, is His Highness still handling government affairs in the southern study? The elderly nanny quickly shook her head. This servant only found out after going to the Eastern Palace that His Highness was invited by the 2 young sirs of the Qin estate early in the morning. So it's that Qin family from the Elixir Patrician family. Queen Zhao nodded pensively. Didn't this child not have much contact with the 2 young sirs of the Qin estate before? Why was he now? I heard from Xiao 11Z that the Qin estate sent people to invite him several times, but His Highness rarely responded, the elderly nanny said softly. Queen Zhao knitted her brows. She didn't know if it was her misperception, but she felt that this child was intentionally avoiding her. It had been like this several times. Every time she invited a young lady from a minister's family into the palace, the crown prince would always leave the palace early. Was it easy being a mother? His son was already 18 years old, but he didn't even have a close friend by his side. It really made people feel anxious just looking at him. It's fine if you don't want to take a concubine, but you can at least have 2 more people by your side. They can also be considerate to you and serve you well. Consort Cheng's family's great king's son, Imo Jiao, had taken in dozens to hundreds of secondary concubines and had given birth to more than 1 son. Whenever Queen Zhao thought of those sour words that Consort Cheng had said, she felt extremely stifled. Looking at the 3 dignified and beautiful ladies in front of her, Queen Zhao suddenly lost interest in talking. She waved her hand and had the 3 ladies withdraw. What's the point of being so passionate about it? However, her son didn't cooperate at all. Queen Zhao angrily wiped her chest with an embroidered handkerchief. Go to the Qin estate and see what His Highness is doing. Your Highness, Sephora Flower Palace's Xiao Z requests an audience. Head Palace, Maid Hexiang quickly stepped forward to report. Queen Zhao frowned slightly, unable to restrain the displeasure in her heart. What does she want now? Does she think that she can poke the heavens just because she's pregnant? Tell him that this consort is tired. Your Highness, Xiao Z has come to ask for medicine on Consort Zheng's orders. Chapter 311. A harsh glint flashed through Queen Zhao's eyes. Someone drag out that dog slave who's making a fuss and flog him to death. Yes. The head palace maid, Hexiang, immediately bent her knees and accepted the order. She then walked over with a row of nannies with round waists and thick arms. With one hand on the left and the other on the right, they picked up the thin and weak eunuch and walked out of the garden. Shaoanzi immediately trembled, his teeth chattering as he continued to shout, This servant is here on Consort Zheng's orders. Your Highness, this servant is here on Consort Zheng's orders. Slap him. Queen Zhao angrily rebuked, interrupting Shaoanzi's words. She slammed her hand heavily on the table. A servant girl with a stern face and a ferule immediately walked out from behind Hexiang. Shaoanzi, who was being held down by two nannies, quickly let out a blood-curdling scream. The great king has arrived. The consort Zheng has arrived. The great king, Your Highness, save me, Your Highness. Your Highness, Shaoanzi is only here on Your Highness's orders to ask for medicine. Who would have thought that the queen would beat Shaoanzi without distinguishing between right and wrong? Shaoanzi was held down by two nannies and continuously struggled to shout. At this time, his cheeks were already red and swollen from the ferule. Whenever he made a sound, blood would continuously flow from the corners of his mouth. Your Highness, what are you doing? The great king of Mo Kingdom, Mo, walked over with a pot-bellied consort Zheng. The great king was dressed in a household brocade robe. He was about 50 years old, and his eyes were a bit listless. His face carried a trace of age and exhaustion. On the other hand, Consort Zheng, who was beside the great king, was in her 20s. She was as beautiful and delicate as a flower. At this time, Consort Zheng's figure was seductively pressed against the great king's side. She held his arm and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly with one hand as she looked provocatively at Queen Zhao. Great king, tell big sis queen to stop. Consort Zheng rubbed herself against the great king's arm and exclaimed, Shaoanzi is about to be beaten to death by big sister. Great king, a country has its laws and a family has its rules. Consort Zheng allowed this servant to trespass into the palace, so this servant should be punished. As for Consort Zheng, on account of the fact that she is pregnant with the great king's dragon child, this consort will spare her for the time being. Consort Zheng was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. She glared at Queen Zhao fiercely. She then turned around and hooked her arms around the great king of Mo Kingdom like a little bird. The weak Qian cried, Great king, sister is too much of a bully. Hurry up and tell her. Mole's expression was a little awkward. Queen, why do you have to be angry with Gui Fei? Gui Fei is still young and doesn't know any better. Just giving her a little. Men. Queen Zhao's breath was stuck in her chest, and she almost fainted from anger. How many times had the great king complained that she was old? No woman could tolerate this kind of words. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot into Shaoanzi's throat. Before the little eunuch could hide his triumphant expression, he was shocked to find thick blood flowing out of his neck. His whole body fell back and heavily fell to the ground. A group of imperial guards nervously surrounded them. The leader, He Tian, held a bow in one hand and waved the other as he shouted, Protect the great king. Be careful of the corpse puppet's pounce. The great king's hand that was holding Consort Zheng couldn't help but tremble. Consort Zheng covered her small mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out. The great king's heart trembled whenever he heard the words corpse puppet. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Following the announcement, a slender, jade-white figure walked over with large strides. Chapter 312. Royal Father, Royal Mother, are you all right? The Crown Prince walked over quickly. He was dressed in plain clothes and had his hair tied up with a jade crown. His face was handsome, and his bearing was unparalleled in the world. There was a faint smile on his lips. Compared to a few years ago, the Crown Prince had become more mature and steady. His phoenix eyes were calm, hiding all the sharpness in their depths. The old great king of the Mo Kingdom turned to look at his son with a slightly rich expression. Consort Zheng felt like her mouth was stuffed with a duck egg. All her words were stuck in her throat. Royal Mother, your son came late and frightened you. The Crown Prince reached out to support the teary-eyed Queen Zhao and apologized with a guilty expression. Queen Zhao was a bit confused, but she subconsciously reached out to stop the Crown Prince from bowing and apologizing. The Crown Prince turned around and pretended to reprimand He Tian. Hurry and clean up this corpse puppet's body. Remember to burn it and don't let it counterattack and hurt anyone else. Yes, Your Highness. He Tian waved his hand with a serious expression and led a group of Imperial Guards forward. They lifted Xiao Zi's body and left. Wait. Consort Zheng watched in shock as Xiao Zi was carried away. She turned around and tugged at the Great King's sleeve with unusual resentment. Great King, look at the Crown Prince. How could Xiao Zi be a corpse puppet? The Crown Prince was simply using this as a pretext to make a fuss. He was pointing at a deer as a horse to target her. Damn it, Xiao Zi could normally help her deal with many people and handle many filthy matters. With his inexplicable death, she lost a capable assistant. Noble Consort Zheng truly went for wool and came home shorn. She was so infuriated that her heart and lungs ached. The old Great King patted his beloved concubine's arm and comforted, Don't be scared, don't be scared. The Crown Prince already got rid of the corpse puppet. Consort Zheng was so angry that she fell backwards. He already said that Xiao Zi wasn't a corpse puppet. Great King. Consort Zheng tugged at the Great King's sleeve. Mo stole a glance at the Queen and coughed lightly. Queen, the Zhubin tribe offered a bottle of sharp pearl powder as a tribute last time. I'll give it to you as a reward. That now. Before the Great King could finish his words, he secretly glanced at the Queen's face, which was getting worse and worse. Ever since noble Consort Zheng became pregnant, she hasn't been able to eat or sleep well, and her complexion is wan and sallow. This humble one thinks that that bottle of sharp pearl powder should be of some use to her. The old king braced himself and didn't finish speaking. She was interrupted by the Crown Prince with a chuckle. Sharp pearl powder? Mother gave it to me long ago. Consort Zheng's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at the Crown Prince with a flushed face. Her little hand kept tugging at the Great King's sleeve. However, the Great King felt that his son's gaze was strange. He braced himself and said, Then, Grand Crown Prince, this bottle. Last time, you climbed a tree and accidentally fell down and hurt his butt. Father, you know about this, right? I know. The Great King coughed. Now that you was inexplicably brought up, he felt that the Crown Prince wouldn't say anything good. The Great King and the noble consort looked at each other in dismay. This bottle of sharp pearl powder was later used to wipe yours butt. The face of the old nanny beside the Queen trembled slightly, but she forced herself to hold back her laughter and kept a straight face. Consort Zheng's pretty face instantly turned green. The Great King also looked at his son with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he was actually at a loss for words. Consort Zheng wanted to use the precious sharp pearl powder to wipe her face, but Yue used it to wipe his butt. What could the Great King say? Consort Zheng was so angry that she cried. She turned around and left quickly. However, His Highness the Crown Prince said to the Great King with a serious expression, Father, did I say anything wrong? Oh, right, you also said that the sharp pearl powder should be fake and useless. The Great King was speechless. What should I do if I feel stifled? Chapter 3:13. Looking at the Crown Prince's serious face, the Great King was completely speechless. In the end, he could only leave with a flick of his sleeves. Queen Zhao stood next to the Crown Prince and watched the Great King leave with a deep gaze. She didn't look away for a long time. Mother, Mo Lien frowned. If He is too much of an eyesore, just find an excuse to get rid of her. Why bother waiting for someone else? Crown Prince, don't interfere in this matter. Queen Zhao hurriedly pulled her son's hand and said softly, A mere Consort Zheng is naturally insignificant. Moreover, the entire Zheng family is only a small aristocratic family that has only been in the capital for less than 20 years. It's just that. It's said that the main family of the Zheng family is in Shuntian Prefecture. The queen's voice slowly trailed off as she whispered a few words to her son. Aha! Shuntion Prefecture again. A trace of impatience flitted through the crown prince's eyes. Shuntion Prefecture's hands seemed to have stretched too far. Did they really think that no one in this world could deal with them? On the other side, after the great king came out of the palace, he hurriedly chased after his beloved concubine. Consort walked and stopped in front. She was very angry that the old great king didn't chase after her to coax her. She had actually been waiting for a while on the path in the imperial garden. Her hands twisted the handkerchief at her fingertips as she continuously twisted her fingers. At this moment, she saw the corner of the great king's clothes flash past. She hurriedly turned her head and deliberately stomped heavily on the stone tiles to walk forward. The old great king hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Beloved concubine," as he pulled Consort into his arms. "Great king, look at the crown prince." The words he said, "He doesn't take me seriously at all." Consort cried as she threw herself into the great king's arms. She stomped her feet and said, "Last time, the crown prince directly called this consort he in front of this consort. This consort is no longer the dancer from back then. The crown prince is clearly looking down on me." The old great king hurriedly hugged Consort and comforted her. "Beloved consort, we will properly talk to him tomorrow." "What tomorrow?" Noble consort angrily flung away the old king's hand and angrily said without thinking, "This concubine heard that the queen gave birth at 5 Lakes Villa back then. There were rumors that the crown prince was not the queen's son. Look at him. Which part of him resembles the great king? Moreover, the crown prince's temperament is completely unlike the great king or the queen. Shut up." The great king suddenly pushed Consort away and glared at her angrily. "Great king, I'm doing this for your sake. I don't want to see the great king being kept in the dark." Consort Zhang's tears flowed down her cheeks, making her look very beautiful. However, the king turned hostile at the drop of a hat, and a slap landed on noble Consort Zhang's fair and tender face. Noble Consort cried out in alarm as her entire body fell backwards. Her personal maidservants hurriedly rushed over and cushioned her with their bodies as cushions. Noble Consort didn't have much of an impact when she fell into the crowd, but it scared her so much that her face turned ghastly pale. She looked at the old king, who was unable to restrain his fury, in complete bewilderment. Ever since she followed the great king, she had never seen the great king get angry at her. At the same time that she felt stifled in her heart, noble Consort Zhang's entire body trembled in fright. The crown prince is the heir to the throne that we personally appointed. He is our biological son. No one can slander him. The old great king waved his hand furiously and stared at Consort as if he wanted to eat her alive. "Speak. Who was it that was gossiping in your ear? We're going to chop her up right now." Consort kicked an iron plate this time. She cried until her whole body shook and her eyes rolled back. She cried out repeatedly, "Great king, great king, it was I who said the wrong thing. It was I who." Chapter 314. Someone send Consort back to Sephora Flower Palace. Stay in the palace for the next 3 days and reflect on yourself. Remember what you should say and what you shouldn't say in the future. The great king waved his hand and ordered someone to send Consort back, completely ignoring his beloved concubine's wailing. When the news reached the Eastern Palace's southern study, it was already close to evening. The crown prince was rather surprised by the scene in the imperial garden. The night pavilion's captain, Mei Yi, stood solemnly in front of the crown prince with his head lowered. There was no smile on his grave and stern face as he asked seriously, "Your Highness, should we deal with her?" The crown prince waved his hand and said, "Let her be." This wasn't the first or second time this kind of thing had been said. The one with the biggest reaction wasn't him, nor was Imperial Mother. Instead, it was Imperial Father. Every time this kind of rumor reached the old king's ears, he would fly into a rage and insist on executing all those who spread the rumor in an earth-shattering manner. Since it would only end in failure in the end, Mo Yin naturally couldn't be bothered to deal with it. How is Shijio City these days? It's very peaceful, Mei said calmly. Ever since that wave of people was cleared out a year ago, no one has harassed the Qiao family anymore. The crown prince put down the teacup in his hand and curled his lips. What other news is there? Mei's voice grew calmer. The 3-sect competition is officially set to be on the 14th of the 8th month. The 5 factions sent representatives to the 3 sects to personally send a competition invitation, intending to participate in this 3-sect competition. The Crown Prince's phoenix eyes immediately lit up and glowed faintly. Why didn't you say so earlier? This news was much more useful than any of the previous pieces of news. The Great King plans to go to Xixiao Valley to watch the competition. Mei paused slightly before continuing. It's the location of the 3-sect competition. Then, Mei said in a rather serious voice, before the Great King leaves, he will probably leave all state affairs to your highness to handle, as usual. The Crown Prince's expression was calm. Mei couldn't see any hint of displeasure on the Crown Prince's peerlessly handsome face. However, he could sense the Crown Prince's terrifying emotions that were about to erupt. His Highness must be feeling heartbroken. His Highness must be thinking, after all this time, it turns out that I'm a left-behind child. The Crown Prince patted Mei's shoulder and said calmly, Mei, your subordinate is here. Mei lowered his head. He wouldn't tell His Highness that he was secretly laughing in his heart. You said before that hidden flower will bring people to Yellow Mountain tomorrow to exterminate that generation of corpse puppets, right? Okay. Tell Hidden Flower to come back. You go tomorrow. The Crown Princess stood up and slowly walked out of the study, leaving behind a stupefied student, Mei, who was slowly pondering over her words. Your Highness? Wasn't this a bit too much? Your Highness, this subordinate is from the Night Pavilion. Our main responsibility is to gather and transmit information. Can't you be more clear about the division of labor? Please don't scam me. The Crown Prince turned his head in surprise. What did you just say? This prince feels that for someone like you who dares to stab a knife into this prince's heart, a small punishment like exile is too insignificant. Shouldn't I think of a better way to trap you? And nothing, Your Highness. Mei instantly understood the hint in His Highness's eyes. He immediately knelt on one knee and obediently accepted the order. Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate will do it right away. Crown Prince Mo snickered as he watched his subordinate jump out of the window and flee for his life like a rabbit. There were still 2 months, right? In 2 months, he would be able to see his expressionless baby. Don't worry, when the time came, he would definitely trick his old father into staying at home to take care of things. How could something as lousy as Regent compare to seeing darling Xiao? Chapter 315. The Great Snow Mountain outside Five Moon City was originally deserted except for the Holy Water Sect's entrance. The Great Snow Mountain snowed all year round and was abnormally cold, so it was not suitable for people to live there. However, in recent years, there were villagers who continuously moved to the foot of the Great Snow Mountain and settled outside the Holy Water Sect's entrance. It was for no other reason than their safety near the Great Snow Mountain. There were basically no zombies at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. It was rare to see one. So as long as they immediately reported it to the Holy Water Sect, the sect would immediately send disciples down the mountain to eliminate all the dangers nearby. The world was hard and life was not easy. The commoners only wished for a peaceful life. In recent years, some of the animals and plants in the nearby suburbs had started to mutate. Only the vegetation and animals around the Great Snow Mountain were the same as before. Thus, no matter how cold the Great Snow Mountain was after the news spread, many Qiao Kingdom citizens and residents of nearby tribes were willing to move out of the city and settle down at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. After several years, a sizable village had formed at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. The villagers named it Xianghe Village, representing the peace and prosperity they hoped for. Today, when it was close to midnight, the men and women who had gone out early in the morning to hunt snow chickens and other animals, dig up vegetation and mushrooms, and pick wild fruits all returned. Although the Great Snow Mountain was covered in deep snow all year round, there was still a lot of edible food. Such an abundance of wilderness resources made the villagers living here feel extremely blessed. At this time, dusk had fallen, and the people who had returned from a day's work all led their children home. On the main mountain path, 3 exhausted figures, one in front and 2 behind, left a long trail of footprints in the snow. The children looked at them curiously and were immediately carried home by their parents. A little girl who was squatting outside the door, playing with snow, patted the snowball in her hand and stood up. She blinked and suddenly pointed at the 3 people and asked crisply, "Mother, didn't those 3 people fly up the mountain on a big bird in the morning? Why are they walking down now?" MMPH. The little girl's mouth was covered by her mother, so the woman did not dare to cause trouble. She quickly carried the child inside and immediately closed the door. When the 3 people came, they had fiercely shown off their might at Xiang'a village. Quan Daodong specially ordered the green-headed eagle to circle the village several times so that those ignorant villagers could admire them. Thus, many villagers recognized them now. This old man. Exhausted, Quan Daodong walked up and wanted to say something. The old man, with a pale face, quickly slammed the wooden door in front of Quan Daodong's face. Every family shrank back into their homes and closed. No one dared to pay them any attention. Quan Daodong was so angry that his face turned pale. He wished he could explode on the spot and kill all these audacious villagers right here and now. However, he also knew that the nature of this was very serious. At that time, Myriad Sect would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Not only would it be suppressed by the 3 sects, but it might even face the pursuit of all the righteous sects and people on Seacombe Planet. Fong Moon Mountain Sect, Star Star Mountain Star, Star Mountain, Sun Sun Moon Star 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 Day, Snow Fong Sun Sects, Heaven, Snow Mountain Sect Snows. But now, looking at the hundreds of houses in the village with their doors tightly shut, Quan Daodong was really angry. Chapter 316. That damn holy water sect. They were simply intolerable bullies. If it weren't for that icy little girl who shot through the wings of their green-headed eagle, how could the 3 of them be reduced to such a sorry and pitiful state? Quan Daodong couldn't help but shudder inwardly at the thought of that ruthless little girl. That pair of eyes was too cold, like the rippling waters of the Yellow Springs, without a trace of human life. When she looked at others, it was as if they were all corpses. Eldest senior brother. Will the green-headed eagle die if we leave it on the mountain? The female disciple from Myriad faction was about to cry. Quan Daodong viciously turned around and glared at her. What else can we do if we don't throw it away? Don't tell me you're going to carry it all the way down the mountain? An eagle without wings had already reached the end of its life. What else could he do other than throw it away? He was so vexed that he was about to die. If Master found out that they had killed one of their sect's mounts on a trip, he didn't know how Master would punish them. Eldest senior brother, I'm cold. Let's rest for a night before leaving, the female disciple stammered. Now that they didn't have any mounts, they could only walk or see if they could borrow 2 horses from the villagers. Junior brother, go knock on the door, Quan Daodong ordered angrily. He really didn't want to talk to this group of ignorant villagers. Each of them was more cowardly than a mouse. They were proper disciples of Myriad faction and didn't eat people. That young disciple called Junior brother, who hastily went up and knocked on a family's door. Uncle, Annie opened the door. We're disciples of Myriad faction and proper mystic cultivators, not villains. It's too late, so we just want to stay the night. We just want a mouthful of hot soup to drink. After a while, that family didn't respond at all. Junior brother, who shook his head and returned in disappointment. He said to the female disciple, Junior sister Jiang, go and try. Perhaps those villagers' hearts would soften if a girl came forward. Junior Marshall's sister, Jiang, moved her feet and found another house. She gently knocked on the door and roughly said the same thing as Junior Marshall brother who. However, she still returned empty-handed. The 3 of them stood in the snow, feeling both cold and angry. They looked at each other. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Only a few stars flickered in the sky. I'm going to kill them. Quan Daodong fiercely pulled out the long saber at his waist. He took a few steps forward and was about to split open a door. Junior sister Jiang hastily pulled him back. She hugged her arms and shivered in the cold wind. Eldest senior brother, this place isn't far from the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate. If they really cause a ruckus and make the entire Holy Water Sect come out in full force, I definitely won't be their match. At that time, wouldn't we be even more unlucky? That's right, eldest senior brother. Junior sister Jiang is right. Junior brother, who took a step forward and hurriedly nodded. It seems that the villagers here are not hospitable people. Why don't we leave? MHM, it's too cold near the snow mountain. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Right. As long as we leave the Great Snow Mountains range, it's still June outside. It definitely won't be as abnormally cold as here. Quan Daodong resentfully put away his long saber and coldly glanced in the direction of the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate. Let's go. After the three of them left silently with their tails between their legs, a lithe figure appeared where they left. She sent a message through the sect's messenger talisman. Myriad factions' disciples have left. Chapter 317. Arbor had lived in this small courtyard for nearly 5 years. Winter passed, and spring came. Spring left, and summer arrived. Her plain clothes remained the same. However, the small courtyard grew more and more prosperous with each passing year. Green vines covered the corners of the walls. A small fence was built around the flower bed, and many flowers suitable for growing in the snow were planted. The small courtyard was filled with greenery. Over the years, Xiao Mu's small body grew bigger and bigger. She had to change clothes every few days. She had told her master that she didn't need so many clothes. Anyway, she cultivated day and night in the mystical treasured land. She didn't need so many clothes, but it still couldn't stop his master's strong desire to dress up his disciple. So much so that many 8- or 9-year-old clothes were left in the box without being worn, because many times she would cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 to 7 months. Her clothes had shrunk a lot before she came out of the mystical treasured land. She couldn't wear the clothes that her master had changed in advance. It was late at night in the small courtyard. Arbor sat alone in the side room. She held a roll of clean linen in her small hands and helped to bandage the green-headed eagle that was lying on the table. She sprinkled the fine powder on the green-headed eagle's wound. The guy's body that was lying on the table trembled slightly. Don't move. Arbor patted its head and wrapped the linen around the wound on its wing. Even if your master didn't dodge that arrow, it wouldn't have hit him. Arbor murmured softly. I just wanted to scare that guy. I didn't expect him to kick you out. Her small hand stroked the green-headed eagle's head. Arbor stood up and washed her hands in the basin. However, there were too many selfish people in this world. So, Arbor wasn't too surprised at that time. Dong, dong, dong. There was a hurried knock on the door. Arbor hurriedly picked up the green-headed eagle and stuffed it under the bed. She reached out and knocked on its head twice. Lie down and don't move. After hiding the green-headed eagle, Arbor stood up and waved his hand. Some fine powder from his fingertips cleared away all traces of blood in the room, leaving only a faint fragrance. The moment Miss Xiao opened the door, she saw the kitchen maid, Fat Sis, standing outside her door with a kitchen knife in hand, and second senior sister, Shui Xiao. Miss Xiao, when you went to the kitchen to get the stew, did you see the green eagle that I placed in the corner? Fat Sis asked in a loud voice. No, the little stoic replied expressionlessly. Over the years, everyone had completely gotten used to the little fellow's stoic face, so they nodded in response. The kitchen maid angrily turned around with the kitchen knife in her hand. Miss Shui, it seems that it escaped. He really didn't expect that the green eagle could still run away with its wings injured. I originally wanted to grind its fur and steam it to add more dishes for the girls. The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched. He looked away expressionlessly and lowered his head. That's right, Shui Xiao also said angrily. This little bastard dared to come to our sect and flaunt his prowess. So he should be cooked. He got off easy this time. If I catch him tomorrow, I'll definitely give him to Fat Sis to stew. Hey, Fat Sis raised her kitchen knife and left with Shui Xiao. Before she left, she told Arbor to hurry over and eat. Every time I come to Miss Xiao's court, I feel a sweet fragrance assailing my nostrils. It smells so good. Arbor closed the door and looked back at the green-headed eagle that had crawled out from under the bed. His gaze was cold and without any warmth. You can leave after your wings are healed. Chapter 3:18. First Peak's morning and evening meals were all eaten in the Eastern Dining Hall. Including Arbor, Murong Sun currently had 154 disciples under her name. Other than some disciples who were still in closed-door cultivation, everyone else was eating together. Everyone could call out each other's names and were very familiar with each other, so the atmosphere was harmonious. I heard third senior sister came back. She went out to train for so many years, so she's really amazing, a female disciple said with a smile. I've only seen senior sister Yi once before. She's the same as little junior sister, a cultivation maniac. She's in closed-door cultivation all year round and can't be seen more than a few times. Master is here, Master is here. Someone hastily called out, and all the whispers stopped as everyone turned to look at the door. Murong Sun walked in with a grin in her purple robes, followed by a woman in yellow who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. She was Murong Sun's third disciple, Yi Lingmin, who had not returned for many years. Sit, Lingmin. Murong Sun smiled faintly and led Yi Lingmin to the main table to sit down. Yi Lingmin stood by the table without moving, her gaze coldly landing on the young girl next to her master. That girl sat there without moving, her small hand gently stroking a little chick in her arms. The little chick was lying on its back with a look of enjoyment on its fluffy face. Third junior sister is back. Su Shanshan stood up and bowed to Murong Sun before turning to nod at Yi Lingmin. Shui Xiao harumphed and pursed her lips disapprovingly. She secretly rolled her eyes at Yi Lingmin before turning around to bow to Murong Sun. Master, who is this little junior sister? Yi Lingmin asked, her voice crisp and cold like an icy spring on a tall mountain. She's here. Shui Xiao was truly amused by her third junior sister's antics. She knew that with third junior sister's proud and arrogant temperament, she would definitely latch on a JoJo without letting go. Murong Sun immediately reached out to stroke the little girl's head with a grin. This is your little junior sister, Arbor, my last disciple. Yi Lingmin chuckled and looked at Arbor with crossed arms. I heard on the way here that little junior sister has already advanced to a level 7 mystic cultivator not long after entering the sect 4 years ago. However, after nearly 5 years, you've only advanced by 1 level, right? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. These words were not pleasant to hear. Little junior sister's aptitude was obvious to all. Although she had only advanced by 1 level in the past few years, she was now a level 8 mystic cultivator. However, she had already broken through to become a level 8 mystic cultivator at the age of a hairpin, so she was completely qualified to be called a genius. Indeed, Arbor didn't get angry. He just stared coldly at Yi Lingmin. She knew her body very well. Most of the Xian energy that she had absorbed in the mystical treasured land all these years went into Little Tree's stomach. A small portion was used by her to train her branch meridians. Right now, her first branch meridian was half a finger wide, so she could smoothly condense Mystic Conscious and use it to control the apparition of Mystic Conscious in her conscious for daily cultivation. A normal Mystic cultivator's condensed Mystic Conscious definitely wouldn't exceed 10% of their Mystic energy in the initial stage. After repeated training, it basically wouldn't exceed 50%. Those who could reach 60% were already abnormal. In other words, a level 8 Mystic cultivator's Mystic Conscious basically wouldn't exceed level 4. However, Arbor was different. Arbor could condense 100% of all the Mystic energy in her branch meridians into Mystic Conscious. Even so, she didn't use any of the Mystic energy in her main meridian. Hence, although she was only a level 8 Mystic cultivator, her Mystic Conscious had already reached level 8. This was absolutely inconceivable. A level 8 Mystic cultivator has the qualifications to fight with me. Yi Lingmin suddenly moved and kicked the stool in front of her. The 4th watch ends today. See you tomorrow. Chapter 319. Yi Lingmin's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. No one expected that Yi Lingmin would suddenly throw a stool at little junior sister for no reason during a meal. Those who understood little junior sister's temperament couldn't help but cover their faces as they watched the stool fly towards little junior sister's head. Although third senior sister was very strong, little junior sister was never someone to be trifled with. Bang! The stool was smashed apart by a wave of mystic energy and turned into wooden splinters in midair. Arbor coldly looked at Yi Lingmin. Con! The little chick's feathers bristled, and it jumped onto the table. Arbor moved in that instant. Murong Sun was about to grab her youngest disciple when she saw the little fellow dashing over like a streak of light. The speed was so fast that it simply caused everyone present to be speechless. Murong Sun was stunned for a second before hastily standing up. However, she saw Miss Qiao leap in front of Yi Lingmin and elbowing her in the chest without another word. Yi Lingmin's pupils contracted, and she released mystic energy around her body. She thought she could force Miss Qiao back several steps with this. However, things didn't go as planned. Not only was Miss Qiao not repelled by her mystic energy, but she also took a few steps closer and heavily landed her elbow on Yi Lingmin's chest. Yi Lingmin felt pain in her chest, and she nimbly retreated backwards. At the same time, Arbor lightly leaped again and leaped into the air. Levitating was something every level 7 mystic cultivator could do. The only difference was how long they could levitate. People with solid mystic energy foundations could levitate for a bit longer without a problem, but those without enough mystic energy naturally couldn't support levitating for a long time. Yi Lingmin couldn't help but smile when she saw little junior sister levitating. She originally wanted to say, "Little junior sister, levitating isn't anything strange." However, when her gaze landed on the next scene and she discovered that the little figure levitating in the air suddenly disappeared in front of her, she was completely dumbfounded. Collective gasps came from the dining hall. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the little fellow's figure abruptly turned from in front of senior sister Yi to behind her. Some disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior sister Yi!" Yi Lingmin also felt a trace of danger on the spot, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. When she suddenly turned her head, she met her junior sister's cold eyes. She was caught off guard, and a heavy punch landed on her back, sending her flying forward. Bang! The first table was destroyed by the surge of profound energy. Bang, bang! The second and third tables were continuously shattered into pieces by the surging profound energy. It wasn't until Yi Lingmin's body hit the fifth round table that she smashed the table to the ground with a bang. Yi Lingmin pressed on her sprained neck, unable to control the shock in her heart. Abruptly turning her head, she saw a plain silhouette suddenly pounce on her. Half of the silhouette's body was on top of her, and the little hand was tightly holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks, fiercely aiming at her eyes. "Do you want to die?" Little junior sister's cold voice suddenly resounded in the dining hall, which was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The end of the bamboo chopsticks was only a millimeter away from Yi Lingmin's bulging eyeballs. She could clearly see every grain on the bamboo chopsticks. Yi Lingmin was scared stiff on the spot and subconsciously closed her eyes, cold sweat pouring down her body. Murong Sun nearly choked on her own saliva. Oh my, the two disciples started fighting each other. Chapter 320. Shui Xiao stood on the side with a chuckle and crossed her arms. She calmly looked at her proud and arrogant third junior sister. "Haha, you kick an iron plate. Small fry. You started a fight as soon as you arrived, right? You're out of luck." Shui Xiao and Su Shanshan usually sparred with the little fellow, so they naturally understood their little junior sister's actual combat level. If you think little junior sister is merely a level 8 mystic cultivator, then you're not far from death. Little junior sister didn't just comprehend the ultimate technique of levitating and teleporting in actual combat. Even Master once said that although she and senior sister Su had broken through to become great level 10 mystic cultivators, they might not be able to defeat little junior sister in terms of actual combat ability, even if they worked together. From this, it could be seen that the portion little junior sister displayed was definitely not her full strength. Perhaps only Master knew how many trump cards little junior sister had and what level of actual combat ability she had. Murong Sun's figure fluttered and arrived in front of her youngest disciple. She pulled the little fellow to her side and stroked her head. All right, good child. Don't be angry with your third senior sister. Your third senior sister doesn't have any bad intentions. She just has high standards and an eccentric personality. You could just beat her to vent your anger, but you mustn't beat her to death. We're going to fight the 5 factions in 2 months, so if you injure her, we'll lose a fighting force. Be good and eat with Master. You must be starving, little fellow. Yi Lingmin had just recovered from the shock of being defeated by little junior sister, but then she was struck by Master's words until she was utterly disheartened. Wasn't Master's heart too biased? Anyone could tell who was Master's true disciple and who was a fake disciple that she picked up. Yi Lingmin felt extremely stifled and struggled to stand up from the ground. Her pretty face darkened as she said, I request to fight again. Murong Sun's face also darkened. She turned around and yelled at her third disciple. Can't you have a proper meal? If you don't want to eat, then get out. Don't cause trouble here. Look at how many tables and chairs you've smashed. You'll have to find someone to fix them again tomorrow. You'll have to pay for the repairs. Yi Lingmin's face turned completely green. Did she smash the tables and chairs? Okay. She was the one who smashed it. But why? That was because she was punched out by little junior sister. Okay. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be the one to take the blame. Master, I don't believe you. I'm a level 10 mystic cultivator. There's no way I'll lose to her. Yi Lingmin stiffened her neck and refused to back down. Su Shanshan sighed. She stepped forward and gently tugged at her. She patted her shoulder and said, Third junior sister, this isn't a matter of cultivation level. In fact, even I am not junior sister's match. Yi Lingmin turned to stare at Su Shanshan in shock. After a while, she sneered, Liar! Eldest senior sister, you must have deliberately gone easy on her. Because she was the little junior sister that Master doted on the most. So all of you must be impatient to befriend her. Murong Sun's face completely darkened, and she coldly stared deeply at Yi Lingmin. She snorted and said, It looks like you haven't improved at all after going out for so many years. Now, immediately go to Sky Peak's Duantian Cliff and reflect on your past. If you can't figure out why Master wants you to face the wall for 1 day, then you'll stay there for 1 day. If you can't figure it out in 2 days, then you'll stay there for 2 days. If you can't figure it out in 8 to 10 years, then you'll face the wall for 8 to 10 years. Scram! Yi Lingmin's eyes misted over, and she stared deeply at Murong Sun. She abruptly stomped her feet and ran out of the dining room. Chapter 3:21. When the disciples saw their master getting angry, they all kept quiet out of fear and stood there with their heads bowed, not daring to make sound. Only a crisp and cold voice rang out. She's so slow-witted that she might not be able to figure it out even after 100 years. Did you want her to pass away in a sitting posture there by throwing her on that cliff-walk cliff? Everyone, little junior sister's venomous mouth was truly unparalleled. She either acted like a saw-toothed gourd all day and didn't utter a word, or she would make people feel uncomfortable all over and so ashamed that they wish for nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Murong Sun looked back at her little disciple with a stifled heart and walked up to hold her little hand. Can't you comfort, Master? Arbor shook his little head. If she wasn't your disciple, I would have had 100 ways to kill her in 3 breaths. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this little junior sister who only reached their shoulders. All the disciples of First Peak knew that the little stoic never told a lie. Since she said it, it was naturally the truth. It was also because little junior sister went easy on her when she saw the abnormally dangerous and quick battle just now. However, third senior sister was completely unaware and didn't even appreciate it. There was nothing wrong with being arrogant in itself, but being arrogant to the point of being condescending and blindly arrogant and conceited was a bit unreasonable. Murong Sun only wanted her third disciple to understand that there was always someone better than her in this world. Murong Sun was a bit disappointed that her temper still couldn't be properly ground down after having people accompany her for so many years. Among her 4 personal disciples, her eldest disciple, Su Shanshan, had a cold and apathetic personality. Her talent and strength were decent, but she could stick to her nature and treat people very mildly. She wouldn't be overly arrogant and conceited. Her second disciple, Xue Xiao, had a bit of a reckless and impulsive personality. Thankfully, she was obedient and could strictly abide by her master's orders and restrain herself. Murong Sun only wanted to sigh when her third disciple, Yiling Min, was mentioned. Yiling Min was originally excessively arrogant, and she didn't know what she experienced after being sent out for so many years, but her temper didn't improve at all. Instead, she became even more rampant. Among the 4 disciples, the one who was the most reassuring and also the most heartbreaking was probably her youngest disciple. Although this child was young, she was extremely intelligent. Although her temperament was cold, her interpersonal skills were not inferior to that of an adult. She did not need to worry too much about anything. It was also because of this that Murong Sun's heart ached for her youngest disciple even more. Dinner was disrupted, and everyone could only squeeze at the remaining few round tables to have a simple meal. After that, Murong Sun announced the name list for this year's 3 sects and 5 factions competition. Each of the 3 peaks sent out 10 disciples, making a total of 30 people to participate in the competition. Yiling Min's name was removed from the list of 30 names by Murong Sun. When Yiling Min heard the news, she did not eat or drink for 5 days and 5 nights at Duantian Cliff. She knelt and did not get up until she fainted. When someone informed Xiao Mu of this news, the little stoic merely lifted her eyelids indifferently. She then closed the book in her hand and stood up to leave gracefully. Several days later, all of the Holy Water Sect's disciples from the 3 peaks who were heading to Xixia Valley to participate in the competition were gathered in the open space in front of the sect master's peak's bamboo building. The girls, who were around 20 years old on average, all stood in front of the bamboo building with graceful figures and high spirits. Faint, confident smiles hung on their lips. The sect master stood in front of everyone with a benevolent countenance and said with a chuckle, "Children, you will depart for Xixia Valley in 3 days to represent our Holy Water Sect in this competition." Chapter 322. Before this sect master will allow you all to head to the lowest level of the mystical treasured land. I implore Lady Holy Water to bestow a drop of holy water to each of you. The sect master said with a grin as she lovingly looked at these young grand disciples with outstanding talent. When the sect master finished speaking, wild joy appeared on all the disciples' faces. The senior and junior sisters from the 3 peaks all looked at each other, and they could see a trace of joy spreading from each other's eyes. Only the little stoic expressionlessly stood in First Peak's team behind Su Shanshan and Xue Xiao. She coldly stared ahead without a trace of joy in her eyes. The disciples from the 3 peaks stood in 3 rows, and the little stoic stood in the 3rd row of the 1st row. Standing in the same row as the little stoic was 2nd Peak's disciple, Chang Yushi. She was also one of 2nd Peak's peak master, Yang Shirong's personal disciples. Miss Chang stealthily peeked at the little stoic and suddenly cleared her throat. "Sect master." This disciple heard that people from the 5 factions will also participate in this 3-sect competition. The competition is abnormally intense. The disciples our sect sent to participate in the competition are mostly mystic cultivators level 10 and above. But among them, little junior sister, this level 8 mystic cultivator, seems to have replaced First Peak's senior sister Ye's spot. This seems to be a bit against the rules. In the 2nd row of the 3rd row, a 15-year-old girl in red hastily turned her head to look at the aloof and expressionless Miss Chiao. The sect leader made a sound, and just as she was about to say something to smooth things over, she heard a clear and cold voice. "Senior sister, do you want to spar with me?" Murong Sun's lips twitched when she heard this. Chang Yushi crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned to Arbor with a light chuckle. Could it be that little junior sister can voluntarily withdraw from the team this time if she loses? What if senior sister loses? The little girl also turned her icy face and expressionlessly looked at Chang Yushi in front of her. Chang Yushi inexplicably felt a chill invade her body. If senior sister loses, then of course I'll accept my loss and be your follower for the rest of the journey. What do you think? After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed craftily. His fist was wrapped in profound energy, and he quickly swung it in front of Arbor. Arbor neither dodged nor evaded. He directly stretched out a white and tender fist and collided with the fist. In a split second, the fluctuation of profound energy caused a violent gust of wind to blow, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter high up in the air. Yang Shirong raised her head to take a look, only to see that idiot disciple of hers flying out of the sky like a deflated ball, drawing a perfect arc in the air before crashing into the sovereign's bamboo forest with a loud boom. The sect master's expression changed immediately. He slapped his thigh and rushed into the bamboo forest anxiously. "Oh, my bamboo!" The disciples of the 3 Peaks stared at the little girl with their mouths agape. None of them made a sound for a long time. It wasn't until the sect master angrily returned with Chang Yushi in tattered clothes that all the disciples recovered from their shock. Their gazes uniformly turned towards the unlucky Chang Yushi. "Oh, my waist!" Chang Yushi placed one hand on her waist, her entire face scrunched up as she whined. "Little junior sister, you're too ruthless." Fine, senior sister lost. Senior sister accepts her loss and will be your follower from now on. Yang Shirong covered her face with her hands and thought, "How did I end up with such a foolish disciple like you? I don't need it." These 3 cold words immediately petrified everyone present. Chapter 323. Chang Yushi struggled to get down from the sect master's hand. She clutched her waist with one hand and stared at Arbor with wide eyes. "Little junior sister, why don't you need it? I'm someone who accepts defeat and dares to admit defeat." What a waste of food. Miss Xiao threw Chang Yushi an emotionless gaze before spreading her arms and flying out. With 2 whooshing sounds, the delicate and small figure instantly leaped onto several tall bamboo tips. Her toes lightly tapped on them, and she swiftly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, what a fast speed. Is she really only a level 8 mystic cultivator? The disciples whispered into each other's ears, their gazes deeply fixated in the direction of their little junior sister's departure. Yang Shirong clasped her hands and looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. She was originally my disciple. In the afternoon, Arbor received news that she was to head to the mystical treasured land. Several years ago, the little girl who needed her master's help to successfully reach the mystical treasured land was now able to enter and exit the treasured land on her own without needing anyone's assistance. When she bent down and entered the cave in the mountain wall, she discovered that all the senior sisters who had gathered together in the morning had arrived. Everyone was gathered in 2s and 3s, talking excitedly about something. When Arbor entered the cave, all the voices abruptly stopped. At this time, a little girl with a round face and dressed in bright red ran out from the 3rd Peaks team. She grinned as she walked up to Arbor with her hands clasped behind her back, completely ignoring her cold face. She pointed at herself and asked, "Do you still recognize me? You're Doya from the Alava tribe." The little stoic gazed at her. Doya immediately smiled sweetly, and the small dimple on her left cheek deepened. "Little junior sister, I've heard a lot about you. Please take care of me in the future." Doya cupped her fists and raised them slightly as she looked at Arbor with a chuckle. A faint, almost imperceptible smile slid across Arbor's lips, and she lowered her head to glance at Doya's hand. "I didn't expect it to be nearly 5 years since we parted at the mountain gate." Doya pulled her little hand and walked towards the 3rd Peaks team. "Little junior sister, although you're not on the 3rd Peak, all the senior sisters on the 3rd Peak know about you. Especially senior sister Lee. She praises you in front of us every day. You're the best junior sister in her heart. All of us added together can't compare to you." The senior sister Li Doya mentioned was Li Ling, who had participated in the Qinghe town operation with Arbor and the others. At this moment, Li Ling ran over and patted Doya's head lightly. "What nonsense are you talking about in front of Junior's sister?" After saying that, she turned to Arbor and smiled. "Junior's sister, ignore her. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go and have a chat with Senior Sister Yugue." "Uh-huh." The sect leader deliberately raised her voice, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look at her in unison. The sect leader and the 3 peak leaders stepped into the cave one after another. Looking at the 30 energetic young faces in front of them, they smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Children, follow me to the lowest level right now." The sect leader looked at them and reminded, "Remember, you can only beg once. If Lady Holy Water rejects you, you must not pester her and continue begging to avoid negative consequences." "Yes," the disciples answered in unison. Afterwards, they turned around and followed the sect leader and the 3 peak leaders into the underground passage. Chapter 324. It was also Arbor's first time going to the 3rd floor of the mystical treasure land. She usually cultivated on the 2nd floor and had never set foot on the 3rd floor. As they descended the stone steps, everyone held their breaths and did not dare to make any noise. At the entrance to the 3rd floor, everyone was blocked in front of a huge circular stone slab. The sect master and the 3 peak masters worked together to inject dark force into the stone slab. 4 dark forces formed 4 corners and twisted the stone slab slowly. After a series of creaking sounds, the stone slab suddenly opened inwards. "Come in," the sect master ordered, and everyone hurriedly followed in. When Xiao Mu saw so many people squeezing forward, she retreated backwards. Only after everyone had rushed and did she slowly enter. Raising his eyes to look around, his gaze indifferently swept across the entire cave. This stone cave was not much different from the place she cultivated on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that it was extremely cold here, much colder than the 2nd floor. There was an oval platform in the middle with a few flights of stairs. A circle of stone troughs was lit with flames, illuminating the entire cave. The 30 disciples all stared at the oval platform in the middle. There was an offering table on it with 3 animals, fruits, and vegetables. A blue ball of water, the size of 2 fists, was swaying in the middle of the offering table. It trembled slightly and emitted a faint light. A female disciple swallowed her saliva and was the first to rush forward. She knelt down in front of the offering table and cowed out, "Lord Holy Water, please give me a drop of holy water. I will engrave it in my heart and will never forget Lord Holy Water's gift." Arbor only felt that the scene was a little funny. Why did she kneel down and kowtow without saying anything? The ball of water did not respond at all. It kept rolling on the offering table, and the small ball of water emitted a faint halo. After a long time, the group of female disciples below looked at each other and secretly raised their heads to look at their master. "Cough, child, come down." The sect master shook her head. "Woo." The female disciple failed to beg for water and ran down the stairs while wiping her tears. She rushed to the back of the group with a grief-stricken look. Arbor only felt that it was very strange. Wasn't it just a drop of water? Beg for what? Beg my ass. Sigh. Lady Holy Water is becoming more and more arrogant and unapproachable. The sect master sighed emotionally. "Lady Holy Water, I'm Doya. I hope you can give me a drop of God's water. I want to represent the sect in battle. I want to raise my cultivation level before the battle. Thank you, Lady Holy Water." Doya cheerfully finished what she wanted to say and stared with wide eyes at the gently trembling water ball on the offering table. Gulp. The crowd, who thought that the holy water was still unresponsive, watched as the ball of water began to sway. The round water ball gradually stretched and turned into the shape of a water droplet. Suddenly, an opening appeared in front of the water droplet, as if the water droplet had opened its mouth and spat out a small water droplet. The sparkling water droplet swayed in the air and flew into Doya's hands, who was holding it with a smile on her face. Doya hurriedly took out the bottle that she had prepared beforehand and filled it with a drop of water. She hugged and kissed the bottle happily. "Master, I got a drop of God's water." Doya looked back at Lu Yun happily. Lu Yun had a smile on her face as she thought that her disciple was indeed a good child with good fortune. Arbor only felt that it was a little shocking and turned his face to the side expressionlessly. Chapter 325. Next, all the senior sisters began to show off their abilities and ask for the blessing of the holy water. The scene made people laugh a few times. One of the big sisters hugged the leg of the offering table and cried for the blessing of the holy water, as if she was going to save the whole world. However, the holy water did not respond at all. This big sister should have left, but she insisted on showing her existence in front of the holy water. In the end, she was dragged away by the second peak's peak master, Yang Shirong, with a dark face. When she was being dragged away, the big sister was crying the entire way. She grabbed onto the legs of the senior sisters and hugged them like pillars, making the senior sisters feel extremely embarrassed. In the end, Yang Shirong couldn't take it anymore. She slapped the devilish brat's head, knocking her unconscious before dragging her away. Arbor was speechless. She finally realized that the second peak was a place that specialized in producing funny people, that the process of the first peak's disciples begging for water was more normal. However, what angered Xiao Mu was that even her eldest senior sister, Su Shanshan, did not obtain a single drop of that lousy water's gift. Only 2 people in the entire first peak received a drop of water. How preposterous! Thus, Miss Xiao's impression of the holy water rose from disdain to disgust. Out of the 29 senior sisters, only 9 had asked for the holy water. Regarding this, the sect master even heaved a sigh of relief and happily told everyone that the holy water was in a good mood today. Arbor could only chuckle in response. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at her. Xiao Mu was baffled as she stood there without moving. Su Shanshan hurriedly said, "Little junior sister, it's your turn. Go." Doya clenched her fists at her and encouraged her, "Little junior sister, work hard and beg the holy water. You can definitely do it." Arbor did not even think of begging that Sundara holy water. Would she beg someone? What a joke. Even in her previous life, she had never begged for anything. Now, she wanted to beg for a drop of water? Oomph. Go wherever you want to go. No need. Xiao Mu was disinterested, and she turned around to leave. However, after taking a small step, she could not move forward no matter how hard she tried. Her entire body stiffly turned her back to everyone, and she forcefully dragged her small steps. Fucking hell, it didn't move. Only she knew that her feet were entangled by a transparent tree vine, and she was not allowed to move no matter what. What the hell? Ball is starting to trick its owner again. Master Silver, go. Don't be a coward. Go up and take down that ball of water. Wah. That's holy water that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. Oh, whoa. You're just a tree, yet you're actually howling like a wolf. Do you have to be so excited? Besides, who was scared? Which eye of yours saw that I was a coward? That's called disdain. How could the other people in the sect know about the little girl's current situation? They even surrounded her and tried to persuade her. Little junior sister, this is necessary. My dear disciple, the divine water you obtained here is different from the divine water you fused with the mountain gate a few years ago. This concentration is more than 8 times that of yours. 1 drop is equivalent to the 8 drops you had back then, so don't foolishly give up on this opportunity. Yang Shirong's earnest advice was immediately met with an eye roll from Morong's son. Who are you calling your disciple? Taking in random disciples all day long. How many years has it been? Morong's son harumphed. Miss Xiao pulled back her steps and turned around with a dark face, glaring at that drop of water with a sharp gaze. Why did she feel like little junior sister came with ill intentions? All the disciples took 2 steps back. Arbor ran up the steps and waved her hand, and the black ferrule appeared in her hand. The sect master and the 3 peak masters were stupefied and reached out their hands at the same time with trepidation. Chapter 326. Give me 8 drops of water. I'll beat you to death if there's 1 less. Without another word, she swung her ferrule at the water droplet's head. Everyone stared at her, dumbstruck. This, Was this the attitude one should have when asking for holy water? No. The sect master stretched out her hand and watched as her little grand disciple swung her ferrule at Lady Holy Water's water droplet's head. Guru, guru, guru. If the water droplet had fur, it would definitely be bristling right now. Bold, bold, bold. Bold little girl. She dared to hit Lady Holy Water. The little girl was so fresh. Her body was filled with Lady Holy Water's favorite moisturizing scent. She smelled so good. TSK, TSK. It would be great to use her as Lady Holy Water's host. A water droplet swayed and abruptly pounced at the little girl. Arbor furrowed her brows and reflexively stroked her chest. She seemed to feel a burning sensation quietly rising. What are you doing? Murong Sun's face darkened, and she threw a ball of mystic energy at the water droplet without a second thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet had already touched Arbor's small hand at close range. A cold and seeping aura instantly spread out and wrapped around her, directly drilling into the skin of her palm. Ha! Master, this idiot wants to use you as a host. Great! I'll drag it to the star domain while I'm at it. The sapling shouted excitedly. She was originally pondering how to trick it into coming here, but all her worries were gone now. That's why it's called courting death. Very good. Remember to beat it to death for me. Arbor was expressionlessly enveloped by the enlarged water droplet, and her vision was hazy and transparent. Suddenly, the large transparent water droplet enveloping Arbor was grabbed by two tinder tree branches and fiercely pulled. Lady Holy Water dumbfoundedly discovered that she had been pulled into a pitch-black star domain in the blink of an eye. Who could actually grab Lady Holy Water's transparent body? In the distance, there was only a faintly shining star to the left. A strange tree that was shaking its leaves and swaying excitedly appeared in front of her. The tree was not tall, its leaves were green, and its branches were very thin and soft. You, who are you? What is this place? The droplet of water admitted defeat and shrunk itself to the size of a fist, drifting back and forth in the dark galaxy. How dare you? Let me out. How dare you be rude to Lady Holy Water? Arbor secretly observed the Danteon star field. He was almost flipped over by Lady Holy Water's soft and cute voice. The little treant jumped down from its main body and swung its arms proudly. It grinned sinisterly at Lady Holy Water before pouncing on the little treant and punching it. In the outside world, Murong Sun nervously grasped her youngest disciple's hand and looked back and forth. Jojo, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Arbor shook his head. Where's Lady Holy Water? Doya blinked curiously and asked the question in everyone's mind. Arbor's face was stoic, so no one could discern anything from his face. The sect master and the others were all confused. Arbor used his inner vision and saw that the arrogant, divine water droplet was almost unrecognizable from the sapling's beating, so he aloofly transmitted his voice to the sapling to stop. Accept your fate, Mwaha. Chocho smugly grinned. Hurry up and give your essence water to my master, or else I'll kill you. The fist-sized water droplet shook its small body. Chapter 3:27. Gurgle, gurgle. The little water blob flickered with blue light for a while. Seeing that the violent little treant was about to rush up and beat it to death, the little water blob shrank back in fright and let out a pitiful sob. It looked quite pitiful. The little treant had just slowed down when it heard its master's cold voice. Don't be fooled by it. It's just pretending to be weak. This arrogant water blob called itself Lord Holy Water all day long. Such a narcissistic water droplet couldn't be subdued so easily. As it spoke, the little water blob suddenly swelled, and a blue, aqua-colored light shot out from the inside of the water blob, heading straight for the treant. With a howl, Chocho charged forward without dodging or evading. Fuck! It actually wanted to attack Lord Chocho in the star field. It was simply wishful thinking, brainless and uncultured. The little water blob stared at the treant, dumbfounded. That That fellow actually completely ignored its water wave attack and directly passed through the blue light of the holy water, arriving in front of it in an instant. How can this be? The little water blob let out a soft and cute voice. Chio then stepped on the bottom of its foot, and a tree branch stretched out, whipping that blob of water. Who told you to act? Who told you to be dishonest? Don't you know? In this star field, other than Master, I'm the boss. I'm God. Its smugness shot straight to the 9 heavens, and no one could compare to it. Stop hitting, it hurts, sob, sob, sob. The water blob pitifully begged for mercy. Master, I know I was wrong. Please tell the tray ant to stop hitting me. Who's the tray ant? This guy was asking for a beating. Who's your master? Miss Chow's cold voice rang out. Chio, throw it out. But master, this is holy water that's hard to find in 10,000 years. If master fuses with it, you'll definitely. Throw it out. Arbor's voice grew colder and colder. This was an unquestionable tone. Chio immediately agreed obediently. Otherwise, with little master's ruthlessness, if it didn't listen to her, it was very likely that it would be thrown out as well. To Arbor, this was his sex treasure, not hers. This drop of water was an eyesore to her, so she could just beat it up to vent her anger. How could she take the divine object of her sect as her own? Oh, that's right. Remember to give me 8 drops of holy water. Miss Chow's voice was indescribably cold and emotionless. The water ball suddenly shuddered. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound, and a drop of clear and flawless water separated from the ball of water. It was shining with a sparkling blue light, and it shook a little. With a whoosh, it flew straight into Arbor's mystic ruins. At the same time, the little tree Chio automatically opened its roots at the speed of light, revealing the Dantian's mystic domain buried inside the roots. It happily accepted this drop of lifeblood essence water that had rushed over. The two worked well together, and Arbor couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. The moment the lifeblood essence entered the mystic domain, it blended perfectly with her Dantian, becoming one with her without any hindrance. Arbor stared blankly. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort, as if this drop of lifeblood essence belonged to her from the moment it was born. The pitch-black star field suddenly lit up. Arbor used this opportunity to see a fist-sized star hanging high in the center of the star field within the boundless star field. It was the main star. Her sharp eyes discovered that the main star was surrounded by 4 stars of almost the same size, but of different colors. Chapter 3:28. Among them, one blue star was especially eye-catching. When her gaze rested on this blue star, her heart nearly skipped a beat, and an indescribable surge of emotion instantly swelled up her entire heart. It seemed something was about to overflow from the tip of her heart, making her wish for nothing more than a shout out loud. However, the entire star domain only faintly lit up for an instant before slowly dimming again. Chio's somewhat tired voice rang out of her mind. Master, my current ability is only enough for you to take a look at the entire star domain. I'm a bit sleepy right now, so I might need to sleep for a while. This life essence water, I will temporarily seal it in your mystic ruins. You need to slowly fuse with it. The essence water's power is very rich, so you might need 1 to 2 months to completely assimilate it. The sapling murmured softly. After completely assimilating the essence water, Master will probably be able to break through to become a level 10 great mystic cultivator and completely open your inner world. Arbor's gaze relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask softly, Chio, how long? Are you going to sleep for? It will take about 2 to 3 months, maybe longer. The sapling's sleepy voice rang out. I used up a lot of energy dragging the sacred water into the star domain. I didn't feel earlier, but now I feel more and more sleepy. Arbor, cough. You're probably tired from beating it up. You were so overbearing just now, beating the little water droplet until it cried for its parents and instantly cementing your position as the boss. Master, I can't drag you into Paradise Planet in these 2 to 3 months. You have to be careful and don't make me worry. Arbor's heart warmed slightly. but he also felt that this childish tone was a bit funny. You should worry about yourself. Go into seclusion properly and don't think so much. I can handle it myself. Chocho didn't say anything. Arbor somewhat worriedly opened his inner vision and glanced at his dantian. He saw that the sapling's branches and leaves had all gathered together like a tree ball, completely enveloping itself. Even that lively tree ant was currently lying on its back at the foot of the sapling, completely motionless. The sapling had once said that it was probably still in the early stages of its infancy. When the divine water entered her mystic domain, it would definitely nourish the growth of the little tree's roots. Otherwise, it would not want to go into seclusion so quickly. Oh no, how do I get this drop of water out? Arbor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of this. This was a divine object that everyone in the sect worshipped like an ancestor. Yet, he had placed it in his Dantian's mystic ruin realm. This method was too unkind. Master, I can go out by myself. Steam Bun's soft and cute voice sounded. Then you can leave. Arbor calmly retracted her inner vision. Only then did she discover that her master and senior martial sister Sue were holding her hand and gently shaking it with slightly anxious expressions. She had been immersed in her inner vision for so long that she did not even remember that she was still in the cave of the mystical treasure. It's all right, master and senior sister. Arbor hurriedly gave them a reassuring look. Murong Sun asked with a dark face, "What did the holy water do to you just now?" Swoosh! A ball of watery light suddenly appeared in the air and floated next to Arbor's ear, emitting a watery blue light. Everyone's hands trembled defensively, and they assumed an attack posture. However, when they saw that it was Lady Holy Water, they all breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their arms one after another. Gurgle! Suddenly, for chubby, lotus-like little hands and feet extended from both sides of the ball of water. Chapter 3:29. Immediately afterward, the top of the water blob swayed, and a small head that looked like an onion poked out of the water blob. It stretched its limbs and turned into a transparent little onion person. Wow! Looking at this chubby and smooth little onion head person, all the holy water sect's female disciples' hearts nearly melted from her cuteness. So Lady Holy Water's original form was such an adorable little water doll. Master! The little water doll's naked body fluttered onto Arbor's shoulder. Its transparent arms hugged her neck and rubbed against her head. Chamo only felt goosebumps erupt all over her body. This soft little thing was cold and slippery as it lay on her shoulder, making her think of a creature that lived in the dark, a snake. She disliked snakes the most. This would make certain memories that she had purposely forgotten rush back to her. It would make her remember bits and pieces of her previous life, when she was locked up in a dark cage by that perverted friend. They let in a lot of soft and slimy snakes. They slithered inside the cage, burrowed in and out of her body and legs, gnawed at her, bit her, and devoured her. Was she afraid? Was she afraid? No, she wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid at all. She would kill them. Those filthy and dark creatures were only worthy of being ground into the mud. She would crush them beneath her feet for all eternity. They would never be able to harm her in the slightest. Arbor stood there petrified. Her hands were tightly clasped together and dug into her palms. She did not notice that beads of blood had seeped out. Chow Chow. Murong Sun immediately noticed Chow Chow's abnormality and grabbed her hand. When that gentle warmth enveloped her hand, Chow Mu immediately peeled herself out from her wandering soul-heart palpitation state. Suddenly, her gaze was as cold as an arrow and abnormally vicious as it shot towards a certain adorable creature lying on her shoulder. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Arbor ruthlessly slapped that adorable, transparent water doll and sent it flying. The water doll fell to the ground with a splash and turned into a drop of water. Scram! Following that cold shout, the entire place was silent and flabbergasted. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they looked at their junior sister. At that moment, the little water droplet felt that its heart was about to break. Master's fierce and terrifying gaze was filled with hatred and loathing. What a hateful gaze! It was divine water, so it didn't have a fixed form. It didn't hurt, but it felt uncomfortable. Xiao Mu darted out of the cave in a flash and ran out of the mystical treasured land in a sorry state. Too cold. This place was too cold. Once the cold aura enveloped his entire body, he simply couldn't disperse it. She thought that she had overcome this coldness after so many years. She could even let go of herself and cultivate in seclusion in the extremely cold, mystical treasured land for so many years. However, once one of her memories was triggered, all the dark and cold things that were buried deep within her would come back to haunt her. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deluded myself into wanting to find you as a host body. I won't do it again. Master, please forgive me this time. Master. Woo-woo. The little water droplet trembled and turned back into a lustrous ball of water. It chased after Arbor, bouncing and hopping. Arbor rushed towards the snowy peak, and the little water droplet mindlessly followed behind her. Arbor stopped. She stood on a protruding boulder on the snowy peak, allowing the sunlight to completely envelop her. Her small hand tightly gripped a hard rock, and her knuckles turned slightly white. She couldn't control her body from trembling slightly. Chapter 330. Master, I'm sorry, Master. The water ball circled around Arbor, but didn't dare to get close. Arbor did not expect her emotional breakdown to come so quickly. She had always thought that she had buried her wounds perfectly and even thought that she had completely forgotten the past. But from the looks of it now, there were some things that couldn't be forgotten even if you deliberately chose to. If the rotten flesh around the wound was not removed, it would never heal. Xiaomu took a deep breath and looked up at the faint sunlight spilling down. When he turned his head, Arbor looked at the wailing ball of water in surprise. This little thing was originally made of water. When it cried, 2 streams of tears shot out from the ball of water and flowed onto the ground with a splash. Arbor quickly took out a bottle and filled it with water. Is this holy water? 8 drops are enough. Why do you need so many? The little water blob took a deep breath and almost suffocated herself to death. However, she quickly stopped crying. Looking at the little master who had just shot her a murderous look, she stammered, Master, Just now, the look in its master's eyes was extremely cold and merciless, causing the ball of water to sink into a terrifying fear. Just now, it wasn't towards you. Arbor knew very well that at that moment, she saw the water blob as a crooked snake. The snake's cold face and mocking expression overlapped with a friend from her previous life. In that instant, she lost control of her emotions, and her actions were completely out of control. I'm sorry. Arbor looked at the water blob apologetically. She wanted to say something to comfort her, but she was not good at expressing her feelings. In the end, he could only sigh faintly. Let's go back. Master and senior sister should be worried. Master! The little ball of water flew in front of her, sparkling with blue light. It looked like it was begging to be touched and hugged. Junior sister. Su Shan and the others followed behind Morong's son. When they reached the summit of the snowy peak and saw that Arbor was fine, they involuntarily relaxed. Arbor was reaching out his hand when he heard the call and looked up. When he was half an inch away from the ball of water, Arbor's small hand suddenly retracted. He subconsciously clenched his small fist and quickly walked towards his master. The blue light covering the water blob slowly dimmed, and the blob followed behind Miss Xiao listlessly. 3 days later, Arbor left the water blob at the Holy Water Sect's mystical treasured land and left the sect with the disciples from the 3 peaks on a crane. The villagers of Xianghe village were rushing out of their houses when they heard the cries of cranes. They hurriedly looked up. More than 30 Holy Water Sect disciples, whose faces could not be seen clearly, were either sitting or standing on the backs of the cranes. Following the waves of cranes' cries, more than 30 Holy Water Sect disciples flew into the distance. Mother, are those immortals? The little girl pointed at the flying crane shadows and asked. That's right. Those immortals have always been protecting us in their own way. The flock of cranes sent them down the mountain all the way to the Mischievous River before returning. Shishao Valley was located at the edge of the western wilderness and bordered Shuang City. They had to pass through the Great Swamp. The Holy Water sect group planned to travel by water and would reach the vicinity of the Great Swamp in about 10 days. After calculating the distance, they had to hurry because it might take some time to cross the Great Swamp. "Master, there's a boatman up ahead. I'll go ask him." A disciple from the 3 Peaks dashed towards the river like a bird released from its cage. That boatman was sitting by the river with his back facing the Holy Water sect group. The disciple from the 3 Peaks patted his shoulder with a grin. "Uncle, are you running a boat? Send us too." The boatman abruptly turned around. His nose and mouth were all sunken in on his flat face, and only his blackened teeth were exposed. He abruptly opened his mouth and pounced at the disciple from the 3 Peaks, opening his mouth to an unimaginable width. The Holy Water sect disciples couldn't help but scream. With a whoosh, a jet-black iron arrow pierced through the boatman's throat and exited from the back of his neck. Chapter 331. 3rd Peak's disciple, Chun Hanzi, broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, she could almost smell the stench of blood spewing out of the zombie's gaping mouth. That flat face was covered in rotting flesh and was abnormally terrifying. The two were less than half a foot away from each other, but Chun Hanzi's heart nearly stopped from fright. In the blink of an eye, the iron arrow pierced through the corpse hag's throat and sent it flying into the river. The water splashed loudly, creating a splash half a person's height. Chun Hanzi was stunned for a moment, and her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the last person. Arbor was dressed in a flawless white robe and had a straight and beautiful figure. She held a pitch-black repeating crossbow in her delicate hand and calmly looked over. Little junior sister's decisive arrow had undoubtedly saved her life. Chun Hanzi nodded gratefully at little junior sister from afar. "Hanzi, hurry and come back," Luyan shouted at her disciple with a dark face. Chun Hanzi was about to run back when she heard the sound of water splashing from the riverbank. A water-based vine abruptly shot out of the river mud and headed straight for her ankle. Luyan's expression changed, and she abruptly flew up. She hastily untied a belt and flung it out, wrapping it around Chun Hanzi's arm with a swish. Chun Hanzi borrowed this force and decisively jumped into the air. However, the water-based vine wrapped around the sole of her left shoe, and Chun Hanzi's body sank down slightly. Fortunately, Luyan tightened her belt with one hand and quickly rushed to Chun Hanzi's side. She released a ball of mystic energy and smashed the water-based vine to the ground. She brought Chun Hanzi back several steps before barely managing to stabilize herself. Chun Hanzi looked back and saw one of her shoes being shredded to pieces by the writhing water-based vine at any moment. She immediately shuddered all over. "Are you all right, senior sister Chun?" Doya breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed Chun Hanzi. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Chun Hanzi blushed and looked at her master, Lu Yun, who had an unsightly expression. In the next instant, a huge wave suddenly surged from the riverbank. Murong Sun extended her hand to block the disciples and sternly ordered, "Retreat." Suddenly, 7 or 8 water-based vines as thick as a person's wrist shot out from the bottom of the water. A few of them formed a group and swept towards the crowd. "What is this? Is it a demonic plant?" The Holy Water sect disciples all drew their swords to hack at the aquatic vines that swept over. "This is a level 2 corpse-eating vine." Arbor's cold voice sounded. "It's best not to get caught by it. Pay attention to protect your exposed skin. Don't get scratched by it to avoid infection." Although level 2 corpse-eating vines were not like level 3 corpse puppets, which would definitely mutate and become infected when scratched, level 3 corpse-eating vines would not be infected. But to be on the safe side, it was better not to get caught. You should not have any wishful thinking, lest you be unaware of the impending disaster. It seems that the more you cut, the more there are. Chang Yushi couldn't help but exclaim. After these corpse-eating vines were chopped off, they were still wriggling on the ground. They looked very disgusting. Arbor had already risen into the air. He stroked the tiny goosebumps on his arms and lowered his wrist. His fingers lightly clasped, and 5 iron arrows shot toward the riverbank with a whoosh like shooting stars chasing after the moon. When the iron arrows shot into the river, a strange hissing sound came from the depths of the river. It was like an iron rod scraping against the ground, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Afterwards, all the corpse-eating vines that were attacking simultaneously fell limply to the ground, motionless. Chapter 332. The expressions on all the Holy Water sect disciples' faces were extremely colorful. No one expected that they would encounter this kind of situation the moment they left the Great Snow Mountain. There really wasn't a moment of peace. After Arbor killed the corpse-eating vine's main body, all the corpse-eating vines stopped moving. Chang Yushi hastily took out a match and burned all the corpse-eating vines on the riverbank to a crisp. Murong Sun's face darkened. I'm afraid the water route won't work. Cranes aren't suited for long-distance travel. Also, if something happens in the air, we'll be even more passive. Murong Sun pondered for a moment before saying, for now, we can only go to 5 Moon City to exchange for some horses. Luyan glanced at her disciples with a dark expression. Have you all forgotten your master's instructions when you're outside? Outside, unlike in the sect, you must maintain vigilance at all times and mustn't be impulsive. Disciple knows her mistake. Shinhanzi admitted her mistake with a red face and turned to thank Arbor. Thank you, little junior sister. Little junior sister's reaction just now was shockingly fast. This meant that ever since she left the Snow Mountain, she hadn't relaxed her guard at all and was constantly in a tense state of battle readiness. When they thought of this, all the female disciples were ashamed. They thought that they were much older than little junior sister, but they weren't as steady and decisive as this little girl. The group could only turn back to 5 Moon City and head directly to the City Lord's estate. These past years, the Holy Water sect had accepted many missions in 5 Moon City, so they could be considered old acquaintances with the City Lord of 5 Moon City. When the guards brought them to the south side of the City Lord's estate, the City Lord was personally digging in a small patch of blackened soil. There were 3 or 4 retainers following him with deeply furrowed brows. When the City Lord saw Murong Sun's group, he hastily cleaned up the dust on his body and welcomed them with a smile. He cupped his hands from afar and politely said, "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." City Lord Wu is too courteous. Murong Sun cupped her fists in greeting and explained her intentions with a smile. Wu Mantian readily agreed and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare horses. Can the land the City Lord dug be planted? Yang Shirong asked with a smile. Wu Mantian sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the amount of land that can be planted in the city is decreasing, and there aren't many seeds left in the storage. Because many seeds that were planted in the ground could not grow anything at all, and in the end, they all rotted in the ground. We've basically searched all the nearby villages, and there's nothing left to collect. In the past few years, the food supply had been getting less and less. If they continued to use up their food reserves like this, they might not even be able to last a year. At that time, we can only migrate to the large fortifications in the north. Wu Mantian's eyes were filled with yearning. I heard that Northern Moi has established 13 great fortifications, and their iron bastions are impregnable. I just don't know if they will accept outsiders. Murong Sun, Yang Shirong, and Lu Yun's faces darkened slightly. 2 years ago, after the old king of the Qiu kingdom was poisoned to death by a favored concubine, his sons fought over the throne and almost killed each other. Currently, the Qiu kingdom only existed in name. At least Wu Mantian was taking care of 5 Moon City, so it was still all right. If they really had to move the city, it would be a huge movement. Husband. As they spoke, a young woman with a simple face rushed over while crying and running while carrying a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Madam, what happened? Wu Mantian was shocked and hastily walked up to catch the young woman who was staggering over. Husband, hurry and save Chuer. Save her. Chapter 333. Quickly invite the estate doctor here. Wu Mantian couldn't help but panic when he saw his unconscious daughter foaming at the mouth. The estate doctor said Chuer can't be saved. The young madam cried out with a pained expression. Husband, this concubine heard that several peak masters from Holy Water sect came to the estate. This person must be the Holy Water sect's peak master. The young madam hastily knelt in front of Murong Sun with the child in her arms. Please save my daughter, peak master. Save her. Murong Sun was dumbfounded. She was a peak master and a mystic cultivator instructor, but she didn't know anything about the art of medicine, all right? How could she endure being forced to do something beyond her ability like this? Murong Sun hastily stopped the city Lord Madam from kneeling. Madam, please rise, madam. Murong Sun turned to City Lord Wu and helplessly said, I won't hide it from you too. If you want to seek treatment, it's better to find Celestial Medicine Valley. There's only one person in our Holy Water sect who knows a bit about medicine, and she's the sect master's personal maidservant. She's still in the Holy Water sect. The City Lord Madam fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. The City Lord hastily reached out to support her. Madam, Chuer. The City Lord Madam hugged her daughter and wailed. My poor daughter, if you keep strangling her like this, she really will die soon. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out amidst the crying. The voice was crisp and clear, like a stream of spring water caressing through a snowy mountain. The City Lord and Madam looked in the direction of the voice in a daze, only to see a 12 or 13-year-old little girl with black hair and plain clothes looking at them with cold eyes. Murong Sun. She was about to mediate the situation when she heard her little disciple angrily rebuke. What's the use of crying? Can crying alone solve the problem? You, put her down. The City Lord Madam reflexively let go, but she still dazedly stared at the little girl. Suddenly, she felt her leg lighten. It turned out the little girl had carried her daughter to the side and placed her on the edge of the field. Murong Sun was about to speak when her gaze froze. He saw his little disciple skillfully twisting Chu Er's wrist. He first felt her pulse, then opened her eyelids to take a look. Then she took out a small needle bag from her waist and took out several silver needles. She directly inserted a few needles into the patient's body. Her speed was so fast that it almost dazzled these laymen. Eldest senior sister, my disciple knows how to treat patients? Yang Shirong was simply stupefied. She turned to look at Murong Sun, whose gaze had frozen, and involuntarily laughed in schadenfreude. No, this is the first time you've heard about it, right? Ha ha. Murong Sun stretched out her hand and forcefully pushed the fool's head to the side, shooting her an irritated glare. By this time, Arbor had quickly pulled out the needle and turned the girl upside down. With a wah sound, the girl spat out a mouthful of black liquid, and her complexion improved significantly. The mayor and his wife looked in front of them with surprise and joy. They hurriedly ran over and reached out to pick up the little girl. They kept saying to Arbor, "Thank you, little girl. Thank you." Arbor expressionlessly looked at the city lord and his wife. She swallowed heartbreak grass. Heartbreak grass? The city lord and his wife looked at each other in surprise. They had never heard of this medicinal herb's name before. That's heartbreak grass. Arbor casually pointed at the 3 pots placed in the corridor in the distance. The city lord's wife was shocked. It's poisonous? Its poison is concentrated near the root. Even adults can't take it after swallowing it, let alone children. Chapter 334. Chuer, you're randomly eating again. The city lord's wife grasped her daughter's hand in exasperation and lightly patted it twice. Mother, I'm hungry. The little girl's face was ghastly pale, and she weakly whined. City Lord Wu was dazed and regretted his past actions. In order to live frugally, City Lord Wu mobilized the entire city and ordered everyone to only eat 1 meal a day. Almost all of the city's citizens passed their days half-starved. As the city lord, he naturally had to set an example and lead the way. His entire family suffered with him. Adults could endure it, but when a child was hungry, she could only randomly grab something to eat. She probably ate the heartbreak grass planted by the roadside raw. The city lord's wife's tears streamed down like rain, and she looked up at City Lord Wu with resentment. Her poison is mostly cured, but to prevent the remaining poison from wreaking havoc in her body, take 1 pill a day for 7 days. Arbor tossed a small jade bottle to the city lord's wife with a wave of her hand. Thank you, godly physician. Thank you, godly physician. The city lord and his wife were endlessly grateful and repeatedly thanked her. Arbor shook her head, her stoic face solemn and serious. I'm not some godly physician. I probably only know a little about medicine. Everyone, Murong Sun and Yang Shirong met each other's eyes and were speechless at the same time. This was truly fucked up. She could revive a dying child with just a few random needles, and she only knew a little about medicine. How could people who truly knew a little about medicine endure this? How could Murong Sun and the others know that the little stoic was purely thinking this in her heart? Her innate medical skills had always been a bit strange and unfathomable. If you said she knew medicine, she felt like she had never learned it in her life. If you said she didn't know anything, she could roughly name any poisonous herb or wondrous medicine with a single glance. If she encountered a sudden illness, she could immediately treat the patient. Every time she inserted needles, she felt like she had inserted needles countless times. The strangest thing was that she even ran to the holy water sect to specifically flip through the books and found a few medical and herbal books to check. She found that the various herbs in the herbal book completely overlapped with some of the information in her mind. The only difference was probably the names of the herbs. For example, she only knew the name of the heartbreak grass after reading the herbal book. Before she flipped through the book, the name of another herb with similar characteristics and toxicity popped up in her mind. After flipping through all the medical books, she only felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had flipped through countless medical and poison books in the past. The Holy Water Sect's medical books were all the most common books circulating on the market, so she couldn't compare more. She could only say that she had a rough idea and suspected that she might have some knowledge of medicine. Ahem, madam. Can I take a look at the medicine in your hand? Yang Shirong stared curiously at the jade bottle in the mayor's wife's hand. The city lord's wife hurriedly offered it with both hands. Yang Shirong poured out a small round-sized, jet-black pill from the jade bottle. Everyone stared blankly at Arbor, unable to take their eyes off him. Murong Sun was also curious. Disciple, could this be a pill that you made yourself? Arbor glanced at the medicine in Yang Shirong's hand and slowly nodded. She only made some small pills according to the medicinal techniques described in the common medical books. At first, her movements were a bit stiff, but the more she made, the more familiar she felt. It was as if she had made countless pills, powders, and even liquid medicine before. Murong Sun and the others stared at her dumbfoundedly for a long time. It was not until the neighing of horses that everyone was interrupted from their days. Chapter 335. After the 3 Peak Masters bid farewell to Wu Mantion and his wife, they led their disciples out of the city lord's estate. Along the way, all of the Holy Water Sect's female disciples were bewildered and did not regain their senses for a long time. Little Junior Sister's medical skills were astonishing. The acupuncture technique that Little Junior Sister revealed just now was simply an eye-opener. Not only was their Little Junior Sister exceptionally talented in martial arts, but she also seemed to be very knowledgeable in medicine. Little Junior Sister was such a knowledgeable person in medicine, but she merely said aloofly, "I only know a little bit." All of the senior sisters felt very subtle. Their hearts were struck by this miraculous Little Junior Sister. After silently hurrying for a while, Murong Sun was the first to catch her breath. She turned to look at her little disciple. "Jojo, you know medicine?" "I know a little bit," the little stoic expressionlessly replied and focused on the road in front of her. "You're clearly extremely skilled with your skills. How is that a little bit?" Peak Master Murong roared in her mind before turning around with a grin. "So it's like that. Then why didn't you tell Master?" At this moment, he heard Yang Shirong's giggling in the background. Murong Sun inwardly ground her teeth. "Master has never asked." Xiaomu suddenly cast a glance behind her, her slender brows creasing slightly. "Murong Sun, disciple, What else can Master say after you answered like that? This little fellow's ability to end a conversation with 3 sentences was truly improving. Arbor abruptly pulled on the reins and turned his horse around to stare at the road they came from. Murong Sun and the others were startled, and also urged their horses to turn around, their gazes becoming guarded. Still not coming out? Arbor muttered in a clear voice. Gurgle. In the air, a cloud of water mist suddenly condensed together. With a bang, it transformed into a small ball of water. Its whole body was emitting a blue light, flickering from time to time. Lady Holy Water! Chang Yushi and the others cried out in surprise. The 3 Peak Masters' expressions changed, and they worked together to set up a soundproof barrier, enclosing Lady Holy Water within it. Don't joke around. If the sacred water was exposed in front of people, then it wouldn't just be a matter of Seacone Planet fighting over it. Even the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures would join the fray. Goody. The water blob flashed to Arbor's side. The water blob shook a little, and little hands and feet stretched out of the water blob. It turned into an onion-headed baby and looked at its master with a cute face. Arbor was expressionless. Didn't I tell you to stay in the sect? Master. The little water baby looked at her pitifully, its big blue eyes blinking. It was so adorable that the senior sister's heart softened. Chang Yushi was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. She hurriedly jumped out to speak for Lord Holy Water. Little junior sister, I think Lord Holy Water is pretty good. You should bring along. Right. Shui Xiao also nodded hastily. Lord Holy Water also gave us each a small bottle of sacred water. It knows its mistake and can change. Little junior sister, please forgive it. Su Shan and all the First Peak disciples nodded in agreement. The disciples from the other 2 peaks were all dumbfounded and turned to look at Shui Xiao in unison. Senior Sister Shui, what did you say? Lord Holy Water gave you a small bottle of sacred water? How many drops were in a small bottle? What they heard couldn't be true, right? You all want some too? The little stoic interrupted at this moment and took out a large bottle from her storage talisman. Bring your own bottles and pour some for you. It cried a lot last time, so it should work, right? Everyone. Chapter 336. The 3 Peak Masters all twitched their mouths at the same time. The senior sisters couldn't describe how traumatized they were right now. He only felt that in front of little junior sister, nothing seemed to be a problem. However, all of them acted in unison and hastily took out bottles of varying sizes from their inner worlds to line up to receive the holy water. Murong Sun helplessly looked at these disciples and reminded them, remember, don't use the holy water to level up during the competition. Even if you lose the competition, you can't use it to avoid being discovered and coveted by people with ulterior motives. Yes, the holy water sect disciples nodded in acknowledgement. Murong Sun then nodded and looked at Arbor. Disciple, quickly put away the holy water and don't rashly show it to others. This item is hard to find, even in tens of thousands of years. If it falls into the eyes of people with ulterior motives, they'll definitely fight you to the death. But this is the holy item that the sect worships. Silly disciple, the sect has instructed for the past 100 years that if the holy water wants to leave one day, we should naturally let it leave and not obstruct it. It can be seen that the holy water is free. Now that the holy water has chosen a master and has chosen a disciple of our holy water sect, isn't that great? This item is hard to find even in tens of thousands of years, so hurry and put it away. The little stoic's gaze shifted, and she awkwardly glanced at the water child. The water child suddenly felt that Master's glance seemed to contain a bit of disdain. Wah! The water child was so sad. It's soft and slippery, so it's not easy to carry. Master, I can turn into a solid state and not move at all. After saying that, the water child's entire body curled into a small square block of ice and landed in Arbor's hand with a thump. Arbor was speechless. After a while, he asked, "What other appearance can you turn into?" This block of ice could only be thrown into a storage talisman. I can turn into an ice ring. No, it's too conspicuous. She didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. How about this? The block of ice curled up and shrunk several times, turning into a round, thumb-sized ice bead. Arbor finally nodded in satisfaction. Master, you can do whatever you want. I won't touch it. The little ice bead's soft and cute voice sounded. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and gently stroked the ice bead. What are you talking about? I'll put you in my waist pocket. You can move if you want, but don't come out to meet people. Being outside the sect was different from being in the sect. She knew very well how sinister people could be. It was best to be careful. Once the little tree woke up, she could put it back on Paradise Planet so that she wouldn't have to worry about it. Yes, Master is the best. The Indian loves Master the most. As a result, the Holy Water Sect's party hurried on their journey without rest. After more than 20 days, they arrived at the adventurer base near the Great Swamp. Master, I confirmed it. This is the only way to the west. If you want to go to Shisha Valley, you must pass through this great desolate swamp, whether by water, land, or air. Hidden Flower followed behind his master and wandered around this area. Why isn't he here yet? Mo Lien frowned. He had arrived at this base 3 days in advance, but he still hadn't seen the little fellow. Calculating the time, she should be here in the next few days. Just as he was speaking, a 17 or 18-year-old girl suddenly stumbled out of the crowd and pounced on Mo Lien. Hidden Flower's brows twitched, and he couldn't resist face-palming. Again, after entering this base, he couldn't even tell how many girls had rushed to pounce on his master. Was it really that fun to be mercilessly kicked out like this and not even touch the corner of his master's clothes? Chapter 337. Lord Mo raised his phoenix eyes slightly, and his expression was gentle. He only reached out and lightly brushed his sleeves before walking forward as if he hadn't seen anything. It was as if it wasn't a beautiful girl who wanted to throw herself into his arms, but a blind little bird that had flown over and been unceremoniously flicked away by him. Hidden Flower, who was following behind his master, chuckled silently in his heart before following her like a lackey. He would just pretend that he didn't see his master occasionally going crazy or something. He was a considerate and loyal little guard, so he wouldn't say things like, "Master, you're really crazy." Mo Lien hadn't taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped. She abruptly turned around and narrowed her phoenix eyes as she swept her gaze over the passers-by behind her. When the passers-by's gazes landed on him, they all subconsciously paused in their steps, and their gazes lingered on him for a moment. Under a moon-white robe was a tall and slender youth. His posture was tall and straight, and his features were clear and elegant. He was as elegant and unrestrained as colored glass, and he was like a piece of sparkling and translucent jade that had fallen from a snowy peak. He was indescribably beautiful. Hidden Flower was slightly taken aback. He took 2 steps forward and softly called out, "Master." Mo Lien retracted her gaze and muttered to herself, "I have a strange feeling," as if the little fellow had already come to his side. "Go to the nearby inns and ask." Yes. Hidden Flower immediately accepted the order and led a small group of black-clothed youths to inspect the inns from door to door. When Hidden Flower led the group of youths past a bustling pavilion with a tall and wide entrance that had adventurers coming and going, he only raised his head to glance at the large gold-gilded black signboard before calmly walking past the door. He didn't even bring anyone in to take a look. Inside Morning Sunlight Pavilion, Arbor expressionlessly stood in front of the counter and flipped through a box of blank talisman papers provided by the shopkeeper. This is all of the blank talisman papers in this pavilion. The old shopkeeper was over 50 years old. His face was simple and amiable, and there was a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. Arbor nodded and closed the box of blank talismans. How much food? She had been cultivating in seclusion in the sect for many years, so she had long been unaware of the prices in the outside world. That was why she asked. The old shopkeeper was stunned, and before he could speak, he heard a sharp laughter mixed with sarcasm coming from behind him. "Ha, what a country bumpkin, exchanging food for food. Are you kidding me? Get out of the way." Arbor turned his head slightly and saw a young girl with an oval face and vertical eyebrows. She was walking forward with her chin held high. The young girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a blue brocade gown with a butterfly pattern, a red muslin cover, in a lake green pleated skirt. As she walked, the hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind. "Shopkeeper, I'm here to pick up the defensive profound clothes that I ordered yesterday." The girl raised her chin high, as if her chin would fall off if she didn't. When the girl approached, she deliberately bumped into Arbor with her shoulder. How could Arbor let her have her way? He leaned to the side to avoid her, but his brows were slightly furrowed, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, what an arrogant girl. "Miss Ning, the things are ready." The shopkeeper smiled at her, without much change in his expression. He took out a long brocade box from the bottom of the cabinet and placed it in front of the girl. He extended his hand and politely said, "According to the rules, please show me your treasure talisman." Chapter 338. The young girl raised her lips and cast a haughty, sidelong glance at Arbor. She pinched a red diamond-shaped jade talisman between her fingers and handed it to the shopkeeper. After the shopkeeper received it, he carefully appraised it and touched the mark engraved on the back of the jade talisman before respectfully returning it to the young girl. "Hello, this is a red jade treasure talisman. It requires 1,000 points to exchange for this defensive mystic garment. Would you like to deduct the points to exchange now?" "Exchange." The young girl smiled complacently and faintly turned her head to sweep Arbor a glance. She couldn't help but get angry with this glance. She originally thought that the little girl next to her would be so ashamed that she wouldn't be able to lift her head after being ridiculed by her. Who would have expected that she would still see a wooden face? The little girl's gaze curiously landed on the red jade treasure talisman, and her gaze wandered back and forth between the long brocade box and the red jade treasure talisman. "Who allowed you to casually look at other people's things?" "Country bumpkin." "Scram." The young girl furiously pushed Arbor. A disapproving voice came from his side. "Junior sister, what are you doing? How can you be so rude?" Ning Bifin stomped her feet and looked at the tall and handsome man next to her with displeasure. "Senior brother, why are you speaking up for the country bumpkin?" The little stoic directly ignored the senior brother and sister pair and looked curiously at Morning Sunlight Pavilion shopkeeper. "Do you want to exchange the items here?" The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. "That's right, little miss. Morning Sunlight Pavilion doesn't directly sell items to individuals. The sale will only be conducted as a public auction. A large-scale auction will be held at the beginning of every month. If the little miss is interested, you can come take a look then. Where did that red jade treasure talisman and those points come from?" Our dear Xiao Mu continued to ask. "Country bumpkin." Ning Bifin's arm was pulled by her senior brother, but she still couldn't resist rebuking Miss Xiao. "Shopkeeper, why are you being so long-winded with her? Hurry and help me wrap things up properly. This girl looks like a country bumpkin from some remote village." "What's there to chat about?" Arbor suddenly turned his head and frowned at the girl. He expressionlessly said, "You're very annoying. If you interrupt again, I'll have you die." The crowd that was originally watching the show with relish suddenly had black lines appear on their faces. As soon as this little girl walked into Morning Sunlight Pavilion, she had already attracted everyone's attention. There was no other reason than that she was too elegant and refined, even more so than a snowman. Ning Bifin was also angry because her senior martial brother couldn't take his eyes off the little girl as soon as he entered Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Now that he heard the little stoic's words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Why don't you try? Hit me? Come and hit me." Slap. The little stoic's hand was as fast as lightning, and her palm struck Ning Bifin's small oval face. The shopkeeper couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He was close, so he naturally could see how fast the little stoic attacked. Almost as soon as that girl finished her provocative words, the little stoic slapped her across the face. He was really asking for it. Blood trickled from the corner of Ning Bifin's mouth from the slap. She covered her face with one hand and abruptly straightened her body. Her eyes were red as she stared incredulously at the stoic face. She shrieked sternly, You dare to hit me?" The little stoic was baffled. She lowered her head to look at her small hand, then raised her head to look at Ning Bifin, who was livid. "Weren't you the one who asked me to hit you?" "Everyone." Ning Bifin clenched her fists as if she had gone mad and pounced at Miss Xiao with mystic energy. Chapter 339. It was a loud rumble. Ning Baifin's attack was repelled by Miss Xiao and sent her flying out along with the window frame. Miss Ning clung onto half of the wooden window frame and was smashed out along with half of the shattered wall. She sprawled on the ground. The people on the street, they saw a young lady flying out along with the window frame. The passers-by hastily dodged in all directions and stared dumbfoundedly at the young lady crashing onto the ground with a bang. She was so dizzy that she fell flat on her face, and her entire face was bleeding. Soon after, some broken pieces of the wall and wooden window fell onto her body and head with a pitter-patter, making her look rather disheveled. Junior's sister. The tall man bent over and jumped out of the window hole. He hastily ran to his junior sister and reached out to help her up. Ning Baifin clung to her senior brother with a wah and collapsed into the man's arms while crying. Morning Sunlight Pavilion's shopkeeper's head was filled with black lines, and he hastily walked out of the room. Looking at the disheveled Miss Ning, he hastily said that the wall and window were smashed. You have to compensate for it. The passers-by, Dutch shopkeeper, do you think you're being honest by doing this? The young lady fell so hard that her face looked like a pig's head, yet you still chased after her to ask for compensation. Ning Baifin only felt that she had never been so dark in her 18 years of life. She was bawling her eyes out as she raised her head and roared at the shopkeeper. Did I smash it? Are you sick in the head? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Go find her for compensation. She pointed at our dear Xiao Mu, who had followed them out. The little stoic only felt that this young lady was a bit baffling, so she walked to the shopkeeper's side and said, You didn't finish speaking just now. The shopkeeper glanced speechlessly at the little fellow and explained patiently. The treasure-gathering talisman is our Morning Sunlight Pavilion's unique permit exchange certificate. In the past, 10,000 gold taels could exchange for a red jade treasure-gathering talisman, 100,000 gold taels could exchange for a blue jade treasure-gathering talisman, and 1,000,000 gold taels could exchange for a black jade treasure-gathering talisman. You can obtain a certain amount of points every time you come to buy something. Oh, the little fellow decisively ended the conversation. The corner of the old shopkeeper's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but continue. Nowadays, we don't sell treasure talismans anymore, unless you can bring out a good auction item. The little stoic didn't say anything and just looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper could tell that the little stoic in front of him was still waiting for him to continue explaining. So he could only speechlessly continue. The 500 blank talismans you took a fancy to just now require 3,000 points to exchange. TSK. Ning Baifin couldn't help but sneer. 3,000 points. Do you even have it, country bumpkin? She had accumulated 1,000 points over the past 6 years. She didn't believe that the country bumpkin in front of her had 3,000 points. You don't either. The little stoic turned to glance at Ning Baifin, her expression saying, Why bother making things difficult for a poor person? Even the shopkeeper couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're simply... Ning Baifin trembled with anger. All right, junior sister, stop messing around. The man frowned impatiently. Let's take the things and leave. Master is still waiting for us at the inn. No, you have to pay the compensation first, the old shopkeeper said sullenly. Ning Baifin stomped her feet in anger and casually threw a bag of grain to the old shopkeeper. Is it enough? The old shopkeeper shook his head. Ning Baifin was furious and threw out another bag. She was so angry that her heart ached. So many beans, it's enough for you to hire 2 people to repair 10 walls. The shopkeeper finally stopped talking. Ning Baifin turned her head and pointed at Arbor. Chapter 340. Little village girl, don't be complacent. I'm the daughter of Wanxiang's sex master, Ning Guilai, Ning Baifin. If you have the guts, tell me your name. I'll settle this with you later. Oh, Arbor nods, not responding at all. This attitude is simply enough to anger a dead person back to life. Little village girl. Ning Baifin's head is about to explode, and she wants to curse. You're so annoying. I don't even know you, so why are you being so long-winded with me all day? Arbor suddenly flashes. The silver-white blade in her hand flashes, and a line of snow slashes towards Ning Baifin's neck. Junior sister. The man behind her sees everything clearly. If that dagger really slashes Ning Baifin's neck, it will really take her life. The man is so frightened that he breaks out in cold sweat. He hastily reaches out and forcefully pulls his junior sister behind him. In a hurry, he circulates a wisp of mystic energy and grabs Arbor's wrist with his bare hand. Seeing that the 5 fingers are about to touch her wrist, Arbor's slender wrist slightly rotates, and the dagger in her left hand instantly swaps. The dagger in her left hand shoots out like lightning. Ah! Ning Baifin turns pale with fright, falling on her, but on the ground. Taking a closer look, the dagger that flew out of her hand is now stuck horizontally in Ning Baifin's chest. But because Ning Baifin is wearing a defensive mystic artifact, the dagger only pierces 2 centimeters and can't go any further, so only a faint trace of blood can be seen on her chest. Ning Baifin is still in a state of shock, her whole body slightly trembling. The man turns his head to glance at her, then frowns at Arbor. "Little miss, you're too ruthless. My junior sister only has a few words with you. Why do you have to take her life? What sect do you belong to? Senior brother, don't talk too much with her. This which must be from some demonic sect. Kill her." Ning Baifin sits on the ground, shouting angrily with bloodshot eyes. Arbor expressionlessly glances at her. She swipes the air, and her fingers faintly pull out a pitch-black ferrule. "You also want to die? Miss, you might not be overconfident." A trace of anger appeared on the man's face. Previously, he had seen this little girl's cold appearance and couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't expect that once he really came into contact with her, he would be angered half to death by her cold temperament. "I'm a level 10 mystic cultivator. Even if I don't summon my mystic beast, a mere level 8 mystic cultivator like you might not be my match." The man's words made the crowd gasp. A level 8 mystic cultivator? This little girl looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, but she had already broken through to become a level 8 mystic cultivator? No wonder he was so aloof and cold. "I also don't want to bully the weak. Apologize to my junior sister, and I'll let you go. How about it?" The man said indifferently. "Senior brother." Ning Baifin angrily pounded the ground and roared. "I don't want her apology, and I don't want to let her off. Kill this demoness for me. Kill her." "Shut up," the man growled. The little stoic lifted her eyelids slightly, and the ferrule in her hand shook lightly. "A load of nonsense. We'll know once we fight. Blabbering nonsense all day long. Blabber my ass, let's fight." It was rare for Master to say that they would stay for a day at this adventure base, so they could split up and move freely. She only came out to buy a blank talisman. So how did she encounter this pair of oddballs? The little stoic thought, "If I take them down, I won't have so much to say done on the other side." Master. Hui Feng's ghostly figure appeared next to Mo Lien. This subordinate received news that someone is causing trouble in front of Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Mo Lien raised her brows. "Go take a look." Chapter 341. When the two arrived at Morning Sunlight Pavilion's entrance, they happened to see a slender and petite plain-colored figure gracefully land on the ground and take a few light steps forward. Lord Mo abruptly stopped in his tracks, and his gaze fixed on that small figure. "You lost." Who was the one who was overly confident? He heard the little girl coldly say a few words, as cold and emotionless as before. Although he didn't see her small face, he could already imagine that the little fellow's face was definitely paralyzed and expressionless when she said this. Cough. Miss Ning's senior brother coughed out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and looked at Arbor in disbelief. The battle between the two just now happened too quickly. Not to mention the normal people watching. Even he himself was still in a stupefied state. He didn't understand why a level 10 Mystic Cultivator's Mystic Chi attack would actually be repelled by a level 8 Mystic Cultivator. Defensive Mystic Weapon. The little girl definitely had a defensive Mystic Weapon on her. Miss Ning's senior brother's gaze gradually changed. He clenched his right fist and struggled to get up. He roared with a face full of anger. "Come out." Suddenly, a giant python covered in black scales abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Mu. It flicked out its scarlet forked tongue with a hiss, and its pair of triangular eyes gloomily cast a sidelong glance at Miss Chiao. In front of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's entrance, the originally spectating crowd all jumped in fright and hastily retreated. Fuck! This snake coiled up into 2 layers and was half a person's height. The little girl was completely tiny in front of it. Arbor subconsciously reached out to stroke the tiny particles that had appeared on his arm, even though he kept warning himself in his heart, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." He still couldn't resist the dense chill in the depths of his heart, and his footsteps retreated slightly. "Ha ha ha! Bitch, I'll teach you a lesson. Python, eat her. Eat her." Ning Bifin, who had finally gotten up from the ground with great difficulty, shouted agitatedly with clenched fists. The python opened its huge mouth, and several dozen small snakes scuttled out. All the nerves in Xiao Mu's body practically tensed up the instant her gaze landed on those crooked small snakes. All the hair on her body stood on end as she stared blankly at those things. Miss Chiao subconsciously covered herself with an eggshell. He couldn't care less about how funny the eggshell looked in front of others. She didn't want that. "Don't let these disgusting things touch me." When the little snakes were about to touch Arbor's shield, the little girl felt like her head was about to explode. His hands were covered in a layer of profound light, and he was about to use his profound energy to quickly kill the little snake that was pouncing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a white shadow suddenly landed beside him, and a familiar scent as thin as silk followed. The purple flames landed accurately on the dozens of small snakes. Xiao Mu was dumbfounded. Before she could raise her head, she felt her body suddenly become light. Her feet left the ground for a distance, and her entire body was lifted high up in the air. Bastard! She had already grown taller, so why was she still being hugged the moment she came up? The little girl turned her head and met the youth's smiling phoenix eyes. The two people's gazes were glued together and didn't pull away for a long time. The noisy sea of people around them, the rustling branches and trees, the gentle breeze, and all kinds of things such as still sand paintings, all disappeared the moment they landed. At this moment, it was as if there was only each other left in the two's eyes, that the youth was still that gentle and elegant youth with flowing phoenix eyes, while the little girl was still that expressionless little stoic who was as cold as ice. Just like in the past. Chapter 342. Bao Bao Miss Me. The Crown Prince chuckled softly as he gazed at the black vortex swirling in the little girl's eyes. When such a voice fell into the ears of those who heard it, they all felt a little numb. Arbor didn't know what was wrong with her, but she felt like her heart was pounding nonstop like a drum. Her small face seemed to be a bit hot, and a slender and elegant figure was reflected in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. Shameless guy. She wasn't missing him. Our dear Xiao Mu reached out to push away his handsome face that was inches away from her and harumphed with a wooden expression. When she looked down, she discovered that the dozens of little snakes that had scuttled over had long been burned to ashes by the small flames at some point in time. The remaining small flame on the ground emitted a faint purple glow. The Crown Prince actually used a purple flame when he made his move. The little fellow stared at the embers carefully. She remembered very clearly that the flames the Crown Prince controlled 4 years ago were red. Suddenly, someone grabbed her small chin and lifted it slightly. A pair of dark eyes helplessly met Prince Mo's half-smiling gaze. The little fellow dryly asked, "What are you doing?" "What, feeling guilty? Jojo doesn't dare to look at me? What is this Bao Bao feeling guilty about? What did this Bao Bao do that I need to feel guilty about?" Looking at his refreshing expression, our dear Xiao Mu wanted to pounce on him and bite him hard. This Crown Prince, who appeared as gentle as jade, was probably the only one who knew how dark his heart was. "Bite here." A certain person good-naturedly turned his handsome face and pointed at his left cheek. "Bite it better." Huifeng silently stood behind his master, but 1,000 curses were already running through his heart. "Master, where's your moral integrity?" He felt that his master's serious demeanor had completely changed the moment he saw Miss Chiao. Although Arbor's small face was stoic, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The Crown Prince looked at her, and pinched her slightly cracked little face. He chuckled softly. Bao Bao, whether you miss me or not. In short, I miss you a lot. I miss Bao Bao. Miss Bao Bao a lot. Arbor felt like her stoic face was about to burn up, and a red mist must have already flown over her cheeks. When a young man said this in a soft voice, his phoenix eyes moved slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Who would be able to resist him like this? The little stoic blinked and reflexively reached out to stroke her slightly flushed small face. She replied seriously, "Oh." Crown Prince was speechless. Bao Bao successfully killed the conversation once again. Huifeng's heart was about to cramp from laughing. He pitied their master for having such a stoic face of few words. It's hard to say. The Crown Prince helplessly glanced at the little stoic before abruptly shooting a glance at the crowd. He sneered, "Want to slip away?" The man, who was about to withdraw and leave, trembled slightly as he held his junior sister's hand. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. He didn't even dare to recall that large python in order to attract the youth's attention. He planned to quietly leave with his junior sister like this. He planned to quietly recall the profound beast once they were far away. She had tolerated and given in, but why was she still unwilling to let him go? This stinking bug of yours scare my baby. Do you think you can just walk away like that? The Crown Prince raised his slender fingers. 5 purple flames danced back and forth between his lustrous fingers, as mischievous as fairies. I wasn't scared. Our dear Qiao Mu immediately retorted. Don't try to be brave in front of me. The Crown Prince lowered his head to glance at the little girl, a smile flickering in his eyes. See, just destroy it. No, don't. I beg you don't. The man abruptly turned around, his eyes shrinking in fright. Chapter 343. Generally speaking, each mystic cultivator could only contract with one mystic beast in their lifetime. If the mystic beast died, not only would it bite back at its master and cause serious injuries, it also meant that the mystic cultivator would never be able to have another mystic beast for the rest of his life. A great mystic cultivator who lost his mystic beast and suffered serious injuries from the backlash. His future was bound to be bleak. Moreover, it could be said that he was practically a cripple. Ning Baifan's senior brother was truly scared at this time. His frightened gaze followed the movement of a youth's raised finger as he watched the youth throw out several wisps of purple flames. After the mystic beast python was enveloped by the wisps of purple flames, it instantly lost the strength to resist and writhed on the ground. The snake's tail heavily smashed onto the ground, scaring the onlookers into screaming and fleeing in all directions, afraid that they would be smashed into minced meat by the snake's tail. Ning Baifan stared blankly at Prince Imo. She actually stood there with an infatuated gaze and a stupefied expression. She even turned a blind eye to her senior brother vomiting blood on the ground in pain. At this time, there was only that handsome youth who acted ruthlessly like a celestial being in her eyes. That tyrannical youth who shot out several wisps of purple flames with a snap of his fingers and roasted the python until it rolled all over the ground. The youth was tall and slender, as clear as a jade tree. Ning Baifan's gaze was completely snatched away by the youth, and she turned a deaf ear to her senior brother's blood-curdling screams at her feet. A young girl's maiden heart pounded nonstop, until, gouge out her eyes. A cold and distant voice came from the youth's mouth. The white-clothed youth's cold gaze on her made her entire body tremble. This was the first time he looked at her, and also the last time a black-clothed youth in his 20s suddenly appeared beside Ning Baifan and unhesitatingly gouged out her eyes with a long sword in his hand. "Ah!" Ning Baifan screamed. "Baifan!" A mystic energy suddenly shot out from the side and fiercely collided with the long sword in the black-clothed youth's hand. With a crisp ding sound, the youth knitted his brows. The long sword in his hand was slightly deflected and missed Ning Baifan's temples, cutting off a clump of her long, fluttering hair. However, the mystic energy that exploded from the sword had already pierced Ning Baifan's eyes. "Ah, eyes my eyes!" Ning Baifan screamed. She held her eyes with both hands, blood seeping out from between her fingers. "Baifan!" A suction force caused her entire body to fly out involuntarily, and she suddenly fell beside an old man. Grandpa Chow. Wah. Grandpa Chow, my eyes hurt. Ning Bifan was trembling all over because of fear. Go! The old man cast a venomous glance at the crown prince. He grabbed Ning Bifan's shoulder, lifted her up, and fled. Obliterate, the crown prince coldly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 black-clothed youths quickly scuttled out from both sides, closely following the fleeing old man and Ning Bifan. At this time, the surroundings were already silent. The onlookers had all shrunk into a corner and were peeking at them. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that things would develop like this? Originally, it was just a small quarrel. Our dear Chiao Mu turned her head and looked coldly at the man who was screaming as he was burned by the purple flames. She looked at him expressionlessly, without a shred of sympathy. If she had fallen into the hands of a senior brother and junior sister, with Ning Bifan's personality, would she have let her go? Therefore, don't blame the heavens and accuse others. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. What's more, the python that the man summoned was really too disgusting. Disgusting. Only after all the sticky snake blood on the ground had been burned away by the purple flames did the crown prince put her down. He stroked her little head and said with a smile, "It's fine now, don't be afraid." Chapter 344. I wasn't afraid to begin with. Our dear Chiao Mu clenched her small hands tightly as she thought to herself. Gentle fingers suddenly separated her hands and grasped one of her soft hands, squeezing it in his palm. Arbor raised his head slightly to glance at him. Her small hand reflexively moved in his palm, but he held it even tighter. Greetings to the young master. The old shopkeeper returned to his senses and hastily bowed in greeting. The old man was about to break out in a cold sweat from fright. He didn't expect such a small matter would alarm the young master. Old Han, what happened just now? The crown prince held the little girl's hand and lifted his sleeve slightly, indicating for the old shopkeeper to speak without ceremony. Morning Sunlight Pavilion's old shopkeeper couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat with his sleeve. He looked at the expressionless little girl next to the crown prince with an embarrassed smile and howled inwardly. Oh, great aunt. You should have said earlier that you were acquainted with our young master, and quickly took away that box of blank talismans. Then everything would have been fine. Since the young master asked, how could Han Chong dare to conceal anything? He hastily recounted everything that happened in detail. When he mentioned that box of blank talismans, he stammered awkwardly. This old servant didn't know that this little miss was acquainted with young master. Emo Yin lowered her head to glance at the little stoic. When she saw the little stoic blinking her clear eyes at her, she couldn't help but laugh. What is it? This morning Sunlight Pavilion is yours? The little stoic was curious. In her previous life, she had heard of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's resounding reputation, but she had never set foot inside due to her poor and pitiful circumstances, so she naturally didn't know the pavilion's rules. If the crown prince could open this Morning Sunlight Pavilion in this kind of small adventure base in a remote corner, it could be seen that other large cities also couldn't do without this auction house. That's right. The crown prince nodded and squeezed the little stoic's small hand with a smile. Come, let's talk inside. Seeing the large hole by the door and window, the crown prince creased his brows slightly. Did you compensate? Old Han wiped the waterfall of sweat on his forehead and nodded vigorously. Yes. Just 2 bags of beans. The little fellow at the side curled his little mouth, obviously looking down on these 2 bags of beans. How do you do things? Hidden Flower, who had heard the news, winked at Old Han. 2 bags of beans is so little. Is it enough compensation? Hurry up and send more people over to ask for more compensation. Han Chong was dumbfounded. He snuck a glance at the crown prince's displeased expression and hurriedly nodded in agreement. He led his men and hurried to the inn where Wan Xiang's sect was staying. You don't know how to do things. Hidden Flower had just approached with a smile when the crown prince waved his hand in disdain. Follow Old Han and have a look. Oh, Jojo, I've saved a few thousand blank talismans for you. Let's go back later and I'll get it for you. The Crown Prince held the young lady's hand and walked into Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Master said that we'll gather at noon. Don't pay attention to her. It's not like we're short on time. Someone continued to coax and instigate. I've saved up about 5,000 blank talismans. They're all for you. The little stoic's eyes abruptly brightened. All right then, let's quickly retrieve and return. What's the hurry? We haven't seen each other for so long. We should at least have a reunion dinner before leaving together. It was a reunion dinner again. The little stoic raised her head to glance at him. Why are you here? To see my JoJo. When the Crown Prince said this, he lowered his head to look at her with a grin, a wisp of gentleness gently rippling in his phoenix eyes. The little stoic's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She only felt that the youth in front of her had picturesque features that even a myriad of mountains and rivers couldn't compare to. Chapter 345. What a detestable evildoer. Arbor turned her head and was about to take small steps forward. The Crown Prince suddenly grabbed the little girl's hand tightly. Our dear Xiao Mu was caught off guard and threw herself in his arms. This bastard. Arbor raised her hand to rub her nose and raised her head. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince had just lowered his head, so he naturally planted a gentle kiss on her bright and clean forehead. It was soft and limp, as if a few ants were quietly crawling in her heart. A return gift. I almost forgot. The youth squeezed her small jade hand and said with a smile. Arbor's entire body froze. A trace of confusion appeared on her slightly raised face. She felt that something wasn't right. Emo Yin reached out to cup the little fellow's small face and stared into her large, rippling eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Look, in that pair of beautiful eyes that were as calm as a dry well and filled with desolation, there was now his reflection. How wonderful! Our dear Xiao Mu came back to her senses and expressionlessly slapped away his slender fingers. She turned around and walked directly to the counter. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh and slowly followed behind her. Old Hans stuffed the box of 500 blank talismans back into the secret cabinet. Arbor found the right place and stood in front of the cabinet. She turned her head to look at the Crown Prince with a bit of expectation on her wooden face. Here, this is for you. He stuffed a half-black, half-white, diamond-shaped jade talisman the size of a longan. There was a small hole in the top and a thin red string holding it together. Treasure, talisman. Arbor remembered what the old shopkeeper said. There were a total of 3 types of treasure talismans: red jade, blue jade, and black jade. Then what was this half-black, half-white one? A key. Emo Yin took a few steps forward and held the little girl's small hand. He led her into a small room and pulled her to a row of cabinets with carved jade ornaments. These ornaments were all carved with all kinds of small, circular, diamond-shaped, and square holes. Arbor was intelligent and immediately understood. He placed the diamond-shaped jade talisman on one of the vases, and a small secret door suddenly opened on one side of the wall. All of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's private vaults can be opened with this key. Seeing the little fellow suddenly raise her head to look at him, he couldn't help but laugh and raise his hand to stroke her head. If you don't want to look for it, it's fine to have the shopkeeper retrieve it. There were 3 more doors after that, each of which could be opened with the diamond-shaped jade talisman in Arbor's hand. Finally, they entered a warehouse. Arbor found 500 blank talismans on a long table. Only then did he realize that the shopkeeper had already transferred the talismans into the storehouse. But that was also true. Most people in their line of work were very cautious. She guessed that when she and Miss Ning were arguing, the old shopkeeper had already quietly ordered his subordinates to move the items back. Look at how anxious you are about these 500 blank talismans. The Crown Prince chuckled. Let's go. I'll take you home to get 5,000 talismans. Arbor silently returned the jade talisman tied by the red string to him. The Crown Prince shook his head. I'll give it to you. In the future, when Morning Sunlight Pavilion's people see this thing, it'll be like seeing me. There definitely won't be any misunderstandings like before. The little girl's eyes widened slightly. She couldn't help but snort. If I take a little today and a little tomorrow, I'll soon empty your Morning Sunlight Pavilion. The Crown Prince laughed loudly and reached out to pick up the little girl. He tapped her little forehead with his finger. Naughty. You think I only have this little private property? Chapter 346. Our dear Chiao Mu stared blankly at him. Just how rich was this guy? From his tone, it seemed like he didn't care about all of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's assets. That's right. He was the most famous genius crown prince of Northern Mo, and the person all of Northern Mo looked up to. Darling Chiao Mu lowered her head and unconsciously poked her fingers together before silently stuffing the jade talisman with the red string into her waist pouch. The crown prince chuckled. Although he couldn't see the expression on the little fellow's stoic face, he could feel the happiness in her heart. Oh, it seemed like he had to get Hidden Flower to sort out an inventory of his assets. But she didn't expect that the crown prince would own a comfortable 2-story pavilion residence in this kind of small adventurer's residence in the wilderness of the Great Western Territory. This person really knew how to enjoy life. Darling, wait here for a while and play with these blank talismans first. The crown prince carried her to the bedroom on the 2nd floor and stuffed a large box of blank talismans into her hands. Then, he left her in the room and went out by himself. Our dear Chiao Mu's mouth twitched. It wasn't like she was counting banknotes. She didn't have the hobby of counting talismans. But so many blank talismans really make this darling's heart feel very comfortable. Miss Chiao flipped through the box of blank talismans and started counting silently in her heart. When she counted to 2,000, there was still a thick stack at the bottom. Our dear Chiao Mu speechlessly put down the talismans in her hand. What was going on? She was actually so bored that she was counting talismans that, in fact, while she was in seclusion in the mystical treasured land, the golden talisman jade tome had already flipped to the 3rd jade slip. The contents of the 3rd jade slip started from intermediate-level talismans. Thus, she had already learned how to inscribe intermediate-level talismans 2 to 3 years ago. She just didn't have any extra blank talismans to practice with. Thus, when she had free time, she would just practice on ordinary paper. Now that she had so many blank talismans, the little girl was overjoyed. In addition, the 3rd jade slip also instructed her to look for something called ebony. She reckoned that she might be able to inscribe intermediate-level talismans on ebony in the future. If ebony was easy to find, she wouldn't have to worry about blank talismans in the future. When the crown prince came in, his gaze fell on young Arbor, who was kneeling in front of the low table beside the bed. The little girl was holding a golden beaded talisman brush and drawing a talisman with concentration, and her expression was calm and indifferent. Mid-level talisman, blue summoning talisman has been completed. Randomly summons a type of natural animal or plant. Effect, 6 days. The level of the summoning must not exceed the user's profound strength by more than 4 levels. The little girl put down the talisman pin and reached out to pick up the middle-level blue summoning talisman. She frowned and looked at it. She had previously used a low-level yellow talisman to summon a blue wand that could ascend to the sky, disregarding the low-level yellow talisman's own rule of no more than 3 levels of profound strength, and even more so, disregarding the time limit. Therefore, this middle-grade blue talisman was really hard to say. Arbor had tried to summon New Bee ever since he brought her with him, but it seemed that the talisman did not respond. Either the summoning failed, or New Bee was messing with it. Jojo, the crown prince, saw that she had finished drawing the talisman and was still staring blankly for a long time. He couldn't help but call out to her. Arbor turned around to look at him. Holding the blue talisman, he stood up and quickly walked to his side. I have a batch of low-level talismans, but they are useless now. I'll put them all up for auction at Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Do you think you can sell them? Chapter 347. The crown prince glanced at her in amusement. How much do you have? 100 blue storage talismans, 80 yellow summoning talismans, 20 blue summoning talismans, and a portion of low-level auxiliary talismans. Will anyone buy this much? The little girl asked with her head tilted. Talismans have always been popular goods. Guanlon City's talisman patrician families don't produce much. Most of the talismans they draw are first satisfied internally, and only when there are more will some trickle out. There are basically not many talismans on the market. The crown prince held the little girl's hand and walked downstairs. So what nonsense are you saying? If you take them out to auction, you'll find it too little, not too much. So it's like that. Arbor's eyes brightened. Then how much can I exchange for after auctioning these things? I probably don't need food anymore. I want to exchange for some ebony. Do you know what ebony is? Emollien's footsteps paused, and she said with a nod, ebony basically grows in the south. Do you have any requests? Arbor thought for a moment. The wood has to be undamaged, and there aren't many other requests. It needs to be cut into small pieces, about the size of a bamboo tablet. For drawing talismans? The crown prince asked with a smile. Arbor nodded vigorously. Ebony isn't that rare, so you don't need to exchange for it with auction items. The crown prince squeezed her small hand and said, I'll have someone prepare a batch for you first. As for those auction items, how about I exchange them all for mid-grade magnetite at the beginning of the month? Are all transactions in auction houses using magnetite now? That's right. Emollien nodded with a faint smile. In the past, gold could be used for transactions, but now, those lousy stones aren't worth anything anymore. When ordinary people traded, they naturally used food as a medium. For mystic cultivators, magnetite transactions are naturally more convenient. Just leave the mid-grade magnetite in Morning Sunlight Pavilion. If I need it, I'll come get it. If not, give it to your subordinates. Mid-grade magnetite was suitable for level 5 to level 8 mystic cultivators. If she completely merged with the small water ball's essence water, she probably wouldn't need mid-grade magnetite anymore. During this journey of more than 20 days, Xiao Mu would travel at dawn and rest at night. Whenever she had free time, she would secretly assimilate the essence water and suppress the growth of her cultivation. Once she released this suppression, her cultivation would definitely experience a qualitative leap. But now was not the time. After the two of them reached an agreement, the crown prince pulled Xiao Mu to the dining room on the first floor and sat down. Only then did Arbor realize that in less than an hour, the crown prince had made a table full of dishes by himself. What's wrong? Hurry and eat. Emollien passed the chopsticks to the little fellow and looked at her in amusement. Why was she looking at him with such a strange expression? It was as if he had done something unbelievable. How could it not be strange? Arbor bit his chopsticks and tasted the fish. The crown prince was actually a good cook, and the taste was quite good. It was simply too shocking. As the northern Prince Emo, shouldn't he have been given everything he wanted since he was born? You cooked all of this? He truly was an omnipotent youth. Arbor looked down at her fair hands. She didn't even seem to know how to make soup. In any case, she had Sister Fatty to take care of her in the sect all these years, so she didn't need to worry about food. The little stoic focused on cultivation. How is it? As long as I want to learn, I naturally learn well. Prince Emo lightly patted the little fellow's forehead with a smug expression. Hurry and eat. You're too skinny, so you must nourish yourself. He had learned it for a long time and specially cooked it for the little fellow. It would be best if he raised the little fellow until she was round and smooth. Hugging her would be comfortable. Chapter 348. Arbor's belly was a bit round from eating this meal. She lightly patted her belly and reached out to take a plate of oranges from the crown prince. Xiao Mu lowered her head and silently ate 2 slices. So sweet. She didn't let go of the plate. Although she was a bit full, she greedily ate 2 more slices. Emollien tidied up everything and came over. He saw the little fellow gnawing on a plate of oranges. Her little appearance was truly adorable. He walked to her side and held her small hand. His heart felt like it was scratched by a kitten's claws. A trace of a smile appeared on his lips. Let's go. We can go out to digest the food. Where are we going? To tell your master that we're going to Shisha Valley together. Arbor, you didn't stay at an inn after arriving at the adventurer base. Where did you go? The crown prince squeezed the little fellow's hand in passing. Young master. The moment the two opened the door and walked out, the old shopkeeper, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped in front of the crown prince. You gotten your debt back? Emollien indifferently glanced at Han Chong. The old shopkeeper nodded like he was pounding garlic. The young master had already sent Sir Hidden Flower to follow them. How could they not get it back? Moreover, After those people from Wanxiang sect discovered that their young Miss Ning Bifan had also died, how could they dare to stay? They quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Be smarter in the future. Don't be so easy to talk to, the Crown Prince instructed before waving his sleeves to let old Han leave. The old shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he left, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Heavens, with the current market, 2 bags of beans aren't even enough to repair a wall. How dark is the young master's heart? No, the little girl's heart is even darker. If the little girl didn't complain, how could the young master send people to ruthlessly get his debt back after old Han returned to Morning Sunlight Pavilion? He hurriedly gathered all his subordinates for an emergency meeting and exhorted them to never offend the young master's little girl, because the consequences would be much more serious than offending his young master. That wants something Ning something? She's really dead? The little girl lightly tugged on the Crown Prince's hand, asking the youth with her gaze. Of course. Mo Yin nodded knowingly. To how could he allow this little girl, who was so arrogant to say that she wanted to kill him, to live? Then why did you dig out her eyes? The little fellow tilted her head and asked whatever came to her mind. Because she keeps staring at me. I don't want her to look at me. That's because you're good looking. You can't blame others for staring at you, the little girl said with a serious expression. There was a hint of cuteness in her little stoic face. It was really quite interesting. Hui Feng, who was silently following behind them, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. He always felt that when the Crown Prince and the little girl were chatting together, the scene was especially strange that Mo Yin couldn't resist laughing out loud. Between me and Duan Yu, who's prettier? You. The little girl replied without any hesitation before adding, actually, Duan Yu's looks aren't bad either. Hui Feng almost cramped up from laughing, and he snuck a glance at the Crown Prince. Sure enough, he saw that his lord's handsome face was smeared with a layer of black. The little girl said that Duan Yu is quite good-looking, stabbing the Crown Prince in the heart. Don't worry, he's definitely become ugly now. The Crown Prince held the little girl's hand tightly and stabbed his opponent with all his might. Who? Duan Yu. That's really pitiful. The little girl pursed her lips. Hui Feng felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He was about to pass out from laughing. How could these two people's conversation be so strange and hair-raising? At this time, Omni-Faction's faction master Ning Guilai also received news of his beloved daughter Ning Bifan's death. Chapter 349. A beautiful figure stood in the ancestral hall of the sect. Her appearance was almost identical to Ning Bifan's. This woman was Ning Bifan's twin sister, Ning Bihuan. Her eyes were fixed on a faintly pulsating life lantern miniature in front of her, and a cold smile hung at the corner of her mouth. The tiny life lantern miniature recorded everything her younger sister experienced at the last moment of her life. There was no sorrow in Ning Bihuan's eyes, not even the slightest emotion. She only stared somewhat dazedly at the white-clothed youth in the life lantern miniature. He was very strong. She had never seen anyone use those few wisps of purple flames between his fingers before. It was him, the handsome youth that her foolish younger sister couldn't forget even at the moment of her death. In the life lantern miniature, she couldn't see the white-clothed youth's appearance at all, but she could feel his power. He was indeed very strong. Ning Bihuan sneered and turned to look at her father, standing to the side. Ning Guilai straightened his back, and the corners of his mouth stiffly drooped slightly. For a moment, he was somewhat unable to accept that his daughter had died so miserably in the desolate land of the great western region. Let me go to battle, father. Ning Bihuan stepped forward and said coldly, I know father doesn't want to participate in this battle between the 3 sects and 5 factions, so you sent that idiot to make up the numbers. Let second uncle lead the team and represent our sect in battle. But now, the situation is stronger than the person. We can't shrink back anymore. That idiot's dead is dead, but I can't let anyone stand on top of our sect and behave atrociously. Bihuan, that's your younger sister. Ning Guilai angrily rebuked as he looked furiously at his eldest daughter. His eldest daughter's talent was exceptional, and her cultivation level naturally wasn't something his younger daughter could compare to. Although his eldest daughter wasn't wrong, and his younger daughter was indeed a bit stupid, they were both his flesh and blood. How could he not feel heartache for his younger daughter? Indeed, he didn't want to participate in this battle between the 3 sects and 5 factions, which was why he sent his younger daughter with mediocre aptitude to Shisha Valley. But if he had known earlier that today's matter would happen, how could he have looked on helplessly as his younger daughter went to her death? Father, please allow me to represent the sect in battle. The sect's glory cannot be tarnished. Only if the flame in the heart isn't extinguished can we face any difficulties in the world. Father, please allow your daughter to go to Shisha Valley. After Ning Bihuan finished speaking, she reached out and heavily pounded her chest. The old man lowered his eyes dejectedly and finally nodded helplessly. Ning Bihuan got up and strode outside. She raised her arm and shouted, "Let's go." This trip would definitely be very rushed. After all, there were only 40 days left until the competition. On the other side, the Crown Prince held Miss Qiao's hand as they arrived at a small farmhouse's courtyard. "Live here?" "Yes, second Marshal Uncle's friend's house. We're staying for night to rest and reorganize. We'll set off tomorrow morning." "Jojo, please." Su Shanshan and Xue Zhao's voices came to an abrupt halt as they looked at the young man in white who was holding their junior sister's hand. They all had an impression of this young man. They had met once in Qingatown. At that time, he had held Jojo's hand and shot an arrow that took the life of a level 3 zombie puppet. It had left a deep impression on him. "Senior sisters, Imo Yin wants to go with us. He also wants to go to Shisha Valley." Arbor ran past his 2 senior sisters. "I'll go talk to Master." "Greetings, senior sisters," Prince Imo said courteously. Su Shanshan and Xue Xiao didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly returned the Crown Prince's greeting. During the celebration banquet for the operation in Qinghe the city lord had respectfully addressed him as Your Highness, so he must be of noble birth. Chapter 350. Although the Holy Water sect transcended the secular world, in reality, no one could escape from the secular world in their lifetime. Looking at this youth, disregarding his noble status, his martial arts skills were quite worthy of respect. Murong Sun and her youngest disciple walked out of the room hand in hand. When her eyes landed on Prince Imo, she was slightly startled. "So your Highness has graced us with your presence." Murong Sun cupped her fists with a smile. Imo Lien returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Greetings to Peak Master Murong." The little stoic thought, Master and the Crown Prince know each other. But that's right. The 3 sects and 5 factions competition invitations were all sent to the old Great King of Mo Kingdom, so it could be seen that they had some interactions with the royal court. Perhaps there would be other influential officials from other kingdoms attending this competition besides. Prince Mo Murong Sun didn't say anything when the Crown Prince wanted to head to Shisha Valley with the Holy Water sect. However, when she saw the Crown Prince holding her youngest disciple's hand and saying that they were going out for a stroll, she suddenly felt like she had fucked a dog. What was going on? Why did it look like her disciple's son-in-law was visiting? Was this appropriate, huh? Her youngest disciple. She actually silently ran off with the Crown Prince without saying anything. Was this appropriate, huh? Little disciple, come back here. When it was close to evening, all of the Holy Water sect disciples returned to the courtyard. The Crown Prince and the little stoic finally returned unhurriedly. The Crown Prince was also carrying a basket of vegetables in his left hand and a bag of pastries in his right. Murong Sun and the others twitched their mouths oddly. They felt like this scene was a bit strange. Such a handsome young man in white, who seemed to be above the common populace, was carrying a basket of vegetables in his hand. Cough, cough, cough. How could these vegetables match up to his noble hands? But even so, it still couldn't obscure his jade-like handsomeness in the slightest. The little stoic directed the Crown Prince to put down the vegetables and looked up at him, hinting for him to explain with her eyes. The Crown Prince chuckled involuntarily and patted the little fellow's head. He then said, "We met a strange uncle on the way and begged everyone to exchange magnetite." Jojo pitied him. so he used a mid-grade magnetite to exchange for some vegetables and a bag of seeds. Arbor nodded and tugged at his sleeve. The Crown Prince said, "Oh, that's right. We also brought some snacks for the senior sisters." The group of senior and junior sisters from the Holy Water sect cheered and surrounded the table, talking all at once. As expected of our blood-related junior sister, she thinks of senior sister wherever she goes. Yang Shirong snatched a piece of dessert. "Hey, there's still a dessert shop in the adventurer's base?" "Yes, exchange with magnetite. 2 pieces of low-grade magnetite for a packet of pastries." The Crown Prince nodded. Xiaomu nodded. "It's very cheap." The group of senior and junior sisters who were eating almost choked on their own saliva. This pair of prodigal children. You actually used 2 pieces of low-grade magnetite to exchange for snacks. Do you know that you'll be struck by lightning for being so extravagant? Junior sister Yang, your friend said that he was going to prepare the meal. How is the preparation going? Murong Sun coughed lightly and said, "It's getting late. He started preparing in the afternoon until now. Let's eat early and rest early. We still have to hurry on with our journey tomorrow morning." "I'll go take a look." Peak Master Yang had just finished speaking when they heard a huge explosion coming from the kitchen. Bang! The group of Holy Water sect disciples jumped in fright and looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's that sound?" Shui Xiao asked in bewilderment. Yang Shirong slapped her thigh and hastily dashed toward the kitchen. "Friend, how are you?" Chapter 351. Cough, cough, ah, cough, cough. A middle-aged man covered in soot and grime burrowed out of the kitchen ruins and hastily waved his hand at the Holy Water sect's master and disciples who had surrounded him. "Nothing, cough, 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 it's nothing. It's nothing, cough, cough. Don't be nervous, cough, cough, cough." Although Murong Sun's expression was calm, her lips still twitched involuntarily. As expected, a dumbass friend was also a dumbass. She shouldn't have agreed to stay here with that dumbass. Wouldn't it be better to just find an inn to stay at? Why did she have to save on those 2 expenses? All in all, it would only take 1 night. Lu Yin covered half of her face with her sleeves and chuckled. "Looks like our dinner tonight is ruined." "Ah, it's nothing, it's nothing. I'll go make some preparations. You guys wait in the living room first. The kitchen already blew up for you, so what else can you prepare?" Yang Shirong casually knocked the middle-aged man's head. Everyone's lips twitched, finding this scene comical. "Then let's make a few racks and roast them simply." Murong Sun turned to Prince Mo. "I'm fine with anything." Mo Yin smiled faintly. "That's right. Young Master Mo and little junior sister just happened to bring back a large basket of vegetables with meat and vegetables." How timely. Hence, the group of people busied themselves setting up the roasting racks, washing vegetables, and picking vegetables. They divided up the work and worked extremely quickly. When night fell, the 3 large pots of stewed pork rib soup on the racks were already emitting white smoke, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. Arbor was afraid that there was not enough food, so he secretly took out more food from his storage talisman. Everyone ate very happily this meal. Halfway through, Murong Sun took out 2 jugs of wine from her inner world and drank with her 2 junior sisters. Under the night sky, the faint firelight reflected off the little girl's face. For some reason, clusters of fireworks lit up in the distance. The sparkling fireworks blossomed under the dark curtain, illuminating the night. Mo Lien propped up her chin with one hand, and her gaze landed on her little stoic's face. The little girl was holding a small bowl of soup in her hands, and she was drinking it sip by sip with her small head lowered. Her appearance was truly adorable. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at the people from the sect. Her gaze was exceptionally moving. There was no longer any trace of coldness in her eyes. Instead, it was filled with warmth. But Arbor didn't know that this kind of night, where the master and his disciples drank and barbecued together, might not happen again in the future. Her gaze fell on her master, who was clinking her cup with Marshal Uncle Lou's. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, at ease. At least at this moment, everyone was very happy. Murong Sun and Lu Yin clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Yang Shirong was chewing on a scalding pig trotter as she glanced at the 2 of them. The scene of her lips curling up was like a faintly flowing ink painting that took root in the depths of the little stoic's heart. Eternity was nothing more than this. Bang! The fireworks in the distance were dazzling, but they disappeared quickly. After the crowd dispersed, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Only a small ember was left on the grill, burning faintly. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, everyone was ready to set off. They could only ride horses to the front of the great swamp. After that, they could only abandon their horses and travel on foot. A large wetland appeared before their eyes. The aquatic plants were lush, and there was a layer of black puddles underneath. The trees were crooked, and their branches were haphazardly extended. It was dark and damp. Caw! After a low and hoarse call, a strange bird with bald wings flapped its wings and flew over the crowd from a slanted branch. Chapter 352. Be careful, everyone, Morong Sun instructed and took out a wooden stick she prepared beforehand from her inner world. Everyone also opened their inner worlds and took out their pathfinding sticks before cautiously following behind Morong Sun. The group was silent and did not make a sound. Everyone's attention was focused on the swamp, overgrown with aquatic plants beneath their feet. Knowing that the path would be difficult to traverse, everyone had already changed into tall riding boots. This great swamp was extremely vast, and the entire swamp was interwoven with withered branches and trees, so it was not suitable for mystic energy to fly. Moreover, the journey was too far. If they flew halfway and their mystic energy ran out, the rest of the journey would be even more difficult. Hence, everyone was prepared to cross the great swamp on foot from the start. Arbor was at the front of the group in the middle. She stepped on the soft mud and leaves as she trudged forward. After walking for a while, she looked up at the intertwined tree branches that stretched across the sky. These messy tree branches nearly blocked the entire sky. She really disliked this place. It was so gloomy that it made her feel uncomfortable. Her small hand landed in Prince Mo's dry palm. He squeezed her hand and quietly said, "If we're fast, we can leave this place in 3 days. There's a dense swamp gas above here, so normal flying mystic beasts can't cross it. Little Seven can, but he's still in closed-door cultivation. Weak Chicken should be able to do it too," Arbor thought. However, Weak Chicken's body is not as big as the Crown Prince's golden dragon. It'll probably be a bit strenuous to carry 30 people across this great swamp, and there might not be enough seats to sit on. But in the end, the little fellow felt that Weak Chicken was a bit unreliable. If something happened during the journey, she didn't know who she could cry to. "Shit, there's a snake here. It freaking almost crawled under my skirt just now. It scared me to death." Chang Yushi screamed incessantly. Yang Shirong slapped the back of her head and reprimanded, "You're a girl, so don't be so rude." Darling Xiao's entire body quivered. Almost like a conditioned reflex, she suddenly jumped onto Prince Mo and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. The Crown Prince felt as if he had caught a hot potato. He did not know whether to hug the little girl or throw her away. Embarrassed, he met the Three-Peak Master's murderous gazes, which looked like they were looking at a lecture. The group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect all turned their heads and looked at the two of them with sparkling, gossipy gazes. Something's wrong. Isn't little junior sister and this young master, Mo, a little too intimate? TSK. At the moment of danger, little junior sister's first reflexive jump into his arms was already a huge problem. "Put her down!" Murong Sun immediately jumped out to break up the affectionate couple and pulled the little girl to her side with a dark face. This stinky brat, don't think that she didn't notice that his arms were hugging her so smoothly. This probably wasn't his first time hugging her. Prince Mo coughed lightly and hastily walked past Su Shanshan and Xue Xiao to follow closely behind Morong Sun. "Peak Master, you still have to lead the way, so it's not suitable for you to look after Jojo. Let me do it." After saying that, he pulled a certain Jojo back to his side as naturally as could be. Arbor did not have much of a reaction and merely rubbed her arm. Chang Yushi's words just now made her feel very disgusted. That sticky and cold thing almost crawled under Senior Sister Chang's skirt. Oh my God, don't be scared, Jojo. Chapter 353. The youth bent down and whispered comfortingly into Xiao Mu's ear. If it dares to approach you, immediately roast it into ashes. Arbor looked up at the crown prince and reflexively clenched his fists. No, I'm not afraid of it. I want to beat it to death myself. Good. The crown prince praised the little fellow with a grin. I knew my Jojo would be fearless. Arbor exhaled in relief and felt his taut nerves relax a bit. Being grasped by the crown prince's slender fingers made him feel at ease, as if a type of energy was injected into him. Murong Sun's face darkened as she glanced at the youth. Damn, brat, don't push your luck. It's already good enough that I let you come along, but now you're abducting my disciple right in front of me. This is simply preposterous. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Yang Shiron walked next to Murong Sun and chuckled as she fanned her with her hand. I've already gotten used to it. My disciple is so outstanding, so it's normal for everyone to want to steal my disciple. Who are you calling your disciple? Murong Sun roared. Seeing her two senior sisters daily quarrel again, Lu Yun helplessly rolled her eyes. She took out an umbrella from her inner world and leisurely followed behind them. Chin Hanzi muttered exasperatedly. Why are the two Ant Masters always at odds with each other? Doya spread her hands and said with a smile, It can't be helped. During the entrance exam, little junior sister was clearly brought back by second Ant Master, but eldest Ant Master snatched her back not long after. This is the way the two Ant Masters get along. Before the other female disciple from Third Peak could finish speaking, she suddenly felt her body abruptly sink, and she involuntarily cried out in alarm. Mingxia! Chen Hanzi and Doya reflexively reached out and grabbed one of Mingxia's arms each. Their faces were slightly pale as they held on tightly. The others hastily rushed over after hearing the news. Prince Emo tightened his grip on the little girl's hand, his expression solemn. These quagmires can change their direction. It was clearly fine when they walked past, but when it was Mingxia's turn, she sank into the quagmires. Don't worry. Turn your body slightly to the side and maintain it. Murong Sun took out the rope Yu Xian prepared from her inner world and quickly tied a knot around Mingxia. Murong Sun gathered her energy and leaped up, pulling Mingxia's entire body out of the swamp. However, what followed was a swamp crocodile with wet bumps all over its face, bearing its fangs. No, to be precise, it was a corpse crocodile that had mutated. Be careful. It's a level 3 mutant swamp crocodile. Arbor was shocked. He reflexively took out his crow-repeating crossbow and shot an arrow without aiming. The black gold arrow pierced through the swamp crocodile's open jaw and flew out of its back, creating a hole that was neither big nor small. With a splash, the corpse crocodile was shot back into the depths of the aquatic plants. Mingxia stretched out her hand to hold onto a withered branch and hung in midair. However, her eyes were staring blankly at the corpse swamp crocodile that had been shot back into the water by her junior martial sister. She could not help but tremble slightly. She was just one step away from being bitten by the zombie crocodile. Are you hurt? Murong Sun asked anxiously. No. Mingxia shook her head, still shaken. Be careful of your surroundings. The little stoic expressionlessly shouted. The black gold arrow that had just been shot out of the corpse crocodile's mouth returned to her with a fishy stench. Chapter 354. Arbor slightly stretched out his arm, and the crow gold arrow flipped in the air. With a light flick, he shook off the dirt on the arrow and steadily landed on the crow-repeating crossbow. At this time, pairs of small eyes emitting a faint red light peeked out from the underbrush around the swamp. There were about 20 or so zombie crocodiles that were rapidly swimming towards the crowd. Truly disgusting things. The Holy Water Sect disciples all stood back to back and struck balls of mystic energy at the floating zombie crocodiles. Wherever the white light flashed, the zombie crocodiles were blasted into pieces by the mystic energy. After all, this group of people were all level 10 mystic cultivators and above, so they did not expend much mystic energy to deal with these level 3 mutated zombie crocodiles. However, they needed to be careful and not let the zombie crocodiles get close. If they were bitten, it would not be a laughing matter. Although 20 or so zombie crocodiles looked like a lot, each of the 30 Holy Water Sect disciples only had to deal with 1 or 2 zombie crocodiles. Moreover, there were also 3 peak masters present, so the Crown Prince basically did not have to make a move. The battle was nearing its end. Murong Sun blasted open the head of the last zombie crocodile and abruptly turned to look at the disciples. Her gaze finally landed on her youngest disciple. "Are you all right?" "We're fine." All the disciples relaxed slightly, but their gazes were still vigilant as they roamed around, guarding against any zombie crocodiles that slipped through and suddenly burrowed out to attack the crowd. Arbor lowered the crow-repeating crossbow in his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Be careful. Don't get bitten by these things." Everyone nodded in succession with a heavy heart. "Continue forward." Murong Sun turned around to lead the way. Yang Shirong also lost the mood to joke with her senior sister and quickly followed. "All right, be careful and keep up with the group. Let's go quickly." Lu Yun had the disciples follow in a single file, and she ended up bringing up the rear. After this zombie crocodile attack, everyone's expressions turned solemn, and they were very cautious as they continuously probed the surrounding water plants with wooden sticks. After walking for a whole day, they were all in a state of full alert. By the time night fell, everyone was dragging their feet, feeling very tired. Murong Sun gazed ahead. It was still a vast and boundless wetland with lush trees, seemingly without end in sight. Because the night had completely shrouded this area, the group's speed was obviously much slower. The occasional hissing and gurgling sounds in the swamp made the hairs on their bodies stand on end. The little stoic had already involuntarily drawn close to the Crown Prince, and her tiny figure was about to hang on to him. She didn't know why, but every step she took in the night felt wet and slippery. It was as if there were countless snakes and insects crawling under her feet, causing her arms to inexplicably have a string of small goosebumps. His body suddenly felt light, and his feet had already left the soft, wet ground. What greeted him was the faint scent of a youth's body. The goosebumps all over her body disappeared in an instant. She felt as if her small body was soaking in a warm, hot spring, clean and refreshing. The sound of the wind and the sound of the insects was particularly clear in the silence. The Crown Prince lowered his head to look at her. That pair of slightly bright phoenix-like eyes emitted a faint light under the night sky, which was extremely beautiful. "Sleep if you're sleepy." The Crown Prince chuckled and whispered into her ear, "You're growing right now. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to grow tall in the future." Chapter 355. What nonsense! She had to continue growing taller. The little stoic harumphed lightly and blinked her tired and sore eyes in this night, where she couldn't see the moon or stars. She really did feel a bit sleepy after hearing this fellow's words. It was mainly because she had been highly focused this entire time, but now that she was enveloped by a reassuring aura, she felt even more tired after relaxing. "Be good and sleep for a bit. I'll wake you up when it's daybreak. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The little fellow batted her long eyelashes, and her large, bright eyes closed slightly. "I can hold on." Mo Lien chuckled softly and lowered her head slightly. She reached out and gently stroked her small face. "Sleep, little fellow. You're still young, so there are many things you don't need to force yourself to do. Be good and sleep for a bit. It'll be daybreak soon." Arbor opened her small mouth, and her slightly closed eyes weakly opened. Before her drowsiness overwhelmed her, a trace of astonishment flitted through her mind. Apothecary. The Crown Prince, this guy, was actually an apothecary. He only lightly stroked her, and that faint fragrance of medicine wafted into her nose, causing her to sink into drowsiness. Since her rebirth, this was the first time she discovered someone with a special ability like an apothecary. Their every breath carried a trace of medicinal power. High-level apothecaries could instantly make small wounds on a person's body disappear. In her previous life, apothecaries were also her friend's research subjects. He madly researched the mysteries of inner world growth and was even more passionate about researching apothecaries' bodies. Back then, there were actually two other people who were locked up in the other two small black rooms with her. However, they were locked up separately, so she didn't see those two people face to face. She could only hear two different painful whimpers when the cruel and inhumane experiment began. When she was carried out of that small iron cage by Master, those two people had already been tortured to death, probably because she didn't hear their voices for a long, long time afterward. She lived on humbly and was treated as a tiny pet, living under Master's meticulous care. Before Arbor fell asleep, she opened her mouth slightly and softly called out, "Emolien." Her eyebrows furrowed uneasily. Prince Emo was such a strong young man, it was impossible for him to be captured by that pervert to be experimented on. Impossible, impossible, this kitten-like cry touched the young man's heart, and he subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at her. The little fellow's little hands were tightly clutching onto his clothes in his sleep, and he didn't seem to be sleeping very well. Emolien leaned closer to her and gently blew at her. Looking at the little fellow's slightly relaxed eyebrows, she smiled with satisfaction. When Arbor opened his eyes, what appeared in his dazed eyes was the darkness of intertwining branches. His mind was still a little muddled. However, when he heard Master Morong Sun's furious roar of, "Damn brat, hurry and put down my disciple," he regained some clarity. Peak Master Morong had been holding it in for an entire night. He was so angry that his liver hurt. If it wasn't for the fact that her child needed a good night's sleep, she would have beaten him up long ago. Although this damn brat had good intentions, she couldn't allow him to freaking take advantage of her little disciple. Hug. Look at how practiced he was. He was clearly used to hugging her. Prince Emo helplessly put down the little girl. He was afraid that her legs would go limp after sleeping for an entire night, so he reached out to support her soft waist. Jojo, good afternoon. Chapter 356. The young man's bright phoenix eyes held a faint smile, which rippled in front of her eyes. She actually slept all the way until noon. The little girl took off her cloak and threw it back to the youth. She couldn't resist covering her face. Then, she angrily glared at Emolien. It was all this guy's fault. How much medicinal power did he give her to make her sleep all the way until noon? How is this appropriate? If people asked in the future, "How did you feel after going to the Great Swamp?" she couldn't tell them, "Haha, I almost got out of the swamp after sleeping, right? Did you sleep well?" The youth put away the cloak with a chuckle and rubbed his hand against her face. "Did you dream of me?" "Dream your ass. She could see you day and night. If you didn't let her off, even in her dreams, would there still be justice in this world?" When Emolien saw her, turning her head away in a huff, she couldn't help but sigh softly and reveal a "what a pity that Jojo didn't dream of me" expression. "Stop here and rest for a bit," Morong Sun grumpily shouted. Her knife-like gaze scraped Prince Mo's body before she hastily walked over and pulled her little disciple over. Everyone was worried about the swamps that could move at any time at night, so they didn't dare to rest in order to avoid falling into danger. After walking for a day and night, everyone didn't eat much. Even the three peak masters were a bit tired, let alone the disciples. Everyone found a slightly drier place and patted a few more pieces of cloth under their bodies before sitting down to rest. Lu Yun said, "Let's rest for an hour first. There's probably still half of the journey left. Sleep if you want after eating. I'll call you when it's time," Yang Shirong also said. All the disciples took out dry rations and water from their inner worlds and silently took 2 bites before leaning back against each other and closing their eyes to doze off. The little stoic sat next to her master and nibbled on a snack before looking up at the crown prince. She wanted to ask him if he wanted to sleep, but, "Disciple, hurry and eat. Rest a bit after eating. You're still young, and you've been cultivating in the sect all this time. You don't know that people's hearts aren't what they used to be. There are too many bad guys in the world, so you have to protect yourself." Morong Sun turned the little fellow's head back and irritably glared at Prince Emo. The latter had an innocent look on his face. Bad Silver was definitely not him. When the hour was up, everyone got up and set off again. Other than Arbor, all of the Holy Water Sect's disciples were great mystic cultivators level 10 and above. Although the journey was very arduous, a mystic cultivator's body was very valiant, so it wasn't a problem for them to last several days. The group hurried on for another half a day. Along the way, they encountered danger of falling into a swamp twice. Both of them were resolved by the Peak Master. This swamp is a nuisance. If a person falls into it, they will sink deeper and deeper if they use their Xian energy. Doya used the wooden stick in her hand to poke at the water plants. That's right. That's why eldest Marshall Uncle prepared so many ropes in advance. Fortunately, Master and the others are accompanying us to Xixia Valley. Murong Sun and Yang Shirong suddenly stopped and raised their hands, gesturing for everyone to stop. Everyone's nerves, which had just calmed down, tensed up again. A series of clanking noises came from the distance. Occasionally, it was mixed with the sound of mystic energy flowing and the crowd shouts. Murong Sun and Yang Shirong jumped onto the tangled branches that extended diagonally to the left and right and carefully looked at the source of the noise. There's a group of people over there. They seem to have encountered quite a bit of trouble. Chapter 357. Not only was it not a small problem, it was simply a life-threatening problem. More than half of the 100 or so people surrounded by the zombie crocodiles were dead or injured, and the remaining 50 or so people were still bitterly holding on. The reason why this team was in such a tragic state was not only because they encountered more than 200 zombie crocodiles. In addition, they just so happened to run into the zombie crocodile king. Oh my goodness, the zombie crocodile king was the size of a small mound when it laid there. Its entire body was covered in lumps, and it revealed a mouthful of eerie, conical fangs when it opened its mouth. There weren't many mystic cultivators in the team, only about 20 people. How could those ordinary guards withstand the attacks of the zombie crocodiles? They became delicious food for the zombie crocodiles in minutes. Be careful, Princess Me. Just as a small zombie crocodile was about to bite Xiaomi's leg, a youth rushed out from the side and hurriedly brandished his mystic energy, repelling the zombie crocodile. On the other side, a youth in a brocade robe with a grave and stern face slightly spat out his 3-foot-long sword and took the zombie crocodile's head. A white light flashed, and an ugly zombie crocodile's head was severed and flew high into the air. TSK, Bailey Shi, look at you. You're so violent that those zombie crocodiles don't dare to approach you. The youth who spoke was about the same age as Bailey Shi, about 17 or 18 years old, and was dressed in indigo robes. Brother Chia, Brother Chia, Brother Chia. Bailey Shi, your cousin is calling you. The youth in indigo robes said with a mischievous smile. Don't talk nonsense. TSK, bad temper. Even if you don't like to talk, I don't like to talk either. The youth in indigo robes stopped, and his gaze followed the cluster of withered branches. He curled his lips and laughed loudly. Hey, friends over there, can you come out and help? If we can't hold on, those big things won't recognize you as relatives and will still run to your place to bite you. Murong Sun knitted her brows. The path ahead was a path they had to pass through, so they definitely could not go around it. Master, let's not go. Wait until they're almost done fighting. Then we'll go and finish off 2 more strikes to collect the supplies. The little stoic's icy voice involuntarily made the 3 Peak Masters and all the senior sisters twitch their mouths. Even the 2 handsome youths fighting couldn't resist looking back. Could this be the legendary looting a burning house? Friend, it's not nice of you to do this. The 2 youths couldn't clearly see who was hiding at the other end of the wetland. They only sensed that there were quite a number of people in that group, and there were a few particularly tyrannical auras among them. You're kind? You're in the same team, yet you don't care about the life and death of your teammates. Why should others help you? Arbor sneered. The 2 youths were clearly handling the corpse crocodiles with ease, but they were lazy, waiting for the corpse crocodiles to pounce on them before slashing with their swords. Those corpse crocodiles weren't stupid either. They had a bit of intelligence. Seeing that the two youths were tough to chew on, they all ran over to attack the other ordinary guards in the group. This resulted in the death of more than half of the entire team. Since they didn't care about the lives of their subordinates, why should they, as outsiders, meddle in other people's business? It wasn't like they had nothing better to do. TSK, judging from your voice, you're young, but your words are icy and unreasonable. You must be a little girl with mediocre looks. Just as Wei Nanfeng finished speaking with a mischievous grin, he saw a beam of red flames shooting towards his mouth. Chapter 358. Fuck. What kind of person acted so viciously, throwing a flame at his mouth at the slightest disagreement? Wei Nanfeng withdrew his playful expression and abruptly turned his body to dodge. A mystic energy circled in his hand and struck the flame. However, the flame was only slightly deflected by his mystic energy and scuttled past his collar, scorching a clump of his hair in an instant. Wei Nanfeng's smiling baby face abruptly changed color. Lowering his head to look, half of his indigo-colored sleeve had been burned away by the falling flame. Simply preposterous. Wei Nanfeng's baby face completely sank, and his eyes narrowed with a trace of coldness. Who is it? Mo Yin simply held the little girl's hand and slowly walked out of the thick thickets of the wetland. Stopping at a distance, she threw Wei Nanfeng an icy glance from afar. Wei Nanfeng's gloomy baby face instantly turned from dark to sunny, and he suddenly beamed with joy. Oh, it's Crown Prince Lien. I was wondering who was so bold to actually dare to burn this prince's sleeve and hair. TSK. So it's Crown Prince Lien who has graced us with his presence. Crown Prince, why are you in a mood to leisurely walk around the great desolate swamp today? Could it be that Northern Moa's government affairs have been properly handled? I heard that a small base in your Northern Moa was attacked by a zombie horde some time ago, and many civilians died. As the Crown Prince, you should be quite busy. Bang! The little girl raised her slender right arm without any warning and suddenly shot out a black-gold arrow. With a whoosh, the black-gold arrow pierced through the air and headed straight for Wei Nanfeng's uncovered mouth, completely freezing and distorting a certain person's baby face. Wei Nanfeng's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly activated his defensive mystic weapon. His entire person cut a sorry figure as he did a perfect roll to the side, barely dodging that black-gold arrow. He reached out to lift up a strand of his long hair. Just as he was about to shout, he heard a buzzing sound from behind his head. It was so close that all the hair on his body stood up. Fuck! This arrow can turn. It's coming again. Bailey, she suddenly made his move. His grave and stern face was expressionless as he clamped the buzzing black-gold arrow between his two fingers. He was able to clamp the black-gold arrow with just the strength of 2 fingers. When this ability was revealed, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. The little stoic raised her voice slightly and shouted coldly, "If you dare break it, I'll have you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy in his entire body increased explosively. As his black hair fluttered, his entire body leaped high into the air and flew onto a horizontal branch. A circle of talisman suddenly appeared around his body. The profound guiding talisman array was a new talisman array that she had just learned. Within 15 minutes, it could completely absorb the profound energy between heaven and earth into one's body in an endless stream to replenish one's rapidly depleted profound energy. Wei Nanfeng slightly opened his mouth. His baby face was filled with disbelief. What did he see? This cold little girl with picturesque features and jade-like skin was no more than 12 or 13 years old. She actually used a talisman array as soon as she made a move. Could she be Talisman Master? Bailey, she replied expressionlessly, but he loosened his grip, allowing that black gold arrow to fly back to the little girl's side with a whoosh. Arbor reached out to catch it and carefully examined it. Upon seeing that it was undamaged, she coldly glared at Bailey, and slowly withdrew the profound guiding talisman array around her body. Mo Yin lightly leaped to the little girl's side and carried her down with a grin, patting her head. Wei Nanfeng opened his mouth and only asked after a while, "Little girl, I don't think I have any grievances with you. Why are you so ruthless in your first move? You're not allowed to talk about him." Arbor turned her small head and glared at him coldly. Chapter 359. The Crown Prince stared blankly. Then his brows slightly curved as he laughed softly. His mood was so happy that he wished he could fly. If it weren't for Jojo's honorable master glaring at him from the side, he would have picked up the little fellow and fiercely kissed her stoic little face. However, in the next second, the Crown Prince was met with Wei Nanfeng's 100,000 cannon fire. "You still have the freaking face to laugh. I almost died. Who asked you to offend my Jojo? Serves you right." The Crown Prince lightly snorted as he held onto Arbor's small hand and walked around them. Arbor slightly wrinkled her brows as she coldly glanced at Wei Nanfeng and Bailey Shi. Seeming to have sensed something, she lifted her eyes to look at Prince Mo. "These two people of inferior character are both your friends?" She now recalled that Wei Nanfeng's tone of voice just now was more of mockery and not sarcasm. To be able to use such a familiar tone to speak to the Crown Prince, they were naturally friends. Furthermore, Wei Nanfeng also referred to himself as this prince, so he must be a dignitary from some country. Without a doubt, they were friends. Mo Lien lowered his head to meet the little fellow's cold gaze. His smiling face suddenly froze as his heart inexplicably thumped. Wei Nanfeng immediately grinned from ear to ear as he moved forward. "What do you mean by inferior character?" "Of course. Little fellow, you've really insulted the wrong person. I'm good friends with your lineage. We won't get to know each other unless we fight. We'll be friends from now on." The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He practically wanted to immediately stop him from continuing to speak, but Wei Nanfeng quickly finished speaking. "Who's your friend?" Arbor fiercely pulled her small hand out of the Crown Prince's palm and turned to face Wei Nanfeng's handsome face. Raising her hand, she fiercely struck him with a wave of mystic energy, forcing him to retreat. "I, Arbor, have never had any friends. No friends." The little girl's angry shout, coupled with her cold and murderous gaze, seemed to be swearing an oath to the heavens. In an instant, everyone present was petrified into statues. The word friend was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. It was like using a sharp dagger to fiercely stab her heart. She hated hearing the word friend the most. Didn't like it. Who are you? How dare you use such an attitude to yell at my brother Roan?" Xiaomu's extremely ferocious gaze that was brimming with sternness instantly shut the mouth of a sweet 16-year-old girl who was rushing over. "Jojo." The Crown Prince suddenly felt that his voice was slightly dry. He reached out in a panic to grab her small hand, but in the next second, she mercilessly slapped his hand away. At that moment, the Crown Prince felt as if the sky was about to fall. He didn't feel pain in his hand, but he felt pain in his heart. For the first time in 18 years, he felt flustered and helpless, and even a little baffled. Why did this happen? Why was it like this? He was fine just a moment ago. He had finally managed to break a little of this little fellow's shell, but in the blink of an eye, she had wrapped herself up again, not allowing anyone to step even half an inch into her territory. "You're all cut from the same cloth." Arbor coldly glanced at them. In the hearts of these bigwigs, everyone other than them was an ant. However, the bottom line that Arbor guarded in his heart was, at least when we're teammates, we can fight side by side and die together, but we absolutely won't stab each other in the back. "How can you have the face to say that you're Arbor's friend?" Scram immediately. Arbor then pattered to Master Murong Sun's side. "Master, let's go. We're not on the same side as them." Chapter 360. "That's not it. Hey, little lady. Hey." Wei Nanfeng chased after her with a baffled expression. He turned his head to sneak a glance at the Crown Prince, but he was frightened by the cold and furious glint in the Crown Prince's pitch-black pupils. "Lien, no, I don't know what the little lady is angry about." How was his character bad? His character couldn't be too good. Bailey, she stood on the side with his arms crossed and suddenly explained, "Strictly speaking, we can't be considered teammates with those guards. They're only Princess Xiaomi's guards." "What?" The little lady is angry with Lien because of those little guards that died. Just now, he and Bailey, she indeed, didn't try their best to slaughter those zombie crocodiles. They were just playing around with those little things in a joking manner. The little guards' deaths couldn't be blamed on them, right? Xiaomi insisted on bringing so many normal guards with her on this trip. He already told her that normal guards were useless. How could she blame him and Bailey Shi for this? Who exactly was protecting who? As masters, was there a need for them to protect a few weakling guards? Don't follow me. Mo Lien vented her anger on the two of them and hastily followed the Holy Water sect's departing group. Wei Nanfeng's baby face also darkened. How could he not follow? There was only this one path out of the Great Swamp. Soon after, the Holy Water sect's group slaughtered their way into the zombie crocodile horde, sweeping everything before them as if they were chopping vegetables. Mo Lien followed and ferociously struck the zombie crocodile king with her purple flames, venting her stifled and agitated emotions. The zombie crocodile king, that was still incomparably ferocious, immediately shriveled up under the flames like a ball that was suffocating. Jojo. Mo Lien hastily went up to explain, but before she could get close, Su Shanshan blocked her with a cold expression. Young Master Mo, little junior sister's mood might not be very good right now. You should not disturb her for now. Su Shanshan's expression was slightly displeased as she extended her hand to block Mo Lien's path. Senior sister, Young Master Mo, don't say any more. You should walk a bit further away with your friends. I feel that junior sister doesn't really want to see you guys right now. Su Shanshan's sword hilt rudely pushed Mo Lien lightly. With this push, Mo Lien felt like she was 10,000 steps away. That little junior sister was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Even so, they still made her unhappy. Su Shanshan and the other senior sisters immediately lost their good impression of Prince Mo. Master, I once had a team. The little stoic crouched next to a patch of aquatic plants that had been completely dyed muddy by blood. She held a branch in one hand and subconsciously poked at the mud on the wetland. There are body cultivators, mystic cultivators, superhumans, and normal people. Every one of them is very useful. Even if they're just ordinary people, they're all working hard for this team. Later, the environment became worse and worse, and survival became more and more difficult. Everyone slowly died, and in the end, only me and a teammate were left. The little stoic suddenly smiled. However, Murong Sun felt that her disciple was better off not smiling. This smile was too desolate. Her eyes were filled with a black fog, and she could not see any light or hope. At least when we're teammates, we shouldn't stab each other in the back. We should support each other, right? The little stoic suddenly cried. Murong Sun had never seen such a sorrowful expression on the stoic's face. Seeing her disciple's tears fall down in strings, Murong Sun's heart ached to the extreme. Chapter 361. Master, you don't know? When you couldn't see anything clearly, even the earth was black. In those pitch-black, dim, and completely helpless days, I especially hoped that there would be someone who could help me. Help me. Even if it was just a little help, it would be enough. The little stoic softly mumbled to herself. Even if Murong Sun didn't understand, her youngest disciple had been cultivating in the sect since she was 7 years old. Where did she get the time to form a team? But she knew that her youngest disciple's tone right now was especially desolate and helpless. When she stared at you, her gaze was empty, as if she was looking through your soul at an unknown place. She tenderly hugged her youngest disciple and gently patted her small body. Silly child, it's all in the past. Everything is in the past. You still have Master. Master will definitely accompany you. Don't worry. Master will skin whoever dares to bully you. I definitely won't be polite to them. Mo Lien, who was blocked in the distance, dazedly stared at the small figure crouching by the aquatic plants. She cried. He actually angered her to tears. 2 streaks of sparkling and translucent tear stains actually hung on her small, stoic face that had always been expressionless. Mo Lien felt like he was struck by lightning. He stood there dumbstruck, not even noticing that his fingers had turned blue from clenching them so hard that they were about to break. He was about to hate himself to death. Right now, there were only 5 words echoing in his mind. Forward. Work. Done. Up. Up. He previously worked so hard and worked so hard for so long before he finally tore open a small hole in the little fellow's impenetrable heart. But now she had completely shrunk back inside. She was like a small quail that wrapped herself up tightly again, not revealing a trace of wind and not allowing anyone to look at her. Just like back then, when she was calmly killing people by the quagmire with a wooden expression and turned around to apathetically glance at him. But he couldn't accept this. As soon as he recalled her apathetic gaze that completely ignored him and her expression that was like a pool of stagnant water in a barren desert, he completely couldn't accept the reality that he was about to face. Wasn't it enough that he admitted his mistake? Why was it like this? Everything was fine just now. No, he had to talk to her. He had to make things clear to her immediately. He wasn't a silk pants like Wei Nan Phone. She didn't like him befriending someone like Wei Nan Phone, so their friendship was over. Jojo, Mo Lian's figure flashed, and she was about to rush to Arbor's side. Shui Xiao was furious. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at him. What are you doing? I told you not to come over. Do you think my junior sister is not sad enough? Get lost. I want to talk to Jojo. Mo Lian's pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed slightly, and a few purple flames suddenly rose from her fingertips as she angrily roared. Crown Prince. Bailey, she appeared in front of him in a flash and reached out to block him. Think carefully. If you make a move, you won't be able to turn back. With the little girl's eagerness to protect her sect, if they really did something to her sect, would they be able to turn back? Mo Lian stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the little girl's little face that had turned her head around. There was still a drop of lustrous tear on her little face. The little girl's expression was ice cold as she stared at him. In that pair of eyes, there was indeed no warmth. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. How could he go back to the past like this? He had worked so hard, wanting her to accept him. The purple flames on her fingertips slowly dimmed. Mo Lian stared blankly at the little girl and muttered to herself, Jojo, you could try to understand me a little more. Chapter 362. After a day and a half, everyone successfully left the Great Swamp. Perhaps it was because the group became serious later on that their firepower was too fierce or something else. But the zombie crocodiles they encountered later were all taken care of in a matter of minutes, and there were no more casualties. After exiting the Great Swamp, the closest place to rest was a desolate and dilapidated village. At the entrance of the village was a dilapidated tea house made of straw. There were many dilapidated tables and stools placed outside, but they were still barely usable. When Morong Sun led the group over, the curtains of the tattered mat inside the tea house just happened to be lifted from the inside. As soon as they met, they were 3 burly men with their sleeves rolled up high, revealing their strong muscles. They were all covered in dirt. When the leader noticed Morong Sun alone, he revealed his yellowed teeth and chuckled. Oh my, second brother, third brother, I didn't expect there to be a fat sheep in this dilapidated village. We can capture them and send them to Black City together with the goods inside. When a group of Holy Water sect disciples silently walked up and drew their swords, the burly man revealed a dumbfounded expression again. These young ladies could not be mentioned in the same breath as the goods inside, but they looked like they were not to be trifled with. When the leader looked up, he finally discovered that there was another group of 50 or so people following behind the young ladies. He was instantly terrified. The 3 burly men knelt on the ground with a plop and wailed pitifully, Great Aunt, please spare our lives. We were blind and offended your esteemed guests. Hey, Miss, wait. Seeing Arbor walk into the dilapidated tea house without a word, the burly man cried out in alarm. You are the villagers here? Morong Sun asked coldly. And no, we just passed by and stopped here to rest. The burly man's eyes flickered. Arbor quickly walked out of the tea house, her stoic face brimming with killing intent. Without any explanation, he snatched the sword from his senior sister's hand and slashed it over. The long and flat head flew high into the air and was turned into a bloody mist by a terrifying, profound energy in the air, which sprinkled down. The other two burly men nearly peed their pants in fright. Their bodies trembled as they shrieked in a distorted voice, What are you doing? Slaughtering pigs. Can't you see? The little girl said coldly. Those inside are your cows and sheep, and all of you are nothing but pigs in my eyes. In this world, if you don't want to be a pig, if you don't want to be a cow or a sheep, then you should become stronger. However, you won't have another chance in this lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, he sliced off a head with his sword, mercilessly taking the lives of the other two. Little girl, when are you going to stop messing around? Wei Nanfeng's face was slightly hot. It couldn't be said that he wasn't shocked in his heart, but he was more angry out of humiliation. This little girl who killed decisively was truly terrifying. When she did not speak, almost no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was unbearable. Along the way, even the restless Xiaomi stopped making a fuss and kept her mouth shut. Arbor coldly glanced at him. Wei Nanfeng could not describe what he felt from that gaze. It was so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. Wei Nanfeng was a bit discouraged. He irritably raked his hair and said, Fine, fine, just take it that Bailey and I were wrong. We shouldn't disregard the lives of our teammates. We know we were wrong. Okay. But all of this has nothing to do with Crown Prince Lien. Can you not take your anger out on him for no reason? Shut up. The Crown Prince suddenly rebuked angrily. The oval-faced girl standing next to Bailey, she did not even dare to breathe loudly. She felt like there was a rock pressing down on her heart. It was unbearable. Chapter 363. Arbor silently walked to the side. The Holy Water Sect's young ladies entered the thatched tea house. Not long after, they brought out 12 women and children with tattered clothes and wounds of various sizes. The naive princess, Xiaomi, abruptly widened her eyes, and shock filled her oval face. They, them? Among these women and children who were sold to Black City, the oldest was in her 20s, while the youngest was only 7 or 8 years old. Every single one of them had been ruthlessly abused and imprisoned in a dark room for too long. As a result, their expressions were still empty and lifeless even when they walked under the sunlight. Arbor's gaze landed on the last young woman. The young woman was not tall, and there was a half-dried bloodstain on her forehead. Half of her face had been beaten black and blue. Something was wrapped in a piece of moldy rag, and she held it tightly in her arms. Just as the two senior sisters were about to approach, they were stopped by Arbor. Arbor raised the sword in her hand bit by bit. She felt that this ordinary sword was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. What are you doing? Xiaomi furrowed her brows and shouted angrily. Are you addicted to killing people? Shut up. Not only did Amo Lien yell at her, but Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng also yelled at her in unison. Xiaomi instantly felt extremely aggrieved, and her tears were about to fall out. Why were they all scolding her? Sorry, Arbor coldly muttered. The young woman seemed to have sensed something and suddenly loosened the moldy rag in her hand. A monster with a head twice the size of its body crawled out and bared its fangs at everyone. Ah! Xiaomi shrieked, Zombie, zombie, hurry, hurry, and kill it. Bailey Shi's cold gaze made Xiaomi instantly shut her mouth. Miss, can't you let us go? I'll take him to a secluded forest deep in the mountains and spend his last days there. The young woman suddenly knelt down with a plop and pleaded in a tearful voice. Arbor's fingers had already turned slightly white from gripping the sword, but she still shook her head. Sorry, I can't. You've already entered the late stage of the incubation period and will soon lose your consciousness. The young woman covered her face and sobbed. The strange-headed baby in her arms ground its fangs and suddenly pounced. The little woman hugged her child tightly with her frail arms. Seeing that it couldn't get away, the little zombie turned around and bit her arm. This scene frightened Princess Xiaomi. She took a few steps back and hid behind Bailey Shi. The young woman didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. With a gentle expression, she lowered her head to look at her child. Miss, I beg you, can you chop off our heads and bury them together? I want to be with my own children forever. Is that okay? Arbor's eyes reddened as he nodded solemnly. Okay, I wish you all good fortune and good health in your next life." A cold glint flashed across the 3-foot-long green peak that flew into the air. Under the illumination of a noon sun, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. Emolien found the little fellow on a small slope outside the village. At that time, she was standing there with her back to him. Her fingertips were resting on a thin leaf, and she was playing a sad tune that he had never heard before. Like the Zhuling residence above, like the gate of grief below, transcending the difficulties of the three realms, passing through the primitive bricks after the tune ended, she stood there for a long time without turning her head. Until the sun set in the west and the curtain of night faintly shrouded, she stood there motionless like a statue. Emolien's heart was so stifled that it was about to explode. He could no longer restrain his explosive emotions. His figure flashed, and he quickly landed beside her. He stretched out his arm and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. "Babies, after the fourth watch, I'll go out tonight. See you all tomorrow. Give out candy tomorrow." Chapter 364. Her small body that was almost cold from the night breeze suddenly fell into a warm embrace. Arbor was about to move when his low voice sounded in her ear. "Don't move, Jojo, don't move. Don't push me away again. Jojo, tell me, what did I go wrong? If you tell me to change, I'll change right away. Don't be like this, Chow Chow. Don't be so depressed. Don't be like this, Chow Chow, Chow Chow." His head was buried in her black hair, stubbornly hugging her and not letting go. Xiao Mu turned around with some difficulty, but before she could raise her head to look at him, her small head was hugged by his hand and tightly pressed into his chest. "Jojo, it's my fault. I made you cry." Prince was depressed, and his voice was slightly hoarse. The moment he saw her cry, he wanted to kill himself. How could he make Jojo cry? Arbor was finally able to look up. Her small hand pressed against his chin and gently pushed his face up. She looked straight into his eyes and said, "Your friend said I was being unreasonable. Our friendship is over. We're no longer friends." Prince gritted his teeth. He scooped Arbor's small body up and hugged her tightly. Arbor reached out her small hand and pushed him gently. Prince immediately looked hurt. Don't push me, Jojo. You can't push me away, you can't." When she resolutely pushed his hand away, he really felt that his heart was about to stop and his breathing wasn't smooth. "Don't push him away, Jojo, don't." Arbor held it in for a long time. Her small face was red. "I can't breathe." Crown Prince looked down and thought, "Oh, so Jojo pushed me a little further away because she wanted to get some fresh air." The youth subconsciously loosened his arms and loosened his grip on her. When I saw your two friends disregard the lives of their teammates, I thought of some bad things. I didn't control my emotions well. I was a little out of control and even took my anger out on you. So sorry," Arbor said gloomily. "No, it's my fault. I made Jojo cry. I deserve to die. It's not because of you." Xiao Mu interrupted his self-reproach before continuing with a sigh. "However, didn't that Bailey she say it already? Those are just guards, not teammates. Perhaps in the eyes of those in power like you, the lives of those ordinary guards are not as interesting as the corpse crocodiles." That's true. In such a world, humans might not be able to live like dogs. Arbor's lips curled up mockingly. His eyes revealed a cold light as he said faintly, "Jojo, if you don't want me to be friends with them, then I won't. From now on, I have nothing to do with them. Is that okay?" Emolien hurriedly grabbed the little girl's hand and said. Arbor suddenly raised his little head and stared at him with his dark eyes. "Why? You don't like it? But why are you accommodating me like this? Why? Why do you still have to ask why?" Emolien lifted Xiao Mu up at once, and he met her pair of large, round, black eyes. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace, hugging her tightly. Because everything in the world is not as important as Jojo. He rested his head on her shoulder, and his low voice came from her hair. Chapter 365. Arbor looked at him seriously. "It's not good for you to be like this. You become used to giving in to me. I'll become more willful in front of you." She calmed down and thought about it carefully. Why was she angry at him for no reason? It was because she didn't like the lousy teammates he had. She couldn't throw a tantrum at him just because she didn't like his friends. This was obviously inappropriate. But what was the reason? It was all because he had spoiled her. She should swallow the bitter fruit of her own spoiling. Xiaomu lowered her head and reached out to touch her fingers. Emo Yin lifted her chin and looked at her seriously. Jojo, I don't think Jojo is willful at all. Instead, he felt that this little rascal's heart was deeply suppressed, as if she had a stomach full of secrets that couldn't be stripped away. Arbor looked at him quickly and then lowered her head again. Emo Yin set her down and circled his arms around her body. He lowered his head to plant a soft and gentle kiss on her forehead. It's just that, whether you hit me or bite me in the future, don't throw my hand away again, all right? At that moment, he was really flustered. He was so flustered that he couldn't tell north from south. Her small and soft hand placed in his and pressed his fingers. Okay. Emo Yin laughed in a low voice. In the past, this word could kill a conversation, but today it was especially pleasing to the ear. Emo Yin. Prince's heart skipped a beat. He sat down with the little girl in his arms and looked down at her. Go on. We can't change this dark world. We can't change anyone. But I always think that if we're in the same team, we should trust each other more. Sometimes, maybe it's just a small gesture, but it's enough to let a pitiful person in the endless abyss see a ray of light. Just like me at that time. Giving up on a teammate is tantamount to betrayal. It's just like that, it's nothing. Okay. Emo Yin folded his arms and looked down at her. Jojo, try to trust me completely, okay? No matter how this world changes, I'll give up everything, but I won't give up on Jojo, okay? I will never betray Jojo. Arbor turned his little face and looked at him seriously for a while. His little head paused slightly. Emo Yin couldn't help but burst with joy, as long as his Jojo was willing to try. Even if she was covered in 1,000-year-old ice and 10,000-year-old frost, he would spare no effort to break it open little by little, so that she could truly walk out of it. Arbor arched his body in his arms and stretched out his hand to yawn. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and he had spent so much energy along the way. His little body was really tired. Go to sleep. I'll stay here with you. How did you find this place? The little girl asked, half awake. You didn't hit my senior sister, did you? No, they hit me. Emo Yin pinched her little hand, feeling wronged. Oh, at the same time, in the shabby tea house, a group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect were angrily kicking and beating the dozens of golems in front of them. These golems were all 10th level body cultivators and above, but they didn't fight with them. They didn't react no matter how they kicked or hit them. They just pestered them endlessly and refused to let them leave the thatched hut. The senior sisters were so angry that they all vomited blood. They beat them until their arms and hands hurt, but these golems didn't hurt at all. Chapter 366. When the 3 Peak Masters returned from inspecting the vicinity, they saw their disciples fighting with the golems. It had to be said that it was a bit funny. The group of Holy Water sect disciples sullenly fought with the golems and kept swinging their hands as they beat them up. Their hands freaking hurt. Bailey Shi, Wei Nan Feng, and the others were sitting outside and watching as if they were watching a show. There was no danger, but the group of girls were flushed with anger. Who did this? Morong Sun pulled out a golem. That wooden fellow hugged her back and didn't fight with her. She could beat him up however she wanted. He just pestered her endlessly and wouldn't let go. Its young master Mo, Su Shanshan, said in exasperation and amusement. We didn't let him go find little junior sister, so he used this kind of vicious move. Morong Sun flicked the golem's head, but before she could kick it, the golem suddenly stopped moving. Morong Sun turned around and saw that the other golems had also stopped moving. Fuck! Chang Yushi angrily kicked the golem in front of her. Why did it stop? Morong Sun was also speechless, but she had broad horizons, so she naturally knew more than the disciples. These golems need to be supported by spirit stones, so they probably ran out of spirit stones. But speaking of which, that damn punk was quite generous to be able to take out so many golems at once to deal with them. Master, I'll go wring that punk's head off. The hot-tempered Shui, Xiao, angrily said. Forget it. Let him do as he pleases. Morong Sun shook her head. The damn punk was quite attentive to her youngest disciple. It would be good to have him persuade the little girl so that she wouldn't be left alone all the time. Her heart ached just looking at her. Peak Master Murong, after leaving this village, we can reach Shuang City near Xixiao Valley after walking on the official road for about 10 days. Since it's still early, we can recuperate in the city for 4 to 5 days. How about this Highness be the host? There is only one city within a radius of 1,000 feet, so it could be imagined how lively it was inside. Wei Nanfeng was anxious to mend his relationship with the little girl, so he was busy roping in the Holy Water sect. We can recuperate for a few days, but you don't have to be the host. Murong Sun waved her hand. Yang Shirong snorted. Isn't that so? The Holy Water sect isn't so poor that they can't afford to raise their disciples. If we're not on the same side, we won't be able to walk together no matter what. You better save your breath. It's best if you take your team and scram now. Why do you keep following us? Don't. Wei Nanfeng didn't get angry, and instead chuckled as he moved forward. 3 Peak Masters, please give me a chance. Don't worry, I will arrange everything properly. It will definitely allow everyone to rest comfortably. Oomph. Everyone snorted in agreement. After a night of silence, the little stoic finally ran back around noon the next day. The Holy Water sect disciples surrounded them in a hubbub and used their daggers to stare at the Crown Prince, who was holding little Junior Sister's hand. Junior Sister, are you all right? The little stoic shook her head. I've made Senior Sisters worry. Silly girl. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. Su Shanshan raised her hand and patted her head. Murong Sun walked over and irritably glared at the Crown Prince. Put away your golem. Mechanical puppet? The little stoic raised her head and looked at the Crown Prince in confusion. The Crown Prince squeezed her small hand and looked back innocently. I didn't do anything, but I was ganged up on by your Senior Sisters. Chapter 367. He had the nerve to say that. The Holy Water sect disciple spat. Beat his ass. This guy ran faster than a rabbit and left behind a pile of golems for them to deal with. If this counted as ganging up on him, was there still justice in this world? Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince, who happened to be looking down at her, and winked mischievously at her. Why do you have so many golems? How many spirit stones did you spend? Arbor curiously looked at the dozens of golems collapsed on the ground. She saw that some of them were grotesquely shaped, and there were all kinds of shapes and sizes. These are actually all defective products and don't have any attack power. The Crown Prince stored these collapsed golems into his inner world and turned to smile at her. Your big treasure can be considered the second finished product. I made a lot before, but almost all of them were failures or half-finished products. Bah, they don't have any attack power, but they beat me until my hand is about to break. Chang Yushi rolled her eyes in exasperation. I gave you all the spirit stones. I don't have any spirit stones. So it was only enough to stall the Senior Sisters for a while. Mo Yin gently tugged on the little fellow's hand and quietly said, Jojo, if the Senior Sisters beat me up, you'll save me, right? Arbor nodded her head with certainty. The Crown Prince was in a good mood, and his eyes curved into crescents as he lightly coughed. Before he could laugh, Murong Sun, who had been eavesdropping on the side, suddenly jumped out and waved her hand with a taut face. Enough. If there's nothing else, pack up. We'll set off immediately. After saying that, she snatched Arbor's hand and pulled her to her side. She amiably asked, My disciple, did you sleep well last night? Everyone, the Peak Master's face-changing skills were getting better and better. Not far from the village, there was a smooth, official road. It was naturally much smoother than the swamp-filled land from before. Everyone had abandoned their horses outside the great swamp, so they could only summon mystic beasts with decent running speed. Mystic beasts like tigers, wolves, and leopards were naturally the best. It was not a big problem to ride 2 or 3 more people. Tap, tap, tap. The little girl ran to Su Shanshan's side and reached out to touch the 7-star white tiger's fur. Her 2 black pearl-like eyes rippled with faint love. Huh. The little girl pinched the white fur on the tiger's head and felt that it was very comfortable to touch. Little did she know that the others were looking at her and secretly adding in their hearts, Jojo doesn't like cute things or snakes. Jojo likes large birds of prey. It seems that the bigger and fiercer they are, the more she likes them. The 7-star white tiger rubbed against her palm. Come, junior sister. Su Shanshan jumped onto the 7-star white tiger's back and extended her hand. The little girl patted the white tiger's head and shook her head. No need, senior sister. I'll let Newbie lead us. The scene was like a show of wealth. One summoned Lone Wolf, the other summoned Earth Shatter Bear. The little girl ran back to Mo Lien and took Newbie out of her pocket. Newbie, who had been depressed all the way, looked at its little master dizzily. The little girl poked its round body with her finger. Transform. Newbie flapped its short wings. Eat and sleep all day. Eat and run all day. The little girl poked its belly again. Wei Nan Feng and the others, who had been paying attention to her, could not help but burst into laughter. Little girl, what can this little chick transform into? You're not a level 10 mystic cultivator yet. Let me lend you a gray wolf to ride. Chapter 368. Princess Mi of the Shao Kingdom sat on an earth-shattering bear, her hands gripping the black bear's glossy mane as she spoke loftily with her back straightened. She spoke as if she was a level 10 mystic cultivator. In reality, the black bear Princess Mi was sitting on didn't belong to her. It belonged to her personal bodyguard, Gong Sun Yang. Arbor didn't even turn his head and turned a deaf ear to Shao Mi's words. It wasn't that this naive Princess Mi of the Shao Kingdom was a bad person. When she saw those rescued women and children, her eyes would also redden in sympathy. However, this princess had always been used to being lofty, so her words were filled with an air of bossiness. Arbor poked Weak Chick's body with his finger. Hurry and transform. Xiaomi was about to laugh out loud, but was interrupted by a chirp. Her mouth gaped open in shock. The little chick in Xiao Mu's arms flapped its short wings and flew into the air. Its pair of small wings abruptly transformed into a pair of long, bluish-green wings, whipping up gusts of gales in the air. Other than the holy water sects, people watching calmly, even the crown prince couldn't resist raising his handsome brows. His darling Xiao was impressive. Although she hadn't signed a contract with a mystic beast, she actually had an ancient Qingluan by her side. At this moment, Wei Nanfeng's jaw dropped. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bailey, she's expressionless face. Xiaomi was even more shocked as she looked at the large cyan blue bird circling in the sky. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Why do you have a mystic beast? Xiaomi stared at Arbor in astonishment for a moment before shaking her head and saying, Impossible. The law states that no mystic cultivator below level 10 can form a contract with a mystic beast. This is Mo Kingdom's crown prince's mystic beast, right? Arbor ignored her and was in no mood to explain other people's doubts. He beckoned to a certain bird that was still circling in the air. Come down. Qingluan flapped its wings and swooped down with a whoosh, scaring Xiaomi, who was sitting on the black bear's back. Her body tilted, and she nearly rolled off the bear's back. Princess, the young bodyguard, Gong Sun Yang, hastily rushed forward to support her. You're not allowed to cause trouble. Arbor shouted in annoyance. Qingluan quickly flapped its wings and landed in front of her obediently, looking at her with its cute little eyes. Acting cute, my ass. Arbor endured a fist that was about to land on its head. With a light leap, it was already on Qingluan's back. In a flash, Mo Yin stood beside the little girl. She smiled and held her little hand. Jojo, give me a ride. Get down here, you stinking brat. Wei Something Wind has Lone Wolf. Hurry and go. Murong Sun shouted as she rolled up her sleeves. Baby run. Your master is here. Mo Yin pulled Arbor's little hand. Before Arbor could speak, the cyan phoenix suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky. With a whoosh, it spread its wings and flew up. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. This speed was too fast for the people below to catch up. Stinking brat, get back here. Wei Nanfeng's feeble voice was mixed in with Murong Sun's incessant scolding. Senior Murong, this junior's name is Wei Nanfeng. Shut up, Murong Sun grumpily shouted. Her figure flashed and nimbly mounted Su Shanshan's 7-star white tiger. Shanshan, your little junior sister was kidnapped. Hurry and chase after her. Su Shanshan. Arbor and Mo Yin rode Qing Luan and flew in front, stopping from time to time to wait for their master's group. It was not until 10 days later that the group noisily arrived at the foot of Shuwang City. From afar, they saw a troop of tribal cavalry slaughtering the screaming and fleeing commoners outside the city gates. Today ends at 5 p.m. See you tomorrow. Chapter 369. Under the trampling of the steeds, iron hooves, several old and frail people were trampled to death. Their chests were flattened, and blood splattered everywhere. Cries filled the air, and the city gate was in a mess. At the same time, the soldiers on the city gate tower gripped their bows until their hands turned slightly blue, and they stood in formation with unsightly expressions. It was not that they did not see the suffering of the citizens outside the city gate, but because of the orders from above, they were not allowed to leave without permission. When Murong Sun and the others approached the city gate, they recalled their mystic beasts to avoid any unnecessary collisions. Currently, everyone was walking forward on foot. When they saw the scene of people being killed and robbed, a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They had always heard rumors about how chaotic the western border was, but seeing was believing. No matter how much they heard, it was not as real and bloody as what they saw in front of their eyes. The Western tribal group had been at war for years, and the citizens all fled to Shuwang City. However, Shuwang City was not a place that just any cat or dog could enter. One had to pay an exorbitant sum of goods to enter the city, and it could be said that most of the poor citizens flinched at the sight of it. Was there any meaning in these tribal cavalry unscrupulously drawing their swords and slaughtering unarmed citizens? Among the crowd, the first to react was Shao Kingdom's Princess Mi. This princess shrieked in shock. What are these people doing? Stop. Hurry and make them stop. Quickly go and help. Yes, princess. Gong Sunyang executed the princess's order without hesitation and led the remaining half of the royal guards toward the tribal cavalry. Gong Sunyang was the first to collide with a tribal clansman riding a tall horse. Gong Sunyang had the strength of a level 10 mystic cultivator, so the moment they came into contact, a mystic energy directly sent that clansman flying from his horse, crashing into the ground with a boom. The spear in Gong Sunyang's hand pierced through that tribal clansman's chest in the next second, killing him on the spot. Princess Mi's other royal guards also clashed with the tribal cavalry, and a series of clanging sounds rang out as their weapons clashed. Doya angrily clenched her small fists. These people are from the Aikido tribe. They're accustomed to doing evil in the western wastelands. Be careful, they have the Eagle battle team. They might even come over to counterattack. Wei Nanfeng stealthily glanced at the little girl. Seeing that her little stoic face didn't show any signs of emotion, he involuntarily coughed dryly. The little girl's heart was too hard to understand. No matter how he tried to please her along the way, the little girl still ignored him. Mo Lien, this inhumane person, always wanted to end their friendship. It was simply indescribable. At this moment, Princess Xiaomi was bursting with a sense of justice as she stepped forward to stop the massacre. However, the little girl didn't have any reaction at all. If they don't dare to resist, then even if we save them now, they won't be able to survive for long in the wilderness, Mo Lien said indifferently. The little stoic's silent eyes suddenly brightened. He understood. That's right, that's the logic. Princess Mi's kindness could not be of much use at this moment. This was because most of the people lining up outside the city were young and strong. Disregarding those several elderly people who had long been trampled to death by the horse's hooves, over 100 young and strong men didn't even have the strength to retaliate when faced with 7 to 8 galloping tribal cavalry. These tribal cavalry were only normal people. Chapter 370. Unlike those rescued women and children, they indeed didn't have the ability to fight back when facing a few burly human traffickers. However, These young and strong men in front of him could obviously fight back and save themselves, but they blindly scattered and fled and were finally caught up and killed on the spot. To be honest, Arbor really didn't want to save people who had completely lost their will to fight. However, this kind-hearted Princess Me made a move like a thunderbolt. Princess Me only had 50 or so bodyguards left, and 3 or 4 people were injured in the confrontation with the cavalry. After 10 days of trekking, the bodyguard were actually already exhausted, but because of Princess Me's orders, they couldn't resist and could only brace themselves to fight against the tribe's cavalry. They weren't like Princess Me, who had the earth-shattering bear as a means of transportation. The bodyguards were all running to Shuang City. Fortunately, they had an expert like Gong Sun Yang among them, and it didn't take long for them to completely annihilate the 8 cavalry. However, before they could catch their breath, waves of eagle cries came from the distant horizon. Doya clenched her hands, and her expression changed slightly. The eagle battle squad of the Aikido tribe is here, on the city gate tower. A middle-aged general with an ugly expression quickly walked forward. Holding onto the city gate railing, the general raised his head to look at the eagle battle squad flying over from afar and cursed angrily. Who are those people below? They actually attracted the eagle battle squad of the Aikido tribe. Simply bastards, quickly informed City Lord Luge. General, what should we do now? Don't worry about anything. As long as they don't endanger Shuang City's gate, let them fight. The middle-aged general sneered and raised his head to look at the pitch-black eagle battle squad flying over. There were a total of 12 eagles in the battle squad, and there were 2 to 3 people standing on each eagle's back. As they approached Shuang City's gate, the people on the eagle's back began to throw sharpened bamboo towards the crowd below. Swoosh, swoosh. The wind blew past their ears. One of Princess Me's bodyguards couldn't escape in time, and his left shoulder was pierced by a sharp bamboo, falling from the sky. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Following that, he was once again pierced in the waist and head by several sharp bamboo and died on the spot. Preposterous! Mo Yin pulled the little girl into his arms. He flicked his sleeves and pushed aside a few sharp bamboos. His handsome face sank all of a sudden. Are you all right? He lowered his head and caressed the little girl's face. Arbor, what can happen to me? A bunch of blind barbarians. Yang Shirong threw the bamboo to the side and scolded angrily. Princess Mi was suddenly pressed to the ground by Gong Sun Yang. She felt a faint pain on her scalp as a bamboo stick whizzed past. Damn bastards, Princess Mi said angrily. What are these city guards doing? Why aren't they opening the city gates? I'm going to ask my father to send troops to kill them. Save it, Princess, Wei Nanfeng sneered. At this time, the city guards will only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Why would they open the city gates? Damn it, even with our status, we can't make him open the city gate. Princess Mi crawled up and clenched her fists fiercely. She felt that her entire body had been dirted the moment she laid down. Right now, her eyes were no longer her eyes. Her nose was no longer her nose. She only felt uncomfortable all over. Please, Princess. You are the princess of Southern Shao Kingdom. I am the prince of Northern Wei. I don't have anything to do with this Western territory. How can we let them open the city gates in this kind of situation? Tell me. Xiaomi screamed. Chapter 371. While clutching her head where the hairpin fell, Princess Mi was abruptly pulled to her side by the royal guard, Gong Sun Yang, and both of them fell to the ground again. Princess Mi's pure princess heart immediately wanted to explode. Her skirt, her clothes, her exquisite makeup, they were all ruined by these barbarians. Arbor poked his head out of Mo Yin's embrace and silently looked at the princess who was kneeling on the ground and continuously pounding the ground, finding her a bit funny. Princess Mi was actually not annoying, but her behavior was a bit childish at times. In addition, the princess's lofty status caused her to never empathize with other people's feelings. Hence, many times, the words that entered her ears sounded a bit sharp and unpleasant to the ears. However, she was only 16 years old. She was very young and still had a long way to go. This truly was a farce. Morong Sun was a bit angry. In the eyes of normal people, a battle team formed by 12 eagles really seemed very, very powerful. But what was it in the eyes of mystic cultivators? Moreover, aside from Princess Mi's normal royal guards, who didn't have contracted mystic beasts to protect themselves, if they really released all their mystic beasts with their strength, they could take down the entire Shuang city in 4 hours, let alone this tiny eagle battle team. Aikido people, listen up. If you don't want to die, then hurry and leave. When we counterattack, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Wei Nanfeng shouted coldly, his mocking voice traveling far into the sky. On the eagle's back, an Aikido young man with a head full of pigtails said with a cold and handsome face, "It was you who killed our Aikido tribesman." Xiaomi shrieked and cursed, her face and neck red. "A bunch of cowards. Weren't you the ones who attacked first?" Arbor turned his head to look at the princess, who had a head of messy hair and was bouncing on the spot, and his mouth twitched. Mo Lien immediately sensed the little fellow's urge to laugh, and she looked down with a smile in her eyes. Her Jojo was amused by Princess Mi based on this. That Princess Mi who caused a ruckus the entire way didn't look so repulsive anymore. Aikido will win. The Aikido tribe will win. The slogan of the Aikido tribe of the Western Wilderness instantly resounded throughout the sky. Bang! A black gold arrow soared into the sky and struck a male eagle in the blink of an eye. After a tragic eagle cry, the eagle and the 2 people fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, creating a small pit. The eagle didn't climb out, and neither did the 2 people. He didn't know if he was dead or not, but from the looks of it, it was no different from being dead. Princess Mi opened her mouth and turned around to look at the little girl who poked her head out of Prince Mo's bosom and silently lowered her crow-repeating crossbow. Murong Sun, Wei Nanfeng, and the others also looked at Miss Qiao with twitching mouths. "You talk too much. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The little girl threw Wei Nanfeng a look of disdain. Still shouting into the air, if he had that kind of energy, he would have already been beaten down. What kind of prince is he? What kind of bullshit prince is he? Wei Nanfeng glanced at Mo Lien aggrievedly. "Your wife always dislikes me. This isn't good." The latter rolled her eyes at him and completely ignored him. "Wei Nanfeng, you have a wife, but no friends." "Absolutely. Our friendship is over." Chapter 372. Seeing a little girl casually shoot an arrow that could penetrate the eagle's wing, the Aikido leader felt chills in his heart. Before he could react, the others had already made their move. The mystic cultivators with flying mystic beasts released their mystic beasts one after another and flew into the air to attack the eagles. The mystic cultivators without flying mystic beasts also released mystic energy and aimed at the people on the eagles from a distance. Mystic energy bombarded over and quickly beat the Aikido tribe's eagle battle squadron into a sorry state. More than half of the 30-odd Aikido tribesmen were dead or injured. In the end, the leader and a dozen or so Aikido tribesmen were tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. Princess Mi stepped forward with disheveled hair and kicked the leader. "Do you submit?" "No, I submit." The leader of Aikido glared at the princess fiercely with a pair of bell-sized eyes. Doya looked at the leader with some worry. "You're the Aikido tribe leader's son, right?" From what she knew, the leader of the Eagle Battle Squadron was usually a direct relative of the tribe leader. The Aikido tribe wouldn't take this lying down. After they lost this time, they might even lead a large-scale tribe to attack Shuang City. The Aikido tribesmen had primitive barbarism in their bones and blood, so they wouldn't easily admit defeat. "That's right." ACI raised his chin and looked at Doya with a sneer. He shouted sternly, "Who are you? Why do you know me? I'll tell you. Let me go immediately. I, ACI, am the 3rd son of the Aikido tribe's tribe leader. I'm the Eagle's son." Yas struggled and shouted, "If you dare to harm me, my father and my brothers won't let you guys go. Just wait to die." Arbor suddenly summoned a feral from his conscience. Mo Lien's mouth twitched, and she subconsciously let go of the little fellow. As expected, The little fellow leaped forward and viciously smacked the feral on Assie's head. Slap! A crisp sound rang. As expected, Assie's head was incomparably hard and wasn't smashed into watermelon paste. Only a trail of blood flowed down from his braids and down his high-nose bridge. The three peak masters reached out to cover their faces. Here we go again. The little fellow seems to dislike people who talk too much. For example, that Wei Nanfeng was completely disliked by her. The little girl went up and kicked him twice. When he fell to the ground, she directly swung her ferrule and smacked him heavily, causing Yas to roll on the ground. The Yasi people looked at this savage little girl in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. In the western region, men were supreme. Which woman dared to beat up their young master like this? The little girl ruthlessly whipped CI until he was on the verge of death and unable to speak. Then, she finally stopped and looked at Murong Sun. Master, let's enter the city. Murong Sun nodded frantically. Okay. Wei Nanfeng kept rolling his eyes at the side. Your disciple is about to whip someone to death. Why didn't the master say anything? The little girl ran to the city gate and waved at the stunned general on the city tower. Then, she pointed at the city gate in front of them. Open the city gates. Chang Yushi immediately acted as the little girl's translator. She waved her hand at the general upstairs and shouted out loud. Who are you people? Judging from their savage appearance, a group of 80 or so people actually dared to attack the Aikido tribe. How would the middle-aged general dare to open the gate and welcome this group of play gods? It would be best if they ran as far away as possible. Chapter 373. A trace of impatience flashed past Arbor's eyes. Why is it so troublesome to enter the city? Are these people sick? Do they have to clean up to be nimble? The little girl raised her hand and threw the little chick into the air and coldly shouted, Open this gate! Screech! The azure wings suddenly spread out, and the little chick suddenly transformed into a divine bird. Azure Luan that covered the sky in front of everyone, scaring the soldiers on the city gate tower until their hearts and lungs started to tremble. Screech! The azure Luan circled in the air and suddenly turned its head and spat out an extreme Arctic frost slash at the city gate. Everyone stared blankly at it. An icy cold air instantly spread in all directions, and the extreme Arctic frost slash swept across the city gate with a frightening vibrating force. After a loud boom, the ground was cut open by the frost slash, creating a deep crack. A wild ice blade directly landed on the city gate and immediately cut open a clear white mark on the grand city gate. The general on the city gate tower screamed, You guys stop! Stop! Archers, get ready. If you don't stop, immediately release the arrows. Release. Before that general finished shouting, he saw the azure Luan flapping its enormous wings in the air suddenly charge over. After a sharp screech, it spat out an icy cold air and immediately wrapped around that pitiful general, melting him into an ice sculpture in a matter of minutes. Wei Nanfeng felt that at this time, he should perform well and strive to leave a good impression in front of the little girl, so as to prevent his friendship with Mo Lien from really ending. But before he could shout to the general, the little girl started fighting with someone again, and in a short while, that general was frozen. Wei Nanfeng felt a faint sadness. He still hadn't displayed his negotiation eloquence. Screech! The azure Luan circled half a circle in the air and looked like it was about to turn back and release another attack. A steady shout sounded from the city gate tower. Everyone, please stop. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Open the city gate. Immediately open the city gate. Big Green, come back. The little girl waved her hand towards the sky and spoke concisely and powerfully. The azure Luan rapidly swooped down, and when it reached the little girl, it had already transformed into a little chick and cutely jumped onto the little girl's shoulder. Well done. The little girl's face was taut as she gave a rare compliment. Coo! Daching flapped its wings happily. The city gate finally opened. The one who spoke on the city tower was Shuang City's city lord, Lu Gu. After he received the news, He rushed to the gate of Shuwang City without stopping. Only then did he prevent a disaster. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat. He wiped it with his sleeve and hurriedly ordered people to carry the general's ice sculpture down the city gate tower to welcome this group of fiends. He couldn't help but secretly blame the general for not being tactful. Wasn't this just asking for a snub? With the strength of these people, even the Eagle battle team could be annihilated in minutes. If they wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. They actually didn't allow anyone to enter the city. This was simply courting death. You're all mystic cultivators, right? You have to abide by the rules after entering our Shuwang City. You have to pay a fee to enter the city. There are about 80 people in your group, right? Including the ones at the back. There were 100 people. It doesn't need to be too much, just pay. Before the document of Shuwang City's entry into the city was finished, he felt as if he was being watched by many people. It was as if those scorching gazes were going to burn a hole in his body. The city lord looked at his subordinates resentfully for failing to meet his expectations. Are you a bunch of idiots? Under these circumstances, you can actually ask people to pay a fee to enter the city? The little stoic looked coldly at that document. Do you want to pay a fee, or do you want your life? Chapter 374. Life, 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 life. The city lord repeatedly answered and then kicked that clerk's butt, kicking him to the back of the group. City Lord Luge was nearly 50 years old and had a goatee. He was currently smiling apologetically at Murong Sun and the others. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Everyone has come from afar, so please enter the city to rest. Compensation, the little stoic suddenly said. The Three Peak Masters and the Holy Water Sect senior sisters all twitched their mouths. However, Emolian couldn't resist laughing out loud. We spent a lot of effort outside the city before we could enter. As compensation, this city lord, do as you see fit. Well said. As expected, the crown prince understood her intentions the best. The little stoic nodded her head in agreement and looked up to give the crown prince an admiring gaze. Emolian's eyes were smiling as he met her gaze. Wei Nanfeng was simply speechless. As expected, this couple was bound to be a family. How could they behave so shamelessly in such a logical manner? City Lord Luge wished for nothing more than to immediately pounce on that clerk and give him a good thrashing. Tell me what you're like. You don't know how to adapt to circumstances. You just had a mention payment. Now that you mention it, it made him think of some compensation. He didn't receive the payment and had to be dug out as compensation. How infuriating, City Lord. City Lord Luge wanted to go cry. He quietly asked with a sullen face, "What kind of compensation does this miss want? Our Shuwang City citizens also don't have a good life. Food and supplies have always been tight. Do you have seeds?" The little stoic asked coldly. Yes, we have a lot of seeds." City Lord Luge nodded repeatedly. These days, seeds simply couldn't grow anything in the ground. After failing several times, everyone didn't want to waste the effort to work in the fields again. If they had that time, they might as well go out and hunt. Even if they caught a skinny rabbit in the nearby wasteland, they could at least eat until they were half full. "Give me 1/3 of your seeds." "Miss, it's not a problem to give you half of the seeds. It's just that there are quite a lot of seeds." "You," City Lord Luge hastily said, "can your inner world fit? You don't have to worry about that." The little stoic waved her hand and then turned to wave at the women and children huddled at the back of the group. "Make proper arrangements for these people." After saying that, he threw a bag of food to the city lord. "They will be the citizens of Shuwang City in the future. Don't neglect them." I wouldn't dare." The city lord was a little surprised and hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he had a good impression of this outspoken little girl. In fact, she didn't need to pay for these women and children at all, but she still came according to the rules of Shuwang City. She wanted him to treat these people equally after taking them into Shuwang City. This girl was cold on the outside, but not cold on the inside. It was hard for people to have a bad impression of her. That little girl. Then, our general, ahem, can you restore him to his original state? The city lord hurriedly waved his hand and had people carry the ice sculpture of the general over. Everyone burst into laughter. The shape of this ice sculpture was really unique. Inside the sculpture, wrapped in ice, the general lifted his leg and pretended to fly. The long saber in his hand was raised high, and the frightened expression on his face was lifelike. Then he was sealed in ice. Even his eyelids were covered in a layer of frost. How tragic, this general, everyone thought at the same time. Arbor raised his head to look at Emolien. The latter knowingly threw out a red flame and melted the ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Today's 6th watch is over. See you tomorrow. Chapter 375. After the layer of ice fell off, that general returned to his senses with a shudder and started coughing. However, the little stoic's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she abruptly looked up at the crown prince again, glaring at him with an unpleasant expression. Emolien hastily reached out to hold her soft fingers and whispered, "I won't do it again in the future. Really, I promise." Everyone was baffled. They didn't understand what they were talking about. Wei Nanfeng even lowered his head to look at himself, thinking this time, it wasn't me who angered the little great aunt, right? Only Emolien and Arbor knew what was going on. The reason why Arbor was glaring at him was entirely because he discovered that the crown prince controlled 2 types of flames. The purple flames were strong, and the red flames were weak. That's why he definitely wouldn't release the purple flames when he was melting someone's ice, so as to avoid roasting that unlucky general instantly. Just like when he previously dealt with Wei Nanfeng, he also released the red flames. However, when senior sister Xue Xiao blocked his path, he was so angry that he wanted to release the purple flames. At that time, he really went crazy and wholeheartedly wanted to directly kill senior sister Xue Xiao, who was blocking his path. Humph! The little stoic glared at him again. Emolien hastily tugged at her small hand and repeatedly promised that he wouldn't dare, but he was endlessly afraid in his heart. If Bailey she hadn't stopped him at that time, perhaps he really wouldn't have been able to turn back. Thinking of this, his back broke out in cold sweat. Bailey she actually understood the exchange between the two, but Wei Nanfeng and the rest were bewildered. They didn't understand how the two could communicate with just their gazes. The city lord waved his hand to have people support the general back to rest, and he said to everyone with a smile, "Then let's enter the city first. Come, please come in." The little stoic nodded and walked into the city with the crown prince first. The group of people behind them followed in, and from an angle that the little stoic couldn't see, they all face-bombed or snickered secretly. This won't do. Why did it feel like a group of bandits swaggering into the city? "Hey, stop right there!" Princess Xiaomi shouted, and Wei Nanfeng didn't even have time to reach out to grab her. "Oh, my eldest miss, what mischief are you up to now? Provoking the little stoic for no reason?" Didn't he see what kind of people were around the little stoic? They were all a bunch of people who were protective of their own. "You'll be beaten up, sister. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, no one would be able to help you." Arbor turned his head to look at Princess Mi, who was running in front of him, and asked in a cold voice, "What's the matter?" Xiaomi glared at Arbor for a while, before she suddenly rushed forward and slapped paralyzed Joe's shoulder heavily. She placed her hands on her hips and said, "You're called Arbor, right? You're not bad. You can be my sister from now on. My name is Xiaomi, Princess of the Southern Xiao Kingdom. You're welcome to visit my Southern Xiao Kingdom after the competition. I'll definitely treat you well." Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that another bloody conflict was about to happen. In the end, the development of the situation made everyone laugh involuntarily. Girls are all strange creatures. You can befriend them just like that. Weren't there a lot of unpleasant things along the way? Murong Sun decided to rest in Shuang City for a few days. The city lord arranged accommodations for the group of people without hesitation, and then quickly arranged for carts of seeds to be transported over. Peak Master Murong. The city lord of Shuang City finally learned of the Holy Water Sect group's identity, and a very friendly smile immediately piled on his face. He cursed the stupid general to death 10,000 times in his mind. "Look at you. You dare to insult anyone. You had a head on your shoulder, Yet you didn't even figure out the situation and actually dared to attack a group of mystic cultivators. Chapter 376. The fact that the city gates weren't blasted apart by the mystic cultivators was already giving them face. Is there anything else, City Lord? Murong Sun sat in the wooden armchair and finally leisurely poured a cup of hot tea. Hurrying on the road had truly exhausted her, and her disciples' bodies definitely couldn't take it. Anyway, there was still more than half a month until the competition, so it was fine to rest here for a few more days. Peak Master Murong. I heard from the general's report that, ahem, you captured the third son of the Aikido tribe's chief. That's right. Murong Sun nodded and huffed. This punk is arrogant and despotic. We have to properly deal with his bones. Yes, yes, yes. The city lord nodded frantically before looking at Murong Sun with a distressed expression. However, the Aikido tribe is brave and skilled in battle. If the chief knows that his third son is in our Shuang city, he definitely won't let this go. Murong Sun slapped the table heavily. My disciple beat him up. I'll naturally take care of it if something happens. You don't need to worry about this, City Lord. City Lord Luge immediately beamed like a flower. He was relieved with Murong Sun's words. You guys, on the other hand, you're so timid, cowering in this city all day like cowards. I think you should change that guard general of yours as soon as possible. He doesn't have any manliness at all. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart when he sees so many civilians being killed outside the city gate tower. He's simply a coward. Murong Sun raised her hand and harumphed before continuing. However, the group of people who were scared witless by the Aikido tribe are even more cowardly. They couldn't beat a few cavalrymen, even with so many people. What do you mean the Western Wastelands produces heroes in large numbers? Scram. Yang Shirong spat out her tea. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Elda Senior's sister rarely scolded people so much, but once she did, it was endless. City Lord Luge speechlessly lowered his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He weakly said, Peak Master, it's the Aikido tribe, not the Aikido tribe. Who cares about your Aikido or Aikido? Let them come. Don't worry and go back. Our holy water sect will stay here for a few more days. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Murong Sun waved her hand like she was shooing away a fly. All right, we need a rest. Governor Luge hurriedly excused himself with an apologetic smile. When he turned around, he was grinning from ear to ear. What kind of general is that? Hurry up and change him. Get someone brave and resourceful. Seriously, I don't know if he's a relative or not, but he still wants such a coward. Murong Sun grumbled again. The city lord staggered and hurriedly went back to replace the generals. 2 days later, the Aikido tribesmen were tied up and thrown into the woodshed to fend for themselves for 3 days and 2 nights. They were so hungry that their stomachs were rumbling and they were about to faint. The door suddenly opened, and everyone couldn't help but shudder when they saw the expressionless little girl who walked in first. This girl's heart was black and vicious. What was she doing here again? Take them out. Arbor stepped aside and said expressionlessly. Wei Nanfeng bravely stepped forward and grabbed the clan leader's third son, who was glaring at the little girl with a ruthless gaze. What are you glaring at? You don't want your eyes anymore. Wei Nanfeng slapped the top of that person's head. ACI struggled with all his might and hooted, I refuse to accept this. Refuse my ass. Even if you refuse to accept this, you have to hold it in. He freaking roared quite loudly after starving for 2 nights and 3 days. You damn woman, if I didn't use mystic energy, how could I not be your match? ACI raised his head and angrily shouted. Chapter 377. Just as Mo Lien was about to make a move, she was stopped by Arbor. The little girl asked coldly, What do you mean? You still want to fight? Haven't you been beaten enough? We don't know who's going to beat who yet. ACI straightened his neck, and his pitch-black eyes emitted a wolf-like luster as he continued to hoot. Wei Nanfeng looked at him speechlessly. Did he know how to write the words courting death? Did he know, young man? You're courting death. A grim, killing intent flitted past Mo Lien's eyes. Arbor grabbed the crown prince's hand and turned to look at ACI. He gestured outside with his finger. Come out. Bring them all out. Arbor shouted coldly. Immediately, people dragged out all the Aikido tribesmen from the woodshed. Assie's gaze was like an untamed wild wolf in the wilderness, emitting a ruthless glint, as if he wanted to tear the little girl apart and swallow her into his stomach. Untie him. At the little girl's command, people immediately walked up and untied Assie's bound hands and feet. ACI was like a ferocious tiger freed from its cage and suddenly pounced in front of Arbor. The little fellow took a sidestep and immediately flashed behind him. Without saying a word, a fist landed heavily on Yas' back. ACI only felt a burst of pain and staggered forward a few steps. He turned his head and swung his fists fiendishly. He ran forward a few steps and swung his fists at Arbor's face with all his might. Following the whooshing of punches, gusts of wind rose. Arbor shifted his position with a sliding step and ruthlessly kicked Assie's back left knee without mercy. Assie's vicious eyes instantly emitted a severe glint like a hawk's. He fell to the ground with a howl, but before he could stand up, he felt a small foot stomp heavily on his back, nearly breaking his bones in an instant. Princess Me, who had heard the news, guffawed with her hands on her hips. Western Barbarian, you also have a day like this. You're asking for a beating. Bailey, she raised a brow and watched from the side with his arms crossed. Do you submit? The little stoic stepped on the youth's back. I don't submit. Even though ACI was currently in a sorry state, he still stiffened his neck and threw out these two words. I'm Aikido's young hero. He was the son of Eagle, the son of Lone Wolf. You cannot extinguish the unyielding flame in my heart. The little stoic was bewildered. Whose son are you exactly? Do you admit defeat? The little stoic expressionlessly stomped on his foot again. No, I submit. The young ACI roared. How can I submit to a woman? So what if I'm a woman? Princess Me raised her eyebrows. The little stoic stomped her foot on his head, scattering this youth's small braids. Cough, cough, cough. Assie's face was covered in blood as he roared angrily. Woman, what's the use of being powerful? In our western wasteland, women are born to be conquered by men. You are no exception. Mo Lien was instantly enraged. She pulled the little fellow to her side with one hand, and without any explanation, she lifted the young man up from the ground and punched him in the mouth. This punch landed solidly. The young Yas only felt the corner of his mouth rupture, and blood burst out from his lips. Even his teeth were somewhat loosened. Bastard, you dare to make a move against me. I'll slaughter you. ACI pounced at Mo Lien with reddened eyes, but the Crown Prince promptly kicked him to the ground. The Crown Prince then grabbed his loose braid and smashed his fists into that handsome face with thuds and thuds. Wei Nanfeng, who was watching the show from the side, simply couldn't bear to watch. How could this person be this stupid? ACI spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 378. ACI glared at Mo Lien with reddened eyes. If it was possible, he simply wanted to chew off a mouthful of his flesh on the spot. Don't beat him to death, Arbor said apathetically. The youth's present all turned to look at her. ACI was wiping the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he laughed maniacally. What's wrong, you little girl? You can't bear for me, your older brother, to die? Clean your mouth. Mo Lien's gaze hardened, and he kicked out without the slightest hesitation at his chest, breaking two of that unlucky fellow's sternum. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground in a dispirited manner. His bones aren't bad. Keep him as a medicine man, Arbor said coldly. She had figured out several kinds of poisons, so she could let this foul-mouthed guy try them out one by one. Although Prince Mo didn't use mystic energy, it could be seen that his physical constitution wasn't weak since he was able to withstand the Crown Prince's blows barehanded and not die completely. Cruel and heartless, treating human lives like grass, was it? Then she would let him personally experience how lamentable it was to bitterly struggle at the lowest rung of society. Wei Nanfeng. Princess Me raised her head and laughed heartily. As expected of my younger sister, good, good, good. Let's do it like this. This Western barbarian has a foul mouth. Give him a few more poisons and poison him into a mute. ACI glowered at Princess Me, but the latter lifted her small chin and rolled her eyes disdainfully at him. You dare to treat our young lord like this? Aren't you afraid that the Aikido cavalry will flatten your Shuang city? An Aikido tribesman roared angrily. Noisy, the little stoic glanced at those Aikido tribesmen in displeasure. Immediately, someone stepped forward and directly stuffed this Aikido tribesman's mouth with a piece of mud that came out of nowhere. That person's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with rage from being humiliated. Feed him this. Arbor handed a small brown square box to one of the guards and said indifferently, Feed him 1 pill every 2 hours. Feed him 11 pills a day. Yes. When that guard received the small box, his arm trembled slightly, and he walked towards the youth ACI without looking sideways. You dare. You bunch of bastards. Just you wait. ACI won't die so easily. I will fucking survive. Blurg. Yas was punched in the stomach by the guard. He bent over in pain and subconsciously opened his mouth. A pill the size of a jelly bean was directly stuffed into his mouth. It dissolved in water, and before he could spit it out, the pill had already turned into liquid and flowed down his throat. Yas's handsome face was dark to begin with, and now it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the next 3 days, Yas deeply experienced what it felt like to be in hell. There were 24 hours in a day, and he would be in pain for 20 hours. Sometimes he would feel as if ants were gnawing on his body. Sometimes he would feel as if his flesh was being cut open by a sharp blade. Sometimes he would feel as if his heart was being cut open by someone. Hundreds of silver needles were piercing his heart nonstop. Pain, pain, pain. Every morning, the wretched girl would insert needles into his body to relieve the pain as usual. She would even put ice on his forehead to help him heal the broken bones in his chest. Today, when that cool sensation touched his scalding forehead, ACI inexplicably felt his heart tremble. He struggled to half open his eyes and abruptly propped himself up to grab her wrist, gripping it tightly as he looked straight at her. Let go. The little stoic's voice was terrifyingly calm. If I don't let go, slap. The little stoic's hand was as fast as lightning, and a heavy slap landed on the youth's face, directly knocking him sideways onto the bed. Chapter 379. ACI coughed loudly while sprawled on the bed, but his fingers were still firmly gripping the little girl's wrist. When Mo Yin entered with her hands behind her back, she just so happened to see this scene. She was immediately enraged, and a slender jet-black long sword, emitting a jet-black luster, abruptly landed in her palm. Leaving no room for objection, she slashed at the youth Assie's left arm. ACI wasn't stupid, so he naturally dodged when he saw the sword glint and rolled inside the bed. As a result, that unhindered sword aura split the entire bed open with a clang. ACI rolled from the inside to the middle and fell into the crack in the bed. He clutched his chest and coughed for a long time, but he still couldn't crawl out. Mo Yin narrowed her phoenix eyes, and a cold glint flashed past the slender jet-black sword in her hand. She was about to slash at the youth again when Arbor grabbed her arm. Ha ha ha! The youth ACI poked half his body out from under the cracked bed and cocked his head at Mo Yin smugly with a nasty expression that said, Look, the little girl won't let you kill me. Why are you protecting him? Mo Yin turned to look at Arbor, her expression unreadable. In that instant, the little stoic seemed to sense the youth Mo Yin's rage. She glanced at him in bewilderment before expressionlessly saying, I still have a newly refined poison that I need him to try. It won't be too late to kill him after he's done. Cough, cough. ACI crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. When he heard the little stoic's emotionless words, a trace of fury flashed through his eyes. Bastard woman, you. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Yin smiled faintly without batting an eyelid. She put away that slender jet-black sword and turned around while holding the little girl's small hand. Wait a minute. Arbor pulled back his small hand and tore off a piece of his sleeve. He threw on the ground and stomped on it. Behind the two of them, the wolf-like Isai stared fixedly at the girl's back. If his gaze could penetrate her back, there would probably be more than one hole in Xiao Mu's body right now. Emollien's dark phoenix eyes shone even brighter. She happily held the little girl's hand again and smiled. Why did you tear it off? It's dirty. Emollien looked back indifferently, her gaze coldly disdainful at Yasi. Her thin lips parted slightly as she silently muttered, Don't even think about what's not yours. Yas glared back, but the other party had already retracted his gaze in disdain and left the room while holding the little girl's hand. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. A strange pain assaulted him from his chest. Yas took a deep breath and bent down, his gaze fiercely landing on the sleeve that the little girl had stepped on. That sleeve was plain-colored, and after being stepped on, there was an extremely small shoe print on it. Yasi suddenly pounced over like an angry tiger. He clutched the pain in his chest and coughed loudly. He struggled to crawl a few steps on the ground and tightly grasped that piece of cloth in his hand. The cloth peeked out from between his fingers, and a small piece was tightly clenched in his palm. When Emollien and Arbor walked out hand in hand, they happened to see Wei Nanfeng winking at them with a smile. The young couple rolled their eyes at him in unison and ignored him as they strolled past him. Wei Nanfeng, I originally came here to watch a good show. I'm not angry. The two of them had just walked to the main hall when they saw City Lord Luge hurrying over to request an audience with Morong's son. Akito's clan leader has arrived. He brought 2,000 able-bodied men from the tribe and the entire Eagle Battle Squad. They're waiting outside the city gates. Chapter 380. Morong's son raised her brows. Leave him be. Let him do as he pleases. Let's see if he dares to directly attack the city. More people? TSK. Who are you trying to scare with more people? City Lord Luge wiped the sweat from his forehead and hastily carried out the order. The next day, ACI was brought to the little stoic on his last breath. Although he was so exhausted that he was practically limp and unable to move, his pitch-black, wolf-like eyes still emitted an untamed glint. Why? ACI couldn't help but question the little girl as he looked at her icy profile. The little girl was no more than 12 or 13 years old. Her little face was as cold as snow. From his angle, he could see that she was holding a bottle of transparent liquid and gently shaking it. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Why? ACI roared angrily before the guard next to him punched him in the head. What are you roaring for? Arbor turned around and coldly stared at the youth in front of him. After the youth's braids unraveled, his half-length hair that reached his neck was disheveled and scattered around his forehead and ears. His wolf-like eyes emitted a ruthless glint through the strands of hair on his forehead. Why are you treating me like this? ACI clenched his fists and indignantly questioned. The weak are prey to the strong in the western wastelands. What do those normal people who died at the city gate have to do with you? Do you have to use a chicken feather as a token of authority to avenge them? I'm not that senseless, Arbor coldly said. Other people's life and death have nothing to do with me. Then why are you punishing me? He couldn't figure it out. He also felt that the girl wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. She didn't care about those normal people who died at the city gate at all. You were the one who started it. Arbor threw down this sentence and didn't want to explain at all. He handed the medicinal liquid in his hand to the guard next to him. Give it to him to drink. This is the last time you test the medicine. If you're lucky enough to survive this time, then your life isn't meant to end yet. We'll write off all past debts. After the little stoic icily said this, she turned around and left. Asai didn't understand the reason, but he felt pain in his heart. 2 guards held him down, and he couldn't stop struggling. His gaze was tightly locked on her chilly back for a long time. Why? Why? Do you think you can cut off all ties with me like this? Don't even think about it. Damn girl, come back here. Who the fuck am I to write off my debt with you? Get back here. ACI angrily kicked his legs and glared at the back of the girl's head with a pair of fiendish eyes. One of the guards was almost unable to hold down the struggling youth. 2 more guards ran over from the side and hurriedly forced him to kneel on the ground. 4 of their hands desperately pressed down on his hands and poured medicine into his mouth. Yash choked on the medicinal liquid in his mouth and coughed loudly. TSK. Wei Nanfeng walked over and lightly laughed. I say, why are you like a stupid bear? So silly and naive. Wei Nanfeng dragged a stool to sit in front of ACI and said with a chuckle, when you ran over with a troop of war eagles to throw pointed bamboo at Peak Master Morong and the others, you were already destined to be enemies with the little stoic. Do you still not understand? Ah! ACI roared angrily and suddenly pounced forward, as if he wanted to directly bite Wei Nanfeng's throat. Wah! Wei Nanfeng jumped up and hastily kicked away the stool to evade. He commanded the guards, hold him down, hold him down. He really is a mad dog, biting everyone he sees. Chapter 381. For the 5 bodyguards swarmed forward and pressed ACI to the ground again. However, they didn't need to do anything else. The poison in Assie's body had already flared up, and he was powerless to resist. The youth curled up on the ground, his limbs shivering and twitching nonstop. A layer of frost covered his hair, eyebrows, and even lips. Watch him. Wei Nanfeng quickly ran out and stood under the scorching sun before his entire body couldn't help but shudder. He didn't know what kind of poison the little stoic used on him, but the poison flared up so quickly that even ACI, who was as strong as a bull, was instantly knocked to the ground. He turned to look and saw the little girl sitting under a tree with a thick book on her knees. She was currently reading with her head lowered. Her lowered eyes were peaceful and serene. How can anyone tell that she was the vicious little girl from earlier? A brown square wooden box was placed on a short table in front of her, and steam was rising from 3 cups of tea next to it. The 3 Peak Masters drank tea and chatted, occasionally glancing at the little girl flipping through the book. Disciple. This book was sent over by the city lord just now? Morong Sun raised her brows. Her disciple's speed at flipping through the book was a bit too frightening. Her eyes didn't linger on the page for more than 3 seconds before she turned the page. What the hell could she see from flipping through the book like this? Yes. Arbor nodded. Just as she finished flipping through the book, Mo Lien walked over. Ignoring Peak Master Morong's piercing glare, Mo Lien pulled the little girl up. He glanced at the book on the corner of the short table and slightly raised his slender brows. Jojo, let's go. A batch of the ebony you wanted is here. So fast. The little fellow's eyes brightened. Come back soon. We're about to start eating, so don't talk for too long. Peak Master Morong quickly shouted. Mo Lien lightly harumphed and hooked the little fellow's soft fingers, directly dragging her away. Your master is really annoying. Halfway there, the youth leaned close to the little girl's ear and whispered. Arbor turned around and glared at him, but the youth chuckled in return. Jojo, did you finish reading the medical book the city lord gave you? Yes, I have. The little girl replied unhappily. She didn't know why, but when she flipped through the pages, she felt that the book was extremely familiar. The content of the book was very basic, as if she had flipped through it countless times, and it was entangled in her heart after countless twists and turns. She really wanted to know how many medical books and poison collections she had read. Did she really read all the medical books and performed acupuncture no less than 1,000,000 times? Otherwise, why would she be able to concoct the clear radish pill and even refine the clear radish poison just by looking at the clear radish flower? What was given to ACI was none other than the most potent poison of the Viridian vine. Compared to the 9th grade Een poison pill that the princess had tried to feed him, the toxicity of the Een poison pill was worlds apart. I remember that the Imperial Physician Building has quite a number of such books. I'll get someone to sort them out and send them to you in 2 days. Arbor nodded repeatedly. She only needed to borrow it for a while before returning it. Jojo, come and take a look. Is this ebony cut into this size suitable? If not, I'll get someone to make a new one. The Crown Prince picked up a small piece of ebony and placed it in the little girl's hand, looking at it with a smile. It's pretty good. Arbor touched the ebony piece in her hand and nodded. At the same time, far away in Guanlan City, the old Imperial Physician in charge of the Imperial Physician Building suddenly sneezed while holding a medical book. He hurriedly got up and closed the door to the Imperial Physician Building, then turned around and picked up the medical book like it was a treasure. He used his sleeve to wipe off some dust on the book. Chapter 382. Arbor stored the ebony into her only purple storage talisman, thinking that she had to draw some talismans tonight. This purple talisman had 4 cubic meters of space and could be used 400 times. Even without the paradise, it was enough for her for the time being. The previous batch of low-level talismans had been sent to the Crown Prince to be auctioned at Morning Sunlight Pavilion, so she really didn't have many talismans that could be of use to her now. She planned to draw some intermediate-level talismans to replenish her talisman reserves in case she needed them in the future. That night, Arbor toiled by candlelight and drew 100 intermediate-level blue storage talismans. 6 cubic meters of any storage space could be used 200 times each. Living things still couldn't be used. Afterwards, she drew quite a few intermediate-level auxiliary talismans, including speed, strength, immobilization, dizziness, drowsiness, wall crossing, repeat talismans, and so on. She drew more than a dozen of each and stored them properly. When she looked up, half the night had already passed. She had drawn a total of 200 talismans, which was quite a harvest. Her talisman drawing speed also increased slightly. Arbor sat at the table and took out 2 pieces of ebony to ponder. She thought, I wonder if this talisman brush can also leave a mark on ebony. Her talisman brush was a bit magical. Normal talisman practitioners needed a cinnabar talisman brush to draw talismans, but she only needed 1 talisman brush to draw talismans. However, this ebony wasn't as soft as talisman paper. She just didn't know, just as she was thinking, the small golden bead at the tip of the cinnabar brush suddenly lit up. Arbor's small hand tilted slightly and immediately drew a light gray mark on a piece of ebony. She quickly reached out to touch that talisman brush. When she touched the brush tip, she couldn't help but be startled. The originally soft brush hairs had all gathered together at some point, and the brush felt a bit sharp to the touch. This was truly amazing. This talisman brush was originally snatched from her apparition. Could it be? This thing was also a gift from the golden talisman, Jade Tome? When she thought of this, the little stoic's mouth twitched unconsciously, and she found it a bit funny in her heart. She tried to continue drawing on that piece of wood she had drawn on, and a few minutes later, she completed an intermediate-level blue summoning talisman. She stared at that intermediate-level blue summoning talisman drawn on ebony, and her eyes suddenly brightened. The talisman power doubled again. The level of talisman power directly affected the duration of the talisman. Back then, the blue summoning talisman drawn on talisman paper could be used for 6 days. Now, this talisman drawn on ebony could be used for 12 days. Although the Qing Yuan she summoned disregarded the rules of time from the very beginning, there was no guarantee that if this summoning talisman was given to someone else, it would follow the rules of time. That's right, I can let the Crown Prince try it out tomorrow. She hurriedly drew 2 more storage talismans. Not long after, a blue light flashed, and 2 intermediate-level blue storage talismans were completed. 12 cubic meters of storage space can be accessed 400 times each. How amazing! The fine-grade blue talisman drawn with ebony was much more spacious and easier to access than the peerless grade purple talisman she had drawn with talisman paper. She still had a lot of ebony and could draw another Xian gathering glyph array. The little girl was overjoyed. After blowing out the lamp and resting, she lay on the bed and hugged the newly drawn ebony talisman. She tossed and turned happily for a while before falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, when she saw Mo Lien in front of the dining hall, the little girl ran over in high spirits. She tugged at Mo Lien's hand and said, "Come with me." Affected by the little girl's happy mood, Mo Lien followed her to the open courtyard with a smile and casually teased, "What is it, Jojo? You miss me this much after not seeing me for one night?" Chapter 383. Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, Princess Mi, and the others just happened to follow over and were caught off guard by the Crown Prince's display of affection. Their hearts were truly stifled. Arbor looked up at him, staring at him with large, beady eyes for a long while before stuffing him with an ebony talisman and saying in a crisp voice, "Try it." The Crown Prince lowered his head to take a look. The ebony talisman script was intricately intertwined. Only an expert would be able to understand it. "Try opening the talisman." Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Arbor impatiently pulled his 5 fingers over and lowered his head to nibble on his index finger, squeezing a drop of blood onto the blue summoning talisman. The Crown Prince was immediately stupefied on the spot. His entire person had completely turned into a wooden stick, stupefied as he stood there motionlessly. He only felt the little fellow's lips and teeth landing between his fingers. It felt limp and numb, sending ripples through his heart. The originally tranquil lake water in his heart seemed to boil as it surged violently. "Oh my miss, you flirted Crown Prince Lien silly." Wei Nanfeng pursed his lips as he stood on the side. Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears. When a snow leopard with a pure white body, fur hooves stepping on snow, and all of its fur standing on end abruptly landed in front of everyone, stomping down several nearby low shrubs, everyone present gaped as they stared dumbfoundedly at the big fellow in front of them. Who was this? What did he summon a mystic beast for? Imogen didn't regain her senses until she heard the snow leopard's roar. She looked up and saw a snow leopard with a robust figure looking at her. It gracefully walked to her side and half-crouched next to her slender legs. Arbor's round eyes stared fixedly at that snow leopard, completely unable to tear her gaze away. Why was it that she always screwed up when she tried to summon and couldn't summon such a mighty snow leopard? How could the Crown Prince summon such a charming leopard on his first try? The little stoic ran in front of the snow leopard and extended a small hand, rubbing the snow leopard's large, furry head with an infatuated expression. Afterwards, she actually flipped over and climbed onto the snow leopard's back. The snow leopard turned its head and casually glanced at her. Then it retracted its gaze and continued to lie quietly beside Emolien's legs. Wei Nanfeng's eyes almost popped out. "Lien, what are you doing? Where did you get this snow leopard? Is it your mystical beast?" Bailey, she crossed his arms and softly scolded, "Idiot." Without waiting for Wei Nanfeng to turn around to glare at him, he coldly said, "Didn't you see the summoning talisman in his hand?" Summoning talisman? It was as if Wei Nanfeng had heard some legend. He opened his eyes wide and ran forward, wanting to take the wooden piece from the Crown Prince's hand. The Crown Prince retracted his hand, avoiding his grasp, and glared at him. "Stingy." Wei Nanfeng mumbled, "I already know that after this talisman is activated, this talisman is useless to others. I just want to take a look." The Crown Prince didn't even want to let Wei Nanfeng take a look and directly put the ebony talisman into his clothes. He turned around to rub the little girl's head with a grin and let her down from the snow leopard. "You must be hungry. Go eat breakfast first." Arbor turned around to glance at the large snow leopard, then turned around and stuffed another intermediate-level blue storage talisman inscribed with ebony into the Crown Prince's hand. "This storage talisman has more space and access times than the one I gave you before. In the future, use this storage talisman." Wei Nanfeng suddenly exclaimed, "You're a talisman practitioner." On the side, Bailey, she glanced at him irritably. Didn't he already know that the little girl was a talisman practitioner the first time he met her? Chapter 384. Was there a need to make such a big fuss over nothing? Bailey, she swept a glance at Wei Nanfeng. Heavens, he was actually disliked by a talisman master. Wei Nanfeng only felt a dark cloud hovering above his head, and his chest felt so stifled. A 12 to 13-year-old talisman master could draw the legendary summoning talisman? What kind of standard was this? This was definitely a great talisman master in the midst of maturing, the kind with limitless prospects. However, he fell out with her on the first day. Wei Nanfeng had a mournful face as he followed beside Bailey, she dejectedly. He said in a low voice, "I thought that the talisman array she used when she leapt into the air to fight with you that day was just me seeing things. No matter how I thought about it later, I felt that it was impossible for a 12 to 13-year-old little girl to be able to draw talisman matrices in this world. Deceiving himself like this, he brushed this matter aside and didn't think about it anymore. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel that he was a bit laughable. Princess Mi also recovered her wits and said with an incredulous expression, "I've only heard of that family in Guanlan City, the only talisman patrician family on our Seacombe planet. The number of big and small talisman masters is only a total of 100 people. Among them, there are also many who are over 60 years old. TSK, this younger sister of mine, is incredible. She's already a talisman master at such a young age. Wei Nanfeng turned his head around and looked at Princess Mi resentfully. He felt that anything he said now was like using a knife to stab his heart. What are you looking at me for? I also can't help you ease your relationship with the younger sister. Princess Mi harumphed, then smiled as she pulled on Bailey Shi's arm and called out gently, "Big brother Shi, let's go eat breakfast now." Bailey Shi's arm shook lightly and brushed away her approaching fingers. Then he leaped onto a tree, and after a few leaps, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Wei Nanfeng speechlessly glanced over there, then turned to look at Princess Mi, who was about to flip out, and hurriedly waved his claws and swiftly slipped away. Princess Mi was still about to say the word go when she saw that Bailey Shi had disappeared without a trace. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and chased after him, shouting, Bailey Shi, come back here." When Mo Lien and Arbor walked over hand in hand, the person who attracted the attention of the Holy Water Sect senior sisters was not the two of them, but the large snow leopard following behind them. The snow leopard's eyes were jet black, and its fur was glossy and shiny. As soon as it followed the two in, it immediately took up most of the space in the dining hall. Everyone suddenly felt that the space had become much narrower. Many pairs of curious eyes fell on the snow leopard. "Junior sister, is this a side dish?" Chang Yushi's words made many of the senior and junior sisters spit out their food. The brains of the people from the second peak were indeed different. Who would eat such a big snow leopard? Weren't you afraid that you would become a side dish in the snow leopard's mouth? When Murong Sun, Yang Shirong, and Lu Yin entered, they saw this scene. The group of disciples stopped eating and all gathered around the snow leopard to watch. The snow leopard was a bit impatient for being surrounded by the senior sisters. It wanted to roar, but when it caught the crown prince's indifferent glance, it instantly stifled its roar. Or a bunch of bumpkins looking at when they surrounded it. Is there really such a miraculous item like summoning talismans? Chen Hanzi whispered. If it's as Junior Sister said, then if we can summon mystic beasts in the future, then wouldn't that break the rule that mystic cultivators can only have one contracted beast? When Xue Xiao thought of this, her eyes brightened. Chapter 385. Arbor nodded. That should be the case. Little Junior Sister, please give us a summoning talisman. Please give us a summoning talisman. All the senior sisters said in unison, eagerly requesting talismans. After breakfast, I'll draw one for each of you. Okay. All the senior sisters' cheers nearly broke through the roof. Aye. I also want one. I also want one. Princess Mi, who couldn't fit into the crowd, was pushed to the back by everyone and kept jumping up and down while raising her hand. Okay. Arbor didn't decline since it was as easy as lifting a finger. All right. Aren't you going to eat after asking for talismans? Come over if you're done. Yang Shirong shook her head with a smile and called out to the disciples. Everyone was eager to request talismans and didn't have the mood to eat breakfast. They hastily finished their breakfast and looked impatiently at their little stoic junior sister. Arbor took out 30 pieces of ebony and a gold-beaded talisman pen, quickly drawing talismans. Everyone didn't dare to disturb her and only gathered far away to watch her work without blinking. However, they felt that their little junior sister's talisman drawing speed was quite fast. From what they knew, no matter how talented a talisman practitioner was in that family in Guanlan City, it was impossible for them to draw talismans so quickly. Their little junior sister was truly an extraordinary little genius. After less than an hour, Arbor distributed the summoning talismans to all the senior sisters and Princess Mi, who came up to ask for a talisman. Everyone held the ebony talismans in their hands and felt that the talisman scripts drawn on the ebony pieces were exquisite and profound. They flipped through them lovingly while carefully listening to their little junior sister's words. The summoning talisman's time limit was 12 days. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. From what they knew, That family's residence in Guanlan City had an intermediate-level summoning talisman that could summon for 6 days. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically and abnormally lively when City Lord Luge hastily walked in with his people. Peak Master, Peak Master. Luge hastily bowed to everyone and said with a chuckle, Aikido's clan leader sent someone to deliver a letter requesting for peace, requesting us to release his third son. He's also willing to pay compensation in exchange for the lives of his clansmen. Let's go take a look. Murong Sun waved her hand, and everyone brought out the Aikido people from the woodshed and escorted them to the city gate tower. Where's our young master? Where's our young master? The Aikido people roared hoarsely. What are you being so long-winded for? Let's go. The crowd angrily dragged the dozen or so Aikido people up the city wall. At the same time, Chamu walked into the room where the youth, ACI, was imprisoned. She creased her brows as she looked at the youth who was lying on the bed in a sorry state, but his pair of wolf-like eyes were still fixated on her. To be able to survive such a strong poison from a small bottle, there must be something strange about this young man's body. You can't kill me. I am the eagle of the wilderness. I am the destined future overlord of the West. Cough, cough, cough. His lips were dry and his throat was extremely dry. It was difficult for him to speak, but his sharp gaze followed the little girl's movements. I'll chop off your head and see how you continue to boast. Mo Lien sneered. Yas glared at Mo Lien. You're not a hero of the wilderness if you're afraid of death. Hold him down. Arbor didn't waste words and directly ordered several guards to hold Yas down on the shabby bed. He took out a silver needle and pricked one of his fingers. He carefully examined his blood. Move him to the city gate tower. Arbor turned around and left after saying this. Chapter 386. The cold poison in his blood is gradually weakening, as if he has a natural antitoxin. Arbor pursed her lips. Perhaps his identity isn't that simple. Emolien raised her brows slightly. She thought of something, and her gaze darkened. When the two of them reached the city gate tower, they saw that half of the sky was occupied by the Eagle battle team. Below the city gate, more than 2,000 Aikido tribesmen were shouting and cursing at the city lord and the others. Arbor had people lift ACI up and push him onto the city wall. A sharp dagger instantly appeared in her hand, and she held it against Assie's neck. Aikido tribe's clan leader Ahan stared at them with sharp eagle eyes and shouted, What do you want to do? Our Aikido has already yielded so much and even handed over a letter of peace. Hurry up and release my son. What's the use of a letter of peace? Murong Sun coldly said, This peak master herd that you Western Wastelands people value owes the most. How about this? You write an oath right now, stamp it with your and your entire tribe blood seal, and hand it over. This way, even if you want to go back on your word in the future, the law of heaven will punish you on our behalf. Dream on. All of the able-bodied men in the Aikido tribe started to clamor. Without another word, Arbor threw half of Assie's body over the city wall and looked like she was going to push ACI down the city gate tower. This shocked the clamor below into abruptly stopping. Ahan's voice trembled, and he uncontrollably clenched his fists. He shouted sternly, Little miss, please have mercy. I advise you to think clearly before acting. Assie's identity isn't someone you can afford to provoke. If anything happens to him, the entire Shuang City and the entire Western Wastelands won't be able to compensate for his honorable life. So much nonsense. Arbor forcefully pushed, and ACI plummeted down with an ashen face. Only one long leg was left dangling inside the city wall. His entire body was basically in a plummeting state, and his appearance was quite unique. Okay. We agree. We agree to anything. Where did this vicious little miss come from? She didn't leave any leeway for others to consider. Ahan's eyes were bloodshot, but there was nothing he could do. Yas was Aikido's weak spot. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yas. No one could bear the consequences. When the oath was handed up to the city tower, City Lord Lu Gu received it with both hands. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Great! The oath was effective. Just as Peak Master Morong had said, If the Aikido tribe members dared to go back on their words, they would be the first to receive the punishment of the heavens. None of them would be able to escape. Many thanks to Peak Master Muro. Many thanks to everyone for your help. The city lord was almost crying tears of joy. From now on, their Shuang City's days should be better. Murong Sun waved her hand and had people escort ACI and his group out of the city. While the young ACI was being dragged away, his wolfish eyes were still glaring fiercely at Arbor, as if he wanted to imprint her small appearance in the depths of his eyes and engrave it in his mind. Just you wait. Damn girl, I will come back for you. Just you wait. The young man yelled fiercely. Everyone glared at him. However, the little stoic was bewildered. Who has the patience to wait for him? Wei Nanfeng broke into laughter as he looked at the displeased Mo Lien. Wei Nanfeng winked at him and quietly teased. Looks like your little miss hasn't been enlightened yet. Your road, TSK, is still very long. Chapter 387. Mo Lien didn't say anything and just coldly watched Asi's back as he was dragged away. Yasi was finally carried away by the Aikido tribesmen. Even at the foot of the city gate tower, that pair of malicious eyes were still directed toward the top of the city gate tower. What an annoying guy. Don't let him see him again. Murong Sun smiled and held her youngest disciple's hand. We've pretty much settled everything, and it's enough to rest for so many days. Let's enter Xixiao Valley this afternoon. Xixiao Valley was adjacent to Shuang City. Outside of Shuang City was its territory and bordered the southwest, but it didn't belong to the jurisdiction of anyone in the southwest. Its status was rather aloof. Xixiao Valley and Celestial Medicine Valley were equally famous, commonly known as the Two Valleys. Both of them were praised by the common people for standing aloof from worldly affairs, and their reputations were extremely good. The competition this time involved the 3 sects and 5 factions, so it was naturally best to hold it in a neutral land like Xixiao Valley. Murong Sun's group left Shuang City under the respectful escort of City Lord Luge and the others. An hour later, they arrived at Xixiao Valley's mountain gate. Xixiao Valley was enveloped within an expanse of luxuriant flowers and green trees. The entire valley was in the shape of a gourd. The mouth of the valley was narrow, but it was said that the interior of the valley was a completely different world. The environment was extremely beautiful. There were a total of 12 disciples guarding the mountain gate. They were very refined and courteous in their treatment of people. It could be seen that Xixiao Valley's upbringing was extremely good. When the 2 chief disciples saw Murong Sun and her group arrive, they hastily went up to greet them and cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Murong Sun said with a smile. We come from the Holy Water sect. I'm Murong Sun. So it is Peak Master Murong who has graced us with his presence. We did not know and have neglected you. Please forgive us. The 2 head disciples of Xixiao Valley hurriedly bowed again. Everyone is too polite. Purple Firmament Gate's eldest disciple, Bailey Shi. Heavenly Dao Sect's second disciple, Wei Nanfeng. The 2 princes reported their sect's identity and cupped their fists in greeting towards the disciples of Xixiao Valley. Please invite them in. The people from the 2 sects have already arrived yesterday. Everyone, please follow us. When they entered the valley, they saw a gurgling stream, green trees, and all kinds of precious flower species planted on both sides of the path. The fragrance of the flowers assaulted their nostrils. Xixiao Valley is indeed a paradise. The scenery is delightful. Everyone praised. When they passed by a 9-ringed corridor carved out of white jade, they came face to face with 2 people. They were dressed in gray robes that covered their entire bodies, making them look like lepers. Those 2 are friends from Ghost Faction. The Xixiao Valley disciple raised his hand and introduced them, nodding in greeting at the 2 Ghost Faction disciples. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Among the 5 factions, only the Purple Firmament faction was worth befriending. The other 4 factions were truly unsightly. The Holy Water sect disciples were naturally unwilling to interact with the demons and monsters of the Ghost faction, so they immediately followed Murong Sun and filed past the 2 Ghost faction disciples without another word. not even bothering to greet them. The two Hellgate disciples raised their heads slightly. The one on the left had a petite figure and looked like a woman. Her gaze instantly fell on Mo Lien. To be precise, that piercing gaze was fixed on the little stoic beside Mo Lien. Arbor was currently raising his small head and whispering to Mo Lien beside him. When everyone walked past the two Ghost Faction disciples, nothing happened. It was only when the little stoic passed by that young girl from the Ghost Faction instantly attacked. Her 5 faintly black fingers caught Arbor off guard and clawed at his small face. If she was caught red-handed, the little girl's fair and frosty face would probably be ruined. Chapter 388. Inside the main hall of the Aikido tribe, the youth ACI was carried and placed on a thick tiger skin felt, his malicious gaze fixed on the row of people kneeling below. This old servant failed to protect his master. Please punish me, young master. Ahan knelt on one knee in front of the youth with his head lowered. Father. ACI hurriedly got up, but he was somewhat weak. What are you doing? Are you all dead? Why aren't you helping my father up? I've already said that no matter what, you're the father who raised me. There's no need to be so courteous. Ahan stood up, and a touched glimmer flashed through his eyes. He nodded and said, ACI, I've already examined your body. I've already asked the doctor to check your body, and there's nothing wrong with you. Although you were poisoned, when you left earlier, Master had already planted a poison-repelling fruit in your body, which can protect you from the corrosion of hundreds of poisons. However, that girl is vicious, and the poison she used on you is unusual. Even if you have a poison-repelling fruit in your body that can neutralize a lot of the poison, there's still a small amount of residual poison that can't be completely eliminated in a short period of time. Ahan sternly said, during this period of time, don't run out again. Stay in the tribe and properly recuperate from your injuries and completely remove the poison. ACI nodded. A tall and sturdy man suddenly stood up and cupped his hands in a low, muffled voice. Young master, this subordinate requests permission to bring a group of people to infiltrate Shuwang City overnight. Even if we can't touch a single finger of the people in the city, this subordinate and the others can secretly eliminate that audacious girl. To repay young master for the humiliation you suffered on the city wall today. ACI abruptly straightened his body and glowered at the sturdy man. He tightly clenched his back teeth and angrily said, don't you dare touch a single strand of her hair. What did I do wrong? Was written all over the sturdy man's dumbfounded face. This subordinate devoted himself to eliminating an enemy for young master. So why did he provoke young master's anger? It's best if you don't meddle in this young master's affairs. ACI flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw a cup at them. Scram, scram, scram. All of you scram. Ahan hastily signaled the two maids on the side with his eyes and hastily called for everyone to withdraw. 2 maidservants stepped forward, trembling with fear. They knelt beside Assie's bed and said softly, young master, we will help you change your bandages. ACI coldly stared at the 2 maids and waved his hand for them to come forward. There were countless wounds of various sizes on Yasa's body. The bone fracture in his chest had yet to heal, and the various external wounds needed to be regularly changed and reapplied with ointment. One of the maidservants held the ointment in her hand, while the other gently helped him untie the cloth that was wrapped around his wound, dipped it in the ointment, and applied it to his wound. When the ice-cold ointment was applied to his forehead, Assie's eyes suddenly opened wide and emitted a cold light. He abruptly reached out and firmly grasped the maidservant's hand. The maidservant was flustered and blushed. She stole a glance at Yasi and sweetly whispered, young master? Woman, this young master will definitely conquer you. ACI glared at the maidservant with an ominous glint in his eyes. He pushed her onto the bed and viciously tore at her clothes. The other maidservant, holding the ointment, crawled back a few steps with a red face. She lowered her head and didn't dare to take another look. Young master, this servant can do it herself. There's no need to trouble young master. The maidservant shyly looked at Assie's handsome face. Just as she was about to undress herself, ACI kicked her to the ground. Chapter 389. The maidservant fell to the ground with a thump and frantically gathered her tattered clothes. She hurriedly crawled back 2 steps and knelt on the ground, not daring to raise her head as her shoulders trembled. Your status is lowly and despicable. Ugly. Slut. Simply impudent. You dare to climb onto this young master's bed. You want to seduce this young master's pleasure? Simply indulging in fantasy. ACI strode off the bed with his hands on his hips like an angry lion as he angrily shouted outside. Where are the Warhawk guards? Young master. Outside the door, several armored guards rushed in and stared covetously at the woman who was lying limp on the ground and trembling all over. Drag her out of here. Behead her in public. ACI roared. No, young master. No, don't. Young master. It's not that this maidservant is bold. Just now, young master, it was you who did this maidservant. No, young master, this maidservant really didn't climb onto the bed on purpose. Young master, please investigate thoroughly. Young master, please investigate thoroughly. The maidservant trembled all over as 2 guards grabbed her by the arms and dragged her along the ground. Her legs kept kicking the ground as she screamed. More than half of the tribe was alarmed. The men and women all came out of their tents and looked in surprise at the young maidservant who was dragged out of the young master's tent. Her clothes were messy and tattered, and a few strips of cloth fell loosely on her body. It was very difficult to cover her snow-white skin. The women gathered together and curled their lips in mockery as they coldly looked at the pitiful woman being escorted to be executed. What an idiot, daring to seduce young master. She deserves to die. Isn't that so? Everyone knows that young master is notoriously picky and hard to serve. She actually deluded herself into thinking of flying to the top. Simply laughable. The moment the head fell, the woman's screams and cries also disappeared. ACI stood in the tent with his hands on his hips, his cold gaze falling on the other maidservant who was kneeling on the ground with her head bowed. She was trembling and didn't dare to say a word. What's your name? Going. ACI coldly stared at the maidservant named Going. You also think that this young master is cruel, heartless, and unreasonable? Going hurriedly shook her head, but her trembling shoulders had already revealed the deep fear in her heart. What are you waiting for? Come here and continue applying medicine for me. ACI retracted his cold gaze and turned around to sit on the edge of the bed. Going hurriedly crawled a few steps forward. Without looking sideways, she stretched out her hand to apply the ointment. Women, the next time we meet, this young master will definitely conquer you. Definitely. Assie's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his head to look at the maidservant who was applying ointment on his chest. That extremely aggressive gaze made Gu Ying's heart tremble slightly. She steadied her wrist with all her might and continued to apply medicine to the youth without losing her patience. My Joe's section break. I've long heard that Xixiao Valley scenery is extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Before Murong Sun could finish speaking, she saw the female Ghost Faction disciple who brushed past them reach out at lightning speed to grab her youngest disciple's face. However, her fingers were suffused with a faint black glow, evidently dipped in poison. How could her youngest disciple's face be fine after this grab? She was simply too audacious. Murong Sun was about to explode. The Ghost Faction female disciple's sudden grab didn't cause the little stoic to panic in the slightest. She extended her palm even faster than the Ghost Faction female disciple and circulated some mystic energy around her palm to block the Ghost Faction female disciple's grab. Chapter 390. Little Junior Sister. Everyone cried out in surprise, because they could see that this female disciple's cultivation was not low. At the very least, it was not below their Holy Water Sect disciples. They heard that the Ghost Faction had a set of crooked cultivation methods that allowed their cultivation speed to be many times faster than normal mystic cultivators. This Ghost Faction female disciple's fingers were unable to penetrate the mystic energy defense on the back of the little girl's hand, and only left a shallow white mark on her left hand. Arbor lowered his head to look at the white mark on his hand. He raised his head with an icy gaze and stared at the Ghost Faction female disciple, as if he was looking at a corpse. The next moment, the Ghost Faction female disciple's body flew up and was kicked far away by Mo Lien. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground with a dispirited expression. Mo Lien took Arbor's small hand and examined it carefully. Her fingers lightly caressed that shallow white mark. The Ghost Faction female disciple was a tough nut to crack. She didn't make a sound or cry out in pain, but she couldn't get up from the ground for a long time after being kicked by Prince Mo. The Ghost Faction female disciple's eyes peeked out from her long bangs. At this moment, she was staring resentfully at Arbor, who was beside Mo Lien. To be precise, her gaze was glued to Crown Prince Lien's hand that was holding the little girl's hand. "What are you doing?" Another Ghost Faction disciple hastily ran up and tried to pull the female disciple up from the ground. His eyes, which were wrapped in a gray headscarf, stared vigilantly at the Holy Water sect group. "Who are you? Making a big fuss here. Are you an idiot?" Princess Mi retorted without a second word. "You were clearly the ones who made the first move, all right? What do you mean by what are we doing? What do we do? Isn't that so? There's something wrong with your head." Chang Yushi also cursed. The Ghost Faction disciple's gloomy eyes looked straight at Princess Mi before sweeping over everyone. He felt that he and his junior sister had no chance of winning against so many people, so he resentfully planned to support his junior sister and leave. Who knew that the little stoic would say coldly, "Did I say you could leave?" The male disciple who was supporting the Ghost Faction female disciple suddenly froze. He stiffened his neck and turned his head around. His malicious eyes locked onto the young lady. "What do you want? My junior sister has already been reduced to this state because of you. Are you still not willing to let her go? She only has herself to blame. It has nothing to do with anyone." The little stoic shouted coldly and grabbed the feral with a swish. "You want to leave so easily after injuring me? Do you think I eat vegetarian and chant Buddhist scriptures all day long and assist the common people? My junior sister has already suffered." Before the male Ghost Faction disciple could finish his sentence, he immediately sensed the stoic-faced little girl in front of him brandishing a terrifying mystic energy towards him and his junior sister. Boom! The nearby white jade corridor trembled, and jade fragments fell from the corridor. The little stoic leaped up and arrived in front of the Ghost Faction disciple with a whoosh. The mystic energy in her entire body surged, and a feral fell from the air. A line of fire shot out from the feral. This Xian weapon could feel its young master's anger, and had already displayed its current peak state. "Fuck!" Wei Nanfeng screamed savagery in his heart, but he chuckled as he watched this commotion. Speechless, really speechless. Why did he provoke the little stoic without rhyme or reason? He had finally seen through the little stoic. She was usually easy to deal with, but once you crossed her bottom line, she would absolutely exterminate you directly. Chapter 391. There's no way she's going to waste words and reconcile with you. This little fellow clearly wants to kill you. Junior sister. The Ghost Faction male disciple's fury burst forth. His fist was imbued with mystic energy, and, just as he was about to attack the little girl, he felt as if his fist was blocked by something and was directly pulled backwards by a force. His arm uncontrollably rose backwards, and no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't swing it in front of the girl. Immediately, he inwardly cursed. There was an expert secretly protecting the girl and restraining him. The Ghost Faction male disciple raised his eyes and gazed at the motionless Prince Mo from afar. He only felt that the other youth's gaze was ice-cold and harsh, and his expression was solemn, as if he could completely dismember him into 10,000 pieces in the next second. Since he couldn't win, he could only dodge. The Ghost Faction male disciple protected his junior sister and dodged to the side of the corridor. However, he saw that line of fire follow them like a shadow, as if it was a gangrene attached to the bone. With a whoosh, it scuttled in front of the two people. "Junior sister, please stay your hand." A Xixia Valley disciple anxiously shouted. That's Ghost Faction disciple senior brother Ping Zhang and senior sister Choan. During the preparation period, It's best that you don't come into conflict, so as to avoid affecting the competition later. Bang! The Ghost Faction male disciple Peng Zhang completely didn't know what was going on. The little girl actually appeared behind the two people in an instant. He clearly already hid to the other side of the corridor. How could this be? The feral swung down and directly smashed onto his junior sister's back, causing her to stagger forward a few steps and spit out another mouthful of blood. Arbor wasn't willing to give up. A cold glint flashed through his eyes, and with a whoosh, he once again flew in front of the Ghost Faction female, Disciple Choen. He looked down at the girl with a cold gaze and raised the ferrule in his hand high up again. For this attack, she gathered all the mystic energy in her body and even mobilized the mystic energy in her branch meridians. She wants her to die. Now, immediately. Stop. After a furious shout, an elderly man in his 50s, whose hair was standing on end like needles, suddenly flew over and blocked in front of the Ghost Faction's female disciple, Choen. He flew up and aimed a palm at Xiao Mu's chest. "How dare you, old man!" Murong Sun angrily shouted and arrived next to her disciple with a whoosh. A vigorous mystic energy circled around her disciple and collided with the incoming palm. After a reverberating hum, the elder was sent flying by Murong Sun. He barely landed on the ground before retreating several dozen steps. He clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, Peng Zhang, the male disciple of Ghostgate, cried out. In the blink of an eye, while Murong Sun was taking care of the elderly man, Arbor's ferrule, which had gathered all the mystic energy around him, had already descended and struck the Ghost Faction girl's head. Boom! Everyone felt that there was a reverberating sound in their ears. In an instant, they felt that everything around them had quieted down. The Hellgate girl fell heavily to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. A defensive artifact in her hand suddenly rolled out from between her fingers, smashing into the ground and breaking into pieces. Junior sister? Junior sister? Peng Zhang's voice trembled as he called out a few times in fear. A cough, 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 cough. Blood continuously spewed out of the Ghost Faction girl's mouth, and there were fragments of her internal organs mixed in the blood. It was truly a ghastly sight. Xixia Valley's disciples were already stupefied. They stood there stupidly and blankly stared at the little girl who was hovering in midair with cold and expressionless eyes. Chapter 392. She's actually not dead yet. Her life is quite tenacious. Arbor snorted, and a mystic guiding talisman matrix abruptly floated around him. A mystic guiding talisman matrix could gather all the mystic energy in the valley's surroundings to the greatest extent and continuously replenish it into one's body. This was truly wondrous in battle. However, this mystic guiding talisman matrix, made from intermediate-level yellow talismans, could not last for a long time, only 15 minutes. Right now, an endless stream of mystic energy was currently replenishing the mystic energy emptiness caused by Arbor's attack just now. Seeing that the little fellow's body was once again surrounded by mystic energy and his robes were fluttering, everyone stared with their mouths agape and tongue-tied. The two Xixia Valley disciples wished for nothing more than to faint immediately. Oh my heavens! Where did this ruthless little devil come from? She used a defensive barrier to block half of that attack, but now she thinks she's not completely dead yet and wants to attack again, right? The Xixia Valley disciples were already cursing the two Ghost Faction disciples to the bone in their minds. If it weren't for that female Ghost Faction disciple suddenly attacking someone else, how could there be so much quarreling? This seriously made the Xixia Valley disciples both angry and depressed. Since this happened in their valley, even if Master did not blame them, they still failed in their duties after all. They failed to satisfy the guests and even started fighting. Suddenly, stop. A dull middle-aged man's voice abruptly rang out. The two Xixia Valley chief disciples nearly cried tears of joy. Master, stop again? Why was it so annoying? So long-winded. Arbor narrowed his eyes. His mystic energy had already reached a critical juncture, and the ferrule in his hand emitted a jet-black light again, ready to strike after accumulating power. Let's see if you can still die this time. Let's see if you still have a defensive barrier to block it. Peak Master Moreau. This little miss, please show mercy. A person who hurried over abruptly moved to Murong Sun and Arbor's side and cupped his fists in salute. This humble one is Xixiao Valley's Valley Master, Luo Jinyang. Greetings to the 3 Peak Masters. Valley Master Luo hastily saluted Murong Sun and the others with a faint smile on his refined face. May I ask everyone to stop for this Valley Master's sake? What's going on? At this moment, the leader of the Ghoul faction this time, Elder Gay Boo Boo, rushed over with 30 disciples. Seeing Choan lying on the ground in such a miserable state, Ghost Surf immediately roared, "Who did this?" Although he was shouting angrily, his furious eyes were firmly nailed onto the little stoic's face. It was obvious that this young girl, suspended in midair with a black mystic weapon in her hand, was the main culprit. "You're blind," the little stoic uttered coldly, a sharp, murderous intent concealed in her eyes. Ghost Surf was furious. He pointed at Arbor. "You little brat, you're too bold. Don't point your finger at my disciple. Just what is it? Go up and ask your disciple yourself." Murong Sun was furious. "Peak Master Murong, Elder Gui, please calm down, please calm down." As if putting out a fire, Xixiao Valley's Valley Master hastily appeased the two's fury and said with vigor, "Gentlemen, let's talk things out. Let's talk things out. Let's figure out what happened first." "Yo, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. What is the Ghoul faction planning to do by mobilizing all of their members? Do they want to start the competition in advance?" A faint chuckle was heard from the corridor in the distance. They saw a youth wearing a purple robe and a jade belt walking along the white jade corridor with a grin. Chapter 393. The youth looked to be about 17 years old. His long hair fell loosely to his waist, and his fair face and peach blossom eyes sparkled with light. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, and his boundless romantic charm overflowed. His gaze could clearly steal a person's breath. Eldest senior brother, take care." A Daybreak sect disciple shielded his head with an umbrella. "Eldest senior brother, it's already August, and the weather is starting to heat up. I'll fan you more, eldest senior brother." Another person was eagerly waving a fan for him. "Amisha." The youth rolled up his sleeves, and there was a careless smile on his thin lips as he occasionally looked up. Arbor happened to look back when she heard the sound, and she directly met the youth's smiling eyes. Both of them were startled. "Little girl." The youth's eyes brightened, and he suddenly shouted. Arbor blinked and looked at the youth who was excitedly running toward her. For a moment, she seemed to remember how the youth wanted to trick her several years ago, but was ruthlessly tricked by her instead. The stoic face was still that stoic face, completely overlapping with a memory he couldn't wipe away from the bottom of his heart. Duan Yu beamed with joy, and the little gloominess that had lingered in his heart these past few days was instantly swept away when he saw this little stoic. He was well aware that with the little fellow's outlandish talent, she would definitely participate in this 3 sects and 5 factions competition. Thus, he instigated Sect Master Liang Wanshan to come to Xixiao Valley early from the start so that he could see this heartless little stoic as soon as possible. Who would have expected that God's plans would always exceed man's? He waited here and there until he was about to grow moldy, but this little fellow was nowhere to be seen. Today's meeting had really surprised him. He was caught off guard and saw her. Truly surprised and delighted, Duan Yu quickened his steps toward the little stoic. He didn't even glance at the Ghost faction's female disciple, Choan, who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. His beautiful peach blossom eyes rippled as he said with a chuckle, "Little stoic, what are you doing? Let's go. It's rare for us to meet, so I'll show you around Xixiao Valley. I've been here for several days already, so let me tell you. Don't worry about it." The Crown Prince slowly walked over and glanced at Duan Yu with his phoenix eyes. "I will bring Jojo around Xixiao Valley." "You rascal, where do you want to go?" When Duan Yu turned around, he pointed at Mo Lien as if he had seen the plague and exclaimed in shock, You, why are you here?" "Preposterous. Why was this person always following the little stoic around? Humph, you don't need to worry about where I am. Emolian grumpily slapped Duan Yu's finger away. Duan Yu raised his finger again. You. Duan Yu quickly bounced to the little girl's side. Stoic face, I'm telling you, you're still young right now. You mustn't be abducted by some strange big brother. Some people look like humans, but their hearts are actually very dark and scary. Murong Sun glared at the back of Duan Yu's head. Why did she feel like this youth was like a strange big brother? What nonsense are you spouting? Peak Master Murong is here. Don't you see her? Emolian timely stabbed Duan Yu with a soft knife. Only then did Duan Yu see Murong Sun's ladle-like face. He quickly wiped away his mischievous smile and solemnly walked up to greet her. Greetings to Peak Master Murong. Disciple Duan Yu, Daybreak Sect's chief disciple. Chapter 394. While Duan Yu met up with the little girl and ran to exchange pleasantries with Murong Sun, Consort had been standing on the side with a dark expression for a long time. Now that he saw that no one was paying attention to him, how could he swallow his pride? He turned his head and shouted at a ghost faction disciple in a muffled voice. What are you still standing there for? Don't you find it embarrassing? Bring Choen back. Let's go. Halt. Did I say you can leave? Arbor retracted his mystic energy and shouted coldly. Consort's face was flushed red from anger, and he turned to glare at Arbor. His eyes were so dark that it looked like black water was about to drip out. Little girl, don't go overboard in everything. So what if I go overboard? Arbor's expressionless and sarcastic attitude completely infuriated Consort. Does the Holy Water Sect want to start a war with our ghost faction right now? What a load of nonsense! Arbor shouted angrily. No one is allowed to meddle in my personal grudge with her. Get out of the way. You're in the way. You're hindering me from dealing with people. Everyone silently glanced at the little stoic before sympathetically looking at Consort, who was rebuked. Those who had been rebuked by little junior sister before were very clear that once little junior sister set her mind on dealing with someone, she would not give up just because of a few words of dissuasion from others. Perhaps, the more they dissuaded her, the more unlucky she would be. This was the first time the Ghost Faction Elder was angered to the point of vomiting blood by a junior. His face turned dark red, and his lips trembled as he repeatedly shouted, Great, great! What an arrogant and despotic Holy Water Sect disciple. Everyone, what exactly is going on here? Shishao Valley's Valley Master could only stand up and mediate for everyone present. Do you understand the truth? The little stoic suddenly turned her small face and icily faced that Valley Master. The Valley Master was taken aback by the question and shook his head in embarrassment. Since you don't understand the situation, why did you suddenly jump out and meddle in other people's business to be the peacemaker? The little fellow continued to ask expressionlessly, Is it that in your eyes I should be a person without a temper because I'm young? Because someone directly tried to disfigure me, so I have to swallow my anger and not retaliate? The Valley Master was rebuked until he was speechless, so he could only rub his nose and repeatedly shook his head. Young lady, not to mention your terrifying battle prowess, with that poisonous mouth of yours, who would dare to bully you? Then move aside. It's a personal grudge between me and her, so let's just settle it between the two of us. Why are you talking about sex? The little girl turned her head with a cold expression and shouted at the Ghost Clan girl who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Get up, coward! Don't play dead on the ground. Consort only felt that his sex reputation had been completely destroyed. He angrily interrupted. You, little girl, don't be unreasonable to be unforgiving. Today I won't let you off. What? Cloud people, words. No wonder people don't want to befriend you people. Her icy voice instantly suppressed Surd's curses, and the surrounding people were dead silent. Duan Yu inexplicably shrunk his neck. He inexplicably felt very blessed when he recalled the scene when the little girl dissed him back then. Now it appeared that the little girl had indeed been merciful when she dissed him back then. Looks were still useful, thus Surd Ghost pursed his lips, feeling both vexed and angry. He also bore a grudge against the Ghost Faction disciple, Choen, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. Chapter 395. If it weren't for this person's brainless actions, how could the sect be humiliated like this? He really wanted to dump this burden and quit, letting this brainless female disciple, Cho, and resolve this problem herself. But as the sect elder leading the team, how could he be willing to make his sect disciple back down in front of others? Otherwise, wouldn't he lose even more face? Consort's face was gloomy as he stared at the little stoic. You said Choan attacked you. She has no enmity with you, so why would she attack you? Ask her. She's the one who attacked, not me. Your question is rather funny. Arbor's cold gaze swept over him. Cho, then speak. Why did you attack? You don't need to be afraid with the elders here. Did someone threaten you to do something that would harm the sect, so you attacked in anger? Consort's words elicited a light chuckle. Elder Ghost, why don't you set up a stall in a tea house and be a storyteller? Yangshiro mocked. Choan lay on the ground without moving, as if she had already merged with the earth. Consort was so angry that he wished for nothing more than to lift her up and slap her twice. He had already paved the way for her, but this idiot actually didn't climb down the pole. This made his old face flush red, and he couldn't back down no matter what. Just take it that my ghost faction disciple is in the wrong, but you've punished her and hit her before. Chothan is currently heavily injured, so you should have vented your anger. I haven't, Arbor replied coldly. The surrounding melon-eating crowd naturally had speechless expressions. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, but Mo Lien chuckled. His darling's angry expression is so adorable. Look at how sincere her words are, choking Elder Ghost to death with one sentence. At this time, more and more people gathered. The Heavenly Tao sect, Daybreak sect, and Purple Firmament faction disciples who had already arrived at Shishao Valley and were waiting for the competition all came to watch the show after hearing the news. When they heard that the Ghost faction's elder was attacked by a Holy Water sect disciple, they all wanted to come and see what the situation was. It was one thing for the Purple Firmament faction disciples to have never seen the little stoic. Situ E, Shang Kuan, and the others who were once familiar with the little stoic couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw the little stoic. They were still wondering who was insulting them, but it turned out to be their stoic little junior sister whom they hadn't seen for many years. How did the people of the Hellgate provoke this little fiend? What else do you want? You're not injured at all. Why are you holding on to my sect's disciples and not letting them go? Elder Ghost's face and ears were red. His head was probably about to be filled with blood. The little stoic extended her small, fair hand in front of the Ghost faction's elder. Everyone's gazes fell on her little paw. It was white and tender, small and delicate, and a little chubby. It was a very pretty little jade hand. Do you see this white mark? She left it behind. She injured me, the little stoic said resolutely. The surrounding crowd fell to the ground in unison. Their faces all revealed expressions of wanting to laugh, but holding back their laughter. Oh my God, this little stoic was so shocking. That white mark on her little jade hand was so faint that it could be ignored. Attacking me for no reason and injuring me. She deserves to die, Arbor said coldly. How pitiful was her ruined body in her previous life that no one knew better than her how much she valued her body and skin. She didn't wish for it to receive even the slightest bit of injury again. Chapter 396. The reddish-purple face of the Ghoul sect elder began to change again, gradually becoming darker and darker. Choan, get up. Consort angrily roared and kicked Cho, and the female disciple sprawled on the ground. Elder, junior sister is heavily injured and can't stand up by herself. I'll help her up. Peng Zhang hastily walked up and used his strength to help Cho and up from the ground. Choan lowered her head and didn't make a sound. Her breathing was weak as she leaned against Peng Zhang. Only one eye peeked out from under her bangs, emitting a faint light. Take her away. The Ghost faction elder angrily shouted. I'd like to see who dares to block our path. Bite him. Arbor pointed at the condescending Ghost faction elder. A snow-white and sturdy snow leopard pounced out from behind the crowd without any explanation. It pounced forward and caught the Ghost faction elder off guard, pinning him to the ground. Its sharp teeth suddenly bit the elder's left hand, causing him to scream in pain as his eyes bulged out of their sockets. Ah, this is little junior sister's mystic beast? A daybreak sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Little junior sister has such a valiant mystic beast, so what's the point of competing? She'll lose for sure. Even Elder Ghost can't withstand a bite from this mystic beast. Are you blind? Can't you see that little junior sister's cultivation is only level 8? That's right. But how can a level 8 mystic cultivator summon a mystic beast? Everyone was talking at once. So how could they care about the Ghost Faction Elder's wretched screams? Elder Ghost circulated a wave of mystic energy and mercilessly smashed the snow leopard's head. Unexpectedly, the snow leopard understood human nature and tilted its head to dodge. At the same time, it raised its sharp claws and slapped him across the face. Elder Ghost's face was bruised on the spot, and 3 glaring claw marks appeared on his face. Xisha Valley's Valley Master was dumbfounded as he watched the increasingly intense farce in front of him. He opened his mouth and looked at Murong Sun pleadingly. Peak Master, please be magnanimous. If the Ghost Faction Elder suffers any injuries in Xisha Valley, I can't bear the responsibility either. Murong Sun glanced at him. Valley Master, it's just a personal grudge. Why do you have to interfere and cause trouble for yourself? Xisha Valley's Valley Master couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore. What do you want? Finally, the female disciple of the Ghost Faction, Choan, opened her mouth. Her voice was so hoarse that it was as if she had been run over by a wheel. It was quite strenuous for her to speak. Just now, you used your left hand to scratch my face. Now, leave your left hand behind, Xiao Mu said expressionlessly as she threw a short dagger in front of the female disciple with a clang. The snow leopard stopped, but its eyes bulged as it stared at the ghost sect elder who was wailing while holding his hands. Ghost Surd hurriedly crawled back a few steps, hurriedly escaping from the leopard's mouth. He looked back with lingering fear. The female disciple of the ghoul faction was trembling so much that her entire body was swaying. She was afraid, but more than that, she was naturally angry. Her anger was already uncontrollable and was about to overflow from her chest. If you don't leave your left hand behind, then die. The little stoic flared up as soon as she said it, and was about to turn hostile and merciless on the spot. However, Peng Zhang was even more decisive than the female disciple, Choan. When he saw that the little stoic was about to dash up and kill again, he immediately picked up the dagger on the ground and slashed it down. There was a flash of light. Choan let out a wretched scream. Her face paled, and her eyes closed. She immediately fainted in the crook of Peng Zhang's arm. Peng Zhang's eyes, which were hidden under the gray headscarf, were about to practically spill out venom. Chapter 397. You're asking to be disgraced. Xiao Mu coldly tossed out this sentence and trotted over to her master. Let's go. Ghost Surd used his hand to cover the 3 red scratches on his old face from the snow leopard and indignantly led a group of Ghost Faction disciples past the Holy Water Sect disciples in a single file. Every Ghost Faction disciple fiercely glared at the Holy Water Sect disciples with a fiendish gaze. Our rest time was delayed by some meaningless people. Let's also go. Mo Yin stepped forward and held the little fellow's hand with a smile. Am I easy to bully? Our dear Xiao Mu suddenly looked up and asked softly. Before Mo Yin could answer, Wei Nanfeng, Princess Mi, the Holy Water Sect disciples, as well as the Daybreak Sect, Heavenly Tao Sect, and Violet Firmament Faction disciples watching from the side, all madly shook their heads in unison. They completely disagreed with the little stoic's words. You're easy to bully, haha. You're easy to bully. This was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Then, why did that person suddenly want to scratch my face? The little stoic couldn't figure it out. I keep feeling like her gaze on me had a deeper meaning. It was like she was staring at an enemy from the start. Right, Jojo, Duan, you interjected. I'm telling you, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. I saw it clearly just now. That woman's eyes were staring straight at him. This must be a debt he incurred. He implicated you. Don't let him get so close to you. You have to know how to protect yourself, Jojo. Mo Yin raised her phoenix eyes and coldly turned to Duan Yu. However, although she was glaring at Duan Yu, Yin started rapidly sorting out suspicious candidates in her mind. After sifting through all of them, a hint of inspiration flashed through her mind. What debt? Arbor was perplexed. Shut your mouth. Before Duan Yu could make a fuss, Yin had already stopped him coldly. Releasing Jojo's hand, Yin looked at Duan Yu with a grin. Come with me. What do you want? Duan Yu suddenly covered his chest with both hands, and his watery peach blossom eyes abruptly widened. He revealed a horrified yet beautiful face and made an action that left people speechless. Let me tell you, threats were useless. I will not yield. Jojo, I'm telling you, don't look at how this guy looks all right and is only slightly inferior to me, but he definitely owes a buttload of favors. Ow! Before Duan Yu could finish his sentence, a line of fire suddenly struck the corner of his mouth. What the fuck? You dare to kill me? Duan Yu threw out a handful of shooting stars with tinkling sounds. They were divided into 3 paths, with 18 shooting stars in each path. Each shooting star was the size of a date pit, and they were aimed at the crown prince's head, hands, and feet. Yin withdrew the flames on her body and sent a shockwave that deflected all of Duan Yu's concealed weapons. As a result, the spectators were unlucky that, accompanied by cries like "Mother, Mother, Heavens," and so on, Duan Yu's 18 shooting stars scattered. After being deflected by Yin, they separately flew towards the people of Daybreak Sect, Heavenly Tao Sect, and Purple Firmament faction. The spectators were simply dumbfounded. Who would get caught in the crossfire like you guys? Perhaps the two of them were fine after the fight, but the spectators were dying from watching the show. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. This drama was really one scene after another. It was so brilliant that it was an eye-opener. Chapter 398. The little stoic looked up at the two people fighting further and further away. She furrowed her brows and shook her head. She sighed as if muttering to herself. Men all like to fight so much. Everyone. Murong Sun was amused. She pulled her little girl over and nodded with a smile. That's why Miss is the best. Miss is so understanding and considerate. Unlike those brats, each worse than the last. The brats in the surrounding circle. Murong Sun then turned to Shishao Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang and said with a smile, Valley Master Luo, if there's nothing else, then we'll go rest first. Everyone please. Valley Master Luo amiably smiled at Peak Master Murong and gestured for one of the 2 Shishao Valley chief disciples to continue leading the Holy Water Sect's people to their residences. For this competition, Shishao Valley specially set up several unique courtyards with beautiful environments for each sect's people to live in. The distance between each courtyard was not too far. In general, the contestants' residences were all arranged in the southern region of Shishao Valley. The residences of the 3 sects were arranged together. The courtyards on the left and right of Holy Water Sect were respectively for Daybreak Sect and Heavenly Tao Sect. Not long after everyone entered the courtyard, Heavenly Tao Sect's Sect Master, Sitamin, and Daybreak Sect's Sect Master, Liang Wanshan, both came to visit Murong Sun and Yang Shiro. The 3 Peak Masters and 2 Sect Masters went to the main hall to chat, while the little stoic and her senior sisters went to the side rooms to pack up. There were a limited number of rooms in this small courtyard. After they were arranged, the disciples could only share 2 people to a room, which was barely enough. The remaining 2 rooms were allocated by the Peak Masters themselves. When Doya heard that she had to live with someone else, she immediately pounced over and hugged the little stoic's arm, shouting with all her might, little junior sister, let's live together." Chang Yushi pursed her lips. "I still want to live with little junior sister, but you beat me to it." Doya playfully stuck out her tongue at Chang Yushi before dragging the little stoic's left arm toward a small side room. "Little junior sister, do you want to sleep inside or outside?" The carriage stopped at the picturesque entrance to Shishao Valley. A gray-haired, hunchbacked, limping elderly man in his 60s walked out of the carriage. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed heavily. "Lord Lu." The retainer hurriedly reached out to support his withered left hand. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "My lord, you've overworked yourself these past few days. Please take care of yourself." Luigi waved his hand at his retainer and didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to walk towards Xixiao Valley's entrance with his stooped body. Who is this guest? A female disciple guarding the entrance of Xixiao Valley was slightly taken aback, and then she very politely saluted the elder. Cough, cough, cough. Luigi took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it over. The female disciple cupped her fists and bowed. "So you're a guest elder of the ghost sect. Greetings, your honor. Your ghost sect group has already moved into the 4 southern courtyard. I'll get someone to lead you there." Cough, cough, cough. "Many thanks," the old man replied in a hoarse voice. The retainer supported Luigi, and the two unhurriedly followed behind the Xixiao Valley disciple who was leading the way. After walking for a distance in the boundless sea of flowers, the retainer lowered his voice and asked, "Sir, we came here this time just to see that Miss Chiao? Actually, sir, as long as you secretly send someone." The hunchbacked elderly man coughed several times and raised his head to glance coldly at the retainer. The retainer immediately stopped speaking and lowered his head. Chapter 399. Luigi walked very slowly with a hunched back. He glanced at the Xixiao Valley disciple, leading the way in the distance, and coldly said, "Did you forget that the group of people you sent out didn't even enter Shizhou City's Chiao family's courtyard?" The retainer hung his head even lower in shame. "It's better to wait and see. Don't be too ostentatious." The elderly man coughed several times in succession before grabbing the retainer's arm and having him speed up to catch up with the Xixiao Valley disciple in front. When the two people passed by the 2nd southern courtyard, they stopped and glanced inside the courtyard. The Xixiao Valley disciple hastily said, "The 1st to 3rd courtyards are where the 3 sects are located. The Holy Water sect's disciples live in the 2nd southern courtyard." Cough, cough, cough. Luigi nodded while coughing while clutching his handkerchief. His pensive gaze was fixed on the entrance to the Holy Water sect's courtyard. He stared for a while before saying, "I heard that there's a spring on the Holy Water sect's snowy peak that releases water all day long. The water is clear and free of impurities, so it's named the Holy Water Spring." Cough, cough, cough. "It can even increase the mystic energy in the disciples' bodies, so it's named the Holy Water Sect." The Xixiao Valley disciple nodded with a smile. This disciple has also heard that the Holy Water Sect has more than 800 disciples. "I heard that they were all selected to enter after passing the Holy Waters test." Luigi nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he saw the courtyard's door open. A delicate and pretty girl in a red short-sleeved shirt walked out, while dragging another little girl in plain clothes with a face as cold as snow. The red-clothed girl couldn't help but be startled when she saw the people standing outside the door. She subconsciously took the little girl's hand and glanced at the Xixiao Valley disciple with vigilant and suspicious eyes. "What are you standing here for?" "Little junior sister, please don't misunderstand. This is the Ghost Faction's guest elder. I'll bring them to the Ghost Faction's courtyard." The Xixiao Valley disciple nodded at the two with a kind smile. "Oh." Doya nodded and turned to say to Arbor, "Little junior sister, let's go. When I came in, I saw a pavilion with a pretty good view. I'll bring you up there to take a look." Arbor nodded and abruptly turned her head. A trace of severity shot out of her eyes and shot directly at the elderly retainer who was peeping at her. The attendant was shocked. Cold sweat was about to drip down from his forehead. "You're up to no good." Arbor was very sensitive to people's auras. Ever since her rebirth, she could tell at a glance who was friendly to her and who was hostile to her. Luigi's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily tugged at his retainer. He turned around with a stifled cough and gave the little stoic an unsightly smile. "Little miss, cough, 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 you're thinking too much. We've never met before, so why would I, cough, cough, harbor ill intentions towards you?" "Hellgate." The little girl raised her voice slightly. The heart of the Xixiao Valley disciple who had already experienced her prowess jumped slightly, and he hurriedly went up to salute her. He tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Little junior sister, please don't be angry. This old mister is only a guest elder of the Ghost Faction. He doesn't know anything about what happened earlier. Be careful. Arbor glanced coldly at the elderly man and his retainer. I'll be the first to send people who harbor ill intentions towards me to hell. The retainer's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He secretly exchanged glances with the elderly man and watched the little stoic leave with a myriad of emotions. As expected, she was a tough bone to chew. No wonder that person above valued her so much. She really wasn't easy to deal with. Chapter 400. Luigi and Elder Ghost were brought to the Ghost faction's courtyard. When Elder Ghost heard that Luigi had come, he immediately led all the disciples out to welcome them. He respectfully led Luigi and Elder Ghost into a seat in the hall. This old man heard that you guys cough, got into a conflict with a girl from the Holy Water sect, and even lost face. Ghost Sir hastily bowed and begged for forgiveness. Sir Lu, why we were wrong. We disgraced the estate lord. Humph. Luigi waved his hand and said disdainfully, with your lowly cultivation, don't say you're the estate lord's subordinates after you leave. Ghost Sir didn't dare to speak. He and the other Ghost faction disciples hung their heads and stiffly listened to Luigi's reprimand. Your Ghost faction investigated the matter this old man instructed for 3 years, but there was no news at all. Sir Lu, that holy water sect is located far above the snowy peaks and has a single environment, so it's difficult to sneak in. 2 years ago, we also sent 2 female disciples to sneak in, but they didn't pass that so-called holy water test. Ghost Sir had a bitter expression when he mentioned this matter. Luigi sneered. You can't even handle such a small matter, yet you still dare to call yourself the estate lord's subordinates? All of you stop, cough. Sir. Ghost Sir and all the other disciples simultaneously knelt on the ground with a plop. Sir, please quell your anger and give us more time. This time, no matter what method we use, we will find out about the holy water spring. Cough. The elder snorted coldly and kept coughing violently into his handkerchief. Sir, is that holy water spring really effective on Sir's illness? You don't need to concern yourselves with this matter. Luigi impatiently waved his hand at them again. This old man has 30 years of experience in tempering pills. Cough. As long as I have the holy water spring, I think it's only a matter of time before I can refine a mystic breakthrough pill that can allow me to break through to level 15 and enter the ranks of supreme experts. At that time, as long as he broke through to become a level 15 great mystic cultivator and his body entered another profound realm, he would naturally be very different from his current state. Perhaps all the pain from his previous illnesses would be swept away at that time. Suddenly, a figure pounced out from the crowd of disciples, quickly crawled a few steps, and knelt in front of Luigi. He kowtowed several times and said, Elder, please bestow a level 12 mystic breakthrough pill. Chon wants to break through to level 12 in one go. You're just a cripple with a broken arm and a blind eye. What reason do you have to get an incomparably precious level 12 Xian breakthrough pill from this old man? I'm willing to give up my life. Junior's sister, Peng Zhang, raised his head and shouted angrily. Your lowly life is of no use to this old man. Luigi sneered and looked at the woman with eyes full of mockery. Choan kowtowed with all her might. Her head smashed onto the ground with loud bangs. Chothan is willing to be Elder's vessel. I'm willing to offer all the profound energy in my body to you. I only ask that you give me a level 12 Xian breakthrough pill. Let me break through to level 12 in one go. Afterwards, I can personally kill my enemy in this competition. Luigi laughed hoarsely. Suddenly, he bent down and forcefully pinched the female disciple's chin, raising her face high up. Choan trembled all over. Your face was slowly mended by me needle by needle back then. For this, your father paid a huge price. Chapter 401. Luigi flung her face away and snorted. Would this old man be interested in a fake face? Elder. Choan crawled a few steps forward and hugged Luigi's left leg with all her might. Her cries were more mournful than the last, and her eyes were filled with intense hope. I beg Elder to fulfill my wish. I beg Elder to fulfill my wish. Elder. Luigi took out a wooden box from his bosom and threw it at the woman's face. Since you're so unbearably thirsty, this old man will fulfill your wish. When this old man returns to my room in a while, I want to see you stripped and washed clean. In addition, this old man isn't interested in a withered flower. One of Cho-Ann's pupils abruptly contracted, and she tightly gripped the wooden box with both hands. Her fingernails had long embedded themselves in the box's crevices, pricking a trace of blood. Junior sister. Peng Zhang was genuinely concerned about his junior sister. He had watched her cultivate so arduously and assiduously, fearlessly going to various adventure holy lands to temper her physique and abilities. But it was precisely this hard-working her that had her left hand cut off by him, despite the pain. Now, in order to beg for a mystic breakthrough pill, she was willing to degrade herself and betray herself, willingly serving that ugly elder who was even older than her grandfather. Peng Zhang burst out with a loud yell, and then he was forcefully held down by the two disciples around him. Junior sister, you can't do this. Junior sister, junior sister. The two disciples firmly covered Peng Zhang's mouth with their hands, preventing him from making any more sounds. Peng Zhang struggled on the ground, and his pair of eyes peeked out from under the gray cloth, bursting with heartache and anger. Cho-Ann turned her head and coldly glanced at Peng Zhang with one eye. Then, she tightly gripped the wooden box in her hand and abruptly turned her face away, no longer looking at him. Senior brother, although you are very concerned about me, this is far from enough. What I need is a powerful person to protect me by my side, so that I will never suffer any harm. You, too weak and simply don't deserve to stand by my side. That night, Cho-Ann walked step by step into Elder Lu's room. She blew out the lamp and lay on the cold bed, her whole body cold. She stared straight at the black silk canopy above her head, a teardrop falling from the corner of her eye. Her father, her family, and him. Since she couldn't rely on anyone, she could only work hard and fight for herself. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to become a great level 12 mystic cultivator. She wanted to trample that bitch under her feet in the competition fair and square. She wanted that heartless man to know that even if it was someone he treasured the most in his heart, once they entered the arena, life and death would be up to fate. Not everything could be controlled by him. This time, she wanted him to be powerless to reverse the situation. She just didn't know if she would still be able to see that cold and indifferent him at that time. My Joe's section break. Arbor slept in the middle of the night, only to hear a commotion outside the courtyard, and the lights were lit up little by little. Doi had turned over and placed a calf on her lap. She smacked her lips and continued to sleep, showing no signs of waking up. Arbor glanced at her speechlessly. Why were they all sleeping so well? The commotion outside had already turned the sky upside down. She simply put on her clothes and got out of bed. Just as she pulled open the door, she saw two figures running in front of her one after the other. One tried to pull her left hand, while the other tried to pull her right hand. In the end, the youth who pulled her right hand had his hand slapped away by the youth who was pulling her left hand and questioned him in passing, "What are you doing?" Chapter 4:02. Duan Yu glared at him. "You're the only one allowed to hold hands." "Of course." Mo Yin grumpily glanced at Duan Yu and directly pulled Arbor to the main courtyard. "I wonder what's going on outside," Mo Yin whispered. "I saw the Three Peak Masters leave their courtyards. They can't even sleep peacefully," a senior sister who woke up grumpily said as she rubbed her eyes. Soon, they saw Yang Shiron walk in with a dark face. She waved her hand at the Holy Water Sect disciples. "Go sleep. Ignore them." All the disciples looked at each other. How could they sleep with such a loud ruckus outside? They heard a male disciple from Daybreak Sect and not the Heavenly Tao Sect say in a low voice, "You people from Coitus Sect say you lost your pet as soon as you arrive and even insist on searching their courtyard from house to house. What kind of logic is this? How can you be so tyrannical and overbearing? Can't you wait until daybreak? Oh my, this handsome brother, why are you so fierce? This servant is so scared. Do you want to touch and see that this servant's heart is still thumping nonstop because of you." A gentle and charming voice instantly made all the Holy Water sect disciples' hair stand on end when they heard it. Fuck, those vixens from Coitus sect came. They were as disgusting as always and had to mumble a few syllables when they spoke. Scram! Someone from the two sects shouted angrily, probably because that female disciple from Coitus sect who threw herself into the man's arms was loathed. "Oh, why are you so fierce? If you don't like this servant, then this servant won't lean on you." That woman's voice was mellow and contained a hint of seductiveness as she spoke delicately. Suddenly, she raised her voice slightly, and with a coquettish voice that gave people goosebumps, she shrieked, "Aya, it's Big Brother Situ. I didn't even see you. Big Brother Situ, why aren't you calling me here?" Duanyu shuddered all over when he heard this. Why were the women of Coitus faction each more disgusting than the last? He had to hurry and look at his little stoic more often to wash his eyes and make himself feel better. Yang Shiron's expression turned even uglier. She waved her hand at the disciples and said, "Don't worry about it. Go back to your rooms." The little stoic silently turned around, wanting to listen to Second Ant Master and return to her room to be a very obedient child. However, the speed at which they stirred up trouble was completely out of your expectations. With a thud, the door to the second southern court, where the Holy Water sect temporarily resided, was kicked to the ground. When Xiao Mu turned around, she saw Situ, that handsome youth with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and graceful features, hastily fleeing behind her, and Mo Lien as if he was being chased by a ghost. "Aya, Brother Situ, don't run. You're making me so nervous." The little stoic got a clear look at that girl, called Mei Er. Her figure was rather impressive under her bright yellow dress. At first glance, she really did have a surging something, and her slender waist couldn't be held in one hand. She was a peerless beauty, but she had a gaudy temperament. Situ, he hid behind the little stoic and Mo Lien. He shook his body and fiercely rubbed the fine goosebumps that protruded from his arms. He really couldn't take it anymore. Duanyu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect things to take such a sudden turn for the worse. He was just about to find a place to hide, but it was already too late. Mayor was originally pouncing at Situ, but when she suddenly saw Duanyu and Mo Lien after pouncing to the side, she was instantly stunned and screamed with a handkerchief stuffed in her mouth. Chapter 403. Duanyu jolted in fright and simply subconsciously shrunk behind the little stoic. Mo Lien, on the other hand, wasn't that cowardly. She instinctively leaned closer to the little stoic and tightly grasped the little girl's small hand. Just as Mayor was about to pounce forward, the stoic face raised her leg and kicked Mayor's stomach under everyone's twitching mouths, sending her flying. "Well done." Duanyu and our dear Situ both gave the little stoic a thumbs up in their minds. Heavens, they only felt that if their limbs touched that woman from Coitus faction, they would feel very dirty and uncomfortable. The little stoic blocked evil spirits and blocked wind and moon. The stoic and icy face was simply an invincible basin of cold water that could drench people from head to toe and chill them to the core. "Why are you making a fuss in the middle of the night? Can't you let people rest?" Wei Nanfeng sleepily walked in, followed by Bailey Shi and Princess Mi Chi Mer struggled to crawl up from the ground, her pretty face already flushed red from anger. She turned around and stormed to Arbor, shouting angrily, "Who are you? You stink to death. Stay away from me." The little stoic's face was frigid, and she directly reached out to sweep away the fragrant breeze drifting to her nose. Duanyu and Situ nodded repeatedly. As expected, the little stoic could do what others couldn't. She directly rebuked Chi Mei-er's face with her words. "You." Seeing that Chi Mei-er was about to get into trouble, Xiao Valley's Valley Master, who had hurried over, shouted angrily as if putting out a fire, "Stop. Miss Chi, didn't this Valley Master already send people to escort you back to your courtyard? Why are you still causing trouble in the second southern court? You came late enough today and shouldn't have disturbed other people's rest." Chi Mei-er stomped her feet, and her small face was covered in tears. My little pet swam away. It has a very strong poison. I was worried about everyone and was afraid that it would hurt others. That's why I ordered a group of senior and junior sisters to search the courtyards. Unexpectedly, I was misunderstood by everyone. The little stoic's hair stood on end when she heard this. She glared at Chi Mei and angrily asked, "What little pet? Did it even need to swim?" "Me. My purple flower little snake." Chi Mei sobbed. "Its venom is very strong. If I'm not careful and get bitten, I won't be able to save that person." Everyone suddenly felt a trace of panic in their hearts. They turned back and forth to check their surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, they let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a peal of laughter was heard from inside the room, and Murong Sun strutted out in a brocade gown. She held a thin rod in her hand and held a small snake that was slightly charred. She smiled at the person behind Chi Mei and said, "Old witch, long time no see. I didn't expect to be given a ration as soon as I arrived. It wasn't easy to get some food these days. Thank you, old witch. It's quite crispy and delicious when roasted. Do you want a bite too?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Peak Master Murong had actually roasted and eaten an extremely poisonous snake from the Joyous Sect. He was truly a powerful person. An old woman's face with drooping wrinkles slowly appeared in front of everyone. Only then did everyone clearly see that the Joyous Sect's faction master, Granny Witch, had also come. They heard that when Granny Witch was young, her figure was bewitching and voluptuous, and her beauty was out of the ordinary. Countless sect disciples prostrated themselves before her, but she used them all as vessels to absorb them one by one. Chapter 404. Later on, Granny Witch seemed to have offended someone, causing her appearance to be completely disfigured, resulting in her current ghastly appearance. However, no one knew what kind of grudge she had with Murong Sun for her to arrange for her disciple to cause such a farce as soon as she arrived at Xixia Valley. Murong Sun ate that purple-flowered snake with relish, but Granny Witch's wrinkled old face had already scrunched up into a ball. It could be seen that the old woman was very angry at this moment. She turned to her disciple, Chi Mei and fiercely shouted, "Don't you find it embarrassing? Come back." Feeling wronged, Chi Mei walked behind Granny Witch with small, quick steps. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness and timidity as she swept her gaze over the outstanding youths. "Murong Sun, long time no see." When Granny Witch opened her mouth, her voice was quite crisp, like a nightingale leaving the valley. The contrast between her voice and her appearance caused people to shudder instead. "TSK, it has been quite a while." Murong Sun casually tossed the roasted snake she finished eating to the ground and cheerfully examined Granny Witch's sagging and wrinkled old face. "Old Witch, your face seems to be a bit more wrinkled than it was a few years ago." Everyone could see that Granny Witch's face twitched slightly. Presumably, her mood was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Perhaps she already wanted to butcher Peak Master Murong and chew on her flesh and her heart. "Today, it is this old woman's disciple who has disturbed everyone," Granny Witch said aloofly. "This old woman apologizes to everyone here. Mei let's go." Setting aside Chi Mei that oddball, the beautiful woman in plain white clothes with only a small beaded flower in her hair behind the old woman was quite different from the red and green senior sisters around her. Her expression was serene, and her eyes were downcast. Occasionally, she would raise her head and look at everyone with a trace of benevolence. This was truly a little white flower that grew out of the mud without being stained. Everyone silently said this in their minds and looked at Miss Chi sympathetically. What a pity. A proper girl from a decent family had to follow a group of Coitus Valley witches in and out. Sigh, it truly made one's heart ache. Wait, Murong Sun's voice immediately made Xixia Valley's valley master, Luo Jinyang, jump in fright. He hastily walked up and said with an apologetic smile, "Peak Master Murong, look, it's quite late now. Can we talk about our business tomorrow?" Murong Sun glared at this good-natured valley master and waved her hand. "I don't have any other intentions. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, you can leave if you want. However, I don't know which idiot kicked down my front door, so it has to be fixed immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to sleep. Fix it. All the holy water sect disciples angrily rebuked in unison. Xisha Valley's valley master, this kind old man, hurriedly nodded his head repeatedly. All right, all right, all right. I will immediately send someone to repair this courtyard door. I guarantee that it will be repaired immediately. Murong Sun glanced at this miserable valley master and harumphed. She quietly grumbled, You're such a busybody. She even wanted the old witch to personally fix the door for her. This good-natured valley master was like a firefighter all day long. Wherever there was a fire, he would pour water on it. The valley master thought to himself, I also don't want to. Who knew that you 3 sects and 5 factions would attack me the moment you see me? And you'd go even further each time. Granny, which led the group of Coitus sect disciples away resentfully. She was very displeased that she was unable to take Murong Sun and the others down a notch today. Chapter 405. Before parting, that Miss Chi Mei Er's gaze kept roving over each of the youths. She was reluctant to part with them and found it difficult to tear her gaze away from Emolian. The little stoic suddenly raised her arm. While everyone's mouths twitched, a crow-gold arrow pierced through the air and shot straight for Chi Mei's shifty eyes. When Chi Mei saw the arrow flying towards her, her soft waist immediately leaned backwards. With a sound, the black gold arrow flew past her face at a high speed. What are you doing? Chi Mei had just straightened her body and was about to curse when she heard another terrifying sound coming from the back of her head. Her slender waist was abruptly grabbed by Granny Witch, and her entire body floated a step to the left. She looked on helplessly as the black gold arrow that she had dodged turned around and shot towards her from the back of her head. If it weren't for Master saving her just now, her head would have been pierced by the crow-gold arrow, and her life would have been forfeit. When she thought of this, Chi Mei's entire body started trembling, and her venomous eyes looked at the expressionless arbor who was withdrawing his crow-gold arrow. You! Xisha Valley's valley master was simply speechless. He started to regret it. Why did he agree to the 3 sects and 5 factions back then and allow this lousy competition to be held as valley? Oh, he was a good old man who couldn't refuse other people's requests. He was always smiling all day and was persuaded to nod with just a few words. If he could have stuck to his principles back then and not allowed them to hold this event in the valley, he could have avoided so much trouble from quarreling with each other. Whoa. Little girl, you're so young, but your heart is so vicious. Granny Witch frowned and sneered. As expected of a disciple taught by Murong Sun, you're so vicious. Thank you for the compliment. Murong Sun tugged at her lips. Damn girl, how could Chi Mei tolerate this? She angrily pointed at Arbor and shouted, Why are you so vicious? The little stoic glanced at her and dryly said, Don't stare at me like that. I'll kill people. Everyone, PFT. Wei Nanfeng really couldn't hold back his laughter. Duan Yu and Situ Yi, who were standing behind the little stoic, couldn't help but rub their foreheads. Little junior sister, aren't you thinking too much of yourself? She wasn't even looking at you. Chi Mei was so angry that her face turned red and green. She glared at her and shouted angrily, Who's looking at you? You. The little stoic said matter-of-factly and stretched out 2 fingers to indicate the direction of their gazes. You've been staring at me since just now. I don't like the look in your eyes. And your eyes are too ugly. You're drawing like a female ghost. It's better if you don't come out to scare people at night. Not to mention Wei Nanfeng, this idiot, who was unable to control himself from laughing. Everyone else present, including Bailey Shi, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but twitch their eyebrows when they heard this. And Mo Lian, who had been speechless all this while, suddenly lowered her head to look at the little fellow's serious expression. Well, this baby of his was very serious. She really felt that the joyous Union Valley disciple had been looking at her for some reason. When everyone saw their little junior sister's serious stoic face, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Murong Sun's mouth twitched, and she lightly coughed to remind the Holy Water sect disciples who wanted to join the crowd in roaring with laughter. Your little junior sister is still young, so don't laugh at her. Arbor was baffled and looked up at Emolian. Chapter 406. Although she lived to the age of 26 in her previous life, she had never experienced any love affairs. She had toiled for half her life, constantly striving and working hard her entire life. At the time, her mother passed away, and her younger brother was only 2 years old. Her father was instigated by her stepmother to bring their family to the Chow family's main residence in Guanlon City. In the beginning, they couldn't enter the Chow family at all and were arranged to live in a small, dilapidated courtyard outside the Chow family's main residence. It wasn't until Arbor was 16 years old that her family suffered the Chow family's disdain. She was called trash until she was 16 years old, and her situation only improved after she awakened her mystic meridians. At the time, everyone thought that since she was already over 15 years old, it was impossible for her to successfully awaken her mystic meridians in this lifetime. However, she held back her energy from beginning to end. After she was 16 years old, she suddenly awakened her mystic meridians on her own one day, causing quite a stir in the Chow family at the time. After all, her situation was considered rather special. After that, even though she successfully awakened her mystic meridians, she still didn't dare to relax. At the time, she thought that since she was stupid, she had to work even harder than others. Thus, she actively participated in all kinds of missions to earn living expenses and continuously train herself in battle. She wanted to improve. She wanted to improve herself like crazy. She had walked out of danger after mission and joined a very ordinary team. Their team wasn't like other teams, which were all made up of mystic cultivators and superhumans. They didn't even care about body cultivator teams. There were even normal people in Arbor's team. The team of nearly 20 people was made up of mystic cultivators, body cultivators, superhumans, and normal people. Every time they went on a mission, everyone would do their best to help each other and try their best to survive in a vile environment. It wasn't until the second year of the mission that she broke down and cried bitterly for the first time when she saw her younger sister Shaolin Er's tattered corpse in the wilderness that she cried bitterly. Even though she was called trash and good for nothing for so many years and received constant disdain from the main family, she never cried. But at that time, Shaolin Er's body was truly too tragic. She couldn't hold back her tears, and they rolled down her face. She only remembered kneeling beside Shaolin Er's tattered corpse and tightly gripping the doll she had given her back then, sobbing uncontrollably. Ever since Shaolin Er was sent away, she secretly ran to the wealthy Doe family and visited Shaolin a few times. She even gave her some food and a doll. The doll was embroidered for her by her mother when she was young. Later on, she gave it to Shaolin. In her previous life, until Shaolin Er's death, she didn't dare to tell Shaolin Er that she was her older sister. When they met again, she saw her sister's pitiful corpse. At that time, she had been piecing Shaolin Er's broken body together piece by piece as if she had gone crazy. She wanted to complete her body so that she could at least leave in one piece. But she couldn't even do that. Shaolin Er's body had been left in the forest for too long and had long been gnawed on by wild dogs. She fought madly with the wild dogs and killed them all. Then she held her poor sister and wept uncontrollably. Later on, she realized that just crying was useless. What could crying do? Other than being able to vent his emotions, there was nothing else he could do. 3 years later, his teammates were eliminated one by one in the harsh environment. In the end, only she and Fan Xiuhe were left. Fan Xiuhe. When Arbor recited this name in her heart, her snowy eyes instantly filled with dark clouds. Chapter 407. She thought she could forget, but reality proved that no matter how hard it was to recall the past, this name was still carved like a sharp blade, landing in the depths of her heart. Fan Xiuhe was a very gentle man. He was 8 years older than Arbor, and he always maintained the appearance of a smiling big brother. He was the eldest son of Guanlon City's Fan family. His birth was very noble, but he was easy to get along with. He was cultured and refined, a very good person. In the team, Fan Xiuhe had always been the leader. He had led everyone out of difficult situations many times, making everyone maintain a reverent attitude toward him. In her last life, Arbor was one of the few people that he had sincerely befriended. Friend. Friend. If the others could only be considered Arbor's teammates, then this one could definitely be considered a teammate and a good friend. After the two of them got to know each other better, Arbor was quite dependent on this good friend. His trust in her also deepened day by day, to the point that he was willing to give up his life for her. However, it was this kind of man who always had a gentle smile on his lips. This was the friend that she valued the most in her last life. When only the two of them were left, he gave her the most fatal blow. For 2 years, she had been locked up in the dark room that he had carefully prepared for her. She watched as this good friend of hers, whom she had trusted in the past, knocked on her body all day long, studying her inner world. This person had always said one sentence: "It's really strange, Arbor. Why is it that your cultivation is clearly much lower than mine, but your inner world is bigger than mine? Your mystic sense is really strange when compared to other people's. Can you seriously tell me why? I'm a person with an apparition of mystic sense. You can't lie to me. This is all thanks to the apparition of mystic sense. You have secrets on you, Arbor, don't you? Please tell me. I'll be very grateful." So funny. If she was a sensible person, she wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. She didn't know anything. Only a silly girl who didn't know anything would be deceived into such a situation. Jojo. She felt her body become light. She was actually picked up by that guy, Yin, in front of everyone's eyes. She stared at him with her big, dark eyes, staring straight at him. "You're in a daze, my Jojo." Yin frowned and said softly, "Your expression makes me uncomfortable." It was as if there were countless thoughts hidden within, and it was so heavy that it made one feel uncomfortable. "You must be tired after messing around for most of the night. Ciao, ciao, let's go to sleep." Yin simply picked up the little lady horizontally and turned around to stride towards her room. Everyone was speechless. Behind him, Morong Sun fumed with rage and hollered, "Damn brat, you're really pushing your luck more and more." What did that chicken claw girl mean? Chow Mu's puzzled voice rang out. Could it be that she wasn't looking at me? Everyone was speechless. She was just used to walking with her fingers curled up like an orchid, but you called it a chicken claw. How embarrassing. She's looking at you," Yin said with a smile. "My Jojo is the best." "That's right," Arbor nodded, thinking that the youth was very correct. She knew her taste was right. That gaze was clearly directed at her. That despicable woman actually dared to use such a disgusting gaze to stare at her. The arrow she shot at her just now was still too light. Chapter 408. The next morning, Myriad Faction's faction master, Fei Pengyi, also rushed over with his son, Fei Qing. Xixiao Valley's Valley Master thought that the 3 sects and 5 factions had all arrived, so he gathered everyone to discuss and advance the competition. Everyone actually understood the Valley Master's feelings very well and sympathized with him. He really wanted to send them, this batch of play gods, away as soon as possible. Hurry up and finish the competition and scram. Don't cause trouble in Xixiao Valley. Who knew? I am Zhou Chao. 2 days ago, I received Faction Master's notice that our Myriad faction still needs to wait for Eldest Miss to join up. Eldest Miss and her group are estimated to arrive the day after tomorrow. A Myriad faction disciple in his early 20s spoke somewhat uneasily in front of so many people from the 3 sects and 4 factions. Ha 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 ha. Granny Witch laughed crisply. Her wrinkled old face was full of disdain. Ning Guilai, this coward procrastinates every time he does something. He wants to be a good person, yet doesn't want to offend either side. How can there be such a good thing? Isn't that so? Myriad Faction's faction master, Fei Pengyi, was over 50 years old. He had a long, thin, and narrow horse-like face, and his small eyes were slightly narrowed as he sneered. If we had decided to have Eldest Miss Ning participate in the competition from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Humph, Granny Witch snorted. Forget it, we don't mind waiting 2 more days. Thank you for your understanding, seniors. The Wanxiang sect disciple wiped his sweat and respectfully bowed to the group. Myriad Faction's faction master, Ning Guilai's second brother, Ning Guidong, sat in the myriad factions group, not daring to let out a fart. How would he dare to oppose Granny, Witch, and Fei Pingyi? His petty appearance was not as natural and unrestrained as that young disciple, Zhou Chao, and was very disdainful of him. We don't mind. It's only the 7th of August anyway, and there's still a long time before the scheduled 14th of August. It's fine as long as eldest Miss Ning arrives on time. Daybreak Sect's faction master, Liang Wanshan, said with a wave of his hand with a bright smile on his square face. This was Daybreak Sect's faction master, Liang Wanshan. It was the sect master that her father had always talked about. After her father was expelled from Daybreak Sect, he still held this sect master in high esteem. Looking at him now, Liang Wanshan could be considered a straightforward person. Xiao Zhongbong wasn't Liang Wanshan's disciple back then. His master was an elder in the sect. Arbor had once deliberately found time to ask about his father's past and had a chat with him. He learned that his father's master was called Wei Cheng and was a very cold-hearted person, which was why he mercilessly expelled his father from Daybreak Sect after his father's mystic veins were damaged. As for the person who framed Xiao Zhongbong, Arbor also knew his name. That person was called Mu Liangde, and he entered Daybreak Sect at the same time as her father. They were once best friends and lived in the same room, eating and living together. But it was precisely this fellow disciple and good friend of Xiao Zhongbong's, who he didn't guard against at all, who had actually secretly plotted against him. He put a slow-acting poison in his tea and fed it to Xiao Zhongbong every day and night. Over time, the poison accumulated in his body and completely destroyed his mystic veins. If it weren't for the sapling's leaves helping her father sense mystic energy anew and reconstruct his mystic veins, Xiao Zhongbong would have completely become a cripple in this lifetime and would never be able to recover his identity as a mystic cultivator. Xixia Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang's eyelids suddenly twitched when he saw Miss Xiao staring fixedly at Daybreak Sect's faction Master Liang Wanshan. Chapter 409. Cough. Valley Master Luo hastily said, "Since no one has any objections, then let's wait for eldest Miss Ning for another 2 days. Once eldest Miss Ning arrives, the competition can be held in advance." The Omni-faction disciple, Zhou Chao, didn't respond, but Liang Wanshan continued, "Then let's wait until eldest Miss Ning arrives. At that time, eldest Miss Ning will be fatigued from the long journey, so she will certainly need to rest for 1 or 2 days. Valley Master, the competition isn't urgent." His words were indeed reasonable. The Omni-faction disciple, Zhou Chao, cupped his hands at Liang Wanshan and revealed an expression of endless gratitude. The Valley Master's eagerness to finish the competition as quickly as possible and immediately chase them out was evident. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to sense it. Xixia Valley's Valley Master, Luo Jinyang, laughed awkwardly and sighed unhappily in his heart. This group of plagues still had to stay here for a few more days. Hopefully, they wouldn't cause any more trouble for him during these few days. He kept feeling that he had rapidly aged in merely a few days, and many strands of white hair had sprouted. It was all because of the 3 sects and 5 factions worries. Sect Master Liang, does your sect have a disciple named Mulianda? Arbor suddenly asked, her eyes still staring unblinkingly at Sect Master Liang Wanshan. Liang Wanshan had long discovered that this holy water sect girl had been staring at him. Yesterday, when he and the Heavenly Tao Sect's sect master, Sita Min, paid a visit to the 3 Peak Masters, he had noticed that this chilly little girl had been staring at him without blinking. Sect Master Liang was adept at handling matters and had already secretly ordered people to investigate. He found out that this little girl was the Holy Water Sect's youngest disciple and also Peak Master Morong's most beloved last disciple. Normally, as long as no one provoked the little girl, she would speak very politely. Liang Wanshan smiled at Arbor and said with a nod, "There's indeed a person named Mu Liangde. Is Miss acquainted with him? Liangde, please stand up." All the disciples were seated behind their own sect or clan master. The 3 sects and 5 factions basically had around 30 disciples in each group. Fortunately, Xixia Cloud Valley's conference hall was quite large and was packed to the brim. When Mulyonda of the Daybreak sect heard the sect master's call, he respectfully stood up. Wearing the Daybreak sect's unique white robe, he was over 30 years old, but his face was fair and beardless. His appearance was handsome, and his posture was confident and at ease. The moment he stood up, he attracted the coquettish glances of the coitus sect's female disciples. Mulyonda smiled at the young lady. "May I know who you are? Lyonda doesn't seem to have seen you before." The little girl nodded and said seriously, "It's good that you don't know me. In the first round of the competition, I challenge you. You just have to remember that I am someone who is about to beat you to death." Everyone was speechless. The corner of Xixiao Valley's Valley Master's mouth kept twitching. He had just been silently praying in his heart that the 3 sects and 5 factions should not cause any trouble for the next 2 days, and now trouble had come again. Mulyonda did not get angry and actually smiled very confidently. He said humbly and courteously, "Since Miss wants to challenge me, then I can only accompany you. However, whether the first round of the competition is between you and me is still subject to discussion." When Arbor stood up, everyone's mouths involuntarily twitched. Arbor turned his small face and looked at Xixiao Cloud Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyong, who had turned his head away. "Good person, Valley Master. I want to challenge Mulyonda in the first round. Is that all right?" Chapter 410. The good person Valley Master really wanted to cry. Call this little girl savage, but look at her soft and squishy little thing. She was more fair and adorable than anyone else. Call her indecent. She was more serious and expressionless than anyone else. Every sentence she said sounded quite serious when separated, but it was extremely hilarious when strung together. She even said, "I'm someone who's about to beat you to death." These words were truly hilarious. We still have to draw lots according to the order of the competition. This way, it's fairer for everyone. Xixiao Valley's Valley Master gave the excuse he had thought of long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little girl's slender brows furrow into a knot. Xixiao Valley's Valley Master was distressed, so he quickly smiled kindly at the little girl. "However, little girl, don't be impatient. Even if you didn't draw Mulyonda in the first round, it doesn't mean you won't draw him every time." "Mulyonda, what's going on?" He felt like Xixiao Valley's Valley Master spoke, as if he was a prize. "Draw or not draw? If you draw, you'll get the grand prize. If you don't be discouraged and continue to draw. Then will the results of the draw be announced? Will the name of the person who draws the number plate for Mulyonda's match be announced?" The little girl seemed to be especially reasonable today as she continued to interrogate good-naturedly. The Valley Master instantly felt that the little girl was giving him face, so he nodded cheerfully. That's right. All the names of the competitors will be announced one day in advance. I will have the Valley disciples prepare them then." Okay, our dear Xiao Mu didn't say anything else and sat down obediently. Only the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions kept feeling some kind of energy faintly lingering above their heads. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the little girl's style today. Shouldn't she immediately berate Mulyonda? Why did they feel so strange when she suddenly asked the Valley Master if they would announce some sort of name list? However, Mulyonda was oblivious to the impending calamity and smiled coolly. He lifted his white robe and sat down with a ramrod-straight posture. When he sensed the gaze, he turned his head and met Duan Yu's eyes. Mulyonda naturally did not dare to slight this sect master's eldest personal disciple. He nodded at Duan Yu with a smile, but he was very puzzled as to why the other party was shooting him a meaningful gaze. When the Valley Master saw that everyone had reached a preliminary agreement, his tense mood finally eased a little. He laughed and said to everyone, "Since we still have to wait for 2 more days, then everyone can do as you please during these 2 days. If you want to leave the valley for a walk, that's fine. If you want to cultivate in seclusion, you'll have to hurry." The meaning behind the Valley Master's words was, whether you scram or go into seclusion. In short, please don't cause trouble in Xixiao Valley. Everyone pretended that they didn't understand what the Valley Master meant. They all nodded with a smile and followed the people from their respective sects back to their residences. For the next 2 days, the Valley Master felt very comforted. The people of the 3 sects and 5 factions all closed their doors and rested in their own courtyards. Every time Xixiao Valley's disciples went to deliver food, they would always bring back news of peace and tranquility to the Valley Master, causing the Valley Master's nerves, which had been stretched taut for 2 days, to finally relax slightly. That night, Ning Bihuan finally arrived at Xixiao Valley with a team of more than 20 people led by her. In view of everyone's excellent performance these days, the Valley Master planned to treat everyone to a small banquet out of his own pocket as a welcome dinner for everyone. When everyone arrived, Ning Bihuan's group was already there. Chapter 411. Eldest Miss Ning led her people and boldly sat at the main table in the center. The remaining Omni-faction disciples surrounded Ning Bihuan's table and also took up 2 or 3 tables. The small feast was set up next to the flowery pavilion in the valley. There were a total of 26 tables, and the dishes could be considered very sumptuous. Xixiao Valley had always lived in seclusion, so there was quite a bit of grain stored in the valley. It was rare for them to be able to have a good meal, so the Holy Water Sect disciples hurried over early, planning to occupy a good seat. In the end, they saw Ning Bihuan's corpse-like face staring gloomily at them. To be more precise, Ning Bihuan's stiff and cold corpse-like face was facing Emolian. Her serene eyes unwaveringly stared at the youth in front of her. She almost instantly recognized this youth as the person who had appeared in her younger sister's remnant life lamp. Her deep gaze stared straight at the youth, but she didn't receive the slightest response. The youth's gentle gaze landed on the little girl beside him the entire time. So how could he notice Ning Bihuan's gaze? The little girl had changed into a pink robe today. The little fellow, who always wore plain clothes, appeared even more pinkish and tender after changing into a small robe, as if she was carved from jade. Emolian didn't notice Ning Bihuan's overbearing gaze, but the little fellow caught it at once. At this time, Ning Bihuan's gaze had already shifted to the little girl. When Arbor clearly saw Ning Bihuan's appearance, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This girl seemed a bit familiar. Her face was oval, and her willowy eyebrows were slightly curved to her temples. She wore a cyan robe, and her entire person appeared to be in high spirits. Ning Bihuan saw her somewhat bewildered appearance and knew that she had already forgotten about her idiotic younger sister, Ning Bifan. It wasn't that she cared much about that idiot. She just didn't like people directly climbing over their Omni-faction's head to behave atrociously. She, the one surnamed Ning, wasn't that easy to talk to. Ning Bihuan curled her lips and looked straight at the little girl. Do you feel that my face is a bit familiar? Half a month ago, you killed someone in the adventurer base near the Great Swamp. She had the same face as me. That girl was my twin sister, Ning Bifan. Realization dawned on Arbor's face. He nodded at Ning Bihuan and said, I remember now. It's that woman who put her face in front of me and kept telling me to hit her. After I hit her, she asked me why I dared to hit her. She's such a strange person. The senior sisters of the Holy Water Sect didn't understand the reason, but they could understand how hilarious it was when they heard the little fellow's explanation. Ning Bihuan naturally didn't know that such a thing had happened at the adventurer's base, but she had always understood the extent of her brainless younger sister's stupidity. She didn't doubt the young lady's words. Are you here to avenge your sister? Arbor looked at her and asked. Ning Bihuan sneered. Do I look like such a bored person? If an idiot dies, then so be it. I'm here to challenge him. Ning Bihuan's finger pointed straight at the youth Emolian. A bellicose flame danced in her eyes. You're very strong, youth. I want to challenge you. When the people from the Daybreak Sect, the Heavenly Tao Sect, and the other 4 factions came over, they just happened to see Ning Bihuan pointing at Emolian and issuing a challenge. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The competition hadn't started yet, but there were already people issuing challenges one after another. Young Master, Emo isn't a member of our Holy Water Sect. He only came to watch the competition. Chapter 412. Su Shanshan coldly rejected Ning Bihuan's challenge. Ning Bihuan, your opponent is us. Don't get the wrong opponent. Ning Bihuan pursed her lips non-committally and stood up to look straight at Arbor. All right then. After the competition ends, I hope to battle with young Master Mo and see who's better. Arbor was baffled. Miss Ning, why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me when you want to challenge young Master Mo? Am I not young Master Mo? Ning Bihuan was also a bit gloomy. She originally didn't come to seek justice for her idiotic younger sister. From beginning to end, she was willing to participate in this competition with only one goal: to not let anyone bully her Omni faction and tell anyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions that her Omni faction couldn't be bullied. In addition, she wanted to challenge the white-clothed young master. She saw that powerful youth in the miniature of her younger sister's life lantern, and this youth practically ignited all the fighting blood in her body at that time. She wanted to fight. She was a person who lived for the sake of fighting. Hello, stoic face miss. Do you think I want to look at you while speaking? In reality, that young Master Mo of yours didn't even spare a glance at other people out of the corner of his eye from beginning to end. She only spoke to Arbor because she had no other choice. Emolian, someone wants to challenge you. The little girl tugged at his sleeve. I'm not free. Emolian held the little girl's small hand and followed the Holy Water sect group to take their seats. You'll definitely accept my challenge. Ning Bihuan stood up and stared darkly at Emolian. She threw down this sentence with a stern face, but the latter completely threw it to the back of her mind. Xishao Valley's Valley Master hurried over after hearing the news. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 sects and 5 factions were all present and were chatting softly, clinking cups, drinking wine, and eating. He had just received news that eldest Miss Ning had quarreled with the Holy Water sect disciples, so he thought that this group of young ladies would turn the entire banquet upside down again. Unexpectedly, the scene he saw was so harmonious. It truly surprised and delighted the Valley Master, and he almost wanted to shed a tear for himself. It truly wasn't easy to be a competent peacemaker. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was 80% full. On a whim, Xishao Valley's Valley Master ordered someone to bring over the lot pot and said to everyone with a chuckle, seeing that everyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions is gathered, I might as well bring forward the competition. If eldest Miss Ning doesn't have any objections, how about we set the competition for the day after tomorrow? Ning Bihuan waved her hand, a stiff smile hanging on her stiff little face. We martial artists aren't that particular. The day after tomorrow is the day after tomorrow. It's up to you. Miss Ning is truly straightforward. Xishao Valley's Valley Master was overjoyed. Dear ancestors, hurry up and finish the competition and scram. After the Valley Master signaled with his eyes, Xishao Valley's disciples hastily carried the 8 bamboo tubes to the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions. There are 120 pairs of numbers here. If you draw the corresponding number, go to our disciples and register. The Valley Master explained with a smile, then let all the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions draw lots. In any case, it was all up to luck, so no one paid much attention to it. One by one, they reached into the lot pot and took out a lot. 2 Xishao Valley disciples sat on the side to register the lot and name. Our dear Chiao Mu abruptly stood up and pattered over to Daybreak Sect's table. Duan Yu immediately turned around in excitement, and his peach blossom eyes blinked as he asked, Jojo, you were looking for me? Chapter 413. I'm not looking for you. Arbor shook her head and looked at Mu Liangda, who was sitting at the same table as Duan Yu. Mu Liangda stood up and smiled at the little girl in a self-righteous manner. He asked amiably, Little miss, you're looking for me again? Duan Yu pursed his lips at him. Who's looking for you? The little girl is looking for you to beat you to death. MHM, she's looking for you. Arbor nodded. What's your number? This one is number 82. Mu Liangda looked at the number in his hand and smiled good-naturedly at Arbor. He wasn't afraid of this little girl. Even if the little fellow said she wanted to beat him to death on the day of the competition, he would only treat it as a joke. What a joke. This little girl even shamelessly boasted that she wanted to beat him to death in the first round of the competition. Ha! It was hilarious just thinking about it. She really was a little girl spoiled rotten by her elders. It wasn't a good thing to go out and gain experience with such blind confidence. She would be killed by her own arrogance and stupidity. That's right, he just didn't believe that he, Mu Liangda, could be defeated by a little girl with his skills. Don't joke around. He wasn't a simple mystic cultivator. Everyone in the sect knew of his abilities. Even his master, Wei Cheng, had to take his identity into consideration and flatter him a lot of times. Jojo, Duan Yu pulled her aside and whispered to her, "This Muliangda is famous in the sect for being a smiling tiger. I heard that he has some connections with Guanlan City's talisman patrician family. He seems to be from a side branch of that family. He has many powerful talismans in his possession." As he spoke, he stuffed a small box of concealed weapons into her hand. "If you really fight him, don't let him throw talismans. Feed him a bunch of shooting stars first and beat him to death." Talisman practitioner? The little fellow was startled, but she took the box that Duan Yu stuffed into her hand and nodded repeatedly. Number 82, was it? She first ran back to her own table and browsed through all the senior sisters' hands. There was no number 82. Then she ran to Situ Yi's table and had him check if anyone in the Heavenly Tao sect had that damn number 82. "Jojo, do you really want this number 82? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but tease. "Then what if the person holding number 82 isn't willing to exchange with you? For example, if you picked a lot, your opponent would be stronger. Naturally, others wouldn't be willing to trade with you." Xiao Mu cast him a glance, and her small brows creased deeply again. "Troublesome. There's no 82. Situ, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he returned after asking around. Arbor was a little angry. He turned around and glanced at Bailey Shi, who was sitting in the purple firmament faction seat. He frowned and thought for a while, then ran over on his own. "Do you have 82? The little fellow poked Bailey Shi's arm and stared at him. Bailey Shi glanced at her and did not refuse. However, when he went to ask his fellow disciples, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. His hard work paid off, and he finally got the answer from Bailey Shi. The holder of lot number 82 was a 15 or 16-year-old young girl from the Violet Firmament Guild. Her face was round like a delicate red apple. Miss Chow looked down at her lot number. "I'm number 53. Are you willing to exchange with me?" "Sure, it's not registered anyway." Yuan Jixin, the girl who picked up lot number 82, very straightforwardly handed over the lot number in her hand. In fact, the Valley Master had long seen everything. Cough, cough, this was clearly blatant cheating. Chapter 414. Why did anyone stop them? And so many shameless people even popped out to support them. Valley Master expressed that he was very stifled. Seeing them act so openly, he could only choose to be blind. "Thank you." The little girl thanked him politely, took the number from the other party, and handed her number 53 to the other party. Then she added, "If you can't beat that number 53, I'll help you beat him back later. I'll help you vent your anger." Yuan Jixin giggled. Number 53 took that number and glanced at it, silently speechless. Bailey Shi's mouth twitched helplessly. "Miss Xiao, number 53 is standing next to you." What a coincidence. The little girl turned her head and saw the face of an ordinary passerby. Number 53 was also a Purple Firmament faction disciple, but he was considered one of the weaker ones among the many senior brothers and sisters. So when the little girl's gaze shot over, number 53 hurriedly raised his hands and said in exasperation, "Don't worry, little girl. I definitely can't beat senior sister Yuan Jixin. Once senior sister makes a move, it'll only be a matter of 2 or 3 moves, and I'll immediately roll off the stage." This joker that everyone laughed and scolded. Yet the little fellow heaved a sigh of relief and returned to her table after bidding farewell to Bailey Shi and the others. Seeing her return, Emolian couldn't help but chuckle softly. The little fellow finally got her wish after busying herself for a round. But why was it so interesting? Emolian propped up his chin with one hand and turned his head to look at her with an uncontrollable smile. "If that girl with number 82 isn't willing to exchange with you, what do you plan to do?" Our dear Xiao Mu was expressionless, but her 2 small brows furrowed again. "That Miss Yuan is pretty good. She's not a man, so I can only drop it." Everyone was a mystic cultivator, and Mo Yin and Arbor's conversation wasn't low. The youths at the nearby tables all heard it, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard this. What did she mean? So what if he was a man? Men were discriminated against, right? Wei Nanfeng chuckled as he squeezed over with a wine jug in his hand. If number 82 is a man and he's unwilling to exchange with you, from your tone, you plan to beat him up overnight and directly snatch away the number. Our dear, Xiaomu nodded honestly. It couldn't be helped. She planned to do that from the start. However, number 82 was a girl, so it was better to be more refined. PFT. Wei Nanfeng winked at Mo Lien and said meaningfully, I feel that this little lady is even more mischievous than your you-er. She needs to be taught. When Morong Sun heard this, she immediately shielded her. What? You have an opinion? I teach my disciple too well. Wei Nanfeng hurriedly flattered. Indeed. Peak Master Morong, this disciple has misspoken. Oomph. Morong Sun rolled her eyes at him and reached out to pick up food for her youngest disciple. My dear disciple, you were busy the entire night and didn't eat much. Here, eat more. Your body is still growing. Peak tt eat Morong to chow to eat teas to eat teat. Ti chow tt after a short while, the small plates were piled up into a small hill. Come, Jojo, eat more. Mo Lien placed the chopsticks in her hand and looked at her with a grin. You'll only have the strength to beat people when you're full. Everyone, young Master Mo's style was off. If Hui Feng was here, he would definitely chuckle and say, sorry, His Highness has always treated the little girl like this. Chapter 415. 2 days later, everyone had recuperated until they were abnormally full of energy. One team after another set out to the northern part of Xixiao Valley, which was an extremely spacious field. The forest here wasn't as lush, so the Valley Master had long-made preparations. He ordered people to set up a large stage and also set up many seats for everyone. The 10 or so silk seats in the front row were naturally prepared for the sect masters and elders of the various sections. The disciples each sat on a row of small square stools in the back row. Some extremely bored people even prepared their own tea and snacks, intending to eat while watching the show. The Valley Master set up a gong on the side in imitation. A male disciple of Xixiao Valley tied a red ribbon around his head and held a gong hammer with a fluttering red ribbon in his hand. The Valley Master had just sat down at the head seat in the center and exchanged pleasantries with the Peak Masters and Sect Masters beside him with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to announce the rules and call out the numbers, he heard the gong ring with a clang. Everyone, the freaking Valley Master should be feeling very depressed right now. He hadn't even started calling out the numbers, yet that idiot disciple had already started ringing the gong. Xixiao Valley's Valley Master turned his head to glare at that idiot disciple from afar. That disciple stood there with an innocent expression and smiled foolishly at him while holding the gong hammer. I'll first announce the rules. We'll proceed according to the order of the lots. As long as one side concedes defeat, the competition will end. If you can still fight without admitting defeat, then continue fighting. We're all members of the 3 sects and 5 factions, so it's best if we don't overdo it. Xixiao Valley's Valley Master laughed. All right, now, let's invite number 1 onto the stage. The competition begins. Everyone looked towards that young disciple holding the gong hammer. That idiot didn't hit the gong when it was supposed to and kept staring at the Valley Master as if waiting for his order. The Valley Master waited for a long time but didn't hear the gong ring. He turned his head to glare at that disciple and roared angrily, "Why don't you hit it?" Uff. Everyone roared with laughter. With a clang from the gong, the 2 disciples number 1 flew onto the stage with vigorous postures and started exchanging blows without another word. When mystic cultivators battled, the strength of mystic energy was to a large extent. At this time, mystic cultivators had yet to realize the importance of mystic consciousness, so they could only see mystic energy flying back and forth and smashing directly at the other party. Arbor took a cursory glance at the mystic skills used by these 2 mystic cultivators and could roughly determine that they were mid-level mystic skills. Most of the mystic skills that were circulating in the market were elementary mystic skills. For people like them who had joined a sect, being able to cultivate intermediate mystic skills was already considered pretty good. Only Master's personal disciples, those kind of disciples with decent talent, would be able to practice the sect's high-level profound skills, and even be able to go to the treasure pavilion to browse the higher-level ones. In a battle of profound skills, when a high-grade profound skill went up against a mid-grade profound skill, needless to say, the high-grade profound skill would definitely have the upper hand. However, the two people in front of him were displaying mid-grade profound skills, so it would depend on their comprehension of the profound skills. After a smart person finished reading the profound skill, not only would he be able to completely comprehend it, he would even be able to comprehend some more profound skills based on this foundation. However, it was clear that these two people weren't particularly intelligent, so their mystic skills were displayed in accordance with the norm. One trained his hands, while the other cultivated a mystic skill that trained his head. Therefore, when the other party clawed at him, that person always liked to use his head to block it. This made our dear Chiao Mu laugh in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Number 2. Holy Water Sect's disciple Chun Hanzi versus Ghost Faction's disciple Peng Zhang. The Valley Master picked up the number plate beside him and announced, Chapter 416. The Shishao Valley disciple forcefully struck the gong. Clang! After the gong sounded, Chun Hanzi and the Ghost Faction disciple, Peng Zhang, flew onto the stage and cupped their fists in greeting. A venomous glint flashed through the Ghost Faction disciple's eyes, and his gaze subconsciously landed on his junior sister. Choan's senior brother will definitely avenge you today, junior sister. Everyone from the Holy Water Sect deserves to die. If it weren't for you guys, how could his junior sister, Choan, be such a strong-willed girl, submit herself to that ugly and sickly old man? Peng Zhang pulled out an item as thin as an iron wire. This was his level 7 mystic weapon, Mystic Spider Silk. It was incomparably sharp and also extremely good at concealment. Usually, only when the Mystic Spider Silk was right in front of the enemy's eyes would they be startled to realize that it had slit their throats. Peng Zhang took out his mystic weapon right off the bat. He had made up his mind to make Chun Hanzi bleed on the spot within 3 moves. Chun Hanzi sneered and suddenly summoned her exquisite all from her conscious with a shake of her hand. The exquisite all was triangular, so the sharpness of its tip was definitely stronger than the Mystic Spider Silk. Moreover, this all also had a wondrous use, which was that the all head could suddenly lengthen. Only when the enemy died would they realize this point. This level 9 mystic weapon was a treasure she had dug out from Maple Pavilion. It was quite handy, and she normally wouldn't take it out to use unless it was an important situation. But now, since the other party had also taken out a mystic weapon, could it be that she had to passively take a beating? Humph! None of the Holy Water Sect's members were afraid of trouble. Peng Zhang channeled mystic energy into his hands and covered the Mystic Spider Silk. He took a step forward and directly swiped it at Chun Hanzi's neck. When this move was used, Liu Yun's eyes turned completely gloomy. This Ghost Faction disciple clearly wanted to take her disciple's life from the start. Doya nervously clenched her hands. Although she didn't make a sound, her large, watery eyes clearly revealed her anxiety. Chun Hanzi fell backward on her back and suddenly threw out the exquisite awl in her hand. Upon closer inspection, the awl's tip collided with the Mystic Spider Silk, and it actually created a tiny spark. Chun Hanzi's body turned upside down and quickly kicked out twice. Borrowing the force of the kick, she flipped over and landed steadily on the ground with a backflip. The exquisite awl once again returned to her hand. An array of profound energy light burst out from the sharp awl, sweeping out an arc-shaped energy ripple as it charged straight at Peng Zhang. Peng Zhang repeatedly took a few steps back, and he was barely able to stand firm when he felt a sweetness in his throat, causing him to fiercely swallow down a strand of surging blood. In the depths of his eyes, which were covered by the gray cloth, there was a hint of killing intent. Come out, thousand-faced venomous spider. A trace of viciousness flashed across Peng Zhang's eyes. Holy Water Sect disciple, you force me. If it weren't for the fact that you were so insensible and refused to be executed obediently, why would I summon the thousand-faced venomous spider? This time, you're the one who brought this upon yourself, and you're going to die a miserable death. Don't blame others. Peng Zhang grinned and pointed at Chun Hanzi. Poison spider, this is your lunch. Go. Hiss. The thousand-faced venomous spider waved its 8 long legs and crawled towards Chun Hanzi at an extremely fast speed. Chun Hanzi's expression froze, and she hastily released her level 9 mystic beast, the Silver Wolf. When the Silver Wolf charged towards the thousand-faced venomous spider, Chun Hanzi also swiftly dashed towards Peng Zhang. Substantial killing intent had already condensed in her eyes. Peng Zhang sneered and flung out his mystic spider silk. The instant he attracted Chun Hanzi's attention, he swiftly took out something from his sleeve and lightly pinched it. Chapter 417. Arbor, who was sitting in his seat, abruptly stood up and stared at Peng Zhang with his sharp, cold eyes. Hanzi, quickly admit defeat. Come down. Luyan also stood up and looked at her disciple with eyes full of anxiety. However, in the blink of an eye, the 8-legged venomous spider suddenly spat out a mouthful of venom with a hiss, and its sharp little venomous fangs abruptly bit at the Silver Wolf's paw. The Silver Wolf was very intelligent and naturally knew that this thousand-faced venomous spider's teeth were very formidable. However, just as it wanted to escape, it discovered that its paw was hooked by something. When it looked down, it discovered that it was a ball of spider web that had unwittingly entangled its paw. The thousand-faced venomous spider bit down on the Silver Wolf's white fur. The Silver Wolf immediately fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. On the other side, Chun Hanzi discovered that an exotic fragrance had suddenly burrowed into her nose. Just as she cursed inwardly, she suddenly heard the Silver Wolf's wretched howl. She panicked, and when she was distracted again, Peng Zhang's mystic spider web was already slicing towards her neck. "Punk, you dare!" Lu Yun shouted, her eyes glaring so red that they were about to burst. When Xishao Valley's Valley Master saw that something was amiss, he immediately jumped up and shouted to stop. "Ghost Faction Disciple, you've won. Immediately release the Holy Water Sect's miss and quickly leave the stage. Split up. Split up." However, Xishao Valley's Valley Master's shout was useless. He couldn't stop Peng Zhang's deranged actions. Chun Hanzi tilted her body at the moment of extreme danger, and her neck arched backwards to avoid that mystic spider web. Unfortunately, her head was dizzy and swollen, and her mobility was greatly affected. Her limbs felt like they were being restrained by something, so they were very slow and exhausted from head to toe. Although she managed to avoid Peng Zhang's fatal strike towards her neck after her movements slowed down, she couldn't avoid her shoulder anymore. However, that mystic spider web pierced in her shoulder. At this time, Chun Hanzi already couldn't feel the pain in her shoulder. She only felt that her body was very, very heavy, and her head was so heavy that she couldn't control it. Her body suddenly leaned back and fell heavily onto the stage with a bang. Senior Sister Chun, Junior Sister Hanzi. The senior and junior sisters of the Holy Water Sect all stood up and shouted angrily. Xishao Valley's Valley Master decisively flew onto the stage and grabbed Peng Zhang's moving wrist. He coldly glanced at him before saying, "Ghost Faction Disciple Peng Zhang wins." Oomph. Peng Zhang was unwilling to accept this. He forcefully shook off the Valley Master's hand and jumped down from the arena. When he passed by Choan, Peng Zhang's footsteps paused, and he whispered to Choan, "Junior sister, how did I do?" Choan revealed a pair of stern eyes from under the gray cloth scarf. She nodded with a smile and said, "Senior brother, you did well this time." On the other side, several senior sisters from the Holy Water Sect had already run up the stage and carried Chun Hanzi and the Silver Wolf down. Black liquid flowed out of their wounds, especially the Silver Wolf, which had been severely injured by the thousand-faced venomous spider. Its fur was constantly festering and falling to the ground in handfuls. Both of them were on the verge of death. "Ghost Faction, you're so despicable. You actually used this kind of despicable poison. Doya furiously stood up and pointed in the direction of the ghost faction as she cursed. Don't say despicable, little sister from the Holy Water sect. This is a competition. As long as you can defeat your opponent, it doesn't matter if you use poison or medicine. As long as you use the right method and defeat your opponent, you'll win. Chapter 418. Isn't my senior brother's words reasonable? A ghost faction disciple added with a sinister smile. Senior Sister Chun. Ming Xia supported Chun Hanzi's body and anxiously looked up at Lu Yun and the others. Master, what do we do now? Everyone, take a look and see if you have any antidote pills on you. Antidote pills are useless. The silver wolf was poisoned by the thousand-faced venomous spider, so a simple antidote pill can't cure this kind of poison. As for Hanzi, from the looks of it, that ghost faction disciple should have given her an extremely vicious medicine that can prevent her from gathering mystic energy. How is it? I have several antidote pills here. Do you want to try swallowing them first? Daybreak sect master's daughter, Liang Qingqing, quickly walked up and crouched next to Chun Hanzi as she asked with concern. Master said the antidote pills are useless. Ming Xia was about to cry from anxiety. Everyone move aside. Don't crowd around. A cold voice interrupted, instantly causing everyone who was at a loss for words to have a flash of inspiration. That's right. Didn't little junior sister once treat City Lord Wu's daughter in Five Moon City? That's right. Back then, wasn't his daughter poisoned by that something heartbreak grass? Little junior sister cured the poison in a few strokes. Presumably, the poison in senior sister Chen's body this time. Xiao Mu had already impatiently shooed everyone away before they could start a lively discussion. Everyone else very sensibly moved aside for her, but they basically still surrounded Chun Hanzi. After Duan Yu, Situ, Yi, Wei Nanfeng, and Bailey she squeezed into the crowd. They saw M.O. Lien standing leisurely on the side with an empty space around her. Chun Hanzi was lying there, and Darling Xiao was squatting next to her. She first felt her pulse before turning over the dying silver wolf. She took out a small wooden box and took out a pill, stuffing it into the silver wolf's mouth. Afterwards, she focused on performing acupuncture on Chun Hanzi. As soon as she started, that inexplicably familiar feeling of performing acupuncture 1,000,000 times welled up in her mind once again. That kind of medicinal powder which Chun Hanzi had inhaled was scattered all over her body, turning into small grains of powder, blocking the circulation of the profound energy in Chun Hanzi's body. Arbor's hand that was holding the needle was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly sent his profound sense into his eyes and could actually see the flow of profound energy in Chun Hanzi's body. This method of controlling the flow of mystic sense into one's eyes was one of the techniques recorded in the second layer of the Spirit Division record. She had been staying on the first level all this time, painstakingly cultivating how to use her own profound sense to control her avatar. She had only glanced at the second layer of the Spirit chapter and hadn't really studied it. However, she hadn't expected that she would be able to master it in a moment of haste. Our dear Xiaomu was a little excited in her heart. She hurriedly mobilized all the mystic energy in her branch meridians and gathered it all into mystic sense. Then, she guided it into her eyes and observed with rapt attention. More than half of the profound energy in one of Chun Hanzi's main profound veins was present. The reason why her profound energy had not filled her entire profound veins was because Chun Hanzi had exhausted quite a bit of her profound energy when she fought with Ghost Gate's Peng Zhang earlier and had yet to recover. This was really strange. It really allowed her to clearly see the condition of Senior Sister Chen's body. This would be beneficial for her treatment. Arbor was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses and removing the small grains of powder from Chun Hanzi's body. If she could always observe other people's profound veins in the future, then wouldn't it be equivalent to having an additional cheating device in a battle? If she opened her profound eyes in the middle of a battle, wouldn't she be able to clearly see how much profound energy was left in her opponent's body? Chapter 419. However, In less than 2 minutes, her mystic conscience quietly dissipated. Not only that, her little head also felt a slight prickling sensation. Presumably, it was because she had overused her mystic conscience. Arbor didn't dare to recklessly use her mystic conscience again. Thankfully, she was fast, and in that short amount of time, the small dust in Chunhanzi's body was more or less cleaned up. Chunhanzi didn't inhale much to begin with, and in addition to her quick treatment, Chunhanzi's face turned from ghastly pale to slightly rosy pink in no time. When everyone saw that Chunhanzi's complexion had improved, they couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Lu Yun's expression also looked better, and she asked softly, "Jojo, how's Hanzi's condition?" "It's nothing serious." Arbor stuffed a detoxification pill into Chunhanzi's mouth before standing up and saying, "Carry senior sister Hanzi over there to rest. She can't use mystic energy for 2 days, so she needs to properly nurse her body." "Okay, little junior sister." "Jojo, what's wrong?" Emolian suddenly grabbed her little hand and worriedly reached out to touch her slightly pale little face. "Is it very strenuous to perform acupuncture? I can help you." "I'm fine." Arbor hastily interrupted him and squeezed his hand hard, indicating for him to shut up. She knew what he wanted to say. He wanted to use medicine to help treat senior sister Chun. Did he think that she didn't know that there were side effects when superhumans used medicine? If the medicine was overused, it could even lead to a severe coma or something. How scary was that? It didn't take much effort for her to treat senior sister Chun and the Silver Wolf. Her complexion was only pale because she wanted to take a look at senior sister Chen's condition out of curiosity, which led to her overuse of her mystic conscience. She could recover to her original state with a little rest. It was best not to expose the Crown Prince's identity as an apothecary in front of others, if possible to avoid trouble. Emolien's eyes curved slightly, and she chuckled softly and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. What were these two talking about again?" They couldn't understand. Everyone expressed their puzzlement with stifled hearts. "Aya, little junior sister, actually knows how to perform acupuncture. His medical skills seem to be pretty good." The person who spoke was Mu Liangda. It was unknown when he had approached the group, but at this moment, he was looking at Arbor with great interest, and a burst of laughter came from his mouth. "Don't you know that little junior sister wants to scold you the moment she catches you? Go further away." Everyone looked at him in disdain, but Mu Liangda was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He continued to stand beside everyone and look at Arbor with a smile. Arbor didn't have time to care about her. She was trying to save senior sister Chen's Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf's injuries were even more severe than senior sister Chen's. Its wounds had completely festered. The 1,000-faced venomous spider's venom was very strong and corrosive. Some of the flesh around the wound was even necrotic. Arbor was using a small dagger to cut off the necrotic parts of the Silver Wolf. He quickly cleaned the wound, took out a pack of powder, sprinkled it on the cloth, and then firmly covered the Silver Wolf's wound. Soon, the Silver Wolf's wound from the venomous spider's stab stopped festering, and the bleeding also stopped immediately. At this time, Chunhanzi had already faintly regained consciousness and was calling out softly, "Silver Wolf, Silver Wolf." The senior sisters from the Holy Water sect immediately rushed to her side and bent down to whisper to her, "Don't worry, junior sister Chun. The Silver Wolf is fine. Little junior sister saved it." Only then did Chunhanzi let out a sigh of relief. Her vision darkened, and she quickly fainted again. Chapter 420. Peng Zhang sat in the Ghost Faction's seating area and watched the Holy Water sect's people busily treating the Silver Wolf from afar. A disdainful and callous smile spread across his face. A waste of effort. If the mystic abandoning powder he gave Chunhanzi could still be cured, the Silver Wolf's bite from the 1,000-faced venomous spider simply couldn't be treated. Those foolish women from the Holy Water sect still wanted to vainly save the Silver Wolf's life. He was very familiar with the 1,000-faced venomous spider's poison. His 1,000-faced venomous spider had just advanced to level 10 not long ago, so it was simply a piece of cake for it to bite a level 9 mystic beast to death. With the Silver Wolf dead, Chun Hanzi, a mystic cultivator who had lost her mystic beast, naturally had her strength greatly reduced. Putting aside the fact that she couldn't contract with other mystic beasts in the future, at least her mental state definitely wouldn't be able to overcome this hurdle, and her life would come to an end. Ha ha! Peng Zhang straightened his back and sent a look to junior sister Cho and beside him. Watch carefully, junior sister. Senior brother will vent your anger for you, starting with this female disciple. Choan smiled without batting an eyelid. However, her face that was buried under the gray headscarf soon scrunched up. From her position, she just happened to be able to see the youth Mo Lien standing on the side, attentively watching a little girl who was squatting on the ground performing treatment. The youth's gaze didn't shift away from the little girl from beginning to end. This made her heart feel like it was being gnawed by thousands of ants. Not only was it riddled with holes, but it was also abnormally painful. You will regret it. Choan tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a cruel sneer. Peng Zhang didn't understand the situation, so he lifted his robe and crossed his legs, calmly waiting for the holy water sect's people to start wailing. However, after a long while, after 2 consecutive matches, there wasn't any movement from the holy water sect side. Instead, they all returned to their seats in their respective positions. Peng Zhang was slightly taken aback, and he looked in the direction of the holy water sect with a frown. He turned his head and said to a junior brother beside him, "Go over and inquire about what's going on with the holy water sect." The junior disciple from the ghost faction didn't dare to go over. He felt that he might be asking for a beating if he went over. Those girls from the holy water sect didn't look like they were to be trifled with. He hesitated for a moment, yet he had no choice in the end. Under the threatening gaze of senior brother Peng Zhang, he could only stand up angrily and walk over dejectedly. Their ghost sect was like this. The higher-ups bullied the lower-ups, and the elders bullied the ordinary disciples. This was a common thing. Everyone relied on their own abilities to fight for the upper echelons. Those at the bottom basically had no way out, especially junior brothers like them who had just entered the sect. In the eyes of those senior brothers who had grown up, they were just servants who could be ordered around. They had no status in the sect at all. The young disciple's heart trembled as he braced himself and walked up to a senior sister from the holy water sect. He used a voice that was only loud enough for him to hear and timidly asked, "May I ask the senior sister, how is the senior sister that you guys carried down just now? Who are you calling senior sister?" That female disciple suddenly stood up and raised her hand to slap this ghost faction disciple heavily on the face. "Scram, you bunch of little bastard from Hellgate. Don't come and argue with us. Who knows you?" The junior disciple from Ghost Faction was about to cry. He covered one side of his face and turned to look at senior brother Peng Zhang, who was sitting in his own seat. He saw that half of his face was gloomy, and his expression was a bit frightening. As senior sister, I also didn't want to come over. The junior disciple covered his face and retreated a step.